Chapter 1. An Unexpected Journey. Congratulations, host on binding the Galaxy Rescue and Universal Peace System. Transmitting task details and background information 1. 2030. Transmission complete. Host, remember to utilize your abilities wisely. ZZT. The system is experiencing interference from an unidentified energy. Alarm! Alarm! Connection with the host is about to be lost. Beep, beep, beep. Oh no! The system has crashed. Mengli thought with a hint of schadenfreude. But the next moment, damn, that hurts. Her head felt as though it had been cleaved in two, forcefully crammed with a multitude of chaotic and sharp sensations, throbbing painfully as if it might explode. After a considerable duration, she finally managed to absorb the information, pressing her temples to alleviate the throbbing, gradually regaining her composure. Above her, towering trees stretched towards the sky, with suns the size of basins suspended in the firmament. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting delicate patches of light and shadow upon the ground. Numerous creatures peered out from the shadows, observing her with what seemed like intelligence. Unafraid, their expressions tinged with curiosity and familiarity. The final memories from her previous life lingered in her mind, recalling how several supernatural beings had torn her apart, devouring her, while the zombie king feasted on her brain, splattering her remains. Then, a blinding white light erupted, and she was transported from that shattered apocalyptic world to this one. Thus, she had died, yet somehow lived again. This damn system is truly infuriating, just as she concluded a decade-long struggle in a foreign realm. It demands she embark on a new mission, yet it couldn't even spare her a change of clothing. Moreover, her body was marred with numerous fragments, akin to a delicate porcelain figure on the verge of shattering. Mengli placed her hand over her heart. A steady stream of power surged within her, spreading throughout her limbs, visibly mending the cracks until her skin gleamed like flawless jade. She sensed that within 100 miles, there were no humans. If only she had clothing, she would wish to reside here. Yet at that moment, a small black suddenly appeared in the sky, approaching at an astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye, it was upon her. "Duck!" She instinctively shouted to the animals, using her powers to conjure vines to ensnare herself. With a thunderous roar that echoed through the heavens, a starship crashed into the forest, billowing smoke as the startled creatures scattered in all directions. Meng Li's gaze remained fixed on the smoking wreckage of the ship, and just as silence fell, the door of the starship was suddenly kicked open with a resounding bang, startling her. A strikingly handsome man emerged from within. He possessed a chiseled visage, towering at nearly 2 meters, with a buzz cut, broad shoulders, and a slender waist. Clad in a simple black t-shirt and trousers that accentuated his powerful physique, his chest was well-defined. His abdominal muscles pronounced, and his long legs possessed a fluid muscularity. Just gazing at him was enough to feel the overwhelming aura of masculinity radiating from him. However, Mengli observed a dark aura swirling around him, emanating an ominous and eerie energy. This man was on the brink of death. Indeed, the next moment, his face contorted in agony, his hands flailing wildly, leaping and striking as if battling unseen foes, his mouth emitting guttural roars. Countless plants were torn asunder, and unsuspecting animals were seized and shredded as he spiraled into madness. Mengli understood that he had lost control of his sanity. At this moment, he required mental solace. Recalling the system's task, Mengli attempted to manipulate a few vines to restrain him, only to find them as ineffective as paper against his strength. This power was truly extraordinary. Female? The man caught sight of her, his pupils narrowing, his mind overwhelmed with shock. Before him stood a woman with raven hair and crimson lips, her large, glistening eyes and perfect-shaped figure seemingly sculpted by divine hands. Her skin flawless and radiant, as if she were a woodland sprite, both enchanting and ethereal. The frenzy in his gaze diminished slightly, and his dulled mind suddenly registered that she was unclothed. Instantly, a raging fire ignited within him. The heat and the agony of his consciousness being consumed left him in a state of confusion. With a swift motion, he tore his t-shirt, revealing his powerful chest, advancing towards Mengli. Yet upon seeing her retreat in fear, a pang struck his heart. He extended his hand, his fingers suddenly sprouting sharp claws, and without hesitation, he dug them into his own arm. Blood sprayed forth, the searing pain restoring some clarity to his mind as he gasped for breath. Such a precious female, how could she be abandoned here? He had to inform headquarters to rescue her. His light brain had fallen beside the ship, and he staggered over to retrieve it. Meng Li, however, misinterpreted his actions as an attempt to flee. That simply wouldn't do. She needed him to leave behind that clothing. Wrapping a large leaf around herself, she summoned the vines to the ground and hurried after him. Wait, I may be able to help you. Meng Li stood before him, her eyes sincere, radiating kindness. No. The sweet scent of her femininity ignited an intense desire within him, and he struggled to contain himself, his voice hoarse, mixed with labored breaths. His eyes, dark as the abyss, seemed to house a beast on the verge of awakening. Do not approach me. I will harm you. I understand, but I can provide you with guidance. Her voice was gentle yet firm, akin to a warm breeze in spring. The man swallowed hard, his beautiful emerald eyes turning blood red, filled with desire and aggression, as if he wished to devour her whole. Meng Li felt a twinge of anxiety and licked her dry, red lips. This unconscious gesture shattered the last remnants of his rationality, unleashing the suppressed chaos and lust within him. He lunged forward, grasping the back of her head, and kissed her fiercely. His body radiated heat, exuding a potent aura of masculinity, while Meng Li's tongue felt numb from the fervor of his kiss, eliciting a soft moan from her lips. This only drove him further into a frenzy, as he tore away the leaves covering her, pinning her against the ship while he kissed her madly. Meng Li's soft hands rested against his heated chest, and she attempted to channel her mental energy to soothe him, albeit clumsily. Yet, she failed. She realized she was human, not a beast man. Her mental energy was likely entirely different from that of the females here. Damn the system. It had put her in this predicament. As she was about to be devoured, Meng Li cast aside her thoughts, seizing the moment when his lips grazed her neck. She bit her finger and offered her blood to the man. Her blood possessed healing properties. If it could not aid him, she would have to knock him unconscious. Hiss! The man grasped her finger, greedily sucking and gnawing at it, taking in quite a bit of her blood. Her finger throbbed with pain and numbness, and Meng Li felt her legs weaken, her head spinning. Hiss! It was truly dizzying, but thankfully, her blood was effective. The man gradually quieted, standing in a daze, surrounded by a faint glow. Seizing the opportunity, Meng Li wriggled free from his embrace and gasped in astonishment. Chapter 2, Beastman. Before her, the man's form began to elongate and swell, transforming into a magnificent black panther. Its sleek black fur enveloped its body, gleaming like obsidian beneath the sunlight. Every inch of its muscular frame contained astonishing explosive power, with claws sharp as blades and flowing lines, its deep-set eyes resembling two brilliant emerald gems. It was stunning. Meng Li marveled, sensing its gentle aura, devoid of hostility towards her, and cautiously extended her hand to pick up the clothing from the ground. The t-shirt was torn at the front, so she tied the ends together and donned it in reverse. The trousers were far too large for her, so she adjusted the belt to the smallest notch, barely managing to keep them up. She intended to roll up the pant legs when the beautiful Black Panther lifted a paw, its sharp claws delicately tracing a circle on the pant leg, severing a substantial portion. Meng Li's eyes brightened as she lifted her other leg. The Black Panther understood her intent, and with a gentle swipe of its paw, the pant leg was shortened once more. The trousers morphed into capris, revealing her delicate, fair calves. Your claws are sharper than knives. Thank you. She beamed, standing before the towering Black Panther, feeling diminutive in comparison, though her heart raced with apprehension. While her earthy fragrance would invite animals to approach her without aggression, this one was a beast man, and she could not guarantee its behavior. However, the Black Panther lowered its head, nuzzling against her affectionately. Summoning her courage, Meng Li reached out to stroke its fur, which was as smooth and soft as silk, delightful to touch. The Black Panther seemed to enjoy her caress, stepping closer as though wanting to be nearer, but misjudging its strength, it accidentally nudged her off balance, causing her to fall with a thud. Meng Li shot an exasperated look at the Black Panther, feeling both amused and wronged. The Black Panther, flustered, smacked its forehead with a paw. Meng Li couldn't help but chuckle, finding it adorably foolish, like a hapless fawn. It anxiously hopped in place, then cautiously extended its paw towards her, as if seeking her support to help her stand. Meng Li's eyes were tinged with a hint of melancholy as she asked, Could you possibly make yourself a bit smaller? The Black Panther's eyes sparkled with delight, and its body gradually shrank, transforming into the size of an ordinary panther, circling around Mengli with its tail wagging like a rattling drum. Ha! Just look at how your tail wags. You are a Black Panther, not a little dog, she chuckled. The majestic Black Panther was both foolish and endearing. Unable to resist, Mengli embraced it tightly, inhaling deeply. The panther's deep-set eyes glimmered as it pressed her down, its entire form resting upon her. Ah! You're quite heavy. The panther shrank slightly further, now resembling an ordinary mutt, its paws firmly encircling her slender waist, its head resting upon her chest, remaining still. This position, was it perhaps a tad too intimate? Mengli nudged the panther, but it remained motionless, having fallen asleep. As she stretched her limbs and relaxed her spirit, she too felt the onset of drowsiness. Above her, towering trees formed a natural canopy, shielding her from the sun's rays. A gentle breeze whispered through, and the soft murmur of flowing water created an atmosphere of tranquility within the forest. Unbeknownst to her, the light brain that had fallen to the ground was flickering, recording the entire scene. At the headquarters of the Tianhe Star Military Commission, a staff member stared intently at the floating screens, which were densely populated with maps. Suddenly, a small red that began to blink incessantly, remaining stationary. We've located General Chu Shiyuan. A tall man beside him issued a command, establish a force connection with his light brain, and switch to real-time visuals. Understood. After a brief flicker, the enchanting Mengli unexpectedly appeared before the gathered officials. She was devoid of clothing, and the light brain automatically pixelated her form. Female. The cold and authoritative man abruptly rose, his pupils dilating in shock. The Tianhe Star is an untouched wilderness. How could a female appear there? This is bad. General Chu has lost control and will surely harm her. She is so delicate and beautiful. The one who brought her there deserves the harshest punishment. The entire military base was thrown into turmoil, with all soldiers converging, their hearts heavy with concern for the vulnerable female's fate. When they witnessed General Chu Shiyuan seizing Mengli and kissing her forcefully, their hearts sank. It's over. Poor female. If General Chu forces himself upon her, even if he is not insane, he cannot escape the law's retribution, and his family will inevitably face consequences. The tall man clenched his fists, veins throbbing on his forehead. Yet in the next moment, they saw the girl bite her finger, offering her blood to General Chu's lips. What is she doing? Is she feeding General Chu her blood? As the crowd pondered in confusion, a sudden beep echoed as the screen went dark. Out of the corner of his eye, the staff member glanced at the tall man, his gaze evasive. General Chu's light brain has malfunctioned, severing the connection. What a pity. Yet some raised doubts. The light brain was just serviced before heading into battle. General Chu must have sensed he was losing control on the battlefield, prompting him to pilot the starship into the primitive planet. How could the light brain fail? The staff member cleared his throat. We cannot ascertain what he encountered. The man's expression darkened. The situation is urgent. I shall go personally. Marshal Hua, your instability level has reached 73. It is inadvisable for you to venture out. Hua Linyuan's eyes were deep and inscrutable. It matters not. Upon awakening, Mengli found her spirits rejuvenated, feeling entirely at ease. The little Black Panther curled up in her embrace, exuding a sense of dependence and trust. Sunlight dappled overhead, and the air was infused with the sense of earth, foliage, and blossoms. Not far away, the stream babbled, its sound crisp and melodious. According to the data provided by the system, this was Tianhe Star, a central star formed by the merging of hundreds of planets, boasting a population of billions, with inhabitants divided into males and females. 90% of males awaken their powers before reaching adulthood, yet they are prone to mental instability. When their instability levels are low, they can control their urges and mental powers through injections of suppressants, and females can provide soothing support. However, once their instability levels exceed 80, they may intermittently devolve into beast-like states, becoming unrecognizable madmen. Females with enslevel mental capacity can still provide some comfort and healing, but if instability reaches 100, no female, regardless of her mental prowess, can salvage the situation. At that point, the male will be reduced to an unconscious beast, facing a painful demise or execution. Males typically live over 500 years, while females average around 200 years. Even more troubling, for reasons unknown, the birth rate of females has plummeted, currently standing at an astonishing ratio of 10,000 to 1. Thus, Tianhe Star mandates that upon reaching adulthood, a female must be matched with at least 5 males for high-intensity protection, with no allowance for error. Yet, despite these measures, Tianhe Star continues to march toward extinction. Consequently, the system tasked her with saving the galaxy. Mission 1. Utilize her unique abilities to enhance the crops and soil here. Mission 2. Secure 5 formidable mates, each with an SS level or higher capability across various domains, to bear offspring. Should she fail to complete her tasks before her demise, the responsibility will pass to her descendants. In other words, she was not only laboring for herself, but also for her future generations. What a grim predicament. Yet for the sake of survival, she had no choice. Moreover, this place was vibrant and breathtaking. A far cry from the world of slaughter, despair, and desolation. She had known she was more than willing to remain here. Chapter 3. Rebirth in the Apocalypse. Mengli rose, carefully nudging the slumbering Black Panther aside, gently patting its back in a soothing manner before stretching luxuriously. Her finger pointed toward a diminutive kumquat tree nearby. With the warmth radiating from her palm and a glimmer of golden light flashing in her eyes, the tree began to grow at an astonishingly visible rate that I in the blink of an eye. It completed the entire cycle from sprouting to blooming and finally to bearing fruit. The resulting fruits were larger than fists, resplendent in golden hues, exuding a faint aroma of sweetness. Eagerly, Mengli plucked one. Instinctively wiping it on her clothing, that I in this apocalyptic world, she had awakened her healing and revival abilities, capable of mending all things and accelerating plant growth. Even reviving decayed, would at merely 15, she was still innocent. Using her powers to nurture crops and rescue others, which quickly led to her exposure. Subsequently, the government dispatched numerous ability users to protect her, encasing her residence in a fortress-like security, thus ending her life of wandering and fleeing. Yet, who would have anticipated that those tasked with her protection would turn traitorous? They devoured her and unleashed zombies, creating a facade of her demise at their hands. Nonetheless, it was thanks to them that she found herself in this intriguing new world. However, the system that transported her here provided only a deluge of information before losing contact, leaving her utterly bewildered about her first task. For now, she decided to relish her time here, with a cheerful smile. Mengli took a generous bite of the kumquat. The skin was crisp, the flesh thick, bursting with a sweet and tangy juice, with tiny seeds that were barely noticeable. Truly delicious. It had been ages since she had tasted such delectable fruit. During the apocalypse, acid rain fell from the sky, corroding the earth and all its bounty. Blue Star had been reduced to a wasteland, forcing her to cultivate only low-radiation plants with flavors that paled in comparison. Hence, who could truly understand the value of this delightful bite? After finishing the kumquat, Mengli discovered a grapevine nearby. With a mere thought, she summoned forth crystal grapes, each larger than a fist, forming a bunch with at least a dozen plump orbs. Oh, how delightful! Just one grape made her feel pleasantly full as she took a step forward. The animals trailed behind her, quietly stealing bites of the fruit she had nurtured, their antics adorably mischievous. Amused, Mengli paid them no mind. Her fruits possessed healing properties. She could afford to harvest more for herself or to feed the panther. With a light-hearted gait, she hummed a tune. Her flawless back glistened in the sunlight, casting a rosy hue. As she moved, her knotted t-shirt shifted, revealing glimpses of her fair, delicate waist from the side or back, undeniably enticing. Her exquisite, enchanting face, coupled with her flowing raven hair, made her appear almost ethereal, as if she were a celestial being untouched by the world's grime. Huolin Yuan, concealed within the thicket, felt his breath quicken as he locked onto her figure with his golden eyes, filled with an aggressive determination. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the Black Panther remained in slumber. Though the mist surrounding it had dissipated significantly, Mengli placed the fruits beside it, forming a small mound. She reached out to stroke the panther's head, using her mental energy to scan its body. Its meridians were somewhat obstructed, preventing her from accessing its consciousness. She infused it with healing energy to mend its condition, though for now, that was all she could do. Following this, she departed to wash by the riverbank. The water was crystal clear, and she scooped several refreshing sips with her delicate hands, finding it incredibly sweet. With her mental energy sweeping the surroundings, she noted only a few small animals nearby. Allowing her to relax and begin disrobing, as she removed each piece of clothing, her flawless form, sculpted like marble, was revealed to Huolin Yuan, causing his blood to surge and momentarily rendering him unable to think. Suddenly startled, Mengli exclaimed, tightening Huolin Yuan's heart in response. She played with the pristine water of the river, feeling a wave of tranquility wash over her. Exhaling deeply, it had been ages since she had encountered such a clean stream in this apocalyptic world. Lost in the soothing act of bathing, both Mengli and Huolin Yuan were oblivious to the rustling sounds creeping through the grass, drawing nearer. The riverbank was not devoid of other onlookers than a pair of green eyes. Hidden in the shadows, narrowed as they fixated on the delectable prey in the water, slowly submerging. Suddenly, Mengli felt an icy chill envelop her, only to be lifted into the air, completely unclothed. Looking down, she saw herself ensnared by the thick coils of a black python, which had emerged triumphantly from the river, swiftly retreating through the grass. How could there be a giant python by the riverbank? Mengli barely had time to scream before she was whisked away in a flash. Huolin Yuan sprang to his feet the moment the python appeared, disregarding his own exposure, crossing the stream in a frantic pursuit. The python, ever vigilant, began to change its path as Huolin Yuan closed in. However, Mengli was no helpless damsel. She swiftly waved her hand, summoning countless dark green vines from the earth to combat the python. The vines, armed with numerous sharp thorns, ensnared the python while simultaneously freeing Mengli from its grasp. As the python slowed, Huolin Yuan seized the opportunity to catch up and delivered a powerful blow to the creature, which recoiled in pain, halting its advance and releasing Mengli in the process. Freed from the python's grasp, Mengli was swiftly shielded by Huolin Yuan, who glared at the mysterious beast with a tempest of anger and hostility. The python met his gaze with an equally venomous stare, hissing a threatening warning. What a colossal serpent it was, dressed in a cloak of darkness, its scales shimmering with iridescent hues, its girth akin to that of a water barrel, its upper body rearing high enough to obscure the sky. Towering like a mountain, Mengli gazed at the python in a daze. Huolin Yuan's intense gaze reminded her of her own vulnerable state. Her cheeks flushed as she conjured vines to envelop her body. Strangely, a flicker of regret passed through both the python's and Huolin Yuan's eyes. What a fearsome creature. Today, you shall meet your demise here, before Mengli could fully comprehend the unfolding events. The man and the python engaged in a fierce battle. Their clash was swift, leaving Mengli only able to perceive blurred shadows. After a brief skirmish, Huolin Yuan's expression darkened, while the python bore several distinct wounds, blood cascading down its pristine scales. This cannot continue. If they fought on, they would exhaust themselves without achieving a resolution. That a glimmer of determination flashed in Huolin Yuan's eyes. He was on the brink of losing control and needed to conclude this swiftly. Chapter 4. Competing for affection. Huolin Yuan gritted his teeth, having identified the python's weakness, pouring every ounce of his strength into a final strike. The python let out a long howl, casting a resentful glare at him before retreating reluctantly. As Mengli watched the python withdraw, she thought she could finally breathe a sigh of relief, only to turn and find Huolin Yuan still maintaining his stance, his eyes bloodshot, collapsing to the ground. His fingers buried deep in the soil, blood seeping between them. Huolin Yuan coughed up a mouthful of blood. If this continued, he would lose consciousness and indiscriminately attack those nearby. His condition was dire. Suppressing her own pain, Mengli bit her finger, offering her blood to Huolin Yuan's lips. Initially stunned, as Dreamly's attention was entirely captivated. The little Black Panther could only stand by, his eyes wide with frustration, even reddening with anger. Was it merely a matter of cuteness? He could do that too. When the staff arrived with a large contingent from the Tianhe Star Female Protection Association, they were greeted by this astonishing sight. They could scarcely believe their eyes. Was this truly the once decisive and cold-hearted Marshal Hua and General Chu? A lion and a panther were vying for Dreamly's affection, employing every trick to amuse her. And she, delighting in their antics, laughed and played with them. This was, however, to be expected. The images displayed by the light brain could not compare to the reality of Dreamly, with her flowing ebony hair and exquisite beauty. Every male who laid eyes on her turned crimson and averted their gaze. They were unworthy of meeting her eyes that moment. Dreamly suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, her vision darkening as she fainted. The little lion and Black Panther rushed to her side, while the staff swiftly supported her, each heart racing with concern. How could such a healthy female suddenly collapse? Was there an error? The truth was that Dreamly had expended too much blood, which had drained her vitality to some extent. Having just arrived on this planet, she had yet to consume any nourishment, rendering her body unable to sustain itself. After Dreamly's treatment, Chushin barely regained his human form and recounted the events that transpired after entering the primordial forest. The others felt a wave of fear and regret, lamenting their tardiness. Had the giant python been more ferocious, and without Marshall's protection, Dreamly might have lost her life. This incited a collective anger. Who was responsible for bringing such a precious female into this perilous primordial forest? The matter has been assigned to a dedicated team for investigation. The immediate priority is to escort this invaluable female to a safe location, with all other matters taking a back seat to her protection. Before fainting, Dreamly had thought how she had forgotten about this. Upon awakening, she found herself in a room resembling a hospital ward, surrounded by unfamiliar instruments. With a few individuals conversing in hushed tones at a distance, Dreamly looked around. Where was the little lion? Where was the little Black Panther? Where was she now? Shortly after, a tall man helped her sit up from the bed, his tone gentle and concerned. "You've finally awakened. You have been unconscious for a day and a night. Do you feel any discomfort?" In this unfamiliar environment, Dreamly's first instinct was to be wary. She shifted her body, retreating slightly, her eyes narrowing. The man before her instantly felt a pang of guilt and concern, his tone becoming even softer and gentler as he endeavored to assure Dreamly of his benign intentions. "Please do not be afraid. This is a very safe place, and the people here will not harm you. Moreover, we will do everything in our power to ensure your safety and stop anyone who attempts to harm you." Chapter 5. Completing the mission. Her awakening was a matter of great significance, as the anxiety that had gripped everyone during her fainting spell dissipated in an instant. After all, females were exceedingly rare, and a female of Dreamly's extraordinary beauty and gentle disposition was a once-in-a-millennium occurrence. News of her had already spread throughout the entire ship. Dreamly felt a favorable impression towards the poised and dignified doctor before her, her cheeks flushing slightly as she nodded that "I am fine." Their journey would be aboard the highest-class spaceship, escorted by dedicated personnel. Upon learning of her recovery, Chushin hurried over, insisting on personally escorting her to a safe residence, even requesting that her room be situated as close to him as possible for ease of companionship and care. Initially, Dreamly felt indifferent, thinking it was merely an increase in her level of care, as she had experienced similar treatment in her past life. However, she soon began to grasp the uniqueness of being a female in this world. Everything prepared for her was extravagantly luxurious. The temporary resting room they arranged for her was so expansive it could accommodate a horse race. The room exuded a subtle, elegant fragrance, invigorating her senses and causing her nerves to relax involuntarily. Although Dreamly was unfamiliar with the furnishings, they radiated an aura of opulence, unmistakably not of ordinary quality. It was rather exaggerated. She had expected her temporary lodgings to resemble a hotel, maintaining only the most basic cleanliness. Yet, the exquisite room, akin to a dollhouse, starkly contrasted with the cold austerity of the spaceship. Left her questioning her own perception. Dreamly stood astonished by the room's decor, her eyes wide. She touched the wall, slowly advancing inside. "No, I am very satisfied." Even in her previous life, when arrangements had been made for her protection, the environment had not been particularly pleasant, and later conditions deteriorated, leading to her tragic demise. That in the past, her kindness had led her to be sheltered, yet human nature is inherently unpredictable. Their kindness had been merely a facade to extract greater benefits from her. She had never before experienced such genuine care, cradled in someone's hands, especially in a post-apocalyptic world where sincerity was a rarity. Was this the compensation the system had granted her? She found it hard to believe that it could truly be so good. Upon hearing her gratitude, Chu Shiyuan's face flushed crimson. "It is nothing. This is what we ought to do." His fondness for her multiplied exponentially. Not only had she saved him from peril during their first encounter, but her countless smiles and amiable demeanor had made his heart, which had remained unmoved for a century, race uncontrollably. During his time at the military academy, he had scoffed at males who orbited around females, deeming such behavior irrational, convinced he would never succumb to such folly. Yet now, Dreamly's presence had upended everything, that he found himself uncontrollably infatuated, willing to pay any price just to elicit a smile from her, yearning for her gaze to linger upon him. Dreamly was oblivious to how her simple expression of gratitude could stir such tumult within this man. Approaching the bookshelf, she noticed some books, only to be disappointed to find they were merely for display, lacking any substance. During her unconsciousness, they had already registered her identity within the Tianhe Star identity system. Dreamly discovered her identity coincided with that of a female on Tianhe Star, which must have been orchestrated by the system. Consequently, she decided to feign being a female who had suffered great trials and lost her memory. Unfortunately, this female had not awakened her mental powers, meaning Dreamly was now an ordinary female, possessing only a modicum of healing ability, which paled in comparison to other exceptional females. The capable females could even calm a battalion of males from a distance, possessing countless male partners. Upon learning of this identity outcome, both Dr. Tianhe and Chu Xun gazed at her with pity. However, Dreamly felt little concern. She was not truly inconspicuous. Does this mean I am now just like an ordinary person? Chu Xun sighed, responding, that is indeed regrettable. It seems so. Tianhe cast a reproachful glance at Chu Xun, as if warning him to be cautious with his words, lest he frighten the female before them. It was only then that Chu Xun recognized how disheartening this revelation was for a female. He quickly attempted to comfort her, stating, "But please do not worry. You will receive all the rights due to you, even without mental powers. This is not a significant issue." Having survived in a post-apocalyptic world, Dreamly understood the importance of mental powers. Now that the system was offline, she could not inquire about her issues and could only ask one more question. Is there truly nothing at all within me? Tianhe pushed up his glasses, revealing a sympathetic expression. I am afraid that is the case that, of course, this was something she had brought up herself. Both men suggested that she should focus on her recovery before returning to her studies, advising her not to rush. Dreamly firmly rejected this, stating, "No, as a favored female, I cannot let everyone down. Besides, I feel fine. In fact, the gentleman accompanying me seems to have sustained more serious injuries." This remark elicited a hint of jealousy in Chu Xun. How could a mere minor injury leave such an impression on Dreamly? Due to the hardships faced by her previous identity, growing up without parents and still being unmarried and underage, the Female Protection Organization mandated that several reliable males be chosen to ensure the female safety. If a female resisted the approach of males, she could opt to reside in a welfare institution under supervision. However, due to the system's task, Dreamly naturally chose the former option. Once Chu Xun successfully conveyed this news, he began subtly hinting to Dreamly, such as suddenly coughing and pouring her water, etc. Dreamly maintained a calm exterior, though internally she found it amusing. Unexpectedly, even Tianhe appeared somewhat uneasy upon hearing this news. Chapter 6. Heartfelt connections. Even without awakening her mental powers, Dreamly was still exceptionally sought after on Tianhe Star. Accepting the task of protecting her meant they would have the opportunity for close contact with her. As the saying goes, the one closest to the water gets the moon first, and their chances of becoming Dreamly's husbands significantly increased. However, this slight discomfort was quickly concealed, and Dreamly hardly noticed it. Both men were considerate, not waiting for Dreamly to voice her needs, voluntarily offering to become her temporary guardians until she reached adulthood and established her own family. Although Dreamly had only recently begun to interact with them, she had already begun to depend on them, readily nodding in agreement. "All right, thank you both." Chu Xiuyuan offered a faint smile. The ICFA Ade he had meticulously crafted began to dissipate. No need for thanks. He remarked that it seems you have a penchant for expressing gratitude. From this moment on, they were to be considered family, and such frequent expressions of thanks were overwhelming for him. Yet, driven by a personal inclination, he refrained from correcting her, allowing Meng Li to express her thanks as she pleased. This was the most transgressive act he could indulge in. Meng Li pressed her lips together, contemplating her thoughts while also considering how to present herself with ease before this man. Feeling a bit bashful, she fiddled with the hem of her garment and said, "You need not address me as you any longer. It feels rather awkward, especially since we will be spending so much time together from now on. In any case, You have been incredibly helpful to me. In the past, no one treated me with such kindness. Her words rang true. The body she inhabited had not experienced such care prior to her arrival here. Before awakening her spiritual powers, she had been reclusive by nature, often solitary and lacking presence, residing in a modest rental, with finances barely sufficient to stave off hunger, frequently overlooked in a prestigious institution teeming with nobility. Even in the absence of bullying, such a state was far from pleasant. Chu Xiuyuan and Cheng Mo exchanged glances, their expressions clouded as they grasped the implications of her statement that it suggested a failure on the part of the Female Protection Association. As typically, females of her age, even if they were ordinary, would be provided with appropriate housing. Yet, as far as they knew, without their intervention, Mengli would likely still be living in that rental, subsisting on bland, monotonous nutritional supplements. How reasonable was this? It was no wonder she exhibited a gentler demeanor than most females. Her hardships had shaped her character. As they spoke, Cheng Mo, taking advantage of her distraction, gently removed a tuft of fluff from her hair, clenching it tightly in his hand. Unbeknownst to Meng Li, Cheng Mo's gesture was laden with meaning. She merely noted his act of tidying her hair, the warmth of his hand, and the faint fragrance wafting from his sleeves causing her cheeks to flush crimson. With her gaze lowered and her ears aflame, she discreetly sipped from her glass of water. If Cheng Mo had only harbored mere affection for her previously, it now escalated into a breathless urgency. The atmosphere grew notably warmer. She was oblivious to how endearingly vulnerable her blushing demeanor appeared to the males around her. Despite her elevated status as a female, they found themselves irresistibly compelled to protect her. As if she were a delicate porcelain figurine, cherished yet too fragile to touch, lest they shatter her. Once they took their seats in the ship's dining area, all the males present dared not even breathe. Maintaining a rigid posture, ever mindful of their dining etiquette, the silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Having never witnessed the typical raucousness of a male-dominated ship, Meng Li assumed they were always this subdued. The males nearest to her, having witnessed the interaction between her and Cheng Mo, were nearly wide-eyed in disbelief, exchanging hushed thoughts and speculating. How envious they were, able to engage so closely with a little female, and even assist her with her hair. And what was more infuriating, this little female had a delightful temperament. Had she been another female, such attentions would have been deemed inappropriate. Indeed, did you see that? She smiled just moments ago, and she even blushed. How I wish I could be the one sitting beside her. Stop lamenting. Such fortune is not easily attained in a lifetime. As the dishes arrived, Cheng Mo swiftly placed a piece of meat into her bowl. Thus began the silent competition between the two men. Meng Li took a bite, her eyes widening, not due to the exquisite taste, but because the seemingly sumptuous dishes were as unpalatable as chewing wax. Nearly impossible to swallow. Yet, this was the finest fare they could offer, specially prepared for someone of her esteemed status, with each dish bearing a hefty price tag. In their presence, Meng Li could not voice her discontent. She forced down the first mouthful, acutely aware of the two men's gazes, which initially flickered toward her with subtlety, but soon grew increasingly brazen. "Why aren't you eating?" she inquired, puzzled. Unbeknownst to her, her small bites, taken in an effort to avoid the unpleasantness, appeared utterly adorable, so much so that words could scarcely capture her charm. Meng Li was eagerly anticipating her life at the academy. The Tianhe Fuxing Academy, situated in the heart of the imperial capital, boasted an investment exceeding hundreds of billions, earning its reputation as a prestigious institution. All females had the opportunity to study there, while males could only gain admission through relentless effort and seizing opportunities. Those of humble origins, even if accepted, risked being trampled upon if they fell behind. Thus, males graduating from this academy were exceptionally rare and accomplished, their achievements shining as brightly as stars in the night sky. Cheng Mo was among these distinguished graduates. Meng Li attempted to recall any memories associated with her original self at this academy, but to no avail. She found herself devoid of recollections. The rest of the information she could access through the light brain, including details about Cheng Mo, the outstanding graduate. Therefore, as Chu Xiuyuan and Cheng Mo escorted her to the door and exchanged goodnights, Meng Li cautiously asked, "Dr. Cheng, may I ask you to stay for a moment? I have something to discuss with you." Although Meng Li had requested they refrain from addressing her formally, they still treated her with utmost respect, showing no signs of negligence. In the darkness, her eyes sparkled. And Cheng Yemo, caught off guard, found himself momentarily lost in her gaze. "What is it?" he inquired, an internal turmoil rising within him, though his demeanor remained composed. "That I heard that you are a graduate of Fuxing Academy. Could you perhaps share with me what life at the academy is like?" "I apologize. I have lost my memory and cannot recall my past," and it was evident that Cheng Yemo led a busy life. Yet she used this pretext to carve out a space for just the two of them. Speaking of this, a wry smile crept onto Cheng Mo's lips. "That it's nothing. The school environment is quite beautiful. But due to my physical limitations, my parents abandoned me at a young age, leaving me to fend for myself until I was taken in by the academy's principal." Chapter 7. An unilluminated past. Moreover, my original background was hardly illustrious. Although this revelation bore a hint of self-pity, he could not help but divulge all the hardships he had endured when Meng Li inquired about his past. Most females would scoff at males of lowly origins, so even after being taken in by the principal, he could not erase the stigma attached to him, often facing ridicule for supposedly achieving success solely through the principal's influence. Meng Li pondered this, realizing it aligned with her understanding. Even someone as accomplished as Cheng Yemo was not exempt from struggles due to his lineage. "You are still quite remarkable despite that," she stated frankly. "What do their opinions matter? No matter what they say, they will never reach the heights you can achieve in their lifetime. That if I were in the same cohort as you, I would be envious beyond measure and have no time to concern myself with their gossip. Senior, I look forward to being in the same cohort as you." Cheng Yemo listened to her candid words, his heart swelling with emotions too numerous for him to bear. That was the first time someone had spoken to him in such a manner. Disillusioned with the world, he had vowed to never open his heart to anyone, masking his deep-seated wounds behind a facade of calm. Who could have anticipated that the one to unlock the door to his heart would appear now? Initially, even though he harbored feelings for Meng Li, he would not have wished to compete with other males. He despised the thought of sharing a wife with anyone else. To him, that was a loss of dignity. However, everything had shifted. After meeting Meng Li, he was willing to cast aside his pride and even share her with others if it meant he could be loved. Unbeknownst to them, the two had been standing there, engrossed in conversation for quite some time, their proximity betraying an unmistakably intimate atmosphere. The warmth of his breath brushed against her cheeks and chin, and Meng Li felt too bashful to remind Cheng Yemo to create some distance. Instead, she averted her gaze, feeling both awkward and embarrassed. She had mustered the courage to voice her thoughts, but it seemed to have struck a nerve with Cheng Yemo. Thankfully, he was magnanimous enough not to hold it against her. It was only when Chu Xiaoyuan arrived to check on them that the tension between the two dissipated, the air cleared of any lingering ambiguity. That the temporary guardian. He could not allow any impropriety. At least not now. Leaning against the corridor, Chu Xiaoyuan felt a sense of impending danger. He couldn't help but become wary of Cheng Yemo. This man appeared gentle and refined, yet he was likely the object of many females' affections. For years, he had remained steadfast, but now that his heart had been stirred, a single misstep could divert Meng Li's attention away from him. That pretentious display of fragility and superiority was enough to make anyone's teeth grind. "Miss Meng Li, it would be best for you to rest early. A good night's sleep is beneficial for your growth and overall health," he stated bluntly. Meng Li watched Cheng Yemo leave, feeling a twinge of hesitation and reluctance. She genuinely liked him. Their time together felt like a breath of fresh air. Even the past held a captivating allure, igniting her desire to explore further. However, the senior had yet to share with her what life at the academy entailed. Chu Xiaoyuan clenched his teeth. Indeed, Cheng Yemo is quite the seducer. Now he has even taken to addressing her so familiarly. That affectionate title only exacerbates my irritation. The females who were once infatuated with Cheng Yemo were similarly charmed. Easily entranced by him, that I fear Meng Li might fall into the same trap. Meng Li sighed, that if it were possible, I would still prefer to hear it directly from my senior. Her sighing demeanor evoked a strong impulse to smooth the furrowed lines on her forehead, let alone this seemingly unassuming request. Chu Xiaoyuan felt the same way. Cheng Yemo did too. This blatant display of affection resembled a plea for intimacy, so he said, "Very well, Miss Meng Li, you should rest now." "Good night." That Meng Li's wish was fulfilled, her eyes lighting up with joy. "All right, I'll wait for you in a place hidden from Meng Li's sight." Cheng Yemo nearly choked on his own saliva, clearing his throat in a feigned calmness. Yet his movements were awkward, and the next moment, he stumbled over an exceedingly low threshold. Chu Xun observed this with a smile in his heart. He was aware that a mature man should not revel in another's misfortune. Yet this was simply too foolish. That it was unexpected that the highly intelligent and educated Dr. Chung would find himself so flustered. However, jealousy still lingered. It seemed Meng Li's reactions towards him were merely polite. Lacking any deeper expression, in the dead of night, a familiar tall figure appeared before Meng Li's door. Clad in a crisp military uniform, he approached her door stealthily, holding his breath. The door was tightly shut. Yet the air still held a faint trace of her delicate fragrance. This scent served as the most effective calming agent for his muddled mind. That moment, he greedily inhaled, reminiscing about the gentle solace Meng Li had once provided him. This was the most audacious act he had committed while exercising restraint. Regardless of their previous intimacy, it was no justification for his indulgence. Marshal Hua. Lin Yuan turned his head, his gentle gaze suddenly sharpening. Standing before him, confronting him, was Chu Xun. The reconnaissance mission had concluded, and Marshal Hua had no further reason to linger here. Why then did he appear at this late hour? Lin Yuan fixed his gaze on the door. I merely came to see her. That Chu Xun remained unperturbed. Lin Yuan was not angered, but seemed contemplative upon hearing the word bodyguard. A bodyguard? One who possesses temporary guardianship. He had heard of such arrangements. Before encountering Meng Li, he had thought he would never resort to such measures to approach the female he admired. Yet to remain close to Meng Li, he needed a legitimate reason, and this, undoubtedly, was the best excuse to stay by her side. I recall that a minor female must have at least 2 or 3 guardians, that if you are her bodyguard, then I too can become part of her entourage. That Chu Shiyuan crossed his arms. Suit yourself, but Marshal, do not overestimate your own capabilities. In the future, there will only be more people around Lear. That I have heard that Marshal Hu once publicly declared his wish for monogamy, to serve one wife for a lifetime, rejecting any others. That am I mistaken? Chapter 8. Cooking this statement had caused discontent among all females. Even as the imperial marshal, he held no such right. He faced repercussions for it, yet he harbored no regrets. For he firmly believed he would persevere, achieving what others could not, scaling insurmountable peaks. Moreover, he did not believe a worthy wife would ever accept him, even if the state arranged a mate for him. He would never comply with such arrangements until the very last moment, for this stubbornness was ingrained in his bones. Yet he never anticipated that karma would come swiftly. Faced with a provocative question, Lin Yuan remained silent. This was a well-known fact on Tianhe Star. He had spoken those words himself, that it would be wise to retract this statement while Lear remained unaware of it. Otherwise, should she discover it later and harbor disdain for him, he would find himself bereft even of tears. That he and Marshal Hua were old acquaintances, having worked together, and over the years they had become good friends. Despite some mutual grievances, he genuinely wished well for Marshal Hua. It was known that many females had once pursued him, drawing envy from others. Yet with this proclamation, even the most sought-after would inevitably face disdain. The Chuzun had harbored similar thoughts, but had never brazenly announced them. Now he felt fortunate for not having acted so impulsively. Lin Yuan's hands, hanging at his sides, tightened. He cared. The formidable Marshal Hua, who commanded respect on the battlefield, now felt the anxieties of a common husband. Plagued by doubts, wondering whether his wife loved him, how he might endear himself to her, and how to avoid her disdain. Previously, Lin Yuan had thought those who sought to please females were foolish. Could one truly earn love through flattery? How naive! Without a moment's hesitation, he had agreed. Very well, I will inform the alliance of my change of heart. But you, do not take advantage of my situation. All I do is for the sake of my future wife. The next day, Meng Li awoke refreshed. After a good night's sleep, she felt invigorated, stretching her limbs as hunger began to gnaw at her. She rubbed her empty stomach. The previous day's meal had been unsatisfactory. The rapid advancement of technology meant that the poor-quality dishes she had eaten were, in fact, prepared by the finest chefs on the entire planet. Unlike Lin Yuan and the others, who had grown accustomed to nutrient liquids and meal replacement pills, Meng Li had grown up on this planet and found it difficult to adapt. She was a living person, reliant on food for sustenance. Otherwise, life felt devoid of meaning. She rolled out of bed and opened the door, only to find Chung Mo waiting at her doorstep. But he appeared unsurprised at her awakening. Instead, breaking into a perfect smile, "Miss Meng Li, you're awake." Meng Li, still bleary-eyed with slightly puffy cheeks, felt a twinge of embarrassment at Chung Mo's early presence. Senior Chung, you woke up so early. The clock indicated it was merely 5 or 6 in the morning. She had slept well and thus awoke early. Yet Chung Mo did not seem like someone who had turned in early. He was entangled in official duties. Would you like something to eat? Noticing her tousled hair, Chung Mo was reminded of a pet cat. But as soon as the thought crossed his mind, he felt he had disrespected her that a cat could not compare to Meng Li, who was significantly taller and required her to look up to ask, "What is for breakfast?" Chung Mo exerted great effort to suppress the impulse to tidy her hair. Meng Li nodded but then shook her head. "What's wrong?" Chung Mo, perceptive as always, recalled observing Meng Li's somewhat reluctant expression while eating yesterday, that he feared he had upset her. But upon reflection, it was clear that was not the case, that a reasonable hypothesis emerged. Perhaps she simply disliked the food. But was the food unappetizing? Meng Li's eyes lit up, her gloom dissipating as she clung to his arm, her expression gleaming with delight that, "Oh, how did you know, Senior?" She had been pondering how to broach the subject and began to suspect that Chung Mo possessed mind-reading abilities. Indeed, he did. The act of wrapping her arms around his was far too intimate, causing Chung Mo to subtly redden his ears. Adjusting his glasses, he sought her opinion. "Did I apologize? We never anticipated a female would come to live among us temporarily. So we were unprepared that we do now have improved nutrient liquids, specifically designed for female consumption, which taste quite good. Alternatively, both Chu Shuyuan and I have taken culinary courses. Simply inform us of your taste preferences. And we can cook that, so, aside from dining at the restaurant or consuming nutrient solutions, one could also cook personally," Meng Li's mind word. Rather than letting them prepare dishes according to her tastes, it would be better to take matters into her own hands. It had been a while since she had cooked. Thus, she tugged at Chung Mo, saying, "Let us hurry to the restaurant." Since this spaceship was entirely male-populated, their provisions were rather rudimentary, and there was only one restaurant available for cooking. Upon arrival, Meng Li neither ordered dishes nor consumed nutrient solutions. Instead, she eagerly eyed the kitchen. The restaurant was bustling, with patrons eating in an orderly fashion. Chung Mo assumed she wished to eat her own cooking and was already rolling up his sleeves. Gently inquiring, "What would you like to eat?" "I can prepare it." However, Meng Li pushed him into a seat and countered, "You sit. I will cook. What do you want to eat?" Her seemingly normal question sent waves of shock through the restaurant. Once again, the males turned their gazes toward Meng Li, hardly believing their ears. Did I hear correctly? Did that little female just say she wanted to cook for her male partner? I think I heard it too. Impossible! How could she allow such a delicate being into the kitchen? This must be nonsense. Chung Mo was so astonished that his glasses nearly slipped from his nose, repeatedly confirming whether he had misheard. After realizing he had not, he gently declined Meng Li's request that, "No, your body has not fully recovered. The kitchen is filled with smoke and grease. Previously, other females, driven by impulse like you, entered, but they all ended up loathing it." At that moment, Chu Shiyuan approached as well. Chung Mo is right. It is the duty of males to cook. Females should not have to bear that burden, that if you are unwilling for Chung Mo to do so. Then allow me to take over. Chapter 9. Astonishing culinary skills. Meng Li's lips gradually turned downward. Was it truly so difficult for her to cook a meal? Sensing Meng Li's resistance, Chu Shuyuan softened his tone. "If you wish to experience the joy of cooking, I shall arrange for a quaint little kitchen to be constructed for you on another day, where you may also savor the pleasure of cooking in our new home." Meng Li, please believe me. Observing the man before her, who was so deferential and cautious as if fearing any displeasure from her, the slight dissatisfaction in Meng Li's heart completely dissipated. "Very well, I understand what you wish to convey. However, I must assert that I do not require such careful protection as if I were a fragile porcelain. I am not easily broken." She furrowed her brows and stated earnestly, "I am not acting on a whim. Nor am I playing house. Do you comprehend? I simply wish to cook for you and allow you to savor my culinary skills." Upon hearing this, the hearts of the men present melted, their thoughts no longer fixated on the meal before them, but instead stirred with excitement. Casting jealous glances that seemed to pierce through Chung Mo and Chu Shu, Meng Li's words undoubtedly astonished the two men. They did not harbor any disdain for the female. Rather, they genuinely believed she should not have to concern herself with anything, including cooking. Chung Mo, who was typically courteous and adept in social situations, covered his mouth in disbelief that he questioned whether he was dreaming. How could this be so absurd, and why was he wearing a smile of happiness? despite having yet to taste Mengli's cooking or knowing her culinary prowess. Even Chu Shiyuan, a man as stoic as steel, felt a hint of discomfort. Though he was not particularly thin-skinned, it was indeed his first encounter with such an openly affectionate female. Yet, he wondered if her offer to cook for him was merely in consideration of Cheng Mo's presence. Chu Shun gazed at Mengli, unaware that his own expression betrayed a hint of infatuation that contrasted with his usual demeanor. If she wished to play, so be it. As long as he could oversee her and ensure her safety, she could indulge in whatever whim she desired. Under the watchful eyes of all, Mengli's actions were scrutinized. One could almost wish their gaze could transform into X-rays to inspect her very bones and organs. Chu Shiyuan and Cheng Mo, while safeguarding Mengli, could not help but subtly exude their possessive pressure. The burden on the two guardians was indeed considerable. Upon seeing Mengli enter, those bustling in the kitchen momentarily forgot their tasks, and in perfect harmony, urged her to leave, insisting the area was too dirty for her. Indeed, we are rather clumsy. We wouldn't want to frighten you. Mengli surveyed her surroundings. The kitchen was clean and tidy, and aside from her, there were no other esteemed guests to attend to, so their cooking hardly involved much fire, rendering the notions of excessive smoke and clumsiness irrelevant. Mengli was not oblivious to this, and ultimately, they could not dissuade her. The kitchen was spacious enough for her to cook without disrupting them. As she eagerly stepped into the kitchen, Cheng Mo still hesitated. How about, but was promptly interrupted as Mengli seized him to assist with the chopping. Mengli rummaged through the cabinet and found a spirit beast egg. Though the name sounded exquisite, to her, it was merely an ingredient akin to a chicken egg. She adeptly cracked the egg and quickly ground the rice into a paste, steaming it into a cake. Initially, Chu Shiyuan harbored some concerns, but upon witnessing her skilled movements, he instantly relaxed. After placing the rice cake in the steamer, Mengli poured the vegetable-infused egg mixture into the pan, and with a sizzle, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, awakening everyone's appetites. Some, already curious about Mengli's activities, stealthily crept to the doorway, pulling out their phones to capture a snapshot of her silhouette, only to be further drawn in by the delightful scent. All the males gathered at the door swallowed hard in unison. This is utterly delectable. Cheng Mo observed the delicate beads of sweat forming on Mengli's fair forehead and hastily sent someone to fetch a clean cloth. Extending it towards her to wipe away the perspiration, Mengli smiled slightly. Thank you. The males surrounding her made gestures of adoration. Goodness, how does she possess such girlfriend energy? If only she were my partner. Upon hearing this, the others' gazes shifted to his phone. The post quickly surged in popularity, and within the brief half-hour of Mengli's activity, she became the dream, although Marshal Ho appeared aloof and indifferent on the surface. He had been keenly observing Mengli's expressions and noticed that she was not looking at him, which sent a fleeting pang of sorrow through his heart. Was he truly inferior to those two individuals by her side? Nevertheless, it mattered little. Having made his decision to stand alone, he believed he could still become the most extraordinary presence in her life, ensuring she would never forget him. Fuxing Academy was quite magnificent. In Mengli's eyes, it could only be described as a colossal edifice. The academy covered an expanse of over 70,000 hectares, making it the largest institution on Tianhe Star. The entrance was resplendent, and everything within the campus was beyond anything Mengli had ever seen or dared to imagine. Was this truly a school and not merely a tourist attraction? As she gazed at the intricately designed and orderly buildings, she felt momentarily dazzled. Many students, like herself, were enrolling at the same time, and their curious glances towards Mengli were unmistakable. In the past, her self-doubt had rendered her, despite her striking appearance, akin to a pearl obscured by dust, its brilliance hidden from view. However, that was no longer the case. Even amidst a throng of beautiful females, she remained the center of attention. Just take me to this place, Mengli said, smiling sweetly at him. Marshal Huan nodded in response, his attention still focused on her. Before he could finish his sentence, Mengli suddenly embraced him, standing on tiptoe due to her shorter stature. Unbeknownst to them, several males paused to witness this heartwarming scene. Their partners had never comforted them in such a manner before, let alone embraced them. When parting, even gentle words had been absent. If it weren't for Hua Linyuan's occasional blatant gazes that caught her off guard, she might never have exposed her feelings for him. Did he think she was unaware? Just a loose embrace made Hua Linyuan's palms sweat profusely, and he wondered how he would react should Mengli want to hold his hand later. Surely, he would be dismissed as unworthy? Seeing Mingli's pure gaze and innocent smile, he couldn't help but scorn his own impure thoughts. She might not even comprehend the implications of her actions to the males around her, for instance. At that moment, he felt utterly stiff, too afraid to move. Just then, Mengli released him. "All right, I'll head inside now," she said, waving at him, while Lin Yuan struggled to suppress the intense reluctance swelling within him. "Goodbye, we shall meet again soon." He suspected he might be suffering from separation anxiety, as even after Mengli entered the school, he could not shake her from his mind. Mengli entered the classroom with the aid of her materials, only to be greeted by a cacophony, seemingly a duel in progress. She had no intention of provoking conflict, merely wishing to remain unnoticed as she had done in the past, but she stumbled upon an alarming situation. Before her stood an arrogant girl with twin ponytails, berating a young male who lay on the ground, her foot pressing harshly against his chest, a force potent enough to threaten his ribs. A crowd had gathered to gawk at the spectacle. The boy, handsome and tall, with pale skin and a sharp chin, bore the brunt of his girlfriend's derision, who frequently mocked him for being malnourished. Yet in Mengli's eyes, he possessed a unique beauty. Despite already coughing up blood, he stubbornly refused to admit to any wrongdoing regarding other females, seemingly determined to resist the oppressive girl before him. Mengli felt a pang of sympathy. Witnessing such unjust treatment, she clenched her teeth and withdrew a whip. The males around her, upon seeing the whip, hesitated to intervene, retreating to a safe distance, too intimidated to act, with each crack of the whip against the boy. The sound echoed sharply, causing discomfort to all who heard it. That Mengli's anger swelled further. How could one treat another so cruelly? If she still possessed the memories of her former self, she would recognize the girl named Shui Lian as someone who had once bullied her, a tormentor during her inability to awaken her healing powers or any abilities at all. Shui Lian hailed from a prestigious family and was a rare female with an A-grade psychic ability, boasting numerous boyfriends throughout her school days. She looked down upon those she deemed beneath her, viewing them as mere embellishments to her own grandeur, thus offering them little kindness. This boy was suffering because of her momentary displeasure, having been misled by others' whispers into believing he had betrayed her, and she ruthlessly unleashed her fury upon him. The onlookers, ignorant of the backstory, simply felt the boy deserved his punishment and relished watching his girlfriend chastise him. Mengli did not share this sentiment. Furrowing her brow, she was about to step forward when someone quietly tugged at the hem of her garment. The male, taken aback by her striking appearance, blushed deeply and stammered an apology. "My apologies, Mississippi. I did not mean to offend you. That it's just, Miss Shui is rather volatile right now, so it would be wise not to provoke her. She can be quite ruthless, even towards females like herself." His voice trailed off as he recounted a tale of a girl who had once crossed Shui Lian and ended up losing a tooth for her trouble. Mengli replied, "Thank you for your warning, but I am not afraid. How can one turn a blind eye to injustice?" The male was momentarily stunned. He had not expected such words from her. "Rest assured, I will not come to harm," she stated resolutely, moving forward to part the crowd, her voice cold as she commanded, "Cease this at once. You are outright abusing him. It is far more prudent to ascertain the truth before passing judgment." Shui Lian, gritting her teeth, lifted her gaze, the whip in her hand still dripping with blood. "Who are you? Are you the one he has betrayed me with? Or perhaps a self-appointed enforcer of discipline? He is mine. I can strike him as I please without seeking anyone's permission." Mengli retorted, "You have no authority to strike or insult a male who has done nothing wrong. You will face consequences for this." "Do I need to notify the teacher?" Her words sent a shockwave through the crowd. Was this truly a statement from a female who usually held herself in high regard? Shui Lian scoffed. "I thought you were someone significant, but you are merely a worthless female. At least you have a decent face. But in this era, strength is what matters. What power do you possess to protect him?" The beaten boy lifted his head to look at Mengli. The pain in his body had dulled. Yet for the first time, he felt warmth emanating from another, even if he was reluctant to accept it. Mengli crossed her arms, slowly positioning herself in front of the boy. "Forgive my candor, Miss Shui, but your actions do not reflect strength. They reveal your lack of honor. If I were your parents, I would be ashamed to acknowledge such a bully as my daughter." Unbeknownst to her, Mengli had struck a nerve within Shui Lian, whose face paled in fury as she lashed out with the whip towards Mengli to know, "Don't hurt her." The boy knew all too well the agony of a whip striking flesh. A pain he would never forget. He certainly did not wish for Meng Li to suffer disfigurement for standing up for him, fully aware of Shui Lian's malicious nature. She is just a quiet little female. I regret not engaging with her sooner. Otherwise, she might have found favor with me. Shui Lian's demeanor was that of a madwoman. How dare she challenge Shui Lian, who lacks any psychic ability and has the audacity to confront someone of her caliber? Indeed, and everyone knows of Shui Lian's tumultuous family background. She is far too bold, the onlookers murmured. Meng Li, sharp of hearing, caught snippets of their discussions. She had not anticipated that her actions would inadvertently tread upon Shui Lian's vulnerabilities. My apologies. I was unaware of your family situation. Initially, her intention was merely to engage in a verbal sparring match, and she quickly realized her mistake, offering a hasty apology. Yet, it was too late. Shui Lian's ire flared. Convinced that this woman was deliberately provoking her, do not bother to apologize. When I have beaten you to a pulp, I shall offer you the same courtesy. It was clear that reasoning with her was futile. A vine shot forth from Meng Li's sleeve, grasping the whip aimed at her. You have a whip, and so do I. Shui Lian stared at Meng Li in disbelief as the spirit vine shielded her from the attack, radiating a palpable aura of spiritual energy. How could she, after all this time, have been unaware of Meng Li's formidable powers, capable of confronting an A-grade female like Shui Lian? Shui Lian had anticipated that her whip would mar Meng Li's beauty or, at the very least, teach her a lesson. Yet now Meng Li stood before her unscathed, not a hint of embarrassment upon her face, with so many eyes upon them. How humiliating it would be if word got out. Thus, even though Meng Li had thwarted her attack, Shui Lian remained unfazed, dismissing her opponent as a weakling unworthy of respect, believing Meng Li had merely employed some trickery to deceive them all. The remaining students bore witness to Meng Li's exceptional abilities. Their mouths agape in astonishment. The more determined Shui Lian became, the more she struggled to find a flaw in Meng Li's defenses that, of course, Meng Li had survived countless battles, preserving her life as well as those of countless others. Facing Shui Lian felt like child's play that a thorny tendril grazed Shui Lian's cheek, leaving a stark, crimson mark. Shui Lian caressed the wound on her face, her gaze darkening with a sense of foreboding. If the overt approach would not suffice, then she would resort to the covert. Chapter 12. Feigning weakness. Shui Lian awaited the arrival of her mentor, just in time to witness Meng Li preparing to strike at the feeble Shui Lian. Stop! The vine that seemed poised to pierce her heart vanished, and Shui Lian gasped for breath, a flicker of relief and fear crossing her eyes. Fortunately, her mentor had arrived in the nick of time. Otherwise, it would have been her face that bore the scars. Growing up in a large family, she had learned to be perceptive, recognizing that Meng Li's current strength had undoubtedly surpassed the A grade, and she likely possessed the rare S grade prowess. She knew she stood no chance against her, and the Female Protection Association would undoubtedly favor Meng Li. As she grappled with her unwillingness, she crafted an illusion of being oppressed by her. The news of a brawl within the academy, particularly involving two formidable females, spread quickly. The faculty arrived promptly, calming the crowd and swiftly creating distance between Meng Li and Shui Lian, even drawing the attention of the academy's leaders. Meng Li, who had always been a model student, was understandably anxious. However, this was all predictable. She exhaled deeply, reassuring herself that she could manage the situation. Did she not know the school rules? Was she unaware of the consequences of fighting? Upon seeing Meng Li, the academy leaders were incensed. Why was it always the females who stirred trouble? Indeed, the more gentle and beautiful a female appeared, the more ruthless she often was beneath the surface. Just look at how the once dominant Shui Lian had been reduced to such a state, trembling, with a visible scar on her face that, if deeper, would surely leave a mark. However, the Academy's mentors had long suffered under Shui Lian's tyranny. As long as she was present, they were forced to deal with the myriad troubles she created, leaving them mentally exhausted. Thus, the fact that Meng Li could subdue her brought them a sense of relief. Especially since Meng Li was far easier to manage than the tyrant Shui Lian, though they dared not show it. Ahem, both students involved in the brawl, please accompany your mentor to the office for a thorough discussion regarding your motives for this disturbance. This is utterly unacceptable. Meng Li obediently lowered her head, while Shui Lian, assisted by her entourage, rose with a scowl. Her pride would not allow her to accept defeat so easily. Clutched in her palm was a small concealed weapon. no larger than a juju pit, designed to be employed when she found herself at a disadvantage. Meng Li was far too arrogant. If she did not teach her a lesson and instill a lasting fear, she would never learn her place. The concealed weapon shimmered menacingly in her fingers that a young man, more concerned for Meng Li than anyone else, noticed the weapon flying toward her and desperately attempted to warn her. But alas, his broken ribs and hoarse throat rendered him unable to rise, let alone protect her. That a wicked smile crept across Shui Lian's lips, yet she was taken aback when Meng Li, in the next instant, effortlessly grasped the projectile. The sinuous, supple vines precisely ensnared the incoming weapon, akin to a minuscule insect being subdued by a towering tree. The mentor, witnessing this scene, raised an eyebrow in astonishment. The concealed weapon was an exclusive tool of the Shui family for dealing with enemies. Indeed, Shui Lian was still Shui Lian. Had the weapon struck Meng Li's flesh, rendering her unconscious, onlookers would likely assume it was merely a case of physical exhaustion, never suspecting foul play on Shui Lian's part. Shui Lian, what have you done? Damn it. Meng Li, spotting the boy sprawled on the ground, had yet to express her gratitude when suddenly the world spun and the ground seemed to rush up to meet her. Everything faded to black as she fainted. Initially, the Academy's leaders hesitated to reprimand Shui Lian too harshly, mindful of the Shui family's influence. However, when another female of nearly equal standing was victimized, they found ample justification for their ire. A female with the potential to reach S grade or higher was an exceptionally rare find, with fewer than 20 such individuals in the entire academy, including alumni. Nothing could outweigh her safety. Shui Lian, seemingly unaware, had picked a fight with someone formidable. The academy leaders quickly organized a stretcher to transport the unconscious Meng Li to the infirmary, intent on notifying the Protection Association to conduct further evaluations. If she truly was S grade, they would prioritize her development, aspiring for her to reach her full potential. Shui Lian, you have gone too far. She is just like you, a female. How could you show no mercy? We are all classmates. Why can't we resolve our issues amicably? There are plenty of males. Let her have her choice without creating discord, that we are not children anymore. Shui Lian found herself at a loss for words. Deep down, she recognized her faults and understood that Meng Li had grown significantly stronger, her teeth nearly grinding in frustration. Damn Meng Li, not only had she humiliated her, but she also intended to usurp her place. The thought drove her to the brink of madness. Before she could regain her composure, the academy leaders paused momentarily before dropping another bombshell. If possible, they would need to summon the head of the Shui family to the academy for a discussion regarding certain matters. Shui Lian, do you understand? How dare you? Shui Lian never anticipated the situation would escalate to this level. The head of the Shui family, her mother, had never been fond of her, and it was only due to her awakening spiritual abilities and being a female that her mother's attitude had softened somewhat. She bit her lip, harboring intense hatred for Meng Li. Yes, it had to be that way, that if not, there would be no explanation for Meng Li's rapid increase in power. She dismissed the academy leaders as inconsequential. My mother is far too busy to waste time on trivial matters involving insignificant individuals. Shui, you have received numerous complaints from students. We need to communicate with your guardian to ensure you have not developed any improper thoughts. Do you know what happens to ordinary students who engage in fights? That's right. They are expelled. That we merely wish to invite your family for a casual conversation over tea. Upon receiving news of Meng Li fainting on campus, Lin Yuan set aside his work and hurried to the academy. That on her first day of school, she was already embroiled in conflict. He had intended to accompany her throughout the day. The thought of anything happening to her caused him immense pain. Chapter 13. Tenderness in the blink of an eye. He willed himself to the academy gates. In truth, when he had escorted Meng Li to school, he had deliberately instructed the driver to proceed at a snail's pace to enjoy more time with her. Unfortunately, Meng Li had never questioned why the speed of a starship in the technologically advanced Tianhe Star was akin to that of an ordinary vehicle. In the infirmary, as the representatives of the Female Protection Association had yet to arrive. Meng Li lay drowsily on the bed, her eyes half open. She felt a throbbing pain in her head, which seemed to be the cause of her fainting. But why? The question eluded her that moment. A figure stealthily entered the infirmary, tiptoeing to Meng Li's side. Earlier, there had been many people surrounding her, leaving him no opportunity to approach. Yet even from a distance, simply observing her brought him a sense of contentment. However, upon seeing her, he felt an inexplicable tightness in his chest, something he had never experienced before. He was astute enough to recognize it as affection. The realization startled him, sending shivers down his spine. For years, he had never felt such a stirring of emotions. Feeling such meant vulnerability, which invited complications. Yet when he looked at Meng Li, he suddenly felt as though these complications were not burdensome at all. However, he was merely indulging in fanciful thoughts, pondering that, given his current status, he might never be able to approach her. While Meng Li lay in a stupor, she vaguely sensed someone drawing near. Before she could fully awaken, a warm liquid dripped into her mouth, sweet with an odd aftertaste. Soon after, she felt significantly better, her furrowed brow relaxing, and her sleeping visage returning to tranquility. The young man exhaled in relief, sensing someone approaching. He quickly slipped out through the open window. That moment, Meng Li awoke, feeling substantially improved. Before long, the commotion around her grew louder. Nearby stood the school nurse and a physician from the Protection Association, Marshal Hua. Please do not worry. She is merely undergoing a second differentiation. The disturbance in her spiritual energy is the cause of her condition. Our preliminary assessment indicates she has reached A grade, the highest level currently at the academy. A promising development. A grade. Hua Linyuan's lips twitched, yet he could not muster any joy. Has the head of the Shui family been summoned? I have matters to discuss with her. The academy leaders wiped their brows, hastily assuring him. Certainly. Given the severity of the situation, we have ensured all necessary notifications have been made. How could we possibly be unaware? They could never have guessed that Meng Li's current guardian was Marshal Hua. Had they known earlier, would they have allowed Shui Lian to act so brazenly? Hua Linyuan remained silent, tenderly adjusting Meng Li's blanket, his expression warm, a stark contrast to his usual icy demeanor. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Rumor had it that Hua Linyuan, akin to a towering iceberg, was cold-hearted, indifferent to the advances of even the most noble and enchanting females. Moreover, he had publicly expressed his desire for a lifelong bond with his future wife. Could it be that Meng Li was the one he wished to serve as his partner? They felt as though they had stumbled upon a secret they ought not to know. The members of the Protection Association pretended to maintain their composure, feigning disinterest. Marshal Hua, if there is nothing else, we shall take our leave. Remember that a month later, you need to bring Lady Meng Li back to the Protection Association for a re-examination to confirm the differentiation results. He responded with a grunt, assuring her, I will handle it with caution. Indeed, Marshal Hua's demeanor was truly indifferent, yet his concern for his future wife was equally genuine. Thus, they tactfully withdrew, granting him and his future spouse a moment of solitude. Before them lay a pristine expanse of white, the air tinged with the scent of disinfectant. Suddenly, she found herself, tormented by the cold, clinging to Hua Linyuan's arm. His gentle warmth seeped through his thin shirt to her skin, instantly awakening her senses, prompting her to awkwardly release her grip. To her embarrassment, she had clung to Hua Linyuan like an octopus that hadn't there been others present just moments ago. Had she been too presumptuous? Had she shown Hua Linyuan a lack of respect? What's wrong? Are you cold? Hua Linyuan's gaze was calm yet tender, and the warmth of his concern made Meng Li forget her previous awkwardness. Yes, Hua Linyuan was now her guardian. Akin to a father figure, surely a little closeness was permissible. Meng Li mused silently that it is somewhat chilly. Upon hearing this, Hua Linyuan removed his coat and draped it over her shoulders in her drowsy state. Meng Li recalled the shadow that had once been by her side when she was alone. It seemed he had fed her something then, after which she had felt better. Although her self-healing abilities were formidable, they did not apply during the awakening of her mental powers, where attempting to use healing would only exacerbate the situation. So, who had saved her? Perhaps it was Hua Linyuan. Yet her intuition vehemently rejected the conclusion. It couldn't have been him. What was she thinking? Meng Li suddenly recalled the trouble she had caused and cautiously asked, Did I bring you trouble? I'm sorry, but that wasn't my intention because, in Hua Linyuan's presence, she hesitated to voice her thoughts. Hua Linyuan gently brushed her hair aside, reassuring her it's all right. The Academy's mentors will not stand idly by. You needn't carry any burden, and no matter what Meng Li had done, in his eyes, she was utterly adorable and easily forgiven. To his surprise, Hua Linyuan's perception of her was so lenient that Meng Li excitedly threw herself into his embrace. Thank you, Uncle Hua. This address carried a hint of mischief, rendering it quite intimate. However, to Hua Linyuan, It held a different connotation, making it difficult for him not to ponder further. Why do you call me that? He did not push her away from his embrace. Heaven knew how challenging it was to maintain his calm facade. Moreover, he was quite curious about the underlying reason for her playful tone. I don't know. You remind me of an uncle who helped me when I was little. I find it endearing. Is that not permissible? Chapter 14. Tugging, she looked up at him with a charming tilt of her head. Here it came again, that innocent gaze launching an assault on his resolve. Who could possibly refuse such eyes? Ling Yuan, lacking in fortitude, found himself ensnared, his throat tightening as he conceded, Of course, you may call me whatever you wish. He found it peculiar that upon seeing her, he was beset with thoughts that felt quite disrespectful. Thoughts of her resembling a small animal, adorably cute, and an uncontrollable urge to stroke her hair. As he did so, he discovered that not only was Meng Li's hair soft, but her disposition was gentle as well, that he felt no resentment. The various emotions that had recently troubled him were soothed. Regarding the term uncle, he felt no aversion to 39 years of age. While still considered youthful in the context of humanity's extended lifespans, he was undoubtedly an elder compared to Meng Li. What did it matter if she called him uncle? It merely served as a testament to their closeness, a sentiment he and Meng Li shared. Meng Li pondered the concealed weapon and retrieved it from her pocket, presenting it to Ling Yuan with a questioning expression. Uncle Hua, do you know what this is? Ling Yuan took it, and upon a brief glance, alarm bells rang in his mind. Where did you acquire this? Meng Li blinked, seizing the opportunity to elaborate that I defeated Shui Lian, who, unwilling to accept defeat, attempted to ambush me when I was off guard, and nearly succeeded. That as she spoke, she nestled back into Ling Yuan's embrace. Ling Yuan's brow furrowed, gripping the weapon with such intensity, it seemed he might crush it. How audacious of the Shui family daughter to brazenly employ a concealed weapon. There must surely be a hidden hand supporting her. The situation was far more serious than he had imagined. Indeed, the academy was not a safe place. Since this is classified as Grade A, the academy will make an exception for you. You won't need to stay in the dormitory anymore, and some classes may not be necessary for you to attend. How does that sound? Meng Li considered it, but ultimately declined. Never mind, I don't want to be the subject of envy or gossip. Thank you, Uncle Hua. Her sincere gaze met his, and Ling Yuan felt a bead of sweat form in his palm. He sighed, knowing Meng Li would refuse his offer. Quickly, he operated his light brain and, after a moment, informed Meng Li, All right, that I've purchased a modest apartment near the academy. While somewhat simple, it will suffice for your daily commute to school. If you have any objections, please let me know. Meng Li was taken aback. She was well aware of how expensive properties near the academy were. She had not anticipated Ling Yuan would so easily acquire one for her. Even a bathroom-sized apartment would be exorbitantly priced. Uncle Hua, isn't this a bit extravagant? Ling Yuan anticipated her response. School is already quite arduous. As your guardian, if I cannot dissuade you, I might as well provide some convenience for your education. It's merely a basic necessity. Do not overthink it. This is nothing for me. Meng Li nodded obediently. It was her own oversight to forget that Ling Yuan was a marshal. Purchasing an apartment was trivial for him. Nevertheless, she felt a mix of surprise and gratitude. The patriarch of the Shui family had already arrived at the academy. She realized this was no simple matter. Some unexpected situation must have arisen. However, as she reviewed Meng Li's profile on the way, she found her to be utterly unremarkable. A girl of humble origins with a tragic background, lacking any significant presence in the academy. How could such a person possibly pose a threat to Shui Lian? With a sharp snap, the patriarch of the Shui family closed the dossier, disdain blooming in her heart. That it was better that Meng Li remained undisclosed. Now that she had been summoned, it was imperative to make an example of her to solidify her status. Ignoring the greetings from the academy leaders along the way, she strode directly to the living room, which was empty. Where is everyone? Hasn't the guardian of the other party arrived yet? Did you summon me here to witness the folly of Shui Lian or my own? The patriarch of the Shui family crossed her arms, exuding the unique air of a long-time authority figure, which elicited distaste from those present. Please rest well. Ling Yuan offered her a glass of water and rose. Meng Li tugged on his sleeve and asked, Where are you going? Ling Yuan replied, Do not worry. I am going to meet the patriarch of the Shui family. Meng Li's heart clenched. She feared it was her fault that Ling Yuan was being summoned, and thus insisted, I want to go with you, Yes, she spoke. She struggled to rise from the bed, but he admitted to himself that he could not resist the urge to control Mengli. Moreover, this was indeed for her own good. Even if nothing was amiss, such an innocent female would surely be frightened in that moment. Could there still be room for regret? Therefore, if he had to be firm, then so be it. At least Mengli would not be harmed. He completely forgot Mengli's formidable capabilities demonstrated when facing a giant python. But they seem to have summoned me, and I merely fainted without sustaining any injuries. That acceptable. She endeavored to appear compliant and understanding. Yet it seemed that at this moment, Huoling Yuan's heart was as unyielding as stone, wholly unmoved by her pleas, which frustrated her immensely. After rejecting her, Huoling Yuan offered little more than an apology, clearly dismissing her earnestness that if you continue like this, I will accuse you of abusing females. Mengli resorted to her trump card. She was reluctant to threaten him in such a manner, but her desire to accompany him was overwhelming. Huoling Yuan sighed in exasperation, a blend of helplessness and affection. Even if you report me for abuse, I will not relent. What a stubborn man, Mengli thought, sulking that it was then that Huoling Yuan bore the unmistakable air of an imperial marshal. His authority palpable, impervious to any challenge. Mengli watched his retreating figure. Once she confirmed he had truly walked away, she took a deep breath, swiftly rolled out of bed, removed the medical bandages wrapped around her head, put on her shoes, and exited the infirmary. She felt no discomfort. In fact, she felt surprisingly light. What did Huoling Yuan think of her? Was she truly so fragile? Why should he prevent her from seeing others? She was determined to go. Upon her arrival, chaos had already erupted, instigated by the patriarch of the Shui family. Chapter 15. Confrontation. The Academy's leadership did not agree with her statements, but refrained from arguing, opting to subtly suggest, in truth, this incident was instigated by Shui Yin. Everyone witnessed it. That if you still harbor doubts, we possess surveillance footage and videos recorded on students' phones. Should you remain skeptical, we can summon 2 students for a confrontation. That would leave no room for error. The patriarch of the Shui family was nearly fuming with rage. She had not come here to listen to such remarks. Frankly, she did not care what Mengli was like. As she grew increasingly agitated, preparing to exert pressure once more, a faint gasp escaped the lips of the Academy's leader. Mengli, you have arrived. Mengli nodded in acknowledgement. Coincidentally, Shui Yin appeared just behind her, her face contorted in a scowl, as if she were ready to annihilate 100 souls. That it was only upon seeing her mother that her expression softened slightly. So Shui has also come. Perfect timing. Please recount the events for our collective understanding. Reluctantly, Shui Yin stepped forward, confronted by her mother's reproachful glare, laced with disdain. She flinched as if pricked by some unseen thorn, now hesitant to approach. Come here, commanded the head of the Shui family. And only then did she cautiously inch closer, her eyes betraying her trepidation. Mengli observed closely, taking note of her unease and caution. Did this indicate a strained relationship between them? Shui Yin had intended to play her cards cleverly. Yet with evidence and witnesses in abundance, her misdeeds were inescapably clear. She could only grit her teeth and admit to instigating trouble, thus provoking Mengli's rebellious spirit. The sight of Shui Yin's clenched jaw amused Mengli greatly. If her pride soared so high, why engage in such self-destructive behavior? The head of the Shui family had closed her eyes the moment the first accusation was uttered. How could she have spawned such a foolish daughter? One of the most precious females in their entire lineage. And if this was her behavior, no matter how formidable her abilities, she would likely fail to inherit the family legacy. Shui Yin was not oblivious. She discerned the underlying implications in her mother's gaze, intensifying her animosity towards Mengli, as well as towards that foolish male. Had he complied from the outset, she would not have felt provoked enough to strike him, leading to this disgraceful situation. And where is your guardian? Mengli inquired nonchalantly that he will arrive shortly. She replied that the head of the Shui family. This seemed an opportunity to exploit her weakness. She brushed the fur of her coat. Mengli, since it was you who injured my daughter, you should apologize to her. She too has expressed her regret. Demand an apology from her. The head of the Shui family was indeed cunning and malicious. Seeing Mengli's silence only solidified her suspicions. Was she, after all, just a girl without any significant backing? A mere word had rendered her so intimidated. With a few more threats, perhaps she could be coerced into reversing the narrative. Just as she indulged in her delusions, a calm voice shattered her fantasies. For the victim to apologize to the perpetrator. How audacious of you, head of the Shui family. Looking up towards the entrance. The head of the Shui family beheld a man clad in formal attire, standing against the light, the delicate rays illuminating his facial contours with precision. How could she not recognize that face, flawless, often gracing the covers of fashion magazines, a visage that eclipsed all male figures in the entertainment industry, a countenance emblematic of status and power? She felt herself nearly collapse. Even the dullest mind could deduce the reason for his presence here. Mengli's mention of a temporary guardian was no mere excuse. There indeed existed such a person, and crucially, this guardian held an exceptionally unique identity. Please take a seat, Marshal Hua. Though the Academy's leaders had mentally prepared themselves, the reality of his presence left them incredulous. They had presumed it was merely a young female's fanciful admiration for the marshal. Yet here he was, breathing the same air as them. Marshal Hua. They found themselves at a loss for words, unsure how to even position their hands, and momentarily at a loss for the prearranged explanations they had prepared. Marshal Hua, the head of the Shui family, remarked, her tone lacking enthusiasm. Parents naturally prioritize their children's welfare, especially for a student as exceptionally gifted as Shui Lian. It was only human to exhibit protective instincts. Marshal Hua retorted coldly, so, are you implying that school bullying arises from her grievances? Certainly not. Haha, Marshal Hua. You are truly humorous. Hua Linyuan adjusted his tie, loosening it slightly. Mengli held her breath, fearful that Hua Linyuan might unleash his wrath upon everyone present, and in doing so, she would gain notoriety within the academy. Yet she had not anticipated that someone as busy as Uncle Hua would come to the school on her behalf. Speaking of apologies, it reminds me that Mengli is yet to receive one from you. The head of the Shui family, already devoid of words, felt her nails digging into her palms. Internally, she harbored dark thoughts. While Lin Yuan appeared so principled, yet he too was captivated by youthful beauty, even to the extent of intervening for her sake. This notion made her chuckle at the absurdity of the rumors circulating about Hua Marshal's disinterest in women. They ought to witness firsthand what kind of person he truly was. Disinterest in women? Such a notion was utterly erroneous. Marshal Hua, indeed there has been some misunderstanding. The young lady is not unreasonable. However, I believe an apology should be mutual. Hua Linyuan stated firmly, Mengli bears no responsibility and holds no obligation to apologize. Therefore, I believe you have misspoken. Head of the Shui family, that he showed not an ounce of willingness to compromise, that in the eyes of the head of the Shui family, his reputation further deteriorated. When it came to this matter, Hua Linyuan felt an abundance of conviction and anger. Upon reviewing past records, he discovered that Mengli had consistently been bullied within the academy, not only ignored but also deprived of basic treatment. This was clearly unjust that he soon learned that Shui Lian had taken a disliking to her from the very beginning, orchestrating a group to torment her. After that, the other students, intimidated by Shui Lian's dominance, chose to turn a blind eye. Astonishingly, none of the mentors seemed to notice, and not a single classmate dared to report the incidents. Hua Linyuan's expression grew increasingly grim. He could not fathom the hardships Mengli endured before encountering him. With a resounding thud, he slammed the documents onto the table. Everyone, please review the evidence. Chapter 16. A humiliating defeat. A seemingly innocuous statement sent a chill down the spine of the head of the Shui family. She glanced at the table, and in an instant, she recognized her daughter's silhouette. The other figure was unmistakable. It was Mengli, who now had backing. Mengli, belatedly realizing, understood that he was avenging her. That in truth, Shui Lian had merely hurled a few insults at her, and aside from sweeping her belongings to the ground, had not gone to any extreme lengths to at the very least, compared to those whom Shui Lian had bullied. She considered herself fortunate. The head of the Shui family and the academy leaders found themselves compelled to examine the visual evidence laid before them under Hua Linyuan's unwavering gaze. Each scene of Shui Lian's arrogance played out like a slideshow before their eyes. Mengli marveled at the advancements in technology. It was convenient that they could view evidence without crowding into the monitoring room. As the head of the Shui family continued to watch, her complexion grew increasingly ashen. Shui Lian, as a student, had no right to review this material and could only clutch at her skirt, anxiously awaiting feedback from the leaders and her mother. Not only Mengli, but also other classmates, many females among them. If it were not for Mengli's courageous stand, countless others might have fallen victim to Shui Lian's malice. The apprehension among their classmates to report the incidents was likely due to Shuai Yin's affluent background. Lin Yuan's words dripped with scorn, devoid of mercy. Dean, please elucidate that Meng Li's heart raced. She was exhilarated, having never expected to witness Lin Yuan displaying such formidable prowess. The dean's expression was grave as he repeatedly scrutinized the pile of evidence, his brow furrowed. Prior to Lin Yuan's arrival, he had perceived this as a mere student altercation that if he were to concede, would he not be admitting to his neglect and dereliction of duty in managing the academy? Indeed, we have been aware of Shuai Yin's behavior. We have merely awaited an opportune moment to expose it. It was simply that we lacked sufficient evidence in the past, and it would have been an inconvenience to trouble the ever-busy head of the Shuai family with matters pertaining to our academy. Previously, the title of head of the Shuai family had signified respect. Now, it had devolved into mere mockery. Both mother and daughter could no longer remain composed. Shuai Yin, uncertain of what they had seen, was convinced that any relevant evidence had been thoroughly erased by her, leaving her to wonder what had emerged now. Surely, they sought to extort her. With Marshall's backing, dealing with Shuai Yin would not prove challenging. The dean pressed his lips together. Shuai Yin, please take a seat and refrain from becoming agitated. We believe you to be merely youthful and impulsive in your reactions toward your classmates, but everyone matures. We cannot allow you to continue in such a volatile manner. I trust your mother would agree. This statement was already quite generous, refraining from overtly labeling her as a bully. Had she been male, she would have long since faced expulsion, for even the mightiest of backgrounds could not shield her from the authority of someone more powerful. The head of the Shuai family remained silent, her demeanor as frigid as ice. The sky had fallen at this moment. Shuai Yin finally grasped the gravity of her situation, shaking her mother's arm in a frenzy, her face a mask of fear. She had no inkling of the punishment she would face. Would she be confined to the restroom like those other classmates, or perhaps stripped of her status as an exemplary student? She could neither fathom nor wish to know. Such suffering was beyond her endurance. Mother, help me. I do not wish to be punished, as she pondered. Tears began to roll down her cheeks, each drop resembling a pearl, dampening her delicate visage and rendering her pitifully vulnerable. Mother, I beg you, save your daughter. The head of the Shuai family, exasperated, shrugged off her grasp. What are you panicking for? The dean has yet to speak, and you are already weeping as if the world has ended. Do try to exhibit some fortitude. Shuai Yin felt as though she were on the brink of collapse. She thought of Meng Li and, with tears streaming down her face, directly approached her, pleading, please, persuade Marshall not to punish me. Meng Li was taken aback, her mouth agape as if she could fit an egg inside. This girl was surprisingly fragile. A mere scare had her in tears, which starkly contrasted with her merciless demeanor when she had previously schemed against herself. After a moment's contemplation, Meng Li reassured her, do not worry. You shall not face severe punishment. Seeing his daughter in such distress, the head of the Shuai family felt nothing but embarrassment, since Shuai Yin had acknowledged her mistake. A lighter punishment would suffice. A month of cleaning public restrooms. Just as Shuai Yin's tears had begun to dry, they flowed again. She slumped to the ground, unable to believe that she would face such a punishment. No, she was a noble female. How could she be reduced to such menial labor? To Meng Li, this was a rather lenient punishment, yet Shuai Yin continued to weep uncontrollably. She could not comprehend that, for her, this was a significant loss of face. Better to die than to endure such humiliation. Lin Yuan leaned in and asked her softly, is this how it will be? Observing her pitiable state, Meng Li nodded. Yes, let it be so, that I believe she will learn her lesson. She now understood that treating Shuai Yin this way would tarnish her own reputation, and she would no longer have the opportunity to bully others in the future. The Marshall and the future S-class female held identities far more valuable than that of the Shuai mother-daughter duo. They were not blind to this fact. The dean, rubbing his hands together with a sycophantic smile, inquired, so, an apology? Meng Li took a deep breath. This whole affair had spiraled out of control. She had never intended for it to escalate this far. Never mind, Shuai Yin had already learned her lesson, and Meng Li had witnessed her sincerity. So an apology was unnecessary. She turned her head and whispered to Lin Yuan, I feel a bit dizzy. Instantly, Lin Yuan, who had intended to pursue the matter further, abandoned all thoughts of it and supported her out of the office. Upon reaching the vehicle, Meng Li, bewildered, asked, where are we going? But I remember I have classes this afternoon. Mengli regretted having told that lie. Although Hu Linyuan respected her, he was unyielding when it came to her health and offered her no opportunity for rebuttal. The starship sped through the cosmos. The two fell into silence for a while until Hu Linyuan took a deep breath and admonished her. Do not engage in such dangerous activities again. Chapter 17. Jealousy. Mengli had expected him to reprimand her, which she thought was entirely reasonable. Wasn't that what guardians did? To her surprise, Hu Linyuan had held back for so long only to utter this gentle admonition, which struck her as exceedingly endearing. She placed her hand over his and smiled, revealing two shallow dimples. Please do not be upset. I am fine, and do not blame yourself. Hu Linyuan felt a slight flush creep to his ears. I mean it, I simply wish for you to prioritize your happiness while also taking care of your health. His words were laced with profound concern, as though she had sustained grave injuries. Mengli nodded in agreement. I will be careful. Thank you, Uncle Hua. Though the overly intimate address often caused Hu Linyuan's heart to race, the thought that Mengli would continue to call him that in the future brought an involuntary smile to his lips. Others described him as cold and unapproachable, yet little did they know he harbored a softer side. Unbeknownst to him, he had spoken quite a bit more due to Mengli, who seemed to find a charm in his chatter that would have annoyed most. Hu Linyuan lowered his lashes, concealing his thoughts that no need to thank me. His tone was somewhat stiff, but Mengli remained oblivious, raising 3 fingers and flashing that dizzyingly sweet smile that it's all right, Uncle Hua, as long as it's you speaking. I will listen. You are different from others. Yes, I understand. His palms began to sweat lightly, the culprit clearly being the girl before him. Seizing the moment when he appeared flustered, Mengli clasped his hand, intertwining their fingers. From that point on, neither spoke another word, yet the air between them crackled with unspoken feelings, as if they were on the verge of breaking through an invisible barrier. Senior Chung, you are home too? Mengli exclaimed with delight, suddenly breaking free from Hu Linyuan's embrace to stand before Chung Mo. Previously, Chung Mo had emphasized his lack of time, and Mengli had merely thought it a fortunate coincidence. Seeing her safe and sound, Chung Mo let out a long sigh of relief and gently embraced her. That I'm so glad you're all right. Otherwise, I would have felt guilty for a lifetime. Mengli puzzled. Why? I merely fainted. Did someone say something to you? After carefully examining her, confirming that she bore no more evident injuries, Chung Mo relaxed and took her hand, leading her towards the dining room. I've prepared a medicinal soup for you. Drinking it will be beneficial for your health. Mengli glanced at Hu Linyuan. Without her needing to say a word, he instinctively followed her. Yes, she observed Chung Mo's gentle demeanor while serving her soup. She recalled the coldness radiating from Hu Linyuan, prompting her to tentatively ask, Thank you, Senior Chung. What kind of medicinal soup is this? Chung Mo smiled. This is a delicately crafted soup made from rare mushrooms and exquisite fowl. Enriched with numerous nourishing herbs that I tasted it. It's quite sweet. Mengli gazed at the soup before her. Its clear and vibrant color, coupled with its enticing aroma, made her truly hungry. She patted her stomach. Uncle Hua is worried about me and has been exhausted. May I share a bit with him? Chung Mo cast a glance at Hu Linyuan, who loomed like a giant stone, then at the painstakingly prepared soup. He had initially hoped to see Mengli finish every drop, but now, with the future matriarch's request, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Certainly. Hu Linyuan was unreserved in front of Chung Mo, but still attempted to appear modest. Liar, you can manage it alone. Perceiving his protective intent, Mengli could only pout that all right that I in over 30 years of his life. Chung Mo had never felt as stifled by jealousy as he did now, and he couldn't help but speculate what had transpired between Hu Linyuan and Mengli during those few hours at the academy that had suddenly transformed their relationship into something so intimate. Something he could not temporarily reach, that he despised how slowly he was climbing the social ladder. Given Hu Linyuan's achievements and status, he felt he had neither the means nor the right to openly express his discontent. In the future, it would be even more challenging to stand out among a host of strong males that if this continued, Mengli would surely forget him and abandon him, that in an instant. Chung Mo's thoughts spiraled. While he struggled to maintain a refined demeanor before Mengli, he also pondered how he could enhance her impression of him. Mengli, however, remained blissfully unaware of the subtle competition between the two men. Happily consuming the warm golden soup, her expression one of sheer satisfaction, reminiscent of a kitten with a fish. This is delicious. Hearing her exclamation, Chung Mo's anxious heart finally eased that Mengli's palate was more sensitive than most. Something he had observed previously, which explained her ability to create dishes that dazzled everyone. To be candid, he wanted to taste those exquisite dishes again, but allowing a female in the kitchen was already a transgression. Suggesting Mengli return to the kitchen was out of the question, that he prided himself on his culinary skills, having hired a top-notch chef to teach him this particular soup. When he mentioned Mengli's culinary talent, the chef had scoffed at the notion of any culinary genius emerging from Tianhe Star after so many years, claiming he was extraordinarily gifted, yet still fell short of producing satisfactory dishes. Cheng Mo yearned to witness the capabilities of this delicate female in the kitchen, yet knowing the hardships involved, he refrained from bringing it up. Unbeknownst to him, amidst the chaos of thoughts, Mengli had finished the soup, not leaving a single drop behind. That I'm done. Mengli blinked. Senior Cheng, you're amazing. You possess such culinary skill. Had I known, I wouldn't have tried to show off in front of you. Cheng Mo smiled lightly, his expression warm and inviting. It's nothing. It seems your hand is injured. Huolin Yuan shot a cold glance at Cheng Mo's bandaged wound. That I in this day and age, male wounds healed rapidly. Getting injured while cooking hardly warranted such extensive bandaging. One might think he had broken a bone. Chapter 18. On the news as expected, Mengli tenderly cradled his hand. Did you hurt this while cooking? It's all right. May I take a look? Mengli focused intently on his hand, her brow knitted in concern. Realizing she intended to use her healing abilities, Huolin Yuan knew that it would drain Mengli's energy. How could she endure such exertion, so soon after her differentiation? Though he had initially planned to ignore it, Huolin Yuan found himself unable to refrain. Liar, this is a minor injury for a male. Recalling her promise to Huolin Yuan, Mengli hesitated. Then may I at least take a look? If it's just a glance, that should be fine. Thus, Cheng Mo unwound part of the bandage, revealing several conspicuous wounds, clearly knife cuts and some burns from hot oil, upon observing Meng Li's furrowed brows. Cheng Mo's inner desire for victory was immensely satisfied that he had heard from others that little females were easily swayed, prone to compassion. Initially skeptical, he became a believer when he witnessed it firsthand. In the end, Mengli could no longer restrain herself. Seizing a moment when Huolin Yuan was distracted, she bestowed a modicum of healing energy upon Cheng Mo's wound. Just this small amount of healing energy was sufficient to expedite the recovery of numerous wounds, both large and small. Huolin Yuan watched in disbelief, casting a reproachful glance at Cheng Mo. How could there be such a foolish female? A rugged male suffers a minor injury, and she feels distressed. What infuriates him further is that all of this male's frailty is but an act, unable to withstand the slightest scrutiny. His heart stirred with ripples. Cheng Mo initially intended to elicit sympathy, yet Mengli treated him with genuine kindness, filling him with guilt for wasting her spiritual energy. Fearing Huolin Yuan's wrath, Mengli hastily interjected, I only used a tiny bit. I felt not a hint of discomfort. So please, do not take it out on Senior Cheng. He truly is injured. With her words, even Huolin Yuan's anger was subdued. Regardless of the gravity of the situation, it paled in comparison to Meng Li's happiness. As long as you are content, he conceded. Although Cheng Mo had indeed overstepped, he warned him not to do so in Meng Li's presence. Upon confirming that Huolin Yuan was genuinely not upset with her, Meng Li joyfully embraced him, exclaiming, I knew Uncle Huo was the best. Cheng Mo, observing his wound's recovery and his own slender, delicate hands, felt overshadowed by Huolin Yuan. Would it gone awry that Meng Li seemed to consider Huolin Yuan's opinions on every matter? Meng Li, however, took it in stride, deeming it inconsequential that I end the kitchen. She toiled with beads of sweat adorning her brow, prompting Cheng Mo to promptly hand her a cloth to wipe her perspiration. Just as she set the last pot of fish on the table, the doorbell rang. She peeked to see Huolin Yuan pressing the button. That I'll go answer the door. Who could possibly be visiting but Chu Xu? Upon realizing that the one opening the door was not Meng Li, but rather his friend Huolin Yuan, he felt a twinge of disappointment, though it was expected. Before even stepping inside, he was greeted by the mouth-watering aroma wafting from the kitchen, causing his eyes to widen as he turned to the two males inside. You let her cook again like this? Don't you know it's easy for her to get hurt? Chu Xun did not immediately regard the beautifully prepared dishes on the table, instead inquiring about Meng Li's health. Meng Li apologized, assuring him, I am fine. Perhaps I am just fortunate that Chu Xun deduced a conclusion unlike that of the two males. There was a damaged area within Meng Li's spiritual energy. Initially, he was nearly alarmed during his examination, but discovered that the wound was mended by a thin layer of blood membrane, seemingly not the handiwork of Cheng Mo or Hua Lingyuan. Who could it be? And why would they do such a thing? He had no intention of revealing this to Meng Li just yet, unsure whether Hua Lingyuan and Cheng Mo were aware. He suspected they were, in fact, well aware. Thus, the three men each harbored their own secrets, while Meng Li remained blissfully ignorant. Content with the harmonious atmosphere they shared soon, the three men were too preoccupied with their meal to concern themselves with any rivalry. Fearing they would lose out if they lagged behind and missed out on the exquisite dishes, these culinary delights, had the two not witnessed Meng Li create them with their own eyes, they would never have believed such a feat could be accomplished by one person in just an hour and a half. Hua Lingyuan, unaware that Meng Li possessed culinary skills, could not fathom why the other two appeared so eager until he took his first bite. The fish was tender and flavorful, melting in his mouth, while even the simplest tofu burst with flavor, filling the air with a delightful aroma. They had never tasted such easily palatable ingredients, far surpassing the flavor of nutritional supplements and fast food. All of this was lovingly prepared by Meng Li's own hands. What ordinary male could ever hope for such treatment? Upholding the principle of savoring each bite, Hua Lingyuan began the slowest, but ultimately found himself discreetly hastening his pace. Nearly half of the dishes landing in his bowl, much to the dissatisfaction of the other two, that Meng Li could only chuckle at the scene. With a serious expression, Hua Lingyuan asserted, "No, you may teach us. But I advise against you doing it yourself afterward." Here we go again. Meng Li felt they were being rather rigid about it. Love did not necessitate such measures to prove its authenticity. Chu Shiyuan, however, countered at a crucial moment. "It's all right, Lear. Whatever you wish to do, I will support you. That if you enjoy cooking, I will have someone craft specialized intelligent light armor for you to prevent injury, accompanied by 6 servants to assist you. Thus, you shall not tire yourself." After their meal, Meng Li was ushered onto the sofa to rest, a large translucent holographic screen serving as a display. Intrigued, she tentatively activated the news section. To her astonishment, the moment the screen lit up, she was greeted by a familiar face. Her own, that we interviewed passengers aboard that starship. They all affirmed the esteemed female is indeed a culinary expert. Yes, I was there. I can attest to its authenticity. Moreover, she is exceptionally gentle. In my 50 years of life, I have never encountered such a calm and stable female. Following this, regardless of what was said on the screen, Meng Li could no longer hear it. The accolades for her character and demeanor heaped upon her, all directed at none other than herself. She was utterly bewildered. How could such a trivial matter make the news? Feeling inexplicably embarrassed, she promptly switched off the television, soon dismissing the incident from her mind. However, the 3 men within the room were far from unconcerned. Compared to Meng Li, their sources of information were far more reliable. In truth, Meng Li's appearance in the news was not solely due to her culinary talents. It stemmed from the video of her intervening in Shui Lian's bullying of a young man going viral. Now, aside from the Shui family, everyone else was reveling in Shui Lian's misfortune, fanning the flames of gossip. Upon learning that the video had spread widely across the star net, the head of the Shui family was nearly driven mad. Years of reputation hung by a thread, as the conduct of a female reflected the family's standing. Should their daughter behave poorly, the family's reputation would undoubtedly suffer. Understanding this, the usually composed matriarch could not help but lose her temper. Of course, as the head of the household, she could not openly display her emotions. She merely spent money to have the related information removed. However, she had no authority to demand the deletion of something that had already made the news. And the public outcry, rather than subsiding, only intensified. Hua Lingyuan, acting swiftly behind the scenes, found he did not even need to bribe anyone. A throng of people followed Meng Li, showering her with extravagant praise. Their words as flamboyant as could be. Logically, they should have been pleased that their future mate was capable and beloved, yet the 3 men found little joy in it, for it meant an influx of rivals. Meng Li remained blissfully unaware of these developments. That evening, her holographic device received a friend request. Gazing at the unfamiliar avatar and name, Meng Li could not recall when she had befriended such a person. Perhaps a classmate? Following the incident, her standing amongst her peers had risen significantly, with many seizing the opportunity to add her contact information, most of whom were males that a few friendly females seemed to harbor intentions of friendship as well. Without a second thought, she accepted the request. Most classmates merely exchange pleasantries before fading into the background. After reading for a while, she noticed the new classmate had messaged her. Glancing at the message, Mengli set down her book, feeling concerned that I was a classmate that day. After a moment, I'm fine. Thank you for your concern that I am in the hospital. Just then, a hand snatched the phone from his grasp. With a hand like that, when do you expect to be discharged? A young man, bearing an uncanny resemblance to the boy, stood by the bedside. Fidel, if you keep this up, we won't even be able to pay rent. Looking at him helplessly, Ross returned the phone. That I can't do anything about you, but I know your thoughts. You like her, but we have no chance with her, especially with her guardian behind her. Do you know what status her guardian holds? How many years would we need to toil without food or drink to catch up to her? Fidel glared at his brother. You understand nothing. Ross raised his hands in surrender. Yes, I know nothing. But I understand our circumstances, and who we are. It is crucial to have self-awareness. What good is it if you manage to secure her contact information after all your efforts? She still looks down on you. He inwardly scoffed at his brother's naivety and foolishness, that if that female ever discovered he lived in such conditions, she would surely disdain him, while he foolishly clung to hope. I advise you not to waste your holographic battery on this. Electricity costs money too. Fidel's gaze lingered on the phone screen, unwilling to relinquish it. No, brother. You don't understand. Once you see her in person, you will be captivated by her beauty. Moreover, her character is so noble. It was she who offended Shuai Lian to save me that day. Shuai Lian is a figure of considerable power and influence, yet one cannot help but wonder whether she will eventually fall victim to persecution. Upon hearing these words, Ross scoffed disdainfully. Persecution. These females have always been motivated by self-interest. Their act of saving you is merely a means to garner attention and acclaim in front of others. If that were the case, why was she previously so obscure? Upon closer reflection, it seems that only after saving you did she gain the opportunity for fame. That moment, another message arrived on his phone. That's good. That I was quite worried about you that day. Ever since I fainted, I haven't had the chance to check on you. In his eyes, such messages were nothing more than a display of vanity from a female. Seeking to bask in the admiration and reverence of males, he had completely seen through her. Before his brother's incident, he had already sensed something amiss. His heart raced, pounding as if it were about to leap from his chest. Later, he received news of his brother being bullied, having his sternum broken. By the time he was admitted to the hospital, he was already spitting blood, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Had he not clung to life, he might have perished on the spot. That if not for Meng Li's timely intervention, it is likely that Shuai Lian would have trampled him to death, while she would merely need to switch schools to resolve the matter. The life of a male seemed so utterly worthless. From that moment on, Ross's impression of females soured even further. His brother, much like his former self, remained naively innocent that he could not fathom how two twins, born on the same day, could differ so drastically in thought. Upon reading the lengthy message, Ross let out a sardonic laugh. Chapter 20. Luxurious Fantasies. Hypocrisy. Ross continued, Don't blame me for not warning you. Once you take her seriously, they will unhesitatingly abandon you in search of a new male. This cycle persists, as countless fools have been toyed with, and I am a living testament to this. Before Ross dropped out of school, he encountered a woman who claimed to embrace him, stating that she would accept him regardless of how he changed. Yet, when he decided to open his heart to her, she swiftly discarded him, seeking a new love, flaunting her affection before his eyes. From that point onward, Ross resolved to lock away his heart, convinced that there was not a single worthy female in this world. Even if there were, they could never withstand the allure of novelty. That he often lamented how he and his brother, both blessed with natural beauty, were constantly pursued, yet no female was willing to genuinely shelter them. Which female would not abandon them upon learning of their circumstances? None. With this thought, Ross steadied his wavering heart. Initially, when he saw the message from Meng Li, he felt somewhat disoriented, but he quickly admonished himself to dismiss such notions. Give me the light, brain. His typically obedient brother did not comply. No, brother. Forgive my candor, but I believe Miss Meng Li is entirely different from that frivolous female. She is polite, and did you see the news? She even cooks for her male, a quality that sets her apart from countless others. Even if you don't harbor feelings for her, you cannot deny what a remarkable female she is. It was precisely because of this that he dreamed of becoming Meng Li's partner. No. This is the most extravagant fantasy. More realistically, he only wished to know Meng Li, to become her friend. Such an arrangement would be the greatest fortune for him. He did not fail to understand his brother's hysteria. The two siblings sometimes shared a mental connection, even experiencing mutual emotions. Yet, Feta could not comprehend why his brother could not sense his joy and instead felt the opposite. Meng Li was now the dream lover of the entire Tianhe Star. Countless males were clamoring for a chance to know her. His brother would never understand this. Clinging to such a morbid thought, Feta held the light brain, gazing at the final message from Meng Li. I'm tired. Going to sleep now. Good night to you too, that a simple statement. Yet it compelled Feta to read it repeatedly, even wishing to dream of Meng Li in his sleep, that if being bullied were the only way to connect with her. Then he would gladly endure to the point of death if it meant seeing her. Seeing his brother fall into the throes of love, Ross suddenly recalled the female he had encountered by the river that day. His expression darkening, that in truth, he could understand his brother, even as someone who had suffered emotional wounds. The sight of that woman, bare and frolicking in the water without a care, had caught him off guard. Instinctively, he had surged forward, lurking by the riverbank, waiting for the right moment. When the opportunity arose, he had swept her away. She had appeared flustered, fragile, yet possessed a rare strength akin to that of a plant. A gift seldom seen among females that moment. He had panicked but quickly regained his composure and led her away. Fueled by his hatred for females, he had resorted to a rather brutal approach. Little did he know that she was being watched by another. Just as he was cursing under his breath, Ross lamented that fate appeared to conspire against him. Was it not enough to desire a female of his own, even in such circumstances? Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. A female of such beauty was likely to have wandered in by mistake. Still, he was tenacious and unwilling to relinquish such a desirable female, thus engaging in a struggle with the man who secretly guarded her. To his utter dismay, that female had even intervened to assist the male. This infuriated him. In the entire galaxy, females typically did not involve themselves in male conflicts unless they were concerned for the male's well-being. Hence the brevity of their skirmish, that a female's hasty intervention was, in fact, a symbol of favoritism. Recalling all he had endured, coupled with his injuries, Ross felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Had he been following the news, he would have recognized Meng Li as the very female he had fought over, and the formidable male beside her would be Huolin Yuan. Moreover, there had been other males present at the scene that day, making her even more sought after than Ross had imagined. Suddenly, an odd thought crossed his mind, igniting a fierce competitive spirit within him. You claim Meng Li is beautiful. I do not share that sentiment. On that day, I encountered a truly stunning female within my territory that I had intended to claim her as our wife, only to discover she had company. Feta did not believe him at all. I refused to accept that. Brother, your taste has always been lacking. The female you left behind was unremarkable, yet you love her to the point of obsession. Ross, embarrassed and furious, retorted, nonsense. That was because she was my first love, naturally evoking a purer sentiment. His foolish brother not only disregarded his words, but also smugly questioned his judgment point one day. He would see for himself how breathtaking the enchanting Miss Meng Li truly was. The one who had ensnared his brother's heart. Meng Li reclined on the sofa, stretching languidly. Though Feta was somewhat brooding and dull, he was overall quite charming, especially in his cautious demeanor, which often sparked mischievous thoughts in Meng Li's mind. Huolin Yuan approached. It's late. I suggest you retire for the night, Li Er. Meng Li replied, all right. Uncle Hua should also get some rest. She glanced at her light brain. Uncle Hua, may I ask you a question? Huolin Yuan nodded, of course. Speak freely. Meng Li inquired, what about that classmate who was beaten? How is he faring? Huolin Yuan was taken aback by her question and replied, he is well. He is currently in the hospital. This was his subtle manipulation. Indeed, no matter how much he tried to conceal it from Meng Li, she had noticed the bullied classmate, and it seemed that the boy had completely captured her attention. Chapter 21. What is to be given to her? This was certainly not enough to provoke his sense of crisis. However, the boy, after this incident, would undoubtedly seek ways to get closer to Meng Li, and that would become a troublesome matter. Moreover, if he were a male of noble status, it would be understandable, but this male, named Feta, was notorious for his difficult personality that if he were to become infatuated with Meng Li, she would certainly face complications. That it was worth noting that Meng Li had originally saved him out of kindness. If she were to be entangled, he suppressed his unsettling thoughts. Meng Li, sensing his hesitation, inquired with concern, "What is it? Is something amiss?" Chu Xiaoyuan reassured her, "It's nothing." That male remained silent during the beating and did not retaliate, indicating he has likely faced similar circumstances before. Hence, he learned to be wise and awaited assistance. "So you need not worry." Upon hearing this, Meng Li felt a surge of sympathy. This was her first exposure to the plight of lower-class males. Their lives were so different from her own. In comparison, her previous hardships seemed trivial. Before Chu Xiaoyuan could finish his thought, Meng Li's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "Really?" Chu Xiaoyuan sensed that things were not going well. Sure enough, the next moment, she clapped her hands. "Perfect! I have a day off tomorrow and will be going to school. I'll have the chance to meet him." Meng Li was confident. "That won't be a problem, that my feelings for classmate Fada are entirely innocent. I merely wish to check on his recovery, that don't be anxious," that Chu Xiaoyuan sighed. Meng Li's heart remained so kind. They believed she would not develop feelings for that male, but could an inexperienced male truly resist her charm? Meng Li Xin remarked that she had already awakened her mental power, and with her previous abilities, was it still insufficient for self-defense? Why was she always so tense? In truth, her A-grade mental power had already attracted many males, regardless of their status, with several wealthy and influential ones extending olive branches to her. However, they were still no match for Huo Linyuan and Chu Shuyuan, so they decided to temporarily keep this information under wraps. Waiting for Meng Li to grow to a point where she no longer needed their protection, at that time, the news would naturally spread, and she could cast them aside at her convenience. With such selfish thoughts, the two of them tacitly agreed to collectively sever any communication from the eager males who had thrown out their olive branches, ensuring that they could not reach Meng Li for the time being. Fide stated this plainly. Without a moment's hesitation, Ross rejected him. Locking eyes with Fide's furious gaze, he articulated each word. "My brother, you are truly pitifully foolish that it was also his fault for not having made it clear to Fide just how terrifying females could be, which had led to such delusions." Fide fell silent. Ross understood his brother's stubborn nature and could only attempt to persuade him from another angle. "If you leave the hospital now, you may not die. But you will certainly be left crippled in that case. The females who already look down on you will disdain you even more. You should think more about yourself and not lose sight of who you are." Fide felt that his brother became exceedingly extreme whenever the topic of females arose. How could that be? Even if all females were capable of causing harm, he had an instinct that Meng Li would never harm him. On the contrary, she was likely the one who would shield him from any danger. His valiant heroine, observing the enamored expression on his brother's face, reminiscent of his own past deceptions, Ross felt a wave of apprehension. This guy was likely to tread the same path he had. Yet he quickly adjusted his thoughts. So be it. If he chose to follow his old path, then should that girl named Meng Li dare to betray his brother, he would sacrifice his life to avenge him, that he had had enough of this unjust world. Under the weight of his brother's complex gaze, Fide joyfully hugged his pillow, burying his head within it, and sweetly declared, "I want to document our conversations and frame them in a beautiful picture frame, so I won't forget." Ross had never seen a male so infatuated with love. However, reflecting on his own past desires to do the same, albeit restrained by pride, now his brother was so open about his feelings that he muttered, "Aren't you afraid of scaring her away?" "Oh, I also need to memorize today's chat content," Fide continued, oblivious, watching his excited brother and the unprecedented sparkle in his eyes. Ross swallowed his concerns. Fine, as long as he was happy. Ross felt an ominous premonition. What was wrong? He forced a radiant smile while tightly gripping the sheet beneath him, feeling somewhat anxious that he truly adored Meng Li, dreaming of nothing more than to see her smile at him. Gifts were customary, but among ordinary classmates, there was no need for such formality. Ross had long seen through his brother's intentions in a way. Fide had anticipated his brother's refusal, yet he could not simply relent. "Why, Ross," frustrated, retorted, "why do you even ask? Just look at you now. Do you still resemble a normal male? Without the funds for hospitalization, there are other expenses to consider. If you buy her a gift, what will you do for yourself? Die." Hearing his brother's reprimand, Fide remained unfazed as long as Meng Li was not insulted. He was indifferent. Chapter 22. The photo. Money could always be earned again. "Brother, but if I don't give her a gift, She might think I am impolite, and I cannot allow that to happen. Fide asserted firmly, it's merely a gift. If you cannot afford it, how can you expect to engage with her? Ross feigned strength, yet he had no means to change his brother's mind. Fine, but you must promise me, no overspending. Fide's eyes narrowed with delight. Okay, thank you, brother. You are very understanding. Ross knew that warnings were futile, and no matter how accommodating he was, it was still his brother's responsibility. The money was his own earnings, and he could not help him much, indeed, even though Fide was a student. After Ross had been abandoned and suffered mental distress, the money he earned was barely enough for medical treatment, let alone contributing to household expenses. Thus, Fide worked simultaneously as a student and underground fighter to earn money. This was precisely why Ross understood the weight behind Fide's seemingly light remarks. With current injuries, what opportunities did he have to return to the ring? Was that girl truly worth it? Ross felt a flicker of curiosity, yet it vanished as quickly as it arose. Never mind. His brother would learn to be more prudent after facing some hardships. Until then, any advice he offered would be in vain. Meanwhile, Meng Li was peacefully sleeping in her meticulously arranged room. Hua Linyuan calmly organized everything. The robots could attend to Meng Li's daily needs, and the indoor surveillance allowed him to monitor her activities at any time. Chu Shiyuan, however, felt a tinge of frustration. He regretted that the mission had come at such an inopportune time, yet the urgency of the situation left no room for emotional indulgence. The three of them sat in the living room, having spent the night without sleep. The next morning, when Meng Li saw them all seated in the living room, she wondered what had happened. Breakfast was ready, Lear. It's on the table. A bee-shaped miniature robot buzzed around her, emitting a reminder, resembling a real bee. Meng Li finally realized, since her arrival, whenever Hua Linyuan was present, she had never witnessed the home's intelligent machines at work. What was different today? As she pondered this, she began her breakfast. Hua Linyuan stood beside her and reported, Lear, Chu Shiyuan and I have received an urgent temporary mission, so we cannot accompany you for the next few days. Everything will be managed by these intelligent robots. Do you mind? His tone was cautious, as he was deeply concerned about Meng Li's reaction. Meng Li set down her breakfast and exclaimed, Why so suddenly? Not only Hua Linyuan, but Chu Shiyuan and the others were also intently observing Meng Li, eager not to miss any subtle change in her expression. Meng Li felt as though she could hardly swallow her breakfast, having shared living and dining experiences with them for so long. She had grown accustomed to their presence. Suddenly being told that she might not see them for several days felt rather strange. Will you miss us? Chu Shiyuan was the first to speak. Without hesitation, Meng Li replied, Of course, I will definitely miss you. Even the breakfast dumplings lost their appeal. When will you set off? She wanted to know so she could spend a bit more time with them. Cheng Mo and Chu Shun exchanged satisfied glances. This was the response they had hoped for. Hua Linyuan maintained his stoic demeanor, even remarking, If you don't hurry, breakfast will get cold. Meng Li leaned closer and fixed her gaze on him. Uncle Hua, I miss you. Don't you miss me? Hua Linyuan reached out to stroke the ends of her hair. Of course I miss you. However, he was more restrained than the other two. Meng Li adored his composed demeanor and teased. Then can you promise me one thing? If you do, I will eat breakfast right now without any delay. Standing so close, Hua Linyuan could catch a faint whiff of the strawberry milk fragrance emanating from her. A soothing scent that was utterly captivating. Watching their intimate interaction, Cheng Mo and Chu Shun gritted their teeth. Why was it that, despite Chu Shun arriving last, he was now the one receiving the most attention? What had he done, this concealed seducer? What was the condition? Fortunately, Hua Linyuan was famed for his self-restraint, so even though this little tease stirred his heart, he would not let it show. This left Meng Li feeling slightly defeated. Was she really so lacking in charm? Or did Hua Linyuan merely view her as a sister? I'll give Uncle Hua a photo of me, so you won't forget me. The moment she said this, Hua Linyuan felt the piercing gazes of the other two bore into him like arrows, yet he remained unfazed. All that occupied his mind was Meng Li's earlier statement. What should he do? He was on the verge of losing control. Over the past few days, Meng Li had discovered the advantages of technology. Without any need for physical photo paper, any image could be stored and viewed at any time by uploading it to a holographic brain. Inspired by this, Meng Li had a sudden idea. Males could not refuse the requests of females, could they? She doubted that Hua Linyuan could view her photo daily without developing some interest, extending her hands. She presented a photo depicting a young girl in her bedroom, smiling sweetly at the camera, her round eyes reminiscent of a kitten. Lin Yuan swiftly scanned the photo without revealing any emotion and promptly stored it away carefully. Chu Shiyuan's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. After traveling all day yesterday, he was outdone by this smooth-talking fool, Lin Yuan. He had always been one to pursue what he desired, and he directly expressed his grievance. "Don't I deserve one too? Or are you withholding it from me?" Mengli replied, "Of course you do." She never failed in her endeavors, even in such trivial matters. Yet she also belatedly realized that giving a photo to someone felt overly forward. Too ambiguous, and no need for that. "I have taken a picture myself to show you that if you don't mind, I shall keep it with me." Mengli blinked, revealing a hint of confusion. When was this taken? How could she not know? A photograph was presented before her, and to her astonishment, it depicted Mengli just after waking from a nap on the sofa, her eyes still heavy with sleep, hair tousled, looking even cuter than Lin Yuan's picture. The previously composed Mengli's cheeks flushed instantly, that is not permissible. Observing her shyness was a delight for Chu Shiyuan, who had a penchant for mischief. Lin Yuan interjected, cautioning, "Do not overstep. Remember to apologize to her later." Cheng Mo, who had not participated in the earlier conversation, chimed in, "Marshal Hua is correct. This is disrespectful to her." Chapter 23. Companionship. Chu Shiyuan was well aware of the sentiments between these two individuals, choosing to remain silent about it. However, he felt that Lin Yuan occupied too much space in Mengli's heart, which seemed somewhat unfair. Yet, one could not quantify the space someone holds in another's heart as fairness or unfairness. Thus, the three men reluctantly bid her farewell, yet still sought ways to linger a little longer in her presence to that moment. Chu Shiyuan received a phone call. Frowning, he quietly apologized to Mengli before rising to take it. Curiously, Mengli inquired, "Who is calling him?" Cheng Mo, while removing the shell of a spiritual crab, brought it to Mengli's lips and replied, "It's nothing. However, it pertains to your upcoming schedule." Mengli had merely asked out of curiosity, but she was taken aback to learn it was related to her, to me. She pointed to herself. Lin Yuan nodded affirmatively. "Yes, that I in the blink of an eye." Cheng Mo had already prepared a plate of crab meat, and the remaining fruits were cut and peeled into manageable pieces, filling Mengli's cheeks to the brim, almost too full to contain. "Why?" Cheng Mo cleared his throat and explained. "Liar, that person is Chu Shiyuan's nephew. Due to his parents' job relocation, he will soon be coming here to attend school and is currently worried about accommodation. Thus he thought to accompany you not worry or feel uncomfortable, as he will reside in a room at the far end on the right side of the floor below. There will be no chance of encountering you." Mengli hastily waved her hands. She had previously felt the house was too large for just herself, and now that someone was coming, she could hardly consider it an intrusion. "I want to feel disturbed. There are many rooms upstairs. If he doesn't mind, he can stay on the same floor as me." After all, there were more than 10 rooms on that floor. And as long as they kept their distance, there would be no issue of offense. Lin Yuan and Cheng Mo merely smiled in silence. The young man was robust and notably handsome, despite his aloof demeanor. It was likely that young women would be drawn to him. They dared not take risks. Hence, while it was suggested they share accommodation, they surmised that one being in a senior year and the other in a junior year would likely result in little interaction. Mengli was unaware of their convoluted thoughts. To her, he was simply a potential companion. Then, she noticed Chu Shiyuan approaching with a miniature projector. The projected image revealed a strikingly handsome youth with rosy lips, pearly teeth, fair skin, and sleek black hair, exuding a refreshing aura. Upon seeing him, Mengli was momentarily taken aback. That it wasn't that she had developed a crush, but the boy's youthful freshness was indeed captivating. Chu Shiyuan, however, felt a twinge of annoyance that he thought to himself that this lad had already attracted many admirers at his previous school solely based on his looks. Now, even Mengli, who was accustomed to the boldness of various handsome males, seemed momentarily entranced. "This is Miss Mengli?" Chu Ying, upon seeing Mengli, felt she differed from his expectations. That Chu Shiyuan remarked, "How rude. Have you forgotten the etiquette I taught you?" While Chu Ying appeared upright when he moved. An air of nonchalance enveloped him, making it difficult for others to maintain direct eye contact while simultaneously feeling drawn to steal glances. Mengli's expression was familiar to Chu Ying, even in a scenario with few females. He was accustomed to being pursued. Thus, even though he appreciated Meng Li's appearance, he did not regard her as significant. That it seemed that this brave and exceptional female could not escape the common pitfalls of attraction. Before he could speak, Meng Li smiled brightly and said, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Chu classmate." Chu Ying was momentarily dazzled by her radiant smile. Meng Li's beauty, combined with her smile, softened her previously aloof demeanor. He understood why Chu Shiyuan, a man with choices, would be enamored with her. However, that understanding did not equate to affection. Chu Ying bowed his head slightly and replied, "I am also pleased to meet you, Meng Li classmate." Meng Li continued, "I heard you were coming, and I have had your room cleaned. Since you were coming from afar, I took the liberty of moving your original room to the same floor as mine. But please rest assured, our rooms are quite far apart." Upon hearing this, Chu Ying's preconceived notions were slightly altered. However, he grew wary, suspecting she might be attempting to flirt with him. The reason he decided to transfer schools was due to the excessive attention from females. Would Miss Meng Li be infatuated with him at first sight? His uncle hadn't mentioned any sudden changes. It was no wonder Chu Ying was so self-assured. This was commonplace for him. Chu Shun, observing his nephew, felt the need to clarify. "Miss Meng Li is being considerate by not having you stay downstairs. Otherwise, according to your parents' original intentions, you would have been boarding." Chu Ying pouted, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossing his face. He would rather endure the rigors of boarding school than be harassed by females. Moreover, his uncle seemed to be under some spell, constantly wary of him, and he had no intention of developing feelings for Miss Meng Li. Indeed, she was beautiful and gentle, a rare find among females, but that did not guarantee his affection. Moreover, he was aware that his uncle's steady and composed friend, Marshal Hua, had also broken his principles for her. Noticing the tension between the uncle and nephew, Meng Li interjected, "I do not wish to impose on young Master Chu. It ultimately depends on his decision." How ungrateful that Chu Xun could not be bothered to reprimand his nephew in front of Meng Li. He knew that despite appearing obedient, Chu Ying was anything but. The more Chu Xun tried to rein him in, the less likely he was to relent. Still pretending that Chu Ying thought to himself that once he settled in, he would find excuses to move out, distancing himself from Meng Li for a few days to extinguish her hopes. Why then, who would still want to push him toward Meng Li? Chu Ying believed his plan was flawless. Chu Shiyuan sighed, observing his irresponsible and carefree nephew. "Don't mind him. That's just how he is," Chu Shiyuan said. Meng Li chuckled softly. He was indeed a rather carefree individual. However, she found his countenance quite appealing and was willing to afford him a bit of grace, even if he had initially shown her no respect. Chung Mo frowned slightly. "Marshal Chu, are you certain young Master Chu can accompany Liar to school?" His instincts warned him that the youth did not seem particularly kind, and this decision appeared rather hasty. Furthermore, young men of such status typically had a haughty disposition, which might not bode well for Meng Li's comfort. Well, if the situation arose, there would still be a backup plan. Chapter 24. Seeking revenge. He will arrive this afternoon, so you can head to the academy first. You should encounter him by evening. Females often lack companionship. Although Chu Ying may seem frivolous, he possesses a remarkable talent for cooking and caring for others, which explains his multitude of admirers. Meng Li nodded obediently. Before Hua Linyuan departed, she called out, "Uncle Hua." Hua Linyuan paused, responding in a deep voice. Meanwhile, Cheng Mo and Chu Xun seethed with jealousy. Did I ask their way on Tianhe Star to quickly enhance a male's charm and allure? We also wish to. After receiving permission, Meng Li was instantly embraced by the two men, inhaling the faint scent of their garments as she closed her eyes. The feeling of having family around was delightful. She was reluctant to part with them, every glance revealing her reluctance. "You should set off quickly. Don't be late." After bidding them farewell, Meng Li boarded the starship to the academy. To her surprise, everyone who saw her in the academy gaped in astonishment, their heads turning in unison towards her, an uncanny display. Meng Li had yet to comprehend that she had become a figure of notoriety throughout Tianhe Star, including among all the students at the academy. Regardless of her academic performance, her level of spiritual power being at A was sufficient for her to navigate the academy with ease. Had it been another female, she would have likely become haughty and dismissive by now. Yet Meng Li was an anomaly. Of course, the attention was merely hypothetical. With the announcement of her spiritual power level, it symbolized that she would be well protected, and any male with the audacity to approach her disrespectfully, including addressing her by name without permission or initiating conversation, would find themselves crossing the boundaries of rudeness. Thus, despite Mengli's amiable demeanor, the males who admired her dared not approach her recklessly. They could only gaze from a distance. Upon seeing Mengli smile at them, they clutched their hearts and staggered backward. "Oh my," she smiled at me. "Does she remember my face? Surely, this must be a dream." She is simply kind-hearted and smiles at everyone. You are not the most special one, so do not indulge in self-deception. Everyone marvels at Mengli's approachability. However, at that moment, a discordant voice emerged. What worth does an individual below S rank possess? Do you recall those few young ladies from prestigious families? They all exceed S rank and come from esteemed lineages. Why do you not admire them instead? Yet soon enough, that jarring voice was drowned out. Those young ladies are who they are. But who are you to speak on their behalf? Do you not realize how impolite that is? Indeed. Do you dare incite conflict? Stirring emotions, be cautious, or we might report you to the instructors. Mengli entered the classroom, and even during the lecture, many gathered around her, observing her as if she were a rare giant panda in a zoo. Although Mengli had a good temperament, it was not so generous as to allow unfamiliar classmates to whisper and draw near. Unconsciously exuding an aura of pressure, she managed to silence the crowd that in an instant, the exchanged glances among the onlookers conveyed the unspoken thoughts. Mengli truly deserves her A-rank status and above. The tranquility of her life was shattered, and Mengli began to long for her previous days when her actions did not attract the attention of onlookers. Those individuals bore no malice, yet she felt powerless to intimidate them with her mental pressure. Finally, as the class concluded, Mengli passed by the back gate of the school, and from a thicket, she heard a pained cry. Her heightened senses immediately discerned the situation. A whiff of blood mingled with an imperceptible scent of impending danger. It emanated from a narrow alley. Initially, she had no intention of meddling, as brawls were common within the academy. The last incident involving her and Xuelian was addressed only because both were females. Among males, even a fatality would merely result in a warning, as wealth and influence could resolve matters. Thus, an exceptional male must also possess fighting prowess, and altercations rarely escalated beyond minor scuffles. However, the sound of heavy, solid impacts soon compelled Mengli to halt. The noise was loud enough for her to hear clearly. It seemed someone was being grievously beaten. She bit her lip, grappling with the decision to report the incident, believing that at the very least, it might prevent a death. Yet, would the academy even take action? Such reports could sometimes breed resentment from both parties involved. Ultimately, she resolved to conceal her presence and observe for a moment longer, assessing the severity of the situation before deciding whether to report it. With a swift motion, she stepped through the academy's back gate and into the shadows of the alley, where she discovered a group engaged in a fierce brawl. No, more accurately, it was a premeditated act of revenge. Mengli surmised this, as they were outnumbering one individual. The slender youth appeared remarkably strong and resilient, holding his ground even against the onslaught from such a distance. Everything was somewhat indistinct, yet she could still discern that he possessed a commendable appearance and a commendable demeanor, leading Mengli to unilaterally assume he was the one being bullied, silently hoping he could overcome his assailants. What had this youth done to provoke such animosity? Mengli clicked her tongue, considering this a noteworthy skill in itself. After a while, the young man began to show signs of fatigue but still managed to hold his own. It appeared he did not require her assistance, that at most, she would report the incident to the instructor later. Just as Mengli prepared to leave quietly, she saw one of the males step back from the group, brandishing a syringe. The needle glimmered menacingly as the man lunged towards the immobilized youth. Chapter 25. A conspiracy. The youth spotted the needle aimed at him, but alas, he was too overwhelmed to react. The individuals surrounding him were not much lower in rank, preventing him from exerting any mental pressure against them. Trapped, his frustration was palpable. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Mengli knew it was too late to alert the instructor. Without hesitation, she dashed into the alley, using the sturdy vines that sprouted from her hands to ensnare the man's arm. Regrettably, her intervention was a moment too late. The syringe plunged deep into the youth's flesh, the liquid swiftly entering his system, that he let out a muffled groan and forcefully kicked the assailant away. It was evident he intended to expel the substance from his body, but that was impossible. If it had been ingested, he could have induced vomiting, but now he had no recourse. Once the injection was administered, the attackers seemed to have achieved their goal, slowly advancing toward the fallen youth. Meng Li's heart raced with alarm. Disregarding the risk of being discovered, she thickened the vines, lifting the assailants high into the air. Only then did they sluggishly realize Meng Li's presence, but as she released her aura of pressure, they became utterly immobilized, allowing her to approach and assist the youth. This was no mere brawl. Meng Li had initially intended to persuade, but upon hearing those words, she instantly fell silent. Fortunately, the driver was aware of the circumstances. Otherwise, forcibly sending him to the hospital might have provoked a strong aversion from Chu Ying, leading to a serious calamity. So, he hadn't visited the hospital since that incident. The driver replied. After that, he has had a resident doctor taking care of him. Ah yes, the wealthy often do things this way. Having never experienced affluence myself, I couldn't possibly fathom it. Chapter 26. Loss of control within the estate. The servants carefully carried Chu Ying into the room prepared for him. No one had anticipated such an unexpected situation, and everyone promptly contacted General Chu for guidance. Chu Shiyuan was presumably on a mission, hence he could not be reached. The servants could only make a call to summon the resident doctor to come over. As they gazed at Chu Ying, who lay half-conscious on the bed, anxiety gripped them. Meng Li could not bear to witness such a scene, so she tentatively suggested, perhaps I could try to alleviate Chu Ying's symptoms. After all, it's been quite a while, and waiting idly is not ideal. Meng Li sought to soothe their worries, assuring them, rest assured, even if I fail, I will ensure my own safety, as for whether I can cure him. I shall do my utmost. Just then, Chu Ying, who had been thrashing about due to the effects of the medication, suddenly went still. A gasp of shock filled the room as everyone rushed to shake his arm. But he remained unresponsive. After a few seconds, when Chu Ying lifted his head again, his eyes were a chaotic crimson. He abruptly shoved away the servant who was assessing his condition, causing the servant to stumble back in fright and flee. Meng Li sensed that something was amiss, and the servants were equally alarmed. They, having more experience, recognized this as a precursor to a male's imminent loss of control, judging by the perilous atmosphere that pervaded the air. Chu Ying's likelihood of losing control was alarmingly high, perhaps reaching 78%. Indeed, the next moment, amidst a shroud of dark mist, Chu Ying's form visibly enlarged at an astonishing rate, swiftly transforming into a magnificent and imposing leopard. The servants, trembling with fear, shielded Meng Li behind them, their voices quivering with terror. Quick, we must escape. Young Master Chu has lost control. Meng Li, however, gazed at the towering leopard with no trace of fear in her heart. She met its blood-red eyes with a calming gaze. The servants. This was sheer recklessness. Miss Meng Li, we must leave this place at once. We have no choice but to summon someone to confine the uncontrollable male. Meng Li inquired curiously. Confine him? Why? He hasn't done anything wrong. The servant hastily explained. Even if he has committed no wrong, an uncontrollable male loses all rationality. Without the calming presence of a female, he must be confined until he regains his senses. How unfortunate, Meng Li mused. Are you saying that if he never regains his senses, he will remain imprisoned for life? The servant pondered for a moment before responding. Well, not necessarily, if a female is willing to vouch for him. He need not remain imprisoned until death. Thus, once a male loses control, all destinies lie firmly in the hands of a female, with no means of escape. But if we do not leave now, we risk being torn apart by this leopard. Miss Meng Li, we must swiftly seek refuge. A bold decision began to take root in Meng Li's heart. You all go ahead, I shall stay behind to soothe young Master Chu. Chu Ying would not wish to be betrayed, and if he were imprisoned as a result, Chu Shiyuan, his uncle, would undoubtedly suffer as well. With her mental fortitude rated as an A, she believed she could manage to soothe an S-class male. The servants gazed at her with tearful eyes, desperate. Miss Meng Li, you must not. Moreover, they had witnessed her kindness over the past few days. How could they bear to let her endanger herself? Alas, their pleas fell upon deaf ears. As Meng Li's resolve remained unshaken. Can you bear to let young Master Chu lose control like this? Meanwhile, the agitated leopard, unable to find a target to attack, vented its fury upon the unfortunate furniture within the room. Even the intelligent robots suffered, smashed to pieces, twitching lifelessly on the ground. sparks flying until they ceased to move, ultimately crushed under the massive leopard's paw. Mengli, unwilling to waste time arguing, pushed the servants behind the door, disregarding their cries, and locked it shut. Now, she was alone in the room with this beast. Aside from the floor beneath her feet, every piece of furniture had been reduced to splinters, strewn about as if obliterated. Who would have thought that Chu Ying, who appeared so delicate and refined, had the essence of such a fierce and temperamental leopard? Mengli felt a twinge of anxiety. She took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling. Confronted with a ferocious leopard, she was, to be frank, terrified. Yet, inexplicably, despite her fear, she felt a greater trust in her abilities, confident that Chu Ying would not harm her. Deep down, she held on to the belief that he had not completely lost control. Outside, the servants quickly recovered from their shock and began to pound on the door, crying out, "Miss Mengli, please open the door." Mengli could not hear them. Miraculously, when the leopard's gaze met hers, her inner turmoil subsided for a brief moment. Although it did not eliminate the source of her anxiety, it significantly quelled the tumultuous feelings within her. It seemed that her calming presence had indeed communicated something to the leopard, granting her the opportunity to push the others outside and lock the door behind them. Fortunately, the leopard raised its paw, and Mengli's heart raced. Even if it did not intend to harm her, fear still gripped her. "Be obedient. Lower your paw." The leopard's paw hovered in midair, its eyes reflecting a hint of what could only be described as a wounded innocence. It had wreaked havoc upon the room, yet here it was, displaying such a guileless expression. Mengli found it both exasperating and somewhat endearing. The leopard appeared flustered, and Mengli reiterated her command, "Lower your paw," and crouched down. Why should it obey her? Chu Ying's remaining shred of rationality thought, but this notion was quickly dismissed as he promptly complied, lowering his paw and obediently crouching down as instructed. The servants outside continued to wail, and after a while, they noticed that the interior had fallen silent. Trembling with trepidation, they pressed against the door to catch any sounds, but the soundproofing was too effective. They could discern nothing. Inside, Mengli cautiously approached the seemingly clumsy leopard. Captivated by its stunning fur, the next moment, the leopard suddenly sprang up, pinning her down onto the floor. Chapter 27. Successful, soothing, startled. Mengli feared she might be torn apart in an instant. Even with her abilities, she doubted she could withstand the onslaught of a beast in a state of frenzy. Fortunately, she discerned no trace of anger in the leopard's gaze. Rather, it was filled with curiosity and a sense of closeness. As if its eyes could contain only her. Unable to help herself, Mengli reached out to stroke its head and ears. Strangely, this instinctive act elicited waves of warmth from her palm. For her, this warmth was not only harmless but seemed to nourish her spirit, calming the restlessness within her. That moment, Mengli was unaware that this was what was known as spiritual soothing. She simply felt that this interaction not only calmed the leopard's emotions, but also infused her with a mysterious power. Like a spring of vitality nurturing her heart, in no time, the once volatile leopard had completely settled down, lying obediently on the ground and even rolling onto its back, exposing its patterned belly. Mengli's heart leaped with joy at the sight, and she reached out to place her hand on its belly. To her surprise, the leopard's paw swiftly blocked her attempt, clearly refusing to allow her to touch its belly. However, after some persistence on her part, it bashfully moved its large paw aside, watching with shy eyes as Mengli's hand glided over its belly. A delightful sensation coursed through its spine, and it let out a long, contented sound, continuing to roll around. Much to the alarm of the servants waiting outside, they heard no further commotion from within and were about to muster the courage to enter and investigate when they suddenly heard the beastly voice of Chu Ying, causing them to hesitate and recoil in fear, imagining the gruesome scene of Mengli being disemboweled. A few servants were so distressed by this thought that they were on the verge of tears. "Miss Mengli went in to save us, but she hasn't come out yet. What should we do? Should we open the door?" "Open it. Miss Mengli has risked herself for our sake. How can we abandon her?" "Have we informed General Chu?" "Of course, but as we mentioned earlier, he is on a mission and cannot be reached. It will be at least a day before he can respond." "Is there no chance of a quicker response?" "None at all." Just as the servants were in a state of frantic anxiety, Mengli continued to stroke the leopard within, gradually absorbing the negative energy it emitted. The leopard's form began to shrink. ultimately reducing to the size of an ordinary plush toy, nestled comfortably in Meng Li's embrace, its eyes blissfully closed as if resting upon the softest cushion. Yet it still craved more. The essence surrounding Meng Li is most potent at her neck, prompting an instinctive urge to draw closer and take a deep breath. The playful caress of her fur tickles Meng Li, eliciting a soft, melodic laugh from her lips. "You are quite the mischievous one," she remarks. The flower leopard, hearing her playful teasing, becomes even more jubilant, engaging in a delightful frolic with her, reminiscent of the first encounter with General Chu. During that initial meeting, when General Chu had lost control, she had similarly sought to soothe him, never anticipating that she would find herself in such a role again. That it dawns upon her that perhaps this is what is meant by soothing. At that moment, a servant boldly pushes open the heavy door, revealing this captivating scene. Their first thought is, Miss Meng Li is unharmed. They rush forward in a flurry, exclaiming, "It is truly wonderful that you are safe, Miss Meng Li." The servants quickly notice the obedient little flower leopard cradled in her arms, their eyes widening in astonishment, their speech faltering. That young Master Chu Ying. Meng Li replies, "Oh, young Master Chu Ying has a remarkably gentle temperament. Look, with just a little reassurance, he calms down that he poses no threat to us. In fact, I believe he might protect us in the future. Therefore, I urge you not to harbor too much prejudice against him. This incident, while not trivial, is not overly severe, so please do not make things difficult for him." The group stands there, their expressions akin to having been struck by lightning. What does it mean to soothe him with just a little comfort? Could this be the extraordinary power of an A-level psychic? Truly, it is terrifying. They had witnessed young Master Chu Ying losing control, his instability reaching an alarming 80%. How could mere reassurance suffice to restore calm? Moreover, as a noble female, she does not recoil from the male's beastly form, but instead, she soothes him, a feat no ordinary female on this planet would dare to attempt. Indeed, there have been instances where a male's loss of control led to immediate and lethal consequences for the frightened female. All of this is simply too fantastical. Butler Wang adjusted his slipping glasses and, striving to maintain composure, instructed the servants to clear the aftermath. "All right, everyone, stop dawdling. Hurry and tidy up this mess, and then protect Miss Meng Li." The servants, no longer idle, quickly began to collect the remnants of the chaotic scene, leaving only an empty shell behind. Although the butler was too frightened to look directly at the flower leopard in Meng Li's embrace, he still suggested, "Esteemed Miss Meng Li, it would be wise to place this little flower leopard in a secure location for its own protection." While framed as a suggestion for protection, it stemmed from a concern for Meng Li's safety, given the impending isolation. However, the usually gentle Miss Meng Li firmly declined his proposal. "That I apologize, but the crisis has been averted, and this little leopard is quite well behaved. It enjoys my company immensely. Should I leave its side, it becomes anxious and whimpers, unable to be apart from me. So, I ask for your understanding." Butler Wang gazed at the fiercely protective little leopard before him, grappling with disbelief that this creature could indeed be the same one Meng Li spoke of. Yielding to Meng Li's wishes, he cautioned her on a few matters before allowing her to proceed. Meng Li playfully poked at its ear, finding it increasingly adorable. Reflecting on Chu Ying's family, a wave of nostalgia washed over her. They doted on Chu Ying. She wondered how they would react to this situation. Before long, a physician summoned from outside arrived. Upon hearing that Meng Li had single-handedly soothed a raging beast, the physician could hardly believe it. For a millennium, there had been no reports of a female capable of calming a male in such a state of frenzy. It seemed utterly preposterous. "Greetings, are you Miss Meng Li? Might I kindly request to examine the little leopard?" Not only the physician, but also the accompanying team found the situation hard to fathom. They brought an array of sophisticated instruments intended to assess young Master Chu Ying's condition upon entering the estate. The medical team was struck by the overwhelming scent of male aggression. According to their estimates and the servants' accounts, the enraged male could easily tear apart a tree large enough for 3 people to embrace. And if it were a particularly ferocious beast, its claws could slice through iron with ease. Thankfully, the estate servants had personally assured them that the male had been calmed, and their primary task was to examine the health of the little leopard and investigate the substance within the syringe that had triggered such a loss of control. Meng Li settled in the room, freshly arranged by the servants. As she observed the comfortably drowsy little leopard, her hands itched to touch it. Having emerged from danger, the little leopardess adorableness had skyrocketed. Its big, glistening black eyes filled with innocence, making it nearly irresistible to reach out and feel its soft fur. Alas, she could only indulge in visual delight. Although Mengli had merely acted out of a desire to help Chu Ying, to others it appeared as though their bond was inextricably forged, impossible to sever, in just 2 short hours. This had become a habit for them. Mengli gazed at her fingers glistening with the little leopard's saliva, letting out a resigned sigh. Moreover, the little leopard exhibited a fiercely possessive nature, forbidding anyone from approaching Mengli, even to speak. Any attempt to draw near would elicit a baring of teeth and growls. Only when Mengli softly admonished it did it relent. The servants behind her stifled their laughter. It seems to have claimed it's female. I wonder what young Master Chu will think when he awakens. Despite Butler Wang's assurances that no new crises would arise, the physicians approached the second-floor door with trepidation. The physician hesitated outside, peering in before inquiring, "Where is young Master Chu?" Butler Wang led the way, his tone tinged with reluctance. "Young Master Chu is being held by Miss Mengli in her arms. You must enter to see him." The physician closed his eyes, contemplating the potential for the male to lose control at any moment, a wave of despair washing over him. Well, if it is to be, then so be it. Gritting his teeth, he stepped inside and beheld the furry creature nestled in Mengli's embrace, once again doubting his senses. Surely this was the infamous S-rank male, young Master Chu. In an instant his doubts vanished. The sharp, fierce gaze was unmistakably that of a true beast. Typically, a male would only shrink in size and lose the danger of their adult form when feeling utterly at ease, devoid of any threatening elements, an evolutionary trait to please the female. Yet, this was a rarity among females, but Mengli was an exception. Her every action seemed to defy the laws of reality as she confidently cradled the leopard. If memory served, young Master Chu was notorious for his foul temper, infamous across the land. Had it not been for Butler Wang's confirmation, they might have believed this was an impostor. "Hello, physician, did I kindly request your assistance in examining him?" Mengli handed over the syringe she had collected, remnants of the liquid still clinging to its sides. That IT was fortunate that the panicked individuals had fled in such haste, allowing her to find it. The physician, wary of making any mistakes, promptly handed it to his assistant for analysis before attempting to take the leopard from Mengli's arms. To his surprise, the leopard lunged at him, baring its teeth menacingly. The lead physician recoiled in shock. "Never mind, let us postpone the examination." Mengli, deeply concerned for Chu Ying, implored, "Perhaps I could hold him." "Please, you must examine him." The lead physician, also a male, had been captivated by Mengli since seeing her on the news, and thus found himself powerless to resist her plea. "Very well, I shall examine him." Mengli gently grasped Chu Ying's furry paws, coaxing him to reveal his back and abdomen while soothing him like a child. "Be good. It will be over soon." Very quickly, Chu Ying let out a couple of plaintive whines, surprisingly compliant, remaining still. Once the physician completed the basic checks in a flurry of urgency, Chu Ying turned and burrowed back into Mengli's embrace without a moment's hesitation. As if it were a life-giving source of air, Mengli's eyes sparkled with delight. She had always adored small creatures, especially fluffy ones, and Chu Ying's closeness brought her immense joy. Meanwhile, the results from the assistant's analysis of the drug were in, their expressions grave. Mengli, anxious to learn the outcome, asked, "What is it? Is it something serious? Will Chu Ying be affected?" The lead physician nodded solemnly. "This matter is quite severe, involving many aspects. It must be reported." Mengli gazed at the syringe containing the emerald green liquid, her heart sinking as if pierced. "What is this?" "This is a controlled substance designed to induce male arousal, originally used to treat certain ailments, but it has since been abused for illicit purposes. Consequently, it was legislated against and has been absent for over 60 years. I never expected it to resurface now." Without a doubt, Chu Ying had been maliciously injected with this arousal-inducing drug, which had driven him to such a heightened state of frenzy, leading to his rapid loss of control. Mengli murmured, "Who would want to harm him?" The lead physician shook his head. "This falls beyond our jurisdiction." Butler Wang recognized the gravity of the situation. Mengli sighed, her heart aching as she gazed at the little leopard frolicking in her arms. Wang Bo bowed deeply, expressing profound respect. "Miss Mengli, I cannot thank you enough. Without your intervention, the consequences would have been unimaginable. We shall report in detail to General Chu about the events of today. Meng Li quickly waved her hand, saying, "There is no need for such formality, that we are all one family, since you are the general's nephew. You are also my nephew." Chapter 29. Jealousy. Housekeeper Wang Bo revealed an expression of surprise upon hearing this, that it turned out that Meng Li regarded young Master Chu as a nephew. Considering how much the young master currently depended on her, one could only wonder how he would react later. The housekeeper shook his head, feeling a twinge of schadenfreude. Chu had always been proud. Even though females were scarce, he received much admiration, to the point where he would discard anyone who did not meet his desires. That it was indeed a splendid idea for Meng Li to teach him a lesson. The physician concluded, "It is nothing serious. He merely requires rest. That I shall administer an antidote, and combined with Miss Meng Li's soothing presence, he should recover quite well." Upon hearing this, everyone in the manor felt a wave of relief. Meng Li gently stroked the little leopard's head, channeling her energy to calm it once more. "How wonderful, young Master Chu," she cooed. Chewing emitted a rumbling sound from his throat, expressing his comfort. Soon, Wang Bo was informed of the outcome. To prevent it from losing control and harming others again, the little creature would need to be placed in an empty room for the next 2 hours. That it gradually regained consciousness. It would naturally emerge from the room. If it did not, someone would have to go in and check on it. Reluctantly, Meng Li set the little leopard down on the bed, observing its restless movements. "Do not worry. You will see me again soon," she reassured it. The leopard, having received the restorative serum, attempted to leap forward to grasp Meng Li's clothing, desperate for her not to leave. Alas, its eyelids grew heavier, and it nearly fell asleep upon touching the bed. In its hazy vision, the figure of the girl grew more distant. "No, do not go," it thought, clinging to this notion as it slipped into a brief stupor. "Is everything truly all right?" Meng Li sighed. "Very well, then." This moment, Chu Xiaoyuan, having completed his reconnaissance mission, received an urgent call from the manor. Upon realizing it was about the events that had transpired only a few hours prior, he hastily answered, his heart racing at the cries of the servants. "General Chu, young Master Chu has lost control." Chu Xiaoyuan's breath caught in his throat. "And what of Meng Li? Is she in danger?" "Undoubtedly. A female of less than S rank would meet a grim fate under the claws of a beast." Regrettably, those crying out in the message could not transcend time to provide him with answers. Had he foreseen this as a mistaken decision, he would not have been so obstinate. That Chu Xiaoyuan slammed his fist against the panel. Fortunately, there were several lengthy messages left. In his haste, he barely finished the remaining ones before anxiously listening for new updates. The voice messages were intermittent, and to his surprise, some were from professionals. That Chu Xiaoyuan clenched his headphones, his expression darkening. He had merely left for a half-month assignment, and so much had transpired at home. If Meng Li had not been present, it would have been one thing, but this was nothing short of a miracle. Miss Meng Li had successfully calmed a frenzied beast. This was the voice of housekeeper Wang Bo. Imbued with joy and excitement, filled with incredulity, that Chu Xiaoyuan felt similarly. Although he had sensed Meng Li's extraordinary abilities upon their first meeting, the idea that she could pacify a rampaging male without conscious suppression was something he, an experienced general, could hardly believe. How could this be possible? Just imagining such a perilous scene sent chills down his spine. His hands trembled. Outsiders. General Chu appeared tense, yet he remained silent. After listening to the last message, Chu Xiaoyuan let out a long breath, his shirt drenched in cold sweat, clinging to his skin. Thankfully, all his fears had not materialized. However, following this incident, individuals, including those from the Female Protection Association, would need to reassess Meng Li's rank. If it exceeded S rank, given Meng Li's evolutionary pace, they might witness the emergence of one of only 2 S-rank females in the history of Tianhe Star. At that point, the number of males vying for Meng Li's affection would increase exponentially, and even candidates from the royal family might seek to serve her. How could he compete with that? Moreover, after his departure, the concerns he had felt began to manifest, proving true. Tio soothed someone. He had yet to fully enjoy such treatment himself, and that young man had already gotten ahead of him. The memory of Chu Ying's disdainful demeanor before his departure made Chu Xiaoyuan grit his teeth in frustration. Were it not for the fact that Chu Ying was his own nephew, he would have wished to trade lives with him, that he too wished to attend school alongside Meng Li, and more importantly, to be a youthful peer like her. Being young always carried an edge in competition. Next, he accessed the home surveillance, which had captured the moment Chu-Ying lost control and transformed into a leopard. While the servants trembled in fear, Meng Li stood resolute, her dialogue with them crystal clear in Chu Xiaoyuan's ears. His gaze softened, mixed with admiration and concern. How audacious she was to confront an uncontrollable male. Then came the footage of Meng Li patiently calming the leopard. It appeared as though she absorbed some of its negative energy. And soon, the leopard's frenzy was extinguished, transforming from a wild beast into a pet, throwing a tantrum that a pet. The very term seemed inconceivable when applied to Chu-Ying, that unruly young man. Then, Chu Xiaoyuan witnessed the very nephew who had claimed to be disinterested in Meng Li pounce on her, playfully pawing at her abdomen with a childlike expression of innocence. The surveillance ended there, as the next moment, it malfunctioned completely. Chapter 30. Not exclusive. Chu Xiaoyuan's face turned ashen. Indeed, the words of Chu-Ying could not be trusted. His claims of disinterest were likely a ruse. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Chu-Ying awoke on the expansive bed, gazing at his naked form, unable to believe such events had transpired. Moreover, his body had begun to acclimate to Meng Li's scent. Now, when he could not catch a whiff of that familiar aroma, he felt a pang of unease. Looking at the bed, it was the same one Meng Li had carried him into. If a mirror were placed before Chu-Ying, he would see his ears and cheeks flush crimson. To soothe. A young male who had never even held a female's hand now had a wife. The thought of his uncle crossed his mind, and a wave of embarrassment washed over him. Did this mean he was sharing a wife with his uncle? More terrifyingly, upon realizing this fact, he felt no repulsion. Rather, he accepted it quite naturally that he accepted Meng Li as his wife and felt no resistance whatsoever. Such a stark contrast had occurred within a single day. Did this mean that he and Meng Li were indeed mutually enamored? Moreover, compared to his uncle, he was perhaps the more outstanding one. He was still young, yet already an S-rank male. And he would continue to grow. Surely Meng Li would come to value him even more. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Chu-Ying found himself floating with pride. Many males envied him, yet they would never reach his heights. Meng Li was now the dream of all males. And he had plucked this highland flower before anyone else. Outwardly calm, Chu-Ying had already begun to see himself as Meng Li's future husband. With a fiancé backing him, he had no fear of those cowardly males seeking trouble. Before making a move against him, they would do well to consider who stood behind him. Housekeeper Wang Bo was both unsurprised and elated at his awakening. "Young master, you are indeed unharmed. I shall notify Miss Meng Li. She has prepared a nourishing soup for you to restore your strength." The Chu-Ying maintained a facade of calm, while internally elated. Indeed, something must have occurred between them to cause such a significant shift in Meng Li's demeanor. Surely, she must have developed feelings for him, as evidenced by her eagerness to cook for him following their newfound intimacy. To INAC of admirers, having a future wife who was superior to ordinary females and personally cooked for him was an extraordinary feat. If he were to share this, no one would believe it. But what could they do? The truth was undeniable. No, Wang Bo, tell her not to trouble herself. Such menial tasks are not for females, he declared. Striding towards the kitchen, the kitchen. Meng Li stood watch over the pot, tending to the soup. That Chu-Ying was deeply moved. Leaning against the door frame, tears welled in his eyes as so many females had pursued him, all professing their love, yet none had ever done such a thing for him. Cooking for him with her own hands. Meng Li truly adored him. As he mused on this, Meng Li noticed him. "Ah, Chu-Ying, you are awake." Chu-Ying immediately knelt, his tone earnest. "Miss Meng Li, thank you for saving my life, for preventing me from descending into madness. My ability to stand here today is entirely due to your efforts." Meng Li was taken aback. Her. It had merely been a simple act, yet such a grand expression of gratitude was overwhelming. It is nothing. This was not your fault. I simply wished to protect the manor from harm. Females, indeed, had a more tactful nature. Even with their profound closeness, she still downplayed her actions. Chu-Ying continued to apologize, expressing heartfelt remorse. "I sincerely regret my actions while I was inebriated. I must have committed numerous impolite acts. Miss Meng Li, if you are furious, feel free to strike me, scold me, or even lash out at me. Whatever it takes to alleviate your anger, as long as I can still see you." Meng Li smiled and replied, "Is it really that serious?" There's no need for such meticulous consideration between us. We are family now. Chu Ying's heart quivered at her words. Indeed, they had become a family. Meng Li had even anticipated this progression. To her, it was merely a simple statement. Yet Chu Ying felt a rush of shyness, his face turning as red as a ripe shrimp, rendering him oblivious to the opinions of outsiders. Meng Li could only assist him to his feet. Come on, get up. I've said as much. Can you not comprehend? We are family. She believed she had donned a kind and amiable smile, yet Chu Ying's blush only intensified, revealing his bashfulness. Yes, I understand. Thank you, Miss Meng Li. At the dining table, Chu Ying gazed at the soup before him, his appetite piqued. However, he found that the allure of the soup paled in comparison to Meng Li that moment. He comprehended why so many males around him were enamored with her. It seemed as though the heavens had bestowed all the world's beauty upon this girl. She possessed a cascade of luxurious black hair, smooth as the finest silk, cascading gently to her shoulders. And her eyes were as blue as the ocean. When her gaze fell upon someone, it felt as though they were frozen in place, unable to move, himself included, as he dared not meet her eyes. Chu Ying cleared his throat, attempting to feign nonchalance that in truth. Meng Li merely wished for him to drink the soup before him. With a cheerful demeanor, she remarked, "It's fortunate that General Chu's household is blessed with such precious herbs and exquisite poultry. Allowing me to showcase my culinary skills that if you do not mind." Chu Ying could not possibly misinterpret her subtle hint. Hastily lifting a spoon to take a sip, with just one taste, he was utterly captivated. Soon he found himself unable to stop. Having been raised with a frail constitution, his parents had employed top-tier chefs to prepare delectable meals for him, ensuring he consumed even the blandest nutritional liquids. Yet, none of those dishes could compare to the simple soup Meng Li had prepared for him. He could not fathom why such a basic dish could evoke a flavor so profoundly unforgettable. He drained the bowl in an instant. Meng Li, though surprised, felt a surge of joy. Wow, that was quick. Thank you for your enthusiasm. Chapter 31. A misunderstanding gazing into her sparkling eyes, Chu Ying felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had never experienced such shyness before, feeling akin to a bashful young girl. Initially, he held many prejudices against Meng Li, but having interacted with her, he realized she was the most understanding and admirable female he had ever encountered. It was at this moment that he began to sense a looming crisis. Her exceptional qualities would undoubtedly attract a multitude of suitors vying for her affection, but he could not bear the thought of such indignity. Since they had made tangible progress, he estimated that he was still Meng Li's first love, that it was said that females were often forgiving of their first loves, so perhaps if he discreetly dismissed some of her suitors. Even if discovered, it would not be a grave matter. With this thought, Chu Ying gazed at Meng Li with a smitten expression, only to find her frequently lowering her head, seemingly oblivious to his feelings. Was it possible that a female loses interest once she has obtained what she desires? For the first time in his 19 years of life, he questioned his own charm. Meng Li remained blissfully unaware of Chu Ying's misconceptions regarding their relationship. And after finishing her meal, she flashed him a bright smile. Thank you. Having anticipated some friction due to Chu Ying's prickly nature, she was pleasantly surprised by their harmonious interaction, which made her smile all the sweeter. To Chu Ying, this was undoubtedly a source of solace. Thus, he gazed longingly at Meng Li as she entered her room, his heart racing at the thought of residing next door to her. As he tossed and turned in bed, he pondered whether she had fallen asleep yet, and if so, when it might have happened. Feeling warmth flush his cheeks, he remained awake throughout the night. The following morning, Meng Li awoke to find Chu Xiuyuan, weary from travel, standing in the living room. That he was tall and elegant, clearly in need of sleep, with dark circles under his eyes. Yet, rather than appearing haggard, this only added to his mature charm. Standing there, he resembled a finely crafted work of art. Unable to suppress her longing any longer, Meng Li joyfully rushed forward to embrace him, wrapping her arms around his slender waist. Feeling his robust chest rise and fall with each breath, that Chu Xiuyuan missed her dearly as well. Miss Meng Li, you must have missed me terribly. Meng Li nodded vigorously, in matters of the heart. She was never shy to express her feelings. That I have missed you so much. But let us have breakfast first. A meal will ease your stomach. That Chu Xiaozhang's chin had a stubbly growth of beard, and as Meng Li reached out to touch it, his gaze flowed around her like water. Chu Ying, who had also emerged with dark circles under his eyes, witnessed this scene. That he frowned, suppressing the impulse of jealousy, and seemingly casually interrupted their tender moment. "Good morning, Miss Meng Li." Seeing his nephew, Chu Xiaojiang was irritable, yet out of consideration for Meng Li, he refrained from displaying his displeasure. "The servants have prepared breakfast. You should sit at the dining table. I have something I wish to discuss with Li Er." Chuing felt a strange discomfort in his heart that I Meng Li's guardian. His uncle naturally had every right to be by her side. However, thus far, Meng Li had not granted him any status or promises, leaving him with no justification to confront his uncle and remain. Though Chu Xiaoyuan held the upper hand, he felt no better himself. The damaged surveillance system had yet to be repaired, making it difficult to ascertain what had transpired between Meng Li and Chuing. Unexpectedly, his earlier anxious speculation had come to fruition that he considered the recent incident. Had Chuing not been so ostentatious, he would not have incited jealousy from his peers. Fortunately, Meng Li was unharmed. Had she been in danger, he would have risked a fallout with his brother's family to teach Chuing a harsh lesson, personally ensuring he was imprisoned. "Please do not call me General anymore. It feels rather distant. You may address me as Uncle Chu," he said. Meng Li pondered for a moment before responding, but Chu Xiaoyuan since she was thinking of Huolin Yuan. "It matters not. I am of the same age as Marshal Hua, so it is inconsequential." This was his subtle strategy. The title of uncle would no longer be exclusive to Huolin Yuan, preventing him from privately gloating. After lingering in this tender exchange for a while, they finally made their way to the dining room hand in hand, despite Chu Xiaoyuan advising Chuing to eat breakfast first. He stubbornly waited until both of them had moved before trailing behind them to the dining area like a dutiful little wife. Meng Li glanced at the obstinate youth and apologized. "I am sorry, Uncle Chu, I did not take good care of Chuing," which led to him being ambushed as Chu Xiaoyuan tenderly ruffled her hair, reassuring her, "It is all right. That rascal must have offended several people by arriving at the academy early. He was simply retaliated against. This is not your fault." Chuing was displeased by his uncle's open criticism of him, but he had no grounds to object, as he had indeed harbored such intentions from the start. Had he anticipated this outcome, he would never have acted so rashly that he had merely exchanged a few words with those who provoked him, only to have their expressions shift dramatically as they threatened to teach him a lesson. At that moment, he realized they had been waiting for him, but it was too late that he had also dragged Meng Li and the others into a state of worry on his behalf. And he deeply regretted his actions that Chuing felt a pang of bitterness. Yet he could do nothing about his uncle. After all, he had boasted he would never develop feelings for his future aunt. The truth was he had not only developed feelings, he was hopelessly infatuated, as if he had fallen into a quagmire from which he could not extricate himself. The food on his plate suddenly tasted sour, and Chuing could no longer swallow the morsel in his mouth. With lowered eyes, he muttered that he was full and hastily left the table. At this point, Meng Li finally sensed something was amiss. "Is Chuing unwell? Why did he eat so little?" Chu Xiaoyuan, too lazy to raise his eyelids, remarked. "Children's thoughts are the easiest to decipher. At his age, I can see through his feelings with a mere glance. Do not concern yourself with him. Even if he does not eat, there are nutritional supplements that he is an adult now. He should be responsible for his words and actions." That Chu Xiaoyuan spoke meaningfully. "Though it seems he is quite fond of you. Even I am feeling a twinge of jealousy." Meng Li, entirely oblivious to the underlying implications of his words, beamed with delight. That's so? Then does this mean I can gain the approval of your family?" Yet, according to her deductions, Meng Li should have been in sync with Chuing, entangled in a romantic connection. Had she not engaged in a deeper conversation with him after that day? Chapter 32. Malicious intent. Chu Xiaoyuan could hardly contain his joy. He suppressed the corners of his mouth from curling upwards and bluntly asked, "Li Er, do you not have any feelings for Chuing? My brother and the others have been eager to find Chuing a partner who can tame him, allowing him to live a more settled life in his early years." Meng Li inquired, perplexed. "That does not seem to concern me much. Regarding the matter of marriage, I believe it is best to take control of one's own destiny. A forceful approach ultimately leads to unhappiness." After careful consideration, she felt it necessary to maintain a semblance of respect for Chuing, as he is, after all, the nephew of Chu Xiaoyuan, stating, "My interactions with Chuing have merely been of a somewhat intimate nature. Yet I trust this holds little significance for a male. Thus, we are simply good classmates." Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoyuan could no longer suppress his desire to boast. He yearned to summon his nephew to hear Meng Li's genuine thoughts about him. However, he realized that such an act would be excessively cruel, as he was acutely aware that Chu Ying had already developed feelings for Meng Li. Clearing his throat, Meng Li noticed his face flush crimson and, assuming Chu General was unwell, inquired with concern, "Uncle Chu, are you feeling fatigued? You came straight from the starship to see me. Surely you haven't rested well." Chu Xiao Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "No, I am simply overwhelmed with joy." Although Meng Li was puzzled as to the source of his delight, seeing him invigorated, in stark contrast to the fatigue he had displayed the previous day, filled her with joy, prompting her to exclaim, "Uncle Chu, since I met you, I have never seen you smile. Today, you finally laughed. Might you share the reason, so I too may partake in your happiness?" Chu Xiao Yuan spoke mysteriously. "You will come to know in due time. For now, I cannot divulge it, lest you find it awkward to face Chu Ying." His words left Meng Li even more bewildered that, of course, she was well aware of her own fame. Wherever she went, a throng of males surrounded her, extolling her virtues and beauty, lamenting that, were it not for the Academy's strict prohibition against rivalry, daily life would devolve into a battleground that a week passed. And Shui Lian had spent the entirety of it cleaning public restrooms, becoming the subject of ridicule throughout the Academy. Although the Shui family had not been entirely annihilated, they remained in a state of disarray. And she no longer possessed the capital to act arrogantly before others. Meng Li had thought she would never encounter her again, that to her surprise, during physical education class, Shui Lian reappeared, as arrogant as ever. While Meng Li did not have many close friends, several well-meaning classmates warned her to be cautious of Shui Lian's potential for revenge. Wasn't she supposed to transfer schools? What is she still doing here? What good would transferring do? She is infamous among the females. Wherever she goes, she carries that ill repute. Moreover, what institution would dare accept her? Thus, no matter how humiliating, she must persevere with her pride intact. But I can't believe she still has the audacity to act so haughty. Meng Li too felt a surge of curiosity. She perked up her ears, listening intently to the conversation behind her. What else could it be? She's relying on a male to support her. You know there's a male who is utterly devoted to her, right? The second prince. Shui Lian had managed to elevate herself to the status of the second prince, vowing to be with him for eternity, charming him with sweet words, which in turn restored the Shui family's former standing, perhaps even surpassing it. Those who had once gossiped about her now dared not act brazenly in her presence. It was no wonder Meng Li noticed the recent whispers had diminished significantly. She had assumed people quickly grew tired of Shui Lian, that a sense of foreboding crept into her heart. The Academy's leadership were mere weathercocks, swayed by the prevailing winds. Last time it was Ho Lin Yuan. What about this time? Must they always rely on Ho Lin Yuan to resolve matters? Furthermore, she pessimistically believed that if Ho Lin Yuan fell afoul of the second prince because of her, future encounters would surely be uncomfortable. From a distance, Meng Li saw Shui Lian gazing at her with an air of triumph, her arrogance more pronounced than during their initial confrontation. During class, Meng Li's ominous premonitions were validated. First, Shui Lian incited the instructor to impose difficulties on Meng Li, demanding she perform arduous tasks. Though the instructor attempted to maintain order, he ultimately succumbed to the taunting crowd, forcing Meng Li to lift 10 males high into the air with vines, ensuring they sustained no injuries. Facing Shui Lian and this feeble instructor, Meng Li was unwilling to comply, feeling as though she was being toyed with. She glanced around at the assembled classmates, realizing they were not her usual companions, but rather strangers. The door to the physical training chamber was undoubtedly locked, and it was clear that this was a deliberate arrangement by Shui Lian. She intended to trap her, subjecting her to some form of private punishment. Moreover, with her cunning, she had undoubtedly calculated that Meng Li would find herself in a position of helplessness. The malicious Shui Lian. Meng Li mentally repeated her name 1,000 times, casting her a fierce glare, and scoffed. "You truly have no shame." Shui Lian, observing the instructor's guilt-ridden demeanor, brazenly admitted, "So what? Who told you to make me lose face? If you refuse to proceed, I shall summon someone you know to take your place." How does that sound? That seems fair, does it not? Meng Li had thought that as a female, if she resisted to the end, Shui Lian would be powerless against her. However, she had it not been for the assistance of the second prince, it is likely that the young one would not have even had the opportunity to commence employment. Shui Lian emitted a disdainful snort from her nose that as long as you are aware. Just focus on your primary responsibilities. After your release from prison, your reward shall be ample. The mentor's eyes glimmered with avarice, continuously affirming her words that as for Meng Li and her companion, they had long been cast into the experience chamber under the arrangement of Shui Lian. The heavy door closed with a resounding thud, and once shut, there was no possibility of reopening it. Upon entering, Meng Li felt as if her mind had been frozen, rendering her incapable of thought. They found themselves in a desolate expanse of ice, where the biting cold and fierce winds prevailed. The worst part was that they were trapped amidst a storm, and the thin summer garments offered little protection against the frigid gales. This was particularly dire for the injured Feda, compounding his suffering. The chill was so intense that he could hardly muster the strength to channel his mental energy to combat the extraordinary cold. They had no choice but to seek refuge in a sheltered corner to rest and formulate a plan. Meng Li hurriedly supported him. "Feda, are you all right?" she inquired anxiously. "That it's all my fault for dragging you into this. Had I not been so headstrong, perhaps Shui Lian would have spared us." Her voice trembled with worry, and tears threatened to spill from her eyes. What a pitiful young man he was, coming from a modest background and burdened with the care of an injured brother. Perhaps it would have been best if she had not participated that day. Feda caught the tears that fell from her eyes, managing a faint smile. "That it's all right, Miss Meng Li, that I won't allow you to speak such despondent words. You know, if you hadn't intervened with Shui Lian that day, even if I had survived, I would have sought death shortly thereafter. Without Meng Li's presence, he had been oblivious to the meaning of living. Yet, she illuminated his life like a ray of sunshine, instilling in him a renewed hope for existence. He wished to stand by her side, whether in the light or in the shadows, that as long as he could see her each day, he would be content. What could his brother possibly understand? He dared not confide his true feelings to him, that in this bitter cold, Meng Li's healing abilities could hardly manifest. "Allow me to bandage your wounds," she said, wiping away her tears. She knew she should not reveal her vulnerability at this moment. Their foremost priority was to escape. "Have you been in such a freezing chamber before?" she asked, tearing her garment into strips to tend to Feda's bleeding wounds. Turning her head away in distress, the bone had pierced the skin, and had they not found themselves in this sudden drop in temperature, blood would have continued to flow from the gaping wound. Even if he were not to freeze to death, with time, his blood loss would surely lead to his demise. This thought, Meng Li cursed Shui Lian anew in her heart, for merely having her clean toilets for a week. She harbored such resentment, orchestrating such severe retribution against them. Very well, let her witness whether they could survive this ordeal. That a flicker of hatred crossed Meng Li's gaze. Previously, she had shown leniency towards Shui Lian, believing she had received her due punishment. However, upon her release, she vowed to ensure that he was striving to maintain his consciousness, that if he weren't such a failure, how could he possibly burden Meng Li? He truly was not a worthy male. As Meng Li noticed his movements growing weaker, she continued to encourage him. "Fide, don't sleep. Stay alert." Chapter 35, A Ray of Hope. They were close to finding an exit. The hope of survival was tantalizingly near. Fide, unwilling to further burden Meng Li, forced himself to muster his strength. When the overwhelming drowsiness became too much to bear, he could only grit his teeth and discreetly reopen his wounds. Allowing his blood to flow anew, albeit at a slower pace, he exhaled deeply, hoping that he could at least hold on until Meng Li found a way out. Fide had already prepared himself to transform, ready to assist her in breaking through the weak point. Even though Meng Li might be frightened by his python form, he was determined to do it, not for any other reason but to repay her kindness. It was the same sentiment he could repeat 1,000 times. Even if it meant sacrificing himself, it would be worthwhile. His consciousness drifted in this vast expanse, akin to a wandering spirit. Unbeknownst to him, Meng Li was entirely focused on examining the steel wall before her, which stood in stark contrast to the icy surroundings. She had tapped it earlier and discovered it was forged from iron. After all, a high-cost experience chamber, which gauged the performance of all academies, could hardly be easily breached. This meant that despite their efforts, the path to death lay ever clearer before them. Tio claimed she wasn't about to break down would be a lie. Setting Fide down, Meng Li noticed that the blood he had lost had nearly soaked through his clothing. Was at this moment she realized the extent of his self-harm, her eyes widening in horror. "What have you done?" she exclaimed, torn between anguish and self-recrimination. She had intended to lead Fide to safety, but at this rate, it seemed even that possibility was slipping away, and she might endanger herself as well. Mengli wanted to chastise him for his foolishness, but she quickly realized she had no right to do so, that if Fide wasn't he foolish, how could he have been so steadfastly devoted to her? Taking a moment to compose herself, she touched the cold iron wall and, through careful observation, discerned that it was not perfectly sealed. She could see the joints with her naked eye, according to her original plan. They needed to blast open these joints to escape. Yet, glancing at Fide's injuries, Mengli hesitated to make any promises that in this frigid environment, her abilities had diminished significantly, and if she were to exert such power, it could very well cost Fide his life. Fide grasped her hand, their two icy forms pressed together, evoking an inexplicable sorrow within Mengli. If only the system had not gone offline. What difference did it make to be a precious female, if one could still be cornered and slaughtered? Sighing, Fide coughed a few times and said, "I know what you're thinking, Miss Mengli, but I can endure that." As he spoke, his form shifted, and the shadow before Mengli gradually expanded until it completely enveloped her. It was a giant python, the very one that had attempted to abduct her that day. That moment, Mengli realized that Fide's mental state had likely been compromised for some time, teetering on the brink of collapse. And she, the greater fool, had been oblivious to it all along. Overwhelmed by the influx of information, she struggled to process it. Mengli was no longer frightened, for she understood Fide's intentions. She could see through his eyes, penetrating into his heart, grasping his thoughts. The massive python lowered its head, its consciousness dulled by the cold, its gaze clouded, rendering it incapable of discerning Mengli's whereabouts. While she felt a twinge of apprehension about the snake, it did not diminish her affection for Fide. Thus, akin to how she had soothed the leopard that day, she attempted to call out to Fide's name, "Fide. Do you still recognize me? If you do, nod your head." She needed to ascertain whether Fide could still comprehend human speech. Otherwise, they would be in trouble. She could not afford to expend any mental energy on comforting Fide. She would rather he remain in his serpentine form. Upon closer inspection, Mengli confirmed that this snake was indeed different from the one she had encountered previously. The patterns on its body bore subtle differences, and its size was not the same. More importantly, Fide did not recognize her. There was not a single sign that he acknowledged her presence. Thus, Mengli was only momentarily taken aback. Fide nodded and then gestured with his head, indicating whether he should strike the joint. Mengli nodded in response, channeling half of her healing energy into him. In just a short time, she felt as though her very being was being drained. Yet she persisted, refusing to collapse. They were close to the boundary, the nearest point to the exit, yet the cold intensified. Fide began to gather his strength, repeatedly ramming his head against the gap. Initially, Mengli thought he would remain immobile, but she had clearly underestimated the power of his python form. Even in his injured and weakened state, he was capable of shaking the very earth. That was a true upheaval. The storm seemed to want to thwart them, yet it could not halt the onslaught of the giant python. Eventually, even the snow and wind appeared helpless. Mengli was astonished to find that the winds here had ceased. However, upon reflection, it made perfect sense. This was not a true snowfield. After all, heaven does not forsake those without hope. Xuelian likely never anticipated that they would not succumb to despair after entering, instead persevering to cover such distance, and even finding a flaw in the experience chamber to know. One could say Xuelian was convinced that they would lack the strength to break free even if they wished to. Before long, with Mengli's formidable healing powers bolstering him, Fide managed to create a fissure in the connection of the dormant chamber. "Don't be afraid. We will be out of here soon." She was uncertain whether the small snake was alive or dead. The pounding of her heart urged her to leave quickly to save their lives. Thankfully, perhaps the system was protecting her from the shadows. Mengli strained to squeeze through. As soon as one foot crossed the threshold, she collapsed to the ground, her body feeling weak and limp, flashes of white light dancing before her eyes. Could it be that she was destined to die here? Just before losing consciousness, she glimpsed a shoe. With no time to ascertain the owner, Mengli succumbed to the darkness. Chapter 36. An unexpected turn. Chu Xun decided to have an open and honest conversation with Chu Ying. Yet he did not admit it. The truth remained that Mengli had indeed calmed him with her mental energy. Aside from a significant relationship, he could think of no other way to stabilize a male. Thus, Chu Xiyuan was entirely unfazed by Chu Ying's desire to discuss this matter. What difference would it make to lay it all bare? They were all merely candidates for males. What was there to distinguish between them? Chu Ying felt no shame whatsoever, although Chu Shiyuan was unaware of his thoughts. He was acutely aware that there was nothing between them. Uncle Chu Ying lowered his gaze, appearing docile that a document lay on the desk before him. Instinctively, he felt that the document was not to be taken lightly, and since entering the room, he had resisted the atmosphere. Do you know why I called you here? Chu Ying feigned ignorance. Annoyance flickered in his eyes as he replied, Uncle, I truly do not know what you wish to say. Chu Shiyuan directed his gaze toward the document, urging him to examine it before they spoke further. This contains the surveillance footage from the day of the incident, although it was damaged along the way. I had it repaired overnight. Watching this may help you understand your peculiar behavior over the past few days. Chu Ying's heart raced as he reluctantly opened the document to view its contents. He saw Meng Li comforting him, cradling him in her arms, only for them to appear innocent when the servant entered. Chu Ying's countenance darkened. This was akin to a resounding slap to his face. Thoroughly dismantling his previous notions, reality had laid itself bare before him. Did this mean that Meng Li's previous ambiguous gestures had all been misinterpreted by him? He felt as if struck by lightning. Observing his nephew's expression, Chu Shiyuan felt a sense of satisfaction. This boy had sailed through life effortlessly, never encountering anything he could not obtain. All the females had revolved around him, and he had never faced a setback. Now, the tides had turned, and it was his turn to experience anxiety and discomfort. Chu Shiyuan was eager to see how his nephew would confront this awkward situation. Do you understand? Chu Ying gritted his teeth and managed to utter, I don't believe it. Chu Shiyuan remained unfazed. Did I ask it up to you to believe it or not? You are free to investigate, but regardless, this is undoubtedly the truth. Fine, then I shall go see if it is true. Chu Shiyuan remained unyielding, causing Chu Ying to panic. His counterpart was not threatening him. That was the most terrifying part. Chu Shiyuan stated, Since you two have nothing between you, I would kindly ask you to keep your distance from her. At these words, Chu Ying, who had been holding back for so long, finally erupted. Uncle, you have no right to ask me to stay away from her. Even if we have nothing, I still like her. You are being too domineering. Chu Shiyuan gazed at his nephew with profound meaning. Love is inherently possessive. It is filled with competition. That if you now tell me you have feelings for Meng Li, I cannot simply relinquish her to you. Moreover, there are numerous exceptional candidates for the role of Meng Li's male. Even if I were to concede, it would amount to nothing. Even if it were his nephew, whom he had watched grow up. Chu Shiyuan spared no mercy, stripping away any filters to scrutinize him thoroughly. He pressed forward, intent on forcing Chu Ying to reveal any weaknesses. What do you possess that enables you to stand out among the males? Is it strength or appearance? This question left Chu Ying utterly devoid of confidence. That he had already been feeling insecure, doubting himself. Now he could not even formulate a response. She cooks for me. Chu Shiyuan smiled slightly, ruthlessly dismantling his last remaining argument. That is merely her hobby. It is indeed commendable that she possesses culinary skills and goes to the lengths of preparing meals for each of us. Yet, there is nothing particularly remarkable about it. Chu Ying recalled the day's reverie, feeling dizzy and on the verge of fainting. How embarrassing it was. Meng Li, it turns out, did not harbor any affection for him. Their feelings were not mutual, nor was her avoidance of him due to shyness. It was merely a matter of social interaction. Uncle had been aware of this from the very beginning. What must he think? Does he perceive him as a hopeless romantic? Or perhaps none of it truly matters anymore. What he truly cares about is whether Meng Li harbors even the slightest fondness for him. In an attempt to shake off these distracting thoughts, he realized he was utterly incapable of doing so. Chu Shiyuan still felt a semblance of pity for him. He should temper his arrogance, for there might still be a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, she would never regard him with any esteem. Those words were harsh to Chu Ying. The notion of conforming to others' preferences and altering himself felt profoundly alien. At that moment, someone hurriedly entered, whispering something into Chu Shiyuan's ear. Chu Shiyuan's expression changed dramatically, and Chu Ying caught a few fragmented words, yet he was completely oblivious to what could cause his usually unflappable uncle to display such panic. Uncle, what is the matter? Chu Shiyuan did not pause for a moment. The Liar is in trouble. Chu Shiyuan could not comprehend why Meng Li encountered such mishaps upon starting school. When she regained consciousness, he would insist that she should not attend school anymore. It would be perfectly fine for her to remain at home for the rest of her life. Who was that male? Was he the primary culprit behind Miss Meng Li's misfortune? Chu Ying was so anxious that tears nearly brimmed in his eyes that he had yet to express his feelings to Meng Li. The doctor, with a furrowed brow, apologized, stating that it was not within his purview to interfere. He was solely responsible for treating the patient and was unaware of anything beyond that Chu Ying felt both anxious and restless, akin to a headless fly darting about, wishing he could detonate the entire hospital. In the hospital corridor, Chu Xiaoyuan was surrounded by a throng of people, apologetic academic leaders who had caught up, reporters drawn by the news, and members of the Female Protection Association seeking information. The inability to witness Meng Li firsthand left him in a state of intense impatience. Yet before that, he needed to address these weighty matters, as it was the duty of a male. The reporters displayed no concern for the actual events or whether Meng Li would survive. Ultimately, a highly publicized female and male had encountered an incident within the academy, and both in their beastly forms, which was enough to fuel gossip for some time. Chapter 37. Extraordinary vitality. Even Chu Ying found himself caught in the fray that a reporter thrust a microphone in front of him. Inquiring about his feelings as Meng Li's mate, Chu Ying, overwhelmed with irritation, responded sharply, "No comment. If you continue to pry into others' privacy without restraint, I will see to it that you all end up in prison." Remember that. The pressure emanating from an S-rank male rendered everyone present momentarily motionless. "Chu Ying, do not act this way." Chu Xiaoyuan was the only one unaffected, frowning as he approached Chu Ying. At that moment, Chu Ying was still able to listen, yet he clung fiercely to his resolve like a leopard gripping its prey, unwilling to relent. He would only yield if they softened first. "Uncle, please have them mind their tongues. It is mortifying to hear such drivel." Chu Xiaoyuan shook his head. He certainly did not appreciate these unscrupulous media outlets, but the more they were mistreated, the more likely they were to embellish and fabricate stories. People seldom ponder the truth behind the words, but relish the gossip that in due time. Chu Xiaoyuan would indeed punish those meddlesome individuals. But not at this moment. Chu Ying, you are still too impulsive. I understand your agitation, but we cannot currently stop them. Please restrain yourself. Damn it, he muttered under his breath, following closely behind, and with that, the oppressive atmosphere in the corridor dissipated, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Had it continued any longer, they might have met their demise right there. For noble males, the lives of lower-ranking males were the least valuable. Chu Ying discerned that his uncle was in a foul mood, likely due to Meng Li's predicament. However, his desire for answers was too strong, and despite the risk of being reprimanded by Chu Xiaoyuan, he pressed on. "Uncle, how is Meng Li doing now?" He was nearly on the verge of tears. Chu Xiaoyuan replied coldly, "How is she? Do you not have eyes? Why not accompany me to see for yourself?" Fortunately, his uncle still harbored some tolerance for him. Chu Ying gritted his teeth, remaining silent as he quickened his pace to match Chu Xiaoyuan's strides. Shortly thereafter, 2 hours later, a figure was wheeled out from the ICU. It was none other than Meng Li. After resuscitation, she had emerged from danger. Even the doctor expressed astonishment at the turn of events. She truly deserved her status as an A-rank female, enduring such a prolonged period in a sub-zero experience chamber and still exhibiting vital signs. Her bodily functions were remarkably resilient, requiring minimal effort on our part. She awakened on her own. With that, Chu Xiaoyuan felt a great weight lift from his heart. Chu Ying, too, managed a smile that was more akin to a grimace, repeatedly murmuring, "That is good. That is good." It seemed he truly had a measure of sincerity in his words. Chu Xiaoyuan composed himself to ensure he would not lose his poise. "Come, let us visit her in the hospital room." Initially insistent on seeing Meng Li, once the moment arrived, Chu Ying found himself hesitating. Should we not allow her to rest? He pondered. Moreover, if we enter, we might carry germs into the room. Chu Xiaoyuan was momentarily speechless. This nephew, typically carefree and indifferent, was now exhibiting such delicate caution, as though he feared Meng Li might flutter away like a feather. The doctor interjected, "There is no need for concern. Miss Meng Li is no longer in serious condition. She has awakened and is currently perusing an e-book." When they entered, Meng Li was just finishing a thin volume of material. "You two have come to see me." Yet, as they approached, Chu Xiaoyuan inquired with genuine concern, "How do you feel?" Meng Li gently shook her head, offering him a soft smile. "I am fine, Uncle Chu. Please do not be anxious. That Chu Xiao Yuan surveyed the sterile, white walls, finding everything cold and mundane, his brow furrowing. This place is far too monotonous and the conditions inadequate. Once you are feeling better tomorrow, we shall transfer to a different room, shall we? Mingli shook her head. No, thank you, Uncle Chu. I am recovering quickly. I should be discharged by the day after tomorrow. Moreover, the conditions here, while perhaps appearing harsh to Chu Xiao Yuan, were infinitely superior to those of hospitals in her past life, comparable to a five-star hotel. Meanwhile, Chu Ying stood by, hesitant to approach. He privately mused that Mingli must be a messenger sent by the beast god, given her extraordinary vitality. Upon learning the specifics of the entire incident, Chu Xiao Yuan's expression turned. I see why de l'ire. I will not let the one who caused you this harm go unpunished. That Chu Xiao Yuan held her bandaged hand in his palm, making this solemn promise. Mingli looked somewhat troubled, recalling the powerful backer behind Shui Yin. But I have heard that the second prince is quite fond of me. Uncle, please do not offend him on my account. Chu Xiao Yuan scoffed coldly. The second prince was notoriously fickle, exceptionally handsome, and much like Chu Ying, surrounded by a multitude of females, he was not lacking in admirers. Mingli remained somewhat hesitant. She had been extraordinarily brave when bursting forth. Yet now, in her clarity, she wavered. The academy leadership had covered up the wrongdoing. The experience chamber, a perilous place, was left unsupervised, leading to this unfortunate incident. Uncle Chu, Shui Yin colluded with others, intending for me to accidentally perish inside. I recorded the incident with a microcamera before entering, and I believe it will be useful, Mingli stated calmly. This was evidently beyond her capacity to handle. Such matters should be entrusted to professionals. As Chu Xiao Yuan accepted the tiny camera, it was disingenuous to claim he was not astonished that I in the face of danger. Mingli had managed to maintain her composure and preserve the most crucial evidence of the crime. This was a pivotal piece of evidence to bring down Shui Yin. That Chu Xiao Yuan immediately placed it close to his chest. Unless he were to perish, no one would be able to take this vital recording from him. How did you manage to record Shui Yin's actions without her noticing? Chu Ying, unable to interject, seized the moment to ask the question that had been gnawing at him. Mingli smiled mysteriously. It was quite simple. Shui Yin looks down on me and naturally would not pay attention to what I carried. Furthermore, her eagerness to see me harmed provided me with an opening. She would risk her life to follow Fada into the experience chamber, undoubtedly seeking an opportunity to bring Shui Yin down once and for all. Indeed, not only did Shui Yin see her as a thorn in her side, but she too held a strong disdain for Shui Yin. Chapter 38. A little closer, by the way. Where is Fada? Mingli suddenly recalled something she had forgotten. Chu Xiao Yuan hesitated for a moment, then realized she was inquiring about the boy who had been brought to the hospital alongside Mingli. Oh, he is fine. In truth, the treatment afforded to this boy paled in comparison to Mingli's. That while Mingli had sustained little injury, Fada had suffered multiple fractures in his attempt to save her. Had it not been for his robust constitution, he might have perished along the way. She remained unconvinced that he's still alive. His injuries were more severe than mine. That Chu Xiao nodded slightly. Of course, although reluctant. He provided the young man with the finest medical resources available, that if he failed to awaken, it could only be said that he was worthless. Mingli took a deep breath, lifted the blanket, and declared, I want to see him. Chu Xiao interjected. No, you cannot. In your current state, how can you go to see him? You have only been in the hospital for less than 6 hours. Promise me, take better care of yourself. Uncle Chu, your overbearing concern for me is quite displeasing. Hearing her soft complaint, Chu Xiao's lips curled into a smile. This was once reserved exclusively for Huolin Yuan, and now it was his to enjoy. Huolin Yuan, you are no longer the most special one. He longed to call him and boast about it. You may be displeased that I apologize for this as compensation. You can bully me as you wish in the future. Is this truly compensation? Chu Xiao had a knack for sweet talking, ultimately aiming to provoke her emotions. Mingli snorted and turned away, seemingly unwilling to face him any longer. That he chuckled softly, pondering how such an adorable person could exist in the world. It was time to advocate for her well-being. Rest well. When you awaken, you shall see me. Whether it was Chu Xiao's voice lulling her into slumber or something else, Mingli's eyelids grew heavy, and she fell soundly into sleep. Beside her, Chu Ying observed her slumber, transitioning from hesitance to complete silence. Perhaps learning to remain silent was also a form of growth in the dead of night, Mengli awoke from a nightmare, her head pounding. She noticed someone sitting not far from her bed. Upon seeing her awake, he picked up a nearby cup of water. "Would you like some water?" Mengli shook her head. "Where is Chu Xun?" Chu Ying's expression darkened somewhat. "Uncle is busy dealing with some matters. He will come in the morning." Mengli accepted the cup of water. "Thank you." Beyond that, did she have nothing else to say? The distance between them felt stark and cold. What had she done wrong? Chu Ying felt a twinge of resentment, silently yearning for Mengli's affection. "Miss Mengli, may I change the dressing on your hand?" Mengli almost declined, but found herself nodding instead. "All right, it's inconvenient to manage by myself." "Thank you." Chu Ying was momentarily at a loss for words. There is no need to be so courteous with me that he lacked the courage to address the awkwardness between them. As he unwrapped the bandage, the sight of her frostbitten, reddened skin stung his eyes, making him hesitant to remove the remaining gauze. Mengli, however, urged him on. "What is the matter?" "If left exposed to the air for too long, the wound risks infection." How cold it is! He always felt clumsy in her presence. Thus, he applied the medication, sprinkling the powder delicately onto the inflamed wound, replacing it with pristine, sterile gauze, and meticulously rewrapping it. Mengli had initially worried about the possibility of intense pain, yet Chu Ying's skilled technique and consideration for her feelings allowed her to feel no discomfort at all. "You don't seem like it's your first time dressing a wound." She remarked that Chu Ying's hair brushed against her face. He couldn't tell if he felt proud or pained. "In the past, I was often bullied by my peers due to my appearance. That I was rather proud and unwilling to yield. Always getting into fights. That my father forbade anyone from interfering with me. So I learned to dress my own wounds. That's so." Young Master Chu had endured such grievances. Mengli felt a pang of sympathy, having thought he was raised in a pampered environment. Chu Ying added, "However, this is my first time seeing a frostbite injury." Well, of course, not everyone has the opportunity to visit the snowfields. But when it comes time for military service, the snowfields are a path every male must traverse. "To be honest, I'm a bit scared." She had spoken her true feelings without thinking to, oh no, she wouldn't think of him as a cowardly male. Would she? Chu Ying fell silent. Yet Mengli grew curious. Having assumed the snowfields were merely a testing ground, not realizing they were truly to be visited. "What do you go to the snowfields for?" "It seems there is nothing there in the experience chamber." Aside from desolation and low temperatures, there was little to instill fear. In mere moments, the wound was completely dressed. Chu Ying replied, "You don't know. It is rumored that our enemy slumbers in the snowfields. And according to prophecy, they will awaken soon." This was the first time Mengli had heard such a statement. What? The seemingly calm Tianhe Star harbors such alarming tales? She expressed skepticism. Can prophecies be taken seriously? Chu Ying responded, "Prophecies serve as guides arranged by the beast god to lead us forward. They have never been wrong. Our entire life paths are inscribed in prophecy. The beast god was the only true deity revered by the people of Tianhe Star. And with his assurance, no one questioned it. Moreover, this mission of Uncle and the others was also related to their enemies. Mengli felt a bitterness in her heart. The future was as ethereal as smoke. And it was no wonder Chu Ying felt lost. Now, Mengli too was at a loss. It's all right. We will certainly be safe. You will undoubtedly become the most promising male. That Chu Ying's strength was an undeniable fact. Encouraged, the light in his eyes gradually brightened. Really, Mengli affirmed, of course. She had never denied the boy's abilities. That Chu Ying felt like a deflated doll being filled anew, visibly becoming more vibrant. The fact that he could share the same space with Mengli today was a blessing bestowed by the beast god. That night, they seemed to connect well. Mengli inquired several times about the beast god, and Chu Ying generously elaborated. Several times, he nearly blurted out his feelings for Mengli, but feared her rejection. Learning to endure was also a sign of growth. Mengli yawned. Chu Ying immediately grew anxious. "Are you going to sleep? Then I must leave quickly, lest I disturb you." His heart soared at the thought that no, he had to restrain the upward curve of his lips. All right, that he readily agreed. Chapter 39. The conflict of beasts. Mengli was unaware that allowing a male to stay in the same room was quite an ambiguous act that up until now. Even those closest to her guardians had not been afforded such a privilege. Chu Ying had done his research. That a night passed with him awake until dawn. When Mengli awoke, Chu Ying was still not asleep, perhaps in a state between dream and reality, unable to distinguish whether it was real or a dream. If it were a dream, he would prefer not to awaken. When Mengli opened her eyes, he had already left and a tall man stood outside the door, and upon exchanging glances with Chu Ying, he realized that their unexpectedly pleasant time had come to an end. Chu Ying, perceptive, relinquished his place. Mengli was roused by the aroma of porridge in the air. Opening her eyes, she saw Huolin Yuan, who was supposedly still on a mission that a wave of relief washed over her. Mengli joyfully hugged his waist from the bedside. How could Huolin Yuan be unaware of the events that had transpired in recent days? That sudden appearance of the young man had truly vexed him. However, since Mengli liked him, he might as well stay. It was better than nothing. Are you hungry? Besides his mission, Huolin Yuan had taken the time to learn culinary skills. While he couldn't compare to Mengli, he had prepared a meal that was more than satisfactory for her enjoyment. That as they ate breakfast, they discussed the events of the past few days that it was our oversight. Huolin Yuan said gravely. Leaving you alone in one place is far too dangerous, that in the future. You must have no fewer than 3 trusted individuals by your side, that in contrast to his seriousness. Mengli appeared quite cheerful, wholeheartedly indulging in the delicious food. The dishes Huolin Yuan had brought tasted delightful. She was munching on a piece of bread, crumbs scattered everywhere. The crisis is past. Uncle Huo, I'm perfectly fine, and my appetite is even better. Huolin Yuan, hearing her optimistic remarks, sighed in exasperation. This matter must be taken seriously. Then, Mengli watched as he produced a delicate box. Just as she grew curious about its contents, Huolin Yuan opened it. Inside was a miniature surveillance device, designed to monitor the movements of those around her. Regardless of who attacked her, it would record everything in full that if she were assaulted, it could aid in her escape, while a light brain could also capture footage. It was rather useless if destroyed by someone with ill intent. Most importantly, under extreme conditions, a light brain could not protect its owner. Even if it could emit an alert, a powerful opponent might take a life in that fleeting moment. Mengli was about to protest that she couldn't possibly carry a surveillance device. It would be far too cumbersome and troublesome, when she caught sight of the device that it was a small, exquisitely crafted bead necklace, quietly resting in the jewelry box. Huolin Yuan apologized. I'm sorry that my first gift to you comes with such a purpose that if you don't like it, you can tell me what style of jewelry you prefer, and I'll have it made for you. Mengli nearly snatched the jewelry box from him. Of course. I like it. The pendant shimmered under the sunlight, adorned with numerous sparkling gems, its shape lifelike. She couldn't help but exclaim. The craftsmanship is truly remarkable. Huolin Yuan's brows lifted in a smile before returning to his usual icy demeanor. That a phrase lingered on the tip of his tongue. Allow me to help you put it on. Yet he, who was usually bold and decisive, became timid in front of Mengli. Though he yearned for it, he did not dare to express his feelings openly. That Mengli's gaze lingered on the object with a hint of affection, quickly becoming enamored with it. Uncle Huo, could you help me put it on? Huolin Yuan had awaited this moment for quite some time. Of course. His fingers delicately clasped the slender necklace, and as he watched it encircle Mengli's neck, ripples of emotion stirred within him. The silver chain draped elegantly around her fair neck, exuding an exquisite charm. The two spent a delightful afternoon together, and after examination, it was determined that Mengli was recovering at an impressive pace, allowing for her discharge that evening. However, in a bid for caution, the hospital had initially recommended an additional night's stay. Yet after Mengli's persistent coaxing, Huolin Yuan relented. The condition was that she would need to rest at home and remain no further than 10 steps away from him. Initially, Mengli felt constrained, but upon reflection, she realized she had nowhere to go, making the stipulation quite tolerable. During her days of confinement at home, she ventured into Huolin Yuan's study, perusing various materials regarding this world and the prophecy that seemed intimately connected to her mission here. She could not remain idle. The decision to enroll in the academy felt increasingly justified. Had she not joined, how would she gain the knowledge required to fulfill her task as the days passed? The academy's biennial trials were approaching, and she was fortunate to be in time. Only by participating in the study abroad program would she have the opportunity to tread this path. Otherwise, she would be deprived of any chance to engage with it. She awakened from her previous daydreams that no, she could not allow this to continue. Huolin Yuan approached and inquired, "Have you found the information you were seeking?" Mengli nodded and posed a question that had long been on her mind. "Uncle Huo, why is it that I am not a beast man, yet you still care for me?" Were she a beast man, they might have erupted in fury, perceiving her words as a mockery. That in truth, the previous world was dominated by pure humans until a devastating virus erupted. claiming the lives of a significant portion of the non-beastman population, about 70%. The remaining humans predominantly evolved into beastmen, that a faction of non-beastmen continued to believe that the virus was a conspiracy by the beastmen, aimed at eradicating their lineage, revealing that harmony was merely a fade. However, as the number of females dwindled, survival became the paramount concern for both beastmen and non-beastmen alike, leading to a temporary suspension of hostilities. Hua Linyuan, a forthright individual, carefully selected his words and replied gently, "Females are precious, thus both beastmen and non-beastmen will not show favoritism." Chapter 40. The path Mengli understood. Suddenly, an unfounded thought crossed her mind. If one day the status of females were to decline, would beastmen and non-beastmen go to war? Would she, a favored and cherished female, still retain her current standing? Perhaps it was best not to dwell on such matters. Upon learning that Mengli wished to participate in the Academy's trials, Hua Linyuan's expression turned grave. "This is a decision that requires careful consideration, liar. Unless absolutely necessary, I do not recommend you partake in the trials. It is perilous." Mengli had anticipated his response. Every endeavor carried risks, and she was not inclined to confine herself to a mere dwelling. "So, Uncle Hua, please grant my wish." The Academy would only permit her participation with her guardian's consent, and this was a rite of passage for all students. How could she possibly abstain? That would render her an outlier. Such a stubborn child, he thought. Indeed, Mengli recognized that while the trials sounded like mere adventures, they could be truly lethal, with numerous fatalities each year. Yet, she found it difficult to accept that notion now. She no longer wished to be a caged canary. Hua Linyuan's way of expressing his concern was to have her take along her own belongings, items for self-defense and observation, almost wishing to pile all his possessions before her. "After dinner, liar, you need to choose the weapons you feel most comfortable with from the armory. These items will assist you greatly and might even save your life." Hua Linyuan's efforts could not be merely repaid with a simple thank you. After hearing this, Mengli finished her meal without savoring it, trailing behind Hua Linyuan like a little dog, arriving at the concealed underground armory. However, from Hua Linyuan's description, it was evident that what he referred to as an armory was more akin to child's play. The weapons available would be insufficient for actual combat, as the adversaries were not merely human. The lights illuminated one by one. Finely crafted, coldly elegant firearms came into Mengli's view, leaving her awestruck. "Wow, there are so many," she exclaimed, half jokingly and half seriously. "Uncle Hua, why didn't you ever mention that this villa concealed such an arsenal? Was it intentional?" Hua Linyuan felt a twinge of guilt, akin to being caught in a misdeed. Rarely did he avoid eye contact with Mengli. "Ahem, I initially intended for you to be aware of my acquisition of these weapons stored in this basement, fearing that someone might take advantage of an opening to launch a surprise attack. Later, Chu Shiyuan suggested you should focus on school, meals, and rest, and that these unsavory matters should remain hidden from you, as they didn't even deserve your awareness." Clearly, Hua Linyuan understood that overly shielding those he cared for could inadvertently inflict harm. He removed a weapon and handed it to Mengli. "The Academy will instruct you on how to use firearms." Mengli was certainly aware of how to handle a gun, naturally, as a precious resource. It was entirely reasonable for a female to learn self-defense. Moreover, remnants of gun-related memories lingered within her. However, due to her impoverished background, she had never had the opportunity to wield a real firearm. The cold touch of the gun instilled a sense of safety within her. She candidly expressed to Hua Linyuan, "Uncle Hua, my memories in this regard seem somewhat incomplete. Would you be willing to teach me?" There could be no better experience than having the Marshal of the Empire personally instruct her in the use of a firearm. Hua Linyuan readily agreed, recognizing this as an excellent opportunity for intimate interaction. A chance to draw her close that he would then have a perfectly legitimate reason to inhale her fragrant hair. Hua Linyuan thought to himself, it seemed quite necessary to engage in such activities without Chu Shiyuan's knowledge. Of course, but this is not a formal setting, that he led her to the underground shooting range. The facility was well equipped, clearly having been meticulously arranged. Initially intended as a jest, Mengli felt somewhat unsettled upon realizing the villa harbored so many unknown aspects. She voiced her thoughts. Hua Linyuan chuckled softly. At first, he found amusement in her reaction, but the more he pondered, the more he savored the idea that if it were Mengli, he could accept any form of punishment. As for Chu Shiyuan, having done nothing, The affection owed to him would need to be proportionally reduced that it was achievable to aim at the target, yet maintaining precision proved challenging. While Lin Yuan had his wish fulfilled as he stood behind Mengli, patiently guiding her. First, grip firmly like this. Then, Mengli followed his instructions meticulously, and indeed, she adjusted her stance perfectly. Taking a deep breath, she fired a shot that hit the bullseye. Although this was merely a temporary diversion, it still instilled a sense of accomplishment in Mengli. She marveled, I completed it so easily. While Lin Yuan encouraged her, excellent. Your talent is remarkable that if you choose to pursue this path, it is entirely feasible at the very least. I will wholeheartedly support you. Mengli blushed. Having been overly tense moments ago, she now felt her hands trembling as she relaxed. Really? While Lin Yuan was not one to utter falsehoods that if anyone dared to question him, he would readily assure, I would never deceive you. Mengli smiled with delight, thinking that even if Lin Yuan were to mislead her, it would matter little, regardless of her talent. Even if she were fundamentally lacking, she would persist on this path. Most importantly, Lin Yuan was one of the most significant individuals in her life. With his encouragement, she felt confident in facing any unknown challenges that lay ahead. This pertained to Mengli's future development, and Lin Yuan no longer spoke in his usual coaxing tone. Liar, I suggest you enroll in Mr. Chen's class. His marksmanship is exceptional, and throughout the Tianhe Star, there is likely no one who can rival him. Mengli's understanding of such figures was still as naive as that of an infant. Yet she dared to inquire, who is Mr. Chen? Lin Yuan replied, Chen Cheng, he is an incredibly skilled individual. Most importantly, he also taught me how to shoot. He can hit a leaf floating 200 meters away with the naked eye, without any specialized equipment. Mengli, the novice, finally comprehended the extent of Mr. Chen's prowess. Was he even human? Nevertheless, his beast form was that of an eagle, a relatively mediocre achievement for the Eagle clan. Then why is he the best marksman? Mengli asked. Lin Yuan simply stated, talent. Chapter 41. The system's return even if he was among the less gifted of the beastmen. He still surpassed other male beastmen through sheer talent. Mengli posed a question. Isn't talent synonymous with aptitude? How can he possess talent while being deemed lacking in aptitude? Lin Yuan responded, I apologize. I spoke too hastily. To say his aptitude is poor is not entirely accurate. To be precise, Mr. Chen has physical limitations that I mentioned earlier. His eyesight is inferior to that of an average orc. Yet his other attributes far surpass those of ordinary individuals. Coupled with his relentless efforts, he has naturally emerged as one of the foremost marksmen. Mengli nodded in acknowledgement. She had always sensed that Mr. Chen, with his gentle demeanor, must have earned such a reputation not solely through innate talent. Though Mr. Chen is her teacher, Lin Yuan felt a twinge of discomfort upon catching a fleeting glimpse of her admiration for him. The brilliance of his martial title may have dimmed in the routine of their daily interactions. Lin Yuan exerted himself throughout the day, striving to capture Mengli's attention. However, Mengli, with her carefree nature, remained blissfully unaware of the subtle currents of masculine interest, only perceiving him as somewhat peculiar at times. Lin Yuan understood her disposition well. Her eyes sparkled like two black gemstones beneath the venue's illumination. Uncle Hua, shall we continue? Seeing her genuine enthusiasm for the matter, he dismissed his initial inclination to advise against her taking risks. Yet, glancing at the time, he realized it was far too late, and he must assume the responsibilities of a guardian. Regrettably, liar, we must take a rest. All right, I knew it. Though she complained, Mengli genuinely relished the sense of security that came with Lin Yuan's oversight. He diligently followed her, wiping her sweat and ensuring she remained hydrated, fulfilling his role like a true caretaker. Mengli was not entirely oblivious. Having survived in a perilous past life, she could not genuinely be thoughtless. She simply preferred to play the part of a carefree individual, especially around someone like Lin Yuan. The more she let her guard down, the more he could comfortably embrace her. Only when watching Mengli drift into slumber did Lin Yuan sense a fleeting feeling that she belonged to him. In her dreams, a cold and emotionless voice echoed, "System repair complete. Task loaded successfully." The following day, Mengli awoke with a distinct sensation that something had changed. She shook her head in confusion. Unexpectedly, she realized she had not slept well the previous night. As she looked around, she perceived the world differently. Even a table and chair before her now displayed peculiar data and labels upon her gaze. Suddenly, she became aware of a significant realization. Mengli gasped in alarm. Although a system could guide her toward a path of survival, living without it undoubtedly offered a sense of freedom, particularly as she had grown accustomed to interacting smoothly with ordinary people. Accepting a mission would mean she might have to harm those she cared about. She sighed in resignation, recalling her joyful time with Huolinyuan the day before. The mere thought of having to inflict pain upon him while completing a task was a scenario she could not bear to envision. And what about Chu Shiyuan and the others? Meng Li sighed heavily. System data loading. Please accept the task content. Ding. The current task is to capture the favor of a new exceptional male and achieve a favorability rating of over 68%, indicating affection. The target is Su Lingyu, a friend of the third prince. The task duration is 4 months. Meng Li was utterly bewildered. She had never heard of any gentleman by the surname Su at the academy. And could she truly win him over in just 1 short month? She felt a profound lack of confidence. The sight of her sighing despondently was interpreted by the system as a display of lack of motivation. Must I really pursue so many men? I feel quite content with the 3 or 4 I already have. The system's electronic voice coldly shattered her illusions. Failure to complete the task will result in electric shocks. Disobedience will lead to complete annihilation, with your soul dissipating into the ether, never to be reborn. Well, splendid, such a ruthless system. She buried her head under the covers and muttered, "Fine, I understand. Please, host, do your best. Time is of the essence." Meng Li shouted in frustration, "I got it. Just go away." The system fell silent. Turning her head, she saw Huolinyuan standing at the doorway, and judging by his expression, he had evidently heard her words that Meng Li's face flushed crimson. "I'm sorry, Uncle Hua. I wasn't speaking to you. I had a nightmare about something unpleasant. That's why." Huolinyuan's expression softened slightly. It had not been particularly awkward before. With an understanding nod, he inquired, "May I come in?" Meng Li, her face as red as a ripe peach, responded in a voice barely above a whisper, "Of course, feel free." Although she was uncertain of Huolinyuan's intentions for entry, under her watchful gaze, he picked up a comb from the vanity table and, in a voice as soothing as water, gently addressed her, "I would like to comb your hair, if that is all right." Meng Li found herself unable to utter a refusal. Clutching her nightgown, she gazed at her flushed reflection in the mirror and replied, "Of course, that would be lovely." Huolinyuan grasped her cloud-like hair, skillfully untangling it. Meng Li had anticipated that males would be clumsy, likely snagging some strands, and prepared herself for discomfort. Yet, to her surprise, she felt not a hint of pain. She couldn't help but scrutinize Huolinyuan as he tended to her hair. Even in such a simple task, he approached it with utmost seriousness, as if her hair were an exquisite piece of art. Meng Li's gaze became unfocused as she stared at the somewhat disheveled bed, feeling the warmth of his fingers amidst her locks. Suddenly, the system popped up. "Would you like to check this individual's favorability toward the host?" Her heart raced, and she leaned forward slightly, her fingers nearly tearing the bedclothes. This was the person she cared for most. What if he didn't truly harbor the affection he seemed to express? Chapter 42. Low Profile. Incompetent realizing this, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Nevertheless, she honestly chose to check the favorability rating, and a string of numbers appeared before her eyes, causing her to squint slightly. Huolinyuan's favorability rating toward Meng Li, 9.8, that IT had reached the optimal limit. The host had performed exceptionally well, so please continue your efforts. Meng Li was left dumbfounded at 98%. She had imagined countless outcomes, but never did she foresee that Huolinyuan would hold her in such high regard. He appeared to be a man not easily swayed by emotions. This revelation reshaped Meng Li's perception that if she had merely been blushing like a peach before, now she felt as if she could bleed from embarrassment. Was there no window in the room? Why did she feel so warm and uncomfortable? Grasping her collar, she futilely fanned herself, but to no avail. Heavens, I'm about to die of embarrassment. Are you unwell? Or is it simply too warm in here? Huolinyuan paused his braiding, leaning in closer to examine her face, as though checking on a kitten's health. Meng Li could not avoid his gaze, lowering her eyelashes to evade eye contact. Indeed, the room was a bit too warm. Upon hearing this, Huolinyuan remarked, "Then it seems this room is unsuitable. For now, let us make do. Once you start school, I will have someone prepare the other rooms. If you don't like them, we can always find a new residence that, oh dear." She had merely complained in passing. Meng Li had not even realized what she had said, upon hearing that he intended to purchase another villa. She quickly objected that that's far too extravagant. No, I no longer feel hot. Uncle Hua. I'm fine now, no need to change rooms. Hua Linyuan did not press her for an explanation regarding her sudden change of heart. If you feel unwell, do not hesitate to speak up to Dio, not keep it bottled up inside. Understood. Mengli discreetly observed his earnest expression through the mirror, astonished that a man who appeared so cold and unyielding could be so adept at braiding hair. As if possessing the ability to read her mind, always aware of her thoughts, he neither pressed her nor restricted her space, which only intensified her curiosity about his feelings. What did he truly think of her? All right, take a look. Are you satisfied? Before Mengli could fully process what was happening, the task was already complete. She was lost in a haze, cradling the mirror as she reveled in the realization that Hua Linyuan genuinely cared for her. Responding in a daze, yes, it looks lovely. Uncle Hua, your hands are truly skillful. The latter compliment was heartfelt. Hua Linyuan softly replied, if you like it, I can learn more styles that a pleasing hairstyle will bring joy each day. In truth, this was something he had learned during his school days. His parents believed that mastering charming techniques would endear him to his future spouse. At the time, he had scoffed at the idea. Yet today he felt grateful that he had taken it seriously, even if he had not initially enjoyed it. Now, compared to other males, he possessed a certain skill. For the time being, none could surpass him. Mengli, in a daze, expressed her fondness, and he genuinely smiled, reminiscing about the sensation of her hair between his fingers to as long as you like it. After a lengthy period without seeing Mengli descend the stairs, Chu Ying impatiently sent a servant upstairs to gently remind her that it was almost time to leave. Oh dear. Since starting school, she had yet to experience tardiness. Mengli quickly washed up and hurried down the stairs. Hua Linyuan gazed at the strands of hair in his palm, his expression slightly troubled. Thank you for the reminder. I nearly forgot an important matter, Chu Ying pouted, remarking that General Hua had taken quite a long time to groom himself, attributing it not to Mengli's fault. Mengli replied, not at all. It's just that I'm being too slow to that moment. Hua Linyuan descended from the upper floor, casting a glance at Chu Ying that bore a hint of warning. However, to the oblivious Chu Ying, this warning was as good as meaningless. That wasn't at all about family background. Wasn't it merely about status? Who didn't have such things? He disregarded the other's gaze and continued to chatter incessantly in Meng Li's ear. Hua Linyuan settled beside Meng Li, peeling shrimp for her, and pointedly uttered, one should not speak while eating, nor converse during rest. Meng Li, at a loss for how to silence the young master, quickly agreed. Chu Xiaoyi, let us finish our meal before discussing anything further. Hua Linyuan would never allow any food that required further preparation to appear on Meng Li's plate. His skills were astonishingly multifaceted, including the ability to strip fresh fruits down to their pristine flesh and seafood to its delectable insides, all laid bare before Meng Li, awaiting her indulgence. Meng Li, much to her delight, savored it all. Initially, she attempted to persuade Hua Linyuan that she could manage on her own, but he dismissed her concerns, claiming that he found joy in serving her. As they continued to eat, Meng Li fell silent, utterly enraptured by the blissful experience. She found herself ensnared in this thick layer of sweetness. As for why it felt like a sugary coating, that was Chu Ying's perspective. He believed Hua Linyuan. This older man was cunningly scheming some unseen plot. For what other reason would he be so attentive? Chu Ying, though internally scornful, awkwardly mimicked Hua Linyuan's actions, clumsily trying to win Meng Li's favor. Their competition did not escape Meng Li's notice. Yet she feigned ignorance, lowering her head like a quail, until she had her fill and departed for school, while Chu Ying was still halfway through peeling shrimp, entirely failing to grasp the essence of Hua Linyuan's finesse. Chu Ying was once again filled with exasperation. She was accustomed to such scrutiny. Upon reaching her destination, she activated a new task, as the system's mechanical voice announced. Please accept the new task. Host. Collaborate with the Academy to enhance visibility, allowing everyone the opportunity to engage with the host. Meng Li was somewhat bewildered by the phrase, giving people the chance to interact with oneself. The system continued. Strive to become the Academy's spokesperson, participate in public demonstrations, and ensure a successful candidacy. I merely wish to be a salted fish. I do not desire to be the center of attention. She had thought that by participating in the main storyline of her trials, she could evade the public eye. Reality proved that she had overthought it. Once bound to the system, there would be no days of low profile. Chapter 43. Ambiguous alternation. She had believed that after this incident, Shuel Yin would vanish from the scene. However, She was merely confined, purportedly to remain for over 2 years, though it was rumored that with a good attitude. She could be released in 3 months. The TO say she was unbothered would be in such moments. Meng Li's ambition to rise further intensified. While Lin Yuan and the others were not to be trifled with. They specifically apologized to Meng Li regarding the matter. Meng Li felt that things had become considerably more complicated. Although she believed their intervention would render Shui Lian irreparably doomed, there was a strong possibility that the second prince would harbor negative feelings towards them for this action. While the second prince was not on the list of potential targets, any connection to the third prince's acquaintances would inevitably lead to encounters with the second prince. The task of navigating these intricate dynamics appeared deceptively simple, yet was fraught with challenges. Aside from the few men who constantly surrounded her and viewed her through a favorable lens, she did not perceive anything particularly special about herself that as for the task assigned by the system to secure the position of Academy spokesperson. This was needless to elaborate. Even if her past academic performance was lackluster, her recent efforts had garnered attention and goodwill from her peers. During these days, she prepared for her candidacy at home, occasionally sighing in frustration. She was not adept at such matters. While Lin Yuan provided her with refreshing juice and, upon receiving her consent, sat beside her, asking, "What troubles you?" Meng Li wore a furrowed brow, as she was utterly clueless regarding the knowledge at hand. While she could apply her mental acuity effortlessly, once it transitioned to theoretical concepts on paper, she found herself lost. "Uncle, I do not enjoy reading." She rolled around on the sofa in exasperation, racking her brain to comprehend the connection between the two. At that moment, she thought of Cheng Mo. If only Cheng Mo were here. As her senior, he would undoubtedly impart some wisdom. Unbeknownst to her, she had grown quite reliant on these individuals. Meng Li languidly toyed with the tassels on the sofa cushions, attempting to clear the cluttered knowledge from her mind within this brief span. While Lin Yuan glanced at the book, suggesting, "If you find it difficult to integrate the two, why not tackle them separately?" That would make it much simpler. As she observed Hoa Lin Yuan's strokes as he illustrated the concepts, he effortlessly clarified the obscure knowledge. Meng Li grasped the fundamental logic, and suddenly, the contents of the book became coherent. Upon revisiting sections she had previously found incomprehensible, it felt as though an invisible hand had reached into her mind, untangling her chaotic thoughts. Meng Li clung to Hoa Lin Yuan's arm in an unrefined manner, as if the air around them was saturated with words. While Lin Yuan finally inquired, "Did I explain it clearly?" While there are still some unclear points, I can manage now." The more they spent time together, the more they resembled a genuine father-daughter duo. Yet their body language betrayed none of the underlying ambiguity. Faced with such an alluring male figure, Meng Li naturally felt her heart flutter. Yet, she sensed that it was not yet the time to advance their relationship. Perhaps due to the early demise of her parents in her past life, which instilled in her a sense of reliance on Hua Lin Yuan that if that were truly the case, she could not afford to express her feelings overtly. Thus, she awkwardly withdrew the hand she had impulsively laid on him. While Lin Yuan did not react as she had anticipated, displaying none of the immature gloom she expected. Instead, Meng Li began to question the data provided by the system. Her fondness for being close to him could be interpreted as a child's reliance on an elder. Did Hua Lin Yuan's meticulous care stem from her youth, akin to that of a daughter? Her expression shifted with the realization. Very well. Her heart, which was never meant to reside within the confines of the text, drifted even further away. Having already studied for a day, she deemed it acceptable to take a brief respite. Hastily gathering her materials, including the half-finished manuscript on her holographic device, Hua Lin Yuan inquired, "Aren't you writing anymore?" Meng Li, in a huff, replied, "I'm exhausted. I need a break." She guessed that he preferred more mature women. Yet that was precisely what she struggled with. She was always conscious of such things. Ever since revealing her preferences, Hua Lin Yuan had personally prepared every meal she consumed, showcasing culinary skills he had seemingly acquired from an unknown source. Meng Li found herself eating without savoring the flavors that if you're not enjoying it, I can whip up something new and more palatable, he offered. The frustrations in Meng Li's heart found no outlet, and she could only cling to Hua Lin Yuan in silence. His chest provided her with a profound sense of security that no need. Several times, she contemplated asking Hua Lin Yuan why he did not express his feelings. Yet each time, she forced herself to hold back. One must articulate their concerns promptly. Bottling them up would only be detrimental to one's health. "Uncle Hua, what type do you prefer?" Lin Yuan replied without hesitation. Whatever you look like is my preferred type. This statement was undoubtedly a perfect answer. Yet for Meng Li, it somehow lacked a certain feeling. What was that feeling? Lin Yuan, as if comforting a child, urged her to finish her meal and suggested discussing the remaining topics later. Given the need for votes, Lin Yuan registered an account for her, facilitating the voting process that as soon as Meng Li's account was created. A flood of fans and supporters surged in, and before long, nearly 40% of the voters had cast their ballots for her, with only 4 candidates in total. This indicated that, barring unforeseen circumstances, she would likely succeed in her candidacy, even if she was deemed a waste. Listening to Lin Yuan's explanations, Meng Li was left in a daze. What had she done to attract such a multitude of votes? To say she was unhappy would be untrue. However, she felt as if she were walking on air, experiencing a surreal sensation. Uncle Hua, are you happy for me? She wished to share this joy with someone important. Lin Yuan's gaze softened like water, and he instinctively reached out to stroke her hair, his large hand brushing against her ear, sending a wave of warmth and tingling sensations down her spine, as if she were submerged in warm water. Meng Li's eyes gradually became dreamy. I sincerely apologize for touching your hair without your consent. I did not mean to offend. Once again, he began to apologize. The intricate layers of their relationship could no longer contain the burgeoning desires within. He was always so polite that it's quite all right. Rationally, she too cooled her demeanor. The earlier harmony between them seemed to have dissipated. Meng Li feigned concern. Uncle Hua, if they are voting for me now, will they change their minds if I perform poorly later? Chapter 44. The past Lin Yuan reassured her. They will not. Satisfied, Meng Li continued to engage in trivial conversation. All in the name of relishing Lin Yuan's affection. She cherished these moments. Later that evening, as Meng Li prepared for bed, she received a call from Cheng Mo after a moment's hesitation. Her finger had already tapped to answer. Cheng Mo had not anticipated that at this hour, Meng Li would still be awake. Good evening, he said with a smile as he manifested through the projection in Meng Li's room. Good evening. Senior, haven't you rested yet? Meng Li, propped up on her bed, gazed at him, already feeling a bit drowsy, surprised by Cheng Mo's sudden visit. That I'll rest after I finish watching you. Could you tell me what you've been up to today? The mere thought of it made Meng Li's head ache. For the past month, she had been diligently following the system's directives, vying for the position of the Academy's new spokesperson. Her days were consumed by sleep, eating, and drinking, all while attempting to study. How dreadfully monotonous it had been. Initially, Meng Li's ambitious aspirations had nearly been extinguished by this cold reality that, just thinking about it makes me frustrated. Observing Meng Li's less than pleasant expression, Cheng Mo patiently encouraged her to share her troubles. That I've been quite exhausted myself. But when I see you, I feel rejuvenated. And you? Meng Li let out a long sigh. Senior, if only you were here. I could learn from you directly in the areas I struggle with. Cheng Mo chuckled softly. That I thought you were different from the usual junior students. Back when I was still in school, many offered handsome sums just to have me tutor them. Meng Li pondered this. Before becoming her guardian, they were all exceptionally talented individuals in various fields. But what happened afterward? Cheng Mo blinked. Afterward, I never agreed. Meng Li was curious. Why not? To her, Cheng Mo's demeanor was quite gentle. Even if someone offended him, he wouldn't pursue it too fervently. Logically, with his knowledge and character, he should have been very popular and taken advantage of such opportunities. To be honest, if it weren't for academic restrictions, Meng Li would have pursued this path long ago. Cheng Mo adjusted his glasses, revealing no intent to conceal the truth. Because those people didn't genuinely want my tutoring. They merely sought to conquer my heart. How could pure academia be sullied by such motives? He had once thought so nobly, convinced he would never develop feelings for someone younger than himself, as they seemed akin to his own sisters. Yet upon meeting Meng Li, he felt an inexplicable hint of ambiguity in their camaraderie, drawing him in and leaving him unable to extricate himself. It was then he understood why so many females had once clamored to have him as their tutor. Ditto. Meng Li had not imagined that pursuing someone could take such a form. Noticing her keen interest, Cheng Mo recounted the tale. Back then, they made a wager that if they could make me nod in agreement, they would receive a handsome reward. Regardless of status or ability, anyone with confidence could partake in this gamble. From the outset, Meng Li could already envision the kind of harassment Cheng Mo had endured. Upon succeeding in their wager, they gained not just Cheng Mo's heart, but also immense wealth. wealth that could alter destinies. Something many impoverished families would never hope to amass in a lifetime. Even those indifferent to Cheng would be tempted. However, as time passed, many females grew bolder due to his gentleness, lowering the thresholds for participation in the wager. Cheng had been rather naive at the time, only realizing the severity of the situation when he found uninvited guests in his residence. He reported them to the authorities, yet some persisted in pursuing him. Clearly obsessed, eventually, Cheng deliberately omitted details about how he unraveled the entire scheme and identified the mastermind behind it all. Afterward, he vanished from the academy. Yet it was evident that the shadows of that ordeal still lingered within him. Meng Li's heart tightened upon hearing this. Her senior had experienced such perilous times. And what of her? Had her earlier flirtations, albeit a mere task, caused him distress? Senior, I'm sorry. Did you find me frivolous before? She nervously fidgeted with her fingers, scarcely daring to meet the gaze of the ethereal figure before her. Had she known of his past, she would have been more cautious. Not at all to me. You are quite adorable, unlike those who harassed me. They lack manners and a sense of privacy, ultimately viewing me not as an individual, but merely as a means to an end. Despite being an outstanding senior. Despite his altruism and his never harming others, misfortune still befell him, brought upon by them. They were the culprits. Yet Meng Li, although a female, was the only one in all these years who regarded him as a person. In her eyes, he was the senior, the remarkable individual, someone worthy of trust. He was seen that in that moment. Cheng nearly felt tears welling up. After waiting so long, he had finally found a normal female. Thank you, senior, for believing in me. There was no resistance or aversion. It was the utmost respect Cheng could afford himself. Meng Li understood that she held a unique place in his heart. But could she bear such affection? In truth, she had always regretted bringing up his painful past. This reaction filled Cheng with immense satisfaction. Yes, feel guilty. Feel sorry for yourself. This way, I can receive even more affection. To me, the junior is a very dear person. Please don't disclose this to anyone. Meng Li, upon hearing this, quickly assured him, of course not. Today, upon registering my account, I noticed that our Lier is quite popular. Her face flushed crimson. Senior, did you see the ID photo I uploaded? It's so silly to AT that moment. She had been in disarray, her hair tousled, and that ID photo had somehow circulated, revealing an embarrassing side of her to many. She had thought that the shame would eventually fade, but to realize that her most respected senior had seen such a disillusioned version of herself. Chapter 45. Gossip. Meng Li had intended to say more. But Hua Lingyuan stood at the door. He knocked gently, asking, "May I come in?" Meng Li, unperturbed, nodded in agreement. "Uncle Hua, your timing is perfect. Senior was just speaking with me, and I momentarily lost my train of thought." Hua Lingyuan and Cheng Mo's gazes met briefly before they both averted their eyes in tacit understanding. Surprisingly, there was no palpable tension between them. What a pity, Meng Li mused inwardly. She felt an eager anticipation to witness Hua Lingyuan's possessiveness towards her, while she could easily deduce that Cheng was not as naive as he portrayed. Nonetheless, she relished this concealed complexity and chose not to expose it, even if a male's life was cheap. The dean who had taken him in was no pushover. She suspected that the females involved and the instigator had faced considerable repercussions. The one orchestrating it all had undoubtedly been Cheng Mo. She found it hard to believe that he had no hand in this. The fact that Cheng Mo dared to bring it up in her presence suggested he was gradually becoming more invested in her. If that were the case, then the allure of his visage was truly formidable. Just as she was lost in thought, while Lingyuan entered that it's time for sleep, he reminded Meng Li. She winked at Cheng Mo and replied, "I understand." Cheng Mo displayed no signs of displeasure, readily agreeing. "Then we shall continue our conversation tomorrow." Whether intentional or not, she found the atmosphere particularly intoxicating, leaving her unable to detach from it. Cheng Mo smiled mysteriously. He gently adjusted his glasses but did not share Meng Li's sense of urgency that "I believe we will meet again soon." Cheng Mo shook his head. "Not yet. However, something surprising will happen next. Would you consider that good news? So, don't be disheartened." Meng Li pouted that "I don't even know what this good news is. How can I possibly feel uplifted? Senior, please don't tease me." Cheng Mo smiled, appearing quite amiable. He remained tight-lipped, unwilling to reveal the surprise. This man was quite the tease. Since he wished to keep her guessing, she decided to voice a few complaints. If it displeased him, it would be difficult to rectify. Thus, she obediently wished Chung Mo good night, lay down, and succumbed to sleep as drowsiness washed over her. The next day, she resumed her studies, diligently sharing her daily endeavors on her account. Unsurprisingly, each post garnered thousands of likes, with her view count far surpassing other competitors. At that moment, the cold system appeared abruptly. Host must exert more effort. Meng Li, caught off guard by its sudden arrival while smiling at her rising view count, felt a wave of discomfort. System, please make some noise before appearing next time. You nearly scared me to death. The system remained silent. She began to ponder its words. Could it be that she hadn't yet completed her task? I should be at the top. Currently, no other achievements surpass mine. Once this month passes, I can omit the word currently. She mused, stroking her chin. The system's penchant for suspense was reminiscent of Chung Mo's style. The trials of life will never be simple. The host should treat this seriously. Meng Li's expression turned grave. Did I it to say that the current smooth sailing and everything going well is merely an illusion? To be honest, she initially believed that participating in the election with honesty and integrity would shield her from any significant turmoil. Tapping the system, she sought deeper insights. System, what particular aspect should I be especially cautious about? Given this prompt, it would be wise to prepare in advance. Just as she thought the system would once again feign ignorance due to lack of tasks. It leisurely replied, there will always be those envious of achievements gained effortlessly. Host, I presumed you would grasp such a simple truth. Indeed, she had merely engaged in commonplace actions, and suddenly, a throng of admirers had surged forth, enamored with her. Yet once one displays imperfections, would they still support her as they do now? Clearly, that would be unlikely. Thank you. That is quite a useful reminder, Dreamly thought, abruptly shaken from her earlier self-satisfaction. The data before her was untrustworthy. She must strive harder, climbing ever higher. A nagging sense told her that beyond this incident, further challenges awaited. Thus, she reluctantly inquired of the system, is there any other implication to your words? Or perhaps no additional suggestions? If the system possessed the capacity for disdain, it would undoubtedly be directed at Dreamly. That it remained aloof and unyielding. Dreamly found herself increasingly perplexed. This was unlike any system she had encountered, rather than a mere robot. It resembled a mentor, very well. The day was drawing to a close. Dreamly had spent the entire day in a library. Stretching her limbs, she resolved to grant herself a reprieve. Gathering her belongings, she inadvertently shook out a pile of love letters from her books, which she bound together and tucked into her bag. Once she graduated from this academy, she intended to return each letter to its rightful owner. In truth, she preferred not to have too many people surrounding her. It was simply too noisy. As she descended the stairs in a lackluster manner, Dreamly was met with the sound of a loud commotion just around the corner, quickly followed by the librarian's attempts to restore order. You vixen, luring my female student, and now I've finally caught you. Don't think you can escape? Oh, gossip to be had. Dreamly, excited by the prospect of missing out on the spectacle, quietly concealed herself, awaiting developments. Chapter 46, The Fray Sir. Please show some respect. Our librarian is not as malevolent as you imagine. If you continue this way, we will have no choice but to call the police. The male scoffed, his face rife with disbelief. Do you even believe your own words? You are merely shielding a criminal, allowing a potential homewrecker to receive tolerance and forgiveness. Sooner or later, you too will be harmed. Wow, how explosive. Dreamly covered her mouth, delighting in the unfolding drama. The librarian's face shifted from pale to flushed with anger. While many females having multiple male partners is deemed reasonable, who wouldn't harbor hopes for their own wives. Naturally, he wished to avoid a situation where one male monopolized affection, usurping his place. That moment, the tall man, labeled as the interloper, grinned provocatively, dripping with sarcasm. Indeed, only those forsaken would utter such resentful words. If you weren't so out of shape, would your wife cast you aside? Would you be making such a scene in a public place? Honestly, if it were me, I would also keep a younger, more handsome man. Most importantly, he wouldn't embarrass his wife or behave like a lunatic, shouting and screaming. You despicable scoundrel. Everything is your wife's doing, yet you target me. Why not confront her? Retorted the handsome male. Clearly, the man confronting him lacked the courage to address that point. Dreamly was taken aback. Such audacity was unprecedented. She had never encountered a male so sharp-tongued and cutting. Most males around her were composed, quiet, decent, and suitable for family life. Even without seeing him, one could envision the kind of person who would speak such words that are so fierce. He must be like a red rose. Exquisite yet thorny, she mused, due to her angle. She could only see his extraordinarily long legs, tall enough to stride over her with ease. Who wouldn't be captivated by such a man? What female could resist such temptation? Thus, his words held immense persuasive power, laced with aggression. Regardless of who stood opposite him, they would appear mundane and pallid by comparison. Indeed, the male who was already in the wrong was rendered speechless, his face drained of color, as if he might faint at any moment. It was common for women to have multiple partners. This male's outburst was unwarranted. Now, looking around, who would heed him? "But you shouldn't dangle my wife in front of me." She's merely naive. And you took advantage of that, coaxing her into spending money on you. Let us be honest, aren't you still a student? Where do you find so much money? What a shameless display. A man had yet to step through the door before utterly enchanting his wife, with financial control gradually slipping from his grasp. This was the crux of his fury. Otherwise, why would he be so frantic? Regrettably, even with such substantial reasoning, it held no ground. Where love exists, money follows. Even as her husband, he had no authority to discipline his wife's boyfriend, left only to glare and incessantly berate the working boy. Dreamily noticed that the man had brought a group along to confront the interloper, indicating he was not merely there to vent that a male entering a married female's household was hardly blameworthy. Since he could not win with words, then, her ominous premonition came to fruition. The unremarkable husband became enraged. Losing his rationality, that he nearly ground his teeth to dust, and a wave of despair surged within him. With his wife's love lost, what was left to cling to? He might as well fight to destroy the one before him. Then fight, strike me. Even if I die today, I will ruin that vixen's face. What had begun as mere curiosity now threatened to escalate into violence. Dreamily hastily abandoned her voyeurism and rushed downstairs. The librarian was alarmed, attempting to restrain the emotionally unhinged male, but there were too many people, and the remaining males had already pounced on the defenseless man, engulfing him in a sea of bodies. Those who had initially joined Dreamily in spectating now disregarded the situation's progression and hurried to help end the ensuing chaos. Some twisted their arms, while others were trampled underfoot, wincing in pain. That as for Dreamily? She could not even squeeze herself in. Calling for help was futile. Those who had lost their sanity bore a striking resemblance to beasts. Even more terrifying than beasts, humans were intelligent, even in madness. Their actions were governed by a certain logic, amplifying their destructive potential. Realizing this, everyone was engulfed in terror. "Stop everything." A piercing shout cut through the crowd, striking the husband, but he gazed tearfully at the female. Everyone, including Dreamily, recognized her as his wife. "What are you doing here?" The female approached, parting the throng to this moment. The husband appeared somewhat guilty, as if caught in wrongdoing. How could such a stark contrast exist within a single individual? Dreamily felt a chill run down her spine. Let him go. Observing her lover in such a disheveled state, the female's eyes flickered with a hint of compassion, and she commanded with indignation. The husband, typically hesitant to speak to his wife, found himself compelled to protest. No, that man must not be released. The couple faced one another. "Have you grown wings? Do you defy my command to release him? Why not confront me directly? Why bully an inexperienced student?" Upon hearing this, the husband's expression fell, tears streaming down his cheeks as he appeared painfully aggrieved. "You arrived too late. You have no idea what he has said to me. If you had heard, would you still defend him?" The wife, visibly impatient, took out a cigarette. "Then tell me what he said." "He claimed I was aging and unattractive, that I didn't deserve you. Yet, among your various partners, I am the most handsome. He is clearly targeting me." Dreamily observed the man dubbed the interloper, reflecting on his striking appearance. She recalled how, just days ago, he had smiled at her while she returned a book. His smile was indeed captivating. Amidst the couple's quarrel, he appeared indifferent, showing no reaction, his gaze icy. Little did Dreamily expect that such a charming man, whose smile resembled a blossoming flower, would engage in such underhanded behavior. Chapter 47. The riot. As this thought crossed her mind, Dreamly immediately rejected it. No, he seemed like someone with grievances of his own. She could sense it. Observing the hysterical husband, the woman expressed no pity whatsoever. Women can be quite cruel, Dreamly mused, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the husband. That it was evident he harbored genuine feelings. But what good was that? If he truly loved his wife, he would accept her regardless of how many men she had. It was likely all about the money. Dreamly heard the system remark. Sensing an impending storm, in general, the system refrains from emerging unless it is time to dispatch tasks. This particular system is notably reticent. As if its inhabitants dwell in two disparate worlds, communicating only on the rarest of occasions. Is she merely seeking a spectacle, or is she indeed obligated to undertake tasks? Oh heavens, she is already exhausted today. Host, you must exercise caution. Indeed, a task looms ahead. Dreamly remains silent, tightly clutching the hem of her garment. This moment, she discerns the frenzied madness gleaming in the other party's eyes, suggesting that he is not merely making idle threats. Yet, the mistress across from him remains oblivious, believing he is simply sulking, impatiently toying with her hair. Impossible. Money spent is like water spilled. Do you expect me to repay you? Perhaps you ought to reflect on whether you possess the qualification to demand such. You old man, who seems to think himself irresistibly charming. Have you looked in the mirror lately? My word, the words exchanged grow increasingly venomous. Quite commendably, this is a quintessential case of adding fuel to the flames. The male lowers his gaze in silence. Just as everyone assumes he has calmed down, he abruptly raises his head, his crimson eyes filled with despair. Oh, beast god, it seems this life of mine shall not conclude favorably. For I intend to take everyone here with me. They all owe me. Should retribution befall anyone, let it strike Tianhe, the true instigator of the demise of this place. Dreamly gasps in horror. The female named Tianhe pales slightly, and in that instant, the male unleashes his oppressive aura, slicing into his palm, blood dripping onto a peculiar object, which begins to emit a low hum, plunging the surroundings into chaos. Dreamly is at a loss as to what sinister sorcery he has unleashed, sending everyone into a frenzy, even affecting her, a female of considerable rank. Dizziness and nausea assail her, tangible physiological reactions manifesting. If she is thus affected, those lacking formidable mental fortitude suffer even greater consequences, all of them spontaneously spitting blood, while those of moderate mental strength descend into madness, unable to distinguish reality from illusion. Aggressive males begin to attack indiscriminately, and the scene devolves into utter pandemonium. The architect of this calamity also succumbs to madness, gazing upon the chaos he has wrought, a wicked smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. After all, he is an A-rank male. Otherwise, why would he wreak such havoc? Yet, Tianhe still harbors no intention of letting him off the hook. She, a mere C-rank, only managed to marry him due to her prominent family background. Had he not been beguiled by her sweet words in the past, he would not find himself in this dire predicament. Reflecting on this, a flicker of desolation crosses the male's eyes. Ultimately, it was a wrong turn that led him to this plight. If given another chance, he would never allow himself to cross paths with Tianhe again. As for Tianhe, her rank is so low that the moment the incident occurs, she is already spewing blood, dark liquid trickling from her nostrils. Witnessing this unfolding tragedy, Dreamly grits her teeth. What a willful male, unleashing chaos over a mere disagreement. The librarian, quick-witted, promptly alerts the authorities. However, even with the police notified, they cannot arrive in time. In merely a minute, the injured have already begun to dominate the scene, turning on one another. No matter how much he despises his wife, what concern is it of strangers? They were merely enjoying an ordinary day at the library, unaware that their lives would be lost in an instant. The one responsible for this turmoil is truly malevolent. No, she must act. She will not permit this male to run rampant any longer. The mental soothing technique she had practiced previously comes into play, as Dreamly forces herself through the nausea and discomfort, channeling her healing powers to counteract the male's oppressive mental force. Indeed, a higher rank proves advantageous. With just this little bit of effort, she manages to suppress his overwhelming presence. How infuriating that if not for her interference, perhaps he would have delayed his outburst. Meddling, all females are equally vexatious. Compared to his full strength, Dreamly barely matches him. Simultaneously, the male's friends and relatives disperse their efforts, taking advantage of Dream Lee's distraction to swiftly exit the library, emitting their own oppressive aura. Soon, the males nearby also descend into madness, launching indiscriminate attacks on unaffected passersby. Why must you resort to such measures? If you dislike this female, you could simply remarry. Why inflict harm on so many? Dream Lee glares at him, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of her mouth. She cannot fathom what kind of drug the male has taken, allowing him to remain in such a heightened state. Seemingly tireless. From her readings and accumulated experience, this is certainly not the manifestation of an A-ranked individual, by any standard. His mental strength must reach S rank, or even higher. He is undoubtedly fit for battle. A twinge of fear grips her heart. She has acted too impulsively. She should not have revealed her strength so soon. Initially, she ought to have stabilized the situation, saving as many as possible before broaching the subject of ideology and persuasion. Chapter 48. Misunderstanding. This is a premeditated riot. She has long been aware, yet lamentably, her lack of experience leaves her at a loss for how to handle such incidents. Moreover, this misfortune was not of her own making. Though she cannot ascertain from where he procured it, Dream Lee distinctly observes that when he shatters those vials and scatters the contents into the air, the frenzied individuals momentarily regain their sanity. While it cannot last long, it is sufficient for them to escape. The red-haired male begins to direct the people in an orderly fashion toward the exits, and they no longer concern themselves with each other's identities. After all, any delay could lead to manipulation, and the threat of death looms over them all. Dream Lee watches as the crowd exits, apart from a few who are too injured to move. The library is soon devoid of any presence. For some reason, she feels as though she has become overly fixated on one of the protagonists of this affair. Perhaps it is simply his striking appearance. Dream Lee's distracted demeanor does not escape the male's notice. He smirks ironically, clearly recognizing her as an unsettled individual, one who attracts attention wherever she goes. That I suspect even you have fallen under my spell. Dream Lee wearily rolls her eyes. You think too much. The male, provoked, disregards her retort, intensifying his mental pressure. However, Dream Lee is not one to be easily subdued. Without the onlooker's influence, she easily suppresses the enhanced abilities he gained from the drugs. He cannot believe it. Dream Lee chuckles. Did you think there was no one here capable of standing against you? Her strength, measured at a rank, is misleading. She knows that the reading is merely a result of the machine's limitations and her unstable state at that moment. Having enjoyed a life of comfort at home, aside from academic concerns, she has had everything at her disposal, her growth progressing well, leading to an increase in her power. Upon reevaluation, she now hopes to reach SS rank. Yet, she keeps this information to herself. Until they reveal their vulnerabilities, she will not disclose any of her strengths. The male's face contorts in anguish that he meticulously orchestrated today's events for the sake of exacting revenge on those who have wronged him. Why? Even the beast god denies him this small wish. He sinks into despair. The police arrive, and without surprise, he is taken away. Huolin Yuan, burdened with official duties, has finally managed to push through his work and is hastening toward the scene. Observing the wreckage of the library, Dream Lee exhales a sigh. She reports her location and casually finds a place to sit. Outside the library lies a park, a realm of trees and flourishing plants. Now appearing listless after the tumult, in her acute hearing, the slightest rustle from the bushes cannot escape her notice. Are you still here? She turns her head. Indeed, it is the red-haired male. The mockery on his face has faded, replaced by an unexpected calmness. And you? Dream Lee rests her chin on her hand. That I am waiting for my guardian to pick me up. He white and my name is he that he introduces himself. Dream Lee smiles slightly. She has always been fond of good-looking individuals, thus her demeanor remains friendly. That I am Dream Lee. You should know me. The news of her exploits has spread throughout the school in recent days, and she finds it hard to believe that this seemingly astute youth does not recognize her. I know you. That a gust of wind sweeps through, rustling the leaves that fell during the chaos. Oh, and what impression do you have of me? To speak candidly, he initially perceived a female who was constantly the subject of gossip, as if she existed solely within the narratives of her peers. Such a person, he thought, could not possibly live up to her reputation, much like the female who had harassed him. Yet now he finds himself genuinely impressed by her. Moreover, after spending time with her over the past few days, He realizes that Dream Lee is not at all as he had imagined. Rather, he had greatly underestimated her. She is not only courageous but also kind-hearted, as evidenced by the numerous love letters she has received, which she has not discarded but rather stored carefully in her bag. For this reason, he had followed her, discovering that she did not take the opportunity to dispose of these heartfelt notes when no one was watching. What, then, is her purpose for keeping them? Curiosity wells within He. Regrettably, the character traits she displays publicly are far too few, making her enigmatic and unpredictable. It can be said that Meng Li is the most extraordinary person I have encountered among the myriad of individuals. Not only is she unique, but she also radiates brilliance to its nothing that I just find you quite beautiful, he remarked casually. Meng Li appeared somewhat disappointed that I thought you might have a change of heart after today. He replied, beautiful, isn't that good? He believed that this would please her, that of course beauty is good, but I hope you find me dependable. After all, I possess more than just this one virtue. She winked and smiled, causing He to smile in return. That be why the way. Will today's events have any impact on you? After such a significant occurrence, she genuinely hoped the young man would remain here. It was her selfish desire to see him every day. Perhaps not, he replied. That Meng Li's eyes widened. Why? This isn't your fault, he forced a smile. The incident arose because of me. How could I claim it has nothing to do with me? It was others who harassed you first. They have no right to say it was your fault. Indeed, a princess living in an ivory tower would never comprehend his anguish. But he questioned, how do you know they are framing me? Was it possible he truly was the one who instigated it? Meng Li felt a surge of complicated emotions, though primarily it was pity. There are many reasons behind such actions, but most can be summed up in one word: poverty. In this world, there are many males like this. Would her previous reaction inflict further injury upon him? He added languidly, my family is quite affluent. You needn't pity me, that I merely find it exhilarating. What? Meng Li found herself at a loss for words. That's it. Suddenly, he leaned closer, his breath brushing against her face. Do you think I am driven by necessity? Chapter 49. Punishment. What do you think? Meng Li furrowed her brow. I'm sorry, but I don't particularly like it when others are too close. She understood his intentions all too well, that he was not a target of her affections. Thus, she remained oblivious to his feelings, preferring to avoid any entanglements. Unfortunately, circumstances had taken an unexpected turn. He stiffened slightly. But it's not directed at you. It's my own issue, that it would be unwise to speak too harshly. He smiled, though the smile bore a hint of melancholy. This is not your fault. It's simply my habit. The previously warm atmosphere suddenly grew cold. Meng Li, feeling a pang of sympathy at his dejected demeanor, initiated a new topic of conversation. By the way, where did you acquire the potion you used during the rescue? Even in a situation of saving a life, the lab's potions shouldn't be handled carelessly. Should they? There a process of layers of approval. Upon mentioning this, he regained his composure. With a mysterious smile, he masked his earlier vulnerability flawlessly, as if he were an entirely different person. The origins of medicine are generally not disclosed lightly. Just as you were about to assume he would remain silent, he took an unexpected turn, saying, but you are not just anyone. You saved me. Meng Li was momentarily rendered speechless. That was not a potion brought from the lab. It was a concoction I developed myself. Strictly speaking, it is a prohibited substance that if discovered, I would be expelled. Such a staggering revelation, delivered so nonchalantly, left Meng Li regarding this man with newfound respect. Now, we share a common secret. This young man, she couldn't quite decide whether to commend him for his nonchalance or consider him somewhat foolish. What if she revealed this matter to others? After all, her guardian was General Hua, which made it quite significant. She frowned, unable to suppress her concern, and cautioned Yi about the gravity of the situation, emphasizing once more, if discovered, not only would you be expelled, but you would likely face imprisonment as well. He interjected, you clearly witnessed me using a prohibited substance but did not stop me. That makes you my accomplice. You won't tell anyone. You can't. His tone was so assured that it incited an inexplicable irritation within Meng Li. Yet, she found herself in the wrong. As the only sober individual present, she had seen but failed to intervene. Not realizing that the potion he was holding was illicit, she couldn't possibly admit such a humiliating fact for the sake of her pride. Moreover, how dare this boy threaten her? Having saved a life today. I will keep your secret. However, should you ever use such substances to harm others or engage in illegal activities, I will not hesitate to report you, even at the risk of implicating myself. In my eyes, threats bear no weight, Mengli stated resolutely. Even if trouble arose, her identity as a rare female would afford her some protection, ensuring she would not live like a mere shadow of herself. He lowered his head and smiled. Pinching his fingers, his light brain received a message, displaying the visage of Huolin Yuan, seemingly urging Mengli silently da. I must take my leave as she rose. He called out to her. Your guardian does not seem like an easy person to deal with. You should be cautious. She paused, realizing he was referring to Huolin Yuan and my guardian is difficult to manage. You don't know him well enough to say that. Please refrain from such comments in the future. It was exceedingly offensive. Ever since her arrival, Mengli had never encountered a male so lacking in boundaries. While she felt irked, she was also curious about his intentions, which seemed to waver on the tip of his tongue. However, none of that mattered now. In the distance, Huolin Yuan awaited her. As she drew near, he grasped her shoulders, scrutinizing her for injuries. Are you hurt? You should go to the hospital. I'm fine. Her mood had soured, largely due to Ye's remarks. Although it was likely born from jealousy, the intuition between the same gender is often quite accurate. Huolin Yuan, sensitive to her subtle emotions, adeptly softened his tone. I apologize. I was overly concerned for you. The first statement was reasonable, but the latter carried an undertone of coercion. Nevertheless, it was prudent to undergo a checkup. Let us head to the starship. Receiving reminders from others is certainly different. Huolin Yuan seemed to be gradually ensnaring her, like a frog being slowly boiled in water, while she remained blissfully unaware. How absurd. The more she contemplated, the angrier she grew, deciding to temporarily ignore him. Soon enough, she would realize how laughable that thought was. After waiting so long, you must be hungry. Huolin Yuan, for the first time, spoke so much, all directed at appeasing Mengli, that he offered her a box of pastries. These were made by a chef I invited. Try them and see how they taste. If you don't like them, I will make them for you next time. Mengli turned her head, but could not escape the enticing aroma. Ultimately, she succumbed, pinching a piece and placing it in her mouth while thinking if it's not delicious. I'll find a way to make it difficult for you. To her surprise, the moment she tasted it, she was utterly conquered by the flavor. The soft texture, neither overly sweet nor cloying, with a hint of tartness, made it an excellent appetizer. In no time, half the box of pastries had vanished. Seeing Mengli enjoy the food delighted Huolin Yuan, though he was always adept at concealing his emotions at the dining table. Huolin Yuan refrained from mentioning the events of the day, but stubbornly suggested that Mengli see the family doctor for a checkup. All right, I can't evade this. Fortunately, the doctor confirmed there were no issues, prompting Huolin Yuan to relent. I must punish you. After feeling somewhat full, Mengli lazily leaned back in her chair, barely opening her eyes. She was quite displeased that it was said that males, regardless of age, could be punished if they upset their partners. To subtly warn Huolin Yuan against his interference, Mengli decided to adopt this approach. Huolin Yuan remained as steadfast as a mountain, unyielding. He accepted her declaration with such indifference that it struck no fear into him, further solidifying Mengli's resolve. Yet, she only knew of punishment, entirely unaware of the specific process involved in her helplessness. She sought the guidance of the knowledgeable Cheng Yemo. Chapter 50. Concealment. Cheng Yemo fell silent. He was unaware of what had transpired between Huolin Yuan and Mengli, but it was a significant indicator of the condition of their relationship. What had he missed? Observing Mengli's conflicted expression, he wondered if they should simply abandon the topic. As expected, even Cheng Sr. was uncertain about how to navigate such matters. Clearing his throat, Cheng Yemo remarked, Mengli is indeed more innocent than I imagined. She was even unaware that such subjects should not be discussed so casually. Regarding Huolin Yuan, he was quite pleased. That is not quite accurate. I have a book here. Once you read it, you'll know what to do. It also allows for control over the intensity, making it all the more useful. Mengli's light brain dutifully began processing the information. Upon glancing at it, her face flushed. How could the contents of this book be so indecent? What she meant by punishment was to encourage Huolin Yuan to retreat. Yet the methods described within were aimed at enhancing their relationship. Mengli found herself overwhelmed. Just then, Huolin Yuan assumed the role of a mentor once more. Do you not understand? Would you like me to assist you? Assisting? She thought to herself that if this continued, she would become utterly inept. Despite her embarrassment, she gritted her teeth and continued to read, gradually feeling the heat rise on her face, incessantly burning her sense of shame. While she was absorbed in her reading, a brief confrontation had taken place between Huo Linyuan and Cheng Yimou. Cheng Yimou was reluctant to accept the situation. Why was he the one among the three who was least able to approach Meng Li? At this moment, when Meng Li's mind was still immature and easily reliant on others, those two old fellows had gotten ahead of him, which left him feeling resentful that if it became too troublesome, he could resort to direct punishment, simple and brutal, requiring no mental effort. However, once the punishment began, it would surely leave marks that wasn't Huo Linyuan fond of feigning calmness. Cheng Yimou maliciously thought to himself that he truly wanted to see how Huo Linyuan could maintain his composure in such a situation. Meng Li resolutely shook her head in refusal. She merely wished to teach Huo Linyuan a small lesson. She had no intention of leaving him severely injured. How could she possibly do such a thing? Following the book's guidance, she first instructed Huo Linyuan to remove his shirt, that a perfect physique then appeared before her eyes, and she instantly regretted it. Huo Linyuan, who regularly exercised, had broad shoulders and a narrow waist. With skin as delicate as freshly fallen snow, the tips of his ears tinted a soft pink. Beyond that, Meng Li dared not look further. She had only seen such a depiction in novels before, thinking it was merely fictional, but witnessing it firsthand was undeniably real. So beautiful it seemed almost unreal. She understood why the gazes exchanged between Cheng Yimou and Huo Linyuan were so ambiguous. In truth, punishment was a privilege reserved for M.E.N. that it encompassed too much ambiguity of the adult world, and she had foolishly stumbled into it without being prepared if they weren't laughing at her. That was already generous. Meng Li's actions were akin to deliberately piercing the veil of ignorance. Nevertheless, their relationship had long been solidified. She absolutely could not show weakness. If she did, where would her dignity as a future wife be? What authority would she have left? After a night had passed, the one who had been punished could appear before the punisher with an air of nonchalance, while the punisher buried their head in the blankets. Too ashamed to look up, she could hardly fathom that she had actually done such a thing. What was the difference between her and those females? She had sworn to protect them from any grievances. Regret, endless regret enveloped Meng Li. It was time to get up for breakfast. Huo Linyuan's voice was still a bit hoarse. Meng Li felt an overwhelming urge to cover her ears. How could a man sound so alluring? Well, I understand now. You can wait for me outside. Was there no need to braid her hair today? Due to her momentary impulsiveness, even the perfectly normal title of Uncle Hua became difficult to articulate. Don't be nervous. It's all like this, and don't feel ashamed. Those amber eyes, illuminated by the morning sunlight, were so strikingly golden that just looking at them made Meng Li accept his words. The tightly fitted suit wrapped around a physique she had previously seen through. And although Meng Li still felt immense shame, she at least no longer avoided the situation. The exposed skin, such as her neck and wrists, was covered in delicate, ambiguous red marks, and his lack of effort to conceal them made it abundantly clear what he had endured. No, it was still too stimulating. Meng Li covered her face. After releasing her pent-up emotions last night, she had given him a bottle of ointment to apply, which he had personally tested overnight, ensuring it could completely heal. Yet Huo Linyuan had not done so. This indicated he wished to retain those marks. Meng Li was momentarily at a loss for words. Does it still hurt? Last night, I noticed several places were already bleeding. It's all my fault for not controlling my strength. Huo Linyuan's gaze was gentle. That it's fine. Compared to the wounds I've sustained on the battlefield, this is nothing. You mustn't act like before, having someone secretly follow and monitor me. Otherwise, I will throw away that expensive necklace and refuse to disclose my whereabouts to you. Do you understand? Huo Linyuan complied. I understand. If it hadn't been for that sudden incident, she would never have known that 3 enthusiastic classmates had rushed out to protect her. Her memory was sharp, and she quickly recognized that they were Huo Linyuan's companions. She did not dislike the feeling of being protected, so she refrained from excessive criticism. What she despised was that, regardless of the circumstances, Huo Linyuan never consulted her on matters. After all, they were to be husband and wife in the future. That's good. Meng Li cheerfully got out of bed. She believed Huo Linyuan would keep his word. Even if he couldn't meet her expectations, she would find ways to fulfill her own desires. At the dining table, Huo Linyuan remarked, Actually, the idea for the necklace that can monitor others' movements was mine. However, placing someone beside you was Chu Shuyuan's suggestion. Meng Li, while sipping her soup, nearly choked on his words. What audacity! Without her permission, Chu Xun had. She was momentarily speechless. Though sometimes a bit naive, she didn't think she was so weak as to require such close protection. Suddenly, she recalled He Yi. That boy appeared to be highly aggressive. Yet in reality, he was far more innocent than the seemingly refined males around her. Chapter 51. Unfortunate after much commotion, she hurriedly arrived at school. In addition to her regular coursework, she also had to juggle numerous trivial matters that as she became increasingly busy, the pressure surged upon her like a tidal wave, leaving her breathless, fortunately, as the library was still under renovation. She had a legitimate reason to remain on campus after class to study until she had absorbed all the day's materials. She studied late into the night. The classroom, now darkened with the lights turned off, could only be navigated by the sporadic illumination from outside. Following the previous incident, she no longer feared the darkness, as her eyesight was keen enough to discern the edges of objects within it. After sitting for a while, just as she was preparing to pack up and leave, she suddenly heard a faint, almost imperceptible sound. To an ordinary person, it would merely be dismissed as the wind blowing. But to Meng Li's ears, it was exceptionally clear. Driven by curiosity, she approached to investigate. To her surprise, she found a familiar face. He was inverted, leaning against a bookshelf, a book placed close to his head. And just before Meng Li spotted him, his gaze had been fixed on that very book. He seemed quite taken aback to see her, quickly transitioning from his inverted position to a normal stance. But sadly, his acting was too poor, and Meng Li saw right through it. So it's you. Meng Li. What a coincidence. Meng Li smiled, choosing not to expose him, that he made a non-committal sound, as if he wanted to say something. But upon seeing Meng Li show no hint of lingering interest, he hurriedly followed after her. They maintained a distance neither too far nor too close, though not overly intimate. Meng Li did not wish to treat this boy, with whom she had only shared one encounter, with coldness. However, after reviewing He Ye's profile, she discovered he was not as pitiable as he appeared. Rather, he was quite wealthy, the kind of affluent that overflowed. Why would he engage in such behavior? She found herself utterly perplexed. Until she obtained an answer, she decided to keep her distance from this boy. After a while, he seemed to notice her aloofness but continued silently trailing behind her. He flashed a bright smile, attempting to maintain his stubbornness that I wasn't following you. I was just passing by. Meng Li, aren't you being overly cautious? Overly cautious. Why don't you look up and see where we are? This is the girls' changing room. Do you also happen to be passing by? She had merely intended to tease him, but it turned out this fellow was genuinely oblivious, not even paying attention to where he was walking. If you keep this up, I will call the police to have you taken away. The night was quiet, and her words resonated clearly in He Ye's ears. That He, undeterred, persisted that I thought we were friends. Is this how you treat friends? We are still keeping a secret together. That was just politeness. Meng Li could not bring herself to utter such hurtful words, so she helplessly said, then as a friend, please be kind and I'm not in a good mood right now. I need some peace. That He remained silent. That as Meng Li exited the school gates, he was waiting at the entrance, saying if you're feeling down in the future, you can come to me. I promise to make you happy again. Meng Li kept walking, opened the starship, sat down, and replied perfunctorily, Thank you for your kindness. She hoped her cold treatment would make He realize that they ultimately belonged to different worlds and could never truly come together, no matter how hard they tried. Moreover, she had no intention of pursuing him. She already had enough people around her. How could she possibly make room for someone new? Just today, she received news that the female who had been attacked that day was still lying in the hospital, unconscious. Although this incident was primarily her fault, the impulsive male also bore significant responsibility. Meng Li could not shake off her feelings of guilt. She even found it difficult to meet He Ye's gaze. Coming from a wealthy family, he faced no discrimination. With his looks, he could thrive anywhere. Why, then, would he engage in such actions? As she pondered, she inadvertently paused her chewing, lost in thought. Li Yuan's gentle voice broke through her reverie. What's wrong? Is the food not to your liking? Meng Li looked at the now cold meal, finally realizing where she was at. I'm sorry, Uncle Hua. I was lost in thought and didn't manage to eat. Lin Yuan wiped the corner of his mouth and acknowledged. It is my fault. The flavor of the meal I prepared is evidently insufficient to capture your full attention. Next time, feel free to berate me directly. Meng Li shook her head. Uncle Hua, this is not your mistake. It is my own heart that has been unsettled, preoccupied with thoughts of He these past few days. Sighing, she realized that she could not simply pretend nothing had happened. While Lin Yuan discerned her unease and suspected it stemmed from another male's presence. He skillfully diverted the conversation. Tomorrow marks the day of the election, correct? Do you feel confident? The mention of the election only deepened Mengli's headache. Recently, 2 or 3 exceptionally promising candidates had emerged, siphoning away her votes. Now, she found herself languishing in second place, far from her prior confidence. She had truly grasped the system's earlier warning about not celebrating prematurely. That I lack confidence, she admitted candidly, feeling deflated. While Lin Yuan reassured her. It matters not whether you secure the position. You are already remarkable in my eyes. His words were sincere. Although he struggled to comprehend Mengli's sudden fixation on the election, he respected her aspirations. Whatever path she chose, Mengli forced a bitter smile. Were it not for the oppressive demands of the system, she would have long since relaxed into a carefree existence, content to coast along, knowing that even a mere 50 years of life under such favorable conditions would be a blessing. She activated her holographic device to review the profiles of the 2 new candidates. One was a strikingly handsome youth with refined features, and the other, a girl with sharply defined and exquisitely delicate features. Both were unfamiliar faces. Mengli inquired, Uncle Hua, do you know them? I feel I've never encountered them before. Well, Lin Yuan's expression shifted to one of gravity as he replied, I do know them. Just that single glance convinced him that Mengli's path to the election would be fraught with challenges. It was already a difficult journey, and he had not anticipated it would be this arduous. That in truth, Mengli had already come to the same realization. The rapid ascent of these 2 or 3 candidates in terms of votes clearly indicated they possessed both connections and accomplishments. At this thought, Mengli felt utterly defeated. What a futile task the system had assigned her. How could she possibly succeed in such a competitive environment? Though she was aware of her own merits, she could never surpass those favored by destiny. Chapter 52. Rankings. While others faced potential criticism for their losses, her defeat would result in the punishment of electric shocks. Mengli felt utterly despondent. Before sleep, seizing a moment of solitude, she queried the dormant system. Am I truly forbidden from seeking external assistance? After all, both Lin Yuan and Chu Shuyuan are immensely capable. If they cannot aid me, what purpose does their conquest serve? The system flickered to life before her, unyieldingly denying her request. Mengli sighed deeply. Why is this so difficult? Perhaps you should just erase me. The system remained silent. By now, Mengli had come to recognize that this system was a rogue entity, focused solely on issuing commands and tasks, entirely indifferent to her well-being, while also rendering death an unfeasible escape, that as long as the host completed the tasks. Rewards would follow. Perhaps feeling a tinge of remorse, the system offered a mildly reassuring statement. Mengli shot up from her bed, startled, confirming that the system was not deceiving her. Did I ask this true? What rewards? You wouldn't be trying to placate me, would you? Don't offer me anything trivial. I'd rather be erased. She refused to be fooled by the system. The system flickered again, asserting, I do not lie. The reward's content is at the host's discretion, encouraged by this revelation. Mengli still struggled to muster enthusiasm. After all, any reward was contingent upon her success in the task, but what if she failed? Time for a dose of realism. The system reassured her, as long as the host exerts effort. The system will not impose undue hardship. The intensity of the electric shocks will be minimal, and the duration will be shortened. Mengli glared. Are you implying that, despite this, the punishment cannot be revoked? Is your system unwell? The system bore her ire in silence, unable to respond, though we did not reincarnate you merely for your enjoyment. Please forgive us. Initially, in addition to electric shocks, we intended to confine you until you reflected upon your actions. Was this outrageous punishment truly the result of the system's negotiations? How absurd! Mengli's initial joy upon her rebirth had completely dissipated. She felt as though she had plunged into a den of wolves. Lying back on her bed, she lamented the unfairness of it all. Today, she stole a glance at the data of those 3 candidates, marveling that her name even graced the rankings, especially concerning Miss Lin, who shared her competitive field. Born into a prestigious family, her demeanor was neither haughty nor anxious, her temperament gentle, and her beauty captivating, universally adored. Moreover, her academic performance was commendable, had it not been for her own popularity. She might have been eliminated in the first round. The system clumsily attempted to console her. It is of no concern, host. As long as you remain within the top 3, the task will be deemed complete. Mengli felt a headache brewing from her anxiety to AS for seeking help. If it had been effective, she would have pursued it long ago. However, the fairness of the competition lay precisely in the fact that any candidate elected as a representative did so solely based on their own merit, without reliance on external influences or backgrounds. The entire process was utterly transparent and fair, leaving Mengli feeling powerless, which only exacerbated her frustration. Sleep beckoned. She resolved to set aside these worries for the time being. Regardless of the outcome, she steeled herself to endure. After all, it was her failure to protect herself that had led to her demise. Had she done otherwise, she would not have fallen victim to this unscrupulous system. The following day was the time for preparation. Mengli arrived at the election venue early, inhaling deeply as she clutched her prepared materials, feeling a wave of uncertainty. This was, after all, an evaluation of overall capabilities. Before her arrival, Huolin Yuan had advised her that even if her performance did not rank the highest, it would not affect the ultimate election outcome. Voting remained paramount. Indeed, voting was the crux of it all. Mengli's spirits finally settled as she entered the classroom, only to be greeted by a familiar face. He. She nearly mistook her eyes, but upon closer inspection, it was undoubtedly him that it seemed he had been waiting for her. Waving in greeting, that hi, what a coincidence. You're here too. Mengli felt a sudden surge of being toyed with. Previously, she had empathized with him, feeling pity for his sullied reputation and the way he had been ostracized by classmates, which had prompted her to suggest they become friends. What are you doing here? She questioned him pointedly, ignoring his casual greeting that he feigned innocence. Why can't I be here? I'm one of the candidates as well. Only the top 10 candidates gathered here, but Mengli had never seen his name appear among the top 25 before. How did you get here? I walked, he replied nonchalantly, that it's not far from my home. Mengli felt irritation boiling within her, that I'm asking about your ranking and vote count, that I clearly didn't see you here last night. That he shrugged, unabashed that of course, I bought my ranking. That person needed money. So, I gave him a lot to let me take his place. Naturally, my popularity also helped, so I wasn't worried about securing votes. I just hadn't considered running before. Mengli was momentarily speechless, finding the absurdity of the situation overwhelming. The system had placed her in a competition so easily manipulated by money. What did that make of her previous efforts? Doubting her own belief, he produced a holographic screen to display the rankings, revealing his name prominently listed with his striking red hair. Mengli felt her vision darken. She regretted ever getting to know He. Look, I'm right beneath you. Such perfect synergy. Not only had he purchased his ranking, but he had also secured third place, trailing only behind her. Their vote counts were alarmingly close. Should any minor mishap occur, he could easily surpass her, leading to her failure in the task. The stakes were high. And Mengli urgently contacted the system that he bought his ranking. Can I not purchase the first place and end this election immediately? Mengli felt herself spiraling out of control. Why? It's just a trivial election. Why must I be subjected to such torment? She wished she could cast both the system and He away. He, being able to compete alongside Mengli felt like the most romantic of gestures. Yet he failed to grasp her fierce determination. Chapter 53. Stealing away the companion meeting you has truly been a stroke of misfortune, Mengli bit out, directing her ire at the system before closing her eyes tightly. Reassuring herself that fate had its course, and as long as she remained composed, everything would be fine, that he queried. What is wrong? He felt innocent. After all, he had made considerable efforts and changes just to be alongside Mengli. Mengli remained silent, seeking distance from him, that if she could simply endure today, she would be safe for the time being, free from the burdens of study. Noticing her avoidance, He was unwilling to relent. Aren't you happy? Mengli no longer wished to feign indifference. Yet she had to placate him, considering his influential background and immense wealth. Maintaining this friendship could prove beneficial. She did not wish to objectify others. Yet to fulfill her mission, there was little choice in the matter that as she hesitated, one by one. Many individuals arrived, including several prominent candidates. Just a fleeting glance at them amplified her anxiety. How could these individuals be so exceptionally gifted? Even her own beauty, which others lauded, paled in comparison in that moment. She clenched the script in her hand, uncertain whether to take the stage. Should she flee at the last moment? after a moment of inner turmoil. She suddenly noticed someone approaching. She feigned ignorance, though her palms were slick with sweat from nervousness. That person was an exemplary student, the most admired male in the academy, and related to her target, Su Lingyu. The Su family was immensely powerful, far beyond someone of her modest standing. Compared to participating in the election, attempting to woo this campus heartthrob seemed decidedly more challenging than if not for her arrival in this world. She would never have had the opportunity to interact with someone of his caliber. What was he here for? Dreamly was momentarily stunned. Was there really a need for a duo in the upcoming segment? Even if he had approached her, she would not overthink it. It was a perfectly reasonable request. Moreover, given Ye's playful nature, he would undoubtedly choose to partner with her without hesitation. The thought sent shivers down her spine. What would it mean to be paired with an unreliable individual? Surely, they would botch the assessment. Taking a deep breath, she turned around, offering a composed smile, striving to appear less tense. Thank you for choosing me, Dad, of course. I'd be delighted. This unfolded as Su Xing had anticipated. His sunny disposition made him well-liked everywhere, and upon seeing Dreamly, who was indeed as stunning as rumored, he felt fortunate to collaborate with her. Dreamly smiled lightly as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. If possible, aside from her target Su Lingyu, she wished to remain uninvolved with the Su family due to their notorious reputation for attracting female admirers, that if the females were not from a family of equal standing. The Su family members were notoriously selective, particularly the head of the family, who, in pursuit of preserving superior genes, would not hesitate to endure public scorn to meticulously choose a mate, imposing the condition that such a female partner could not have more than 4 male spouses, an absolute lifetime restriction. However, given their wealth and influence, they overshadowed even the Xue family, who had previously held considerable sway in the academy. Dreamly had previously compared the He family with the Su family and concluded that the latter was indeed superior. Their status was not something wealth alone could rival. Even so, he, irked by Su Xing's appropriation of his partner, strode over, discontent evident. Young Master Su, if I recall correctly, you already have a partner. Dreamly is my friend. And logically, I should be partnering with her, did Su Xing, forthright and unabashed, blinked and replied, if she is indeed your friend, how could Miss Dreamly possibly refuse to stand with you? I fear you may not be as close as you claim. He had just witnessed He, a man who attracted admiration wherever he went, falter in his pursuit of Dreamly. The other party ignored him, leaving him to speak to himself for a while, drawing pity from onlookers. Yet in the realm of masculinity, there was no room for pity. Just because he lacked the opportunity did not mean others did as well. Su Xing took the initiative, seizing the chance to collaborate with Dreamly. Part of it stemmed from his genuine affection for her, having observed her closely for quite some time, and part was the immense attention she garnered. They had received notification that all assessments would be conducted under the scrutiny of a national audience, implying a live broadcast. In this age of advanced technology, the distinction between live streaming and being present was merely the inability to physically interact with the candidates, yet every move would be recorded, and any attempt at cheating would be exposed. When Dreamly learned of this rule, she was nearly petrified. This meant they would have to compete in front of so many people, with every action subject to judgment, a hellish trial for someone who had been timid in her past life. At that moment, she regretted her decision and contacted the system to withdraw, wondering if enduring an electric shock would be preferable. That He was infuriated. Since birth, he had been the object of admiration for countless females, and encountering someone like Dreamly, who seemed utterly inexperienced, was a first for him. To make matters worse, he had to contend with his rival from the Su family. He scoffed. So you intend to swoop in at the last minute? Su Xing, stubborn and straightforward, countered. Do you have an agreement? Any evidence? If not, I suggest you refrain from accusing me of meddling. That would be an unpleasant label. Dreamly suspected that this fellow had caught wind of some rumors regarding He, hence his pointed remarks. Ultimately, he could only manage a wry smile, realizing he had no evidence to prove his friendship with Dreamly. Consequently, he turned to her, silently pleading for assistance. Dreamly, usually a kind-hearted individual, would have unhesitatingly come to He's aid under normal circumstances. I'm sorry, He, but not today. You may seek another partner. What a heartless rejection. Su Xing wore a radiant smile, one that belonged to a victor. As he watched He storm off in frustration, this commotion unsettled Dreamly's composure as well. Now, shall we review the script? The required materials had been distributed the previous day, and Su Xing, who appeared anything but meticulous, surprisingly navigated the process with ease. Soon, it was time for the assessment, and Dreamly and Su Xing found themselves positioned toward the back. This alleviated some of her tension. However, when the live broadcast commenced and she gazed at the usernames floating above, her hands began to tremble. She glanced at a device on her wrist, which could be described as a miniature holographic computer. At that crucial moment, it seemed to sense her anxiety, swiftly popping up a window. To her astonishment, the figure that appeared was Lin Yuan. Clearly, he was at work, yet for some reason, he had suddenly materialized before her. Is the competition proceeding smoothly? Your heartbeat seems to have quickened. Upon hearing this, Dreamly felt her heart race even faster, perhaps even threatening to stop altogether. The advancement of holographic technology was remarkable. She felt as if Lin Yuan stood right beside her, cheering her on and offering encouragement. Dreamly momentarily struggled to find her words, redirecting the camera to the somewhat boisterous venue. With the live stream activated, comments flooded in, a myriad of opinions swirling, many discussing Dreamly. Hey, is that Marshall Hua? It truly is. We just heard his voice. He must have called specifically for Miss Dreamly. How enviable. Having such an outstanding future spouse. If it were me, I do want to live right next to Miss Dreamly. Unwilling to part for even a second, and no amount of money could persuade me otherwise that I'm more excited about their married life than they are. How will Miss Dreamly treat her male partner? Surely she will be very gentle. You're all dreaming. Have you considered what kind of conditions Marshall has? He should be the one in control. Dreamly felt her cheeks flush crimson as she read through the fervent comments. The notion of control was the least of her concerns. She simply wished to be Lin Yuan's most cherished female, with everything else being secondary. She wondered if Lin Yuan had noticed the fervent discussions about him. He seemed a bit warm, adjusting his collar and the tightly fastened tie, making Dreamly feel parched. Though they had yet to reach the age of marriage, she found herself dizzy from thoughts of him. Nearly forgetting her surroundings, "Did I it? Hot there," she stammered. Autumn had arrived, bringing a chill to the night air, and before stepping out, Lin Yuan had reminded her to wear a light jacket. Initially, she hadn't thought much of it, but that gesture ignited a fervor among the audience, causing an uproar. "Did you see that? There are marks left from the wife's discipline. Indeed, on his neck." Oh my, who would have expected the seemingly demure Miss Dreamly to engage in such acts? The illusion is shattered. Engrossed in her exchange with Lin Yuan, Dreamly failed to notice the comments flooding in. Consequently, Lin Yuan grew bolder, removing his outer suit jacket and casually remarking, "Yes, it is a bit warm." While Dreamly continued to nod in a daze, the audience had already caught on that don't be deceived by that cunning male. He not only knows they are live streaming, but is also aware of the many eyes on Dreamly, subtly flaunting his relationship with her. The self-healing abilities of males were formidable. The higher the level, the closer they approached the divine, especially someone like Lin Yuan, who had faced countless battles. Such scars would leave no trace after a night. So why were they still so visible? In an instant, the comments erupted with the phrase "those in the know understand," as Lin Yuan's lips curled into a smile. This marked the most audacious expression he had ever displayed. And sensitive viewers captured it all in that moment. Nearly everyone tuned in, drawn by the allure of Dreamly. The velocity of information dissemination is astonishing. Everyone is now aware of Lin Yuan's cunning schemes, which has only served to amplify the number of admirers for Meng Li within her fan base. They lament, wishing that if only they could possess the same strength and charm as Lin Yuan, they too might savor the disciplinary whims of their esteemed lady. Such a privilege is highly coveted by many. When Meng Li raised her gaze, she noticed that nearly all the candidates present were fixated on her. The barrage of comments floated past in several waves, yet she found herself unable to comprehend their contents. Poor Miss Meng Li remained blissfully unaware that she had unwittingly wandered into the trap set by the big bad wolf. General Hua must be far ahead now, having scarcely seen any other competitors make an appearance that I am certain of it. Silence. As a devoted fan of General Chu Shiyuan, I shall not permit you to speak such nonsense. General Chu is on par with General Hua, both in stature and allure. How could he be dismissed as lacking in merit? What you have mentioned is not the crux of the matter. The most crucial aspect is whether the lady enjoys your character. If she does not, then even being General Chu would be of no avail. Su Xing observed the comments while glancing at the interaction between Meng Li and Lin Yuan. and he felt that aligning himself with Meng Li was indeed a prescient choice. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he was on the verge of regretting such a decision. Soon, it was their turn to take the stage. And Meng Li reluctantly bid farewell to Huoliniuan. "It's all right. We shall meet again after work. I will wait for you and prepare your favorite meal." After a final review of her script, under the watchful eyes of the audience, she and Su Xing ascended the lofty stage. 4 judges sat below, and to their surprise, everything proceeded smoothly. As she read the encouraging comments that floated by, Meng Li never fathomed that she would one day accomplish something of such magnitude. Su Xing, who had chosen to collaborate with her, also wore a pleased smile that if all went according to plan, they should emerge as the highest scoring pair. Having previously studied micro-expressions, Su Xing discerned that the judges were quite satisfied with Meng Li's performance, and given their flawless execution, there was no reason to withhold high scores. As they descended the stage, he casually draped an arm around Meng Li's shoulders. "I owe you a great deal. After this, I shall replace He and become your new friend, right? Such a morally questionable figure does not deserve to stand by your side." However, Meng Li appeared somewhat distracted. The system had yet to deliver a notification of task completion. What else remained? Chapter 55. Misfortune. As Meng Li passed by He, she predictably received his resentful gaze. Although she had committed no wrongdoing, she felt an inexplicable sense of guilt and averted her eyes, as if she had let someone down. It seemed Lin Yuan was well aware of the entire election process, as he had specifically called to check on her just as she was leaving. Meng Li eagerly answered, as if grasping at a lifeline, for Lin Yuan's presence was like a gentle spring breeze, rescuing her from the tense atmosphere that surrounded her. Su Xing, feeling somewhat neglected as he stood off to the side, was struck by a subtle annoyance. Did he truly possess no charm whatsoever? Was he merely disposable? He had completely forgotten that his initial intent in seeking out Meng Li had been quite straightforward. What was even more vexing was that he could not contest this feeling. For Lin Yuan's attributes overwhelmingly overshadowed his own. The identity he prided himself on seemed insignificant in their presence. Nevertheless, this indicated that he had indeed chosen the right ally. He just needed to await the outcome. Although typically only 4 individuals would be selected, those ranking higher would undoubtedly reap numerous benefits. He consoled himself with this thought. Meng Li lingered by the entrance, hesitating to depart, when suddenly a deafening crash resonated. Sounding as if it were right next to her, startled, she looked up at the venue ahead, which appeared unscathed. Where had that sound come from? Lin Yuan also heard it. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, what transpired up ahead? A sense of foreboding washed over Meng Li. However, unwilling to stir up trouble, she shook her head, feigning ignorance. Perhaps one of the candidates broke something. I am not certain. She quickened her pace, eager to escape this stifling atmosphere. Meanwhile, Su Xing continued to make light of the situation, remarking, "He looked rather dejected when he glanced at you. Do you not wish to wait for him and offer some comfort? We wouldn't want him to sulk." The sarcasm in his tone was palpable, causing irritation to well up within her. Especially with Lin Yuan present, what would he think of her? Meng Li's impression of the Su family soured further. Could it be that they truly were as she had envisioned, aloof and devoid of emotional intelligence? Meng Li replied sternly, "You are being quite disrespectful towards the females. Is this truly how the Su family raises its children?" Su Xing's smile faltered. This was his first encounter with such a blunt female. Yet he believed he understood female nature well enough. They typically relished in the notion of males feeling dejected on their behalf, as it showcased their own allure. Did she not desire this? I sincerely apologize, Miss Meng Li. I did not intend to upset you, that I merely wished to bring you some joy. That he hastily apologized, fearing that Meng Li's impression of him would sour. As for the Su family, he was not particularly concerned. He was merely born there, nothing more. Meng Li, too preoccupied to heed his perplexing remarks, felt her mind racing. What on earth had transpired within the venue to cause such a commotion? At that moment, a multitude of candidates began to pour out of the venue. Their expressions varied, some grave, others gleeful, and even a few wearing smirks. Some appeared little changed from when they had entered. What was undeniable was the hurried pace at which they exited, as if being pursued by an unseen force. What had happened? Curiosity piqued. Meng Li felt compelled to approach the entrance of the venue. No one noticed her. Su Xing followed closely behind. What do you intend to do? Meng Li peered into the venue but could discern nothing. What is happening inside? Su Xing replied, most likely some individuals have been detained. I observed that a portion remained inside, though I cannot ascertain their purpose. This confirmed Meng Li's suspicion that he had been retained. Her intuition told her that he must have done something to warrant this. Su Xing urged, let us leave. We should not involve ourselves in matters that do not concern us. Just then, the system emitted a notification. A temporary mission has been issued. Please enter to ascertain what has transpired and complete your task. Meng Li was taken aback. Complete what task? The system clarified. The mission can only be triggered upon reaching the designated location. This meant she had no choice but to enter, much to her discontent. Su Xing was taken aback. Lowering his voice, he was aware of certain undercurrents and surmised that He's detention was not a good sign. If they entered, they would undoubtedly be implicated. Concerned for both Meng Li and his own standing. He could not allow everything to be ruined. Without further ado, he seized Meng Li's arm. You intend to go in? Meng Li resolutely replied, yes, I shall take a look. Su Xing, flustered, stammered, wait, are you serious? It seemed that Meng Li had begun to grasp what the system wanted her to accomplish. Su Xing stood dumbfounded. Did Tio preserve his status? He could not even muster the question of why before stealthily following Meng Li into the venue. Inside, a considerable number of individuals, judges and mentors, were present. All wearing smiles that bore no warmth. In the center of the stage stood a delicate female, her demeanor haughty as she stood upon someone that we shall now perform. As Meng Li discerned whom she stood upon, she felt her head spin. It was he, battered and bruised, his lips split. The humiliation and disappointment reflected in his eyes pierced through Meng Li's heart. Even Su Xing, accustomed to the sordid affairs of his family, was taken aback, murmuring, I have never seen such a thing. The He family is quite affluent. How could he be treated so poorly? This is appalling. The system chimed. Ding, mission issued. Please rescue the innocent male and extract him from this place. Requirements. Execute flawlessly, leaving no trace. Meng Li felt overwhelmed. She could barely manage the initial conditions, but leaving no trace. How could that possibly be achieved? Su Xing hesitantly asked, so you sense that he was in distress. And that is why you brought me here? First, contemplate how to rescue him from so many people, Meng Li urged. Chapter 56. Rescue. Su Xing hesitated, raising his hands. I think I'll wait outside. You must be cautious. However, Meng Li was determined not to let him off the hook. No, you cannot leave. You must provide me with cover. As he had anticipated, their fates were intertwined. If Meng Li were to be captured and punished, he would undoubtedly face repercussions as well. Given this, it was better to have another ally than to face this alone. There was no escaping it. Su Xing shut his eyes, unwilling to confront the reality unfolding before him. The female raised an iron rod, poised to strike at He's shoulder blade. Meng Li's pupils constricted. Should that blow land, it would surely result in a fracture. All eyes shifted from He to Su Xing, who belatedly felt a surge of fear. He recalled the fearsome elder brother at home and could only dread the consequences of losing his coveted position for the sake of heroics. It would be a tempestuous fury. A mere skinning would be lenient. From a distance, Meng Li called out, well done. Su Xing gazed at the accusatory stares that seemed to solidify into tangible forms, and felt the oppressive fury radiating from the female figure before him. His heart already weeping in anguish, he regretted it. Truly regretted it. Oh dear aunt, I implore you, please refrain from such ostentatious displays. I no longer know how to comport myself. Meng Li was not oblivious to the torrent of malice descending upon her. She swiftly ascended the steps, yet the mentors below encircled her. Meng Li, what do you intend to do? She gritted her teeth. Tio, speak frankly. She too felt a twinge of trepidation. After all, in this world, her role was that of a student, and she had never engaged in such blatant acts of rebellion against her superiors. What do I intend to do? You are about to beat him to death. Of course, I am here to rescue him. One of the mentors shook his head. Meng Li, you are mistaken. This He is aired, which is why we permit his partner to discipline him, to prevent him from becoming overly arrogant. Would you like to know what he has done? Meng Li hesitated. Tio, be honest, given He's past misdeeds. She would not be surprised by any of his actions, that if He had indeed overstepped his bounds, wouldn't her defending him be laughable? Yet it mattered not. After all, this was a task assigned to her by the system, and she simply needed to fulfill it. I care not what he has done. Your abuse of authority is unjust. I can lodge a formal complaint. The female mentor was displeased. She could not comprehend why. In the midst of properly disciplining a male, another female would intervene. That shouldn't a rational person applaud her efforts. This student, I request that you leave. This matter is between him and me. Had I not initially made him my partner, he would not only have refused but also insulted me, and he would not find himself in such a predicament. Meng Li cast a deep glance at He Yi. She knew well that if He Yi was in trouble, he was far from innocent. How did he insult you? The female crossed her arms. He mocked me for speaking incomprehensibly. Is this the attitude one should have towards a female? I did not abandon him. I brought him onto the stage to continue our partnership, and the final results are still credited, which is already quite generous. That Xu Xing trembled that he had previously thought the Su family was excessively harsh, with numerous rules and strict regulations. Now it seemed that these individuals were even more terrifying than his own family's discipline. While males ought to respect and treat females with courtesy, such absurd rhetoric was unfathomable, and he longed to flee. Yet Meng Li remained unperturbed. She had witnessed far too many such statements in this world. The task assigned to her by the system was to eradicate these negative elements. He indeed disrespected you, but you possess myriad ways to ensure he is punished. It is utterly inappropriate to treat him this way, that he deserves punishment, yet the cost should not be lifelong disability. Do you understand, Miss Shin? The young lady from the Shin family. Her outward demeanor of grace and understanding was all a facade. She laughed derisively. Miss Meng Li, do you even comprehend what you're saying as a female? You dare to speak on behalf of a male, and even absolve him of his faults. If he were not inherently wicked, how could he provoke me? Meng Li choked momentarily. She understood this principle better than anyone. In truth, had it not been for the system's prompting, she might not have even had the opportunity to enter this place. Determined not to lose, she shook her head in feigned profundity. Miss Shun, you are mistaken. I have always valued fairness. Your treatment of him has crossed my threshold, thus I must intervene in this matter. Shin Qiming's teeth nearly ground to dust. She had never encountered someone so obstinate, utterly ruining her good mood for the day. Meng Li, do you intend to involve yourself in this matter without consulting us first? Meng Li glanced aside, where numerous leaders and mentors stood, all tacitly endorsing Shun Qiming's actions. She nearly forgot about this assembly of elder figures. Their attention was focused on Meng Li, granting He Yi a moment to breathe. His vision was clouded by a crimson haze, rendering faces indistinct. Yet his ears were still functional, allowing him to instinctively recognize which voice belonged to Meng Li. This realization alleviated his earlier resentment. Meng Li had not abandoned him. She even dared to confront the student leaders on his behalf. No one had ever treated him so. Yet his entire body felt shattered, devoid of the strength to rise, that he could not defend Meng Li. That detestable Su Xing remained by her side, shamelessly whispering to her. In truth, Su Xing was merely frightened, instinctively seeking solace in the presence of the only two females in the crowd, quietly asking her some curious questions. What are their backgrounds? Why are they all targeting He Yi? I recall the He family's reputation still holds some weight. Meng Li replied, the He family? What good is that? In fact, He Yi's beating was even sanctioned by the head of the He family. The He family's business is vast. They possess leverage over this group of people and occasionally threaten them. Xu Xing was taken aback. That it seemed that He Yi's status as a young master was merely a facade. Meng Li added, the He family lacks neither money nor children. Guess how many siblings He Yi has, excluding cousins? That Xu Xing asked. How many? Every prominent family tends to have numerous offspring, with some having a mere dozen and others several dozen. With no upper limit. Meng Li responded 46. That Xu Xing covered his mouth in shock. His own Su family had only 12 children. The He family's numbers were staggering, not even counting cousins. Thus, it was evident that the loss of one He Yi would be inconsequential. There would always be a second and a third. Unless one's luck plummeted to unimaginable depths, they need not fear attrition. Chapter 57. Show mercy. Upon hearing this, Su Xing felt a pang of pity for He Yi. He had heard tales of He Yi's deeds, yet he had not anticipated that he would have to share resources with so many others. It rendered his situation no different from that of a child born into an ordinary family. No, how did you come to know of this? Even he, a member of the Su family, was unaware, yet Meng Li seemed to know it all. Was she simply well-informed, or did she truly have some connection with He Yi? However, he was too weary to ponder. Regardless of the possibility, it seemed reasonable upon reflection. Mengli remained silent. It is not that I am exceptionally knowledgeable. With just a bit of attention, one can effortlessly learn about their affairs. She speculated that He had been reluctant to introduce her to his family when they first met. Likely for this reason, Su Xing nodded, half comprehending. Perhaps, for he had never absorbed a single word from the tomes his elder brother had insisted he read. However, given the chaos of the day, it was certain they would lose their original scores. Su Xing thought sorrowfully. It's over now. I cannot fulfill the task my brother assigned me. Brother, please do not blame me. Mengli also realized the gravity of the situation. Was the system issuing two contradictory tasks? If she wished to save He, she would have to resist these leaders. Regardless, she had resolved that if she were still to face electric shocks in the end, she would no longer heed the system's commands. As for existence, it could be extinguished. Sometimes she felt as though the system was deliberately stoking the flames, abetting wrongdoing. You must find a way to lift He and carry him away. Leaving him here is not an option, that Su Xing murmured to himself. So now I am to be your errand boy. He quickly rushed to He's side. Soon, he encountered a new dilemma. He's entire body was a crumpled mess of broken bones. Yet his robust physique and high level had allowed him to cling to life that if Su Xing was not cautious, a fractured bone could pierce an organ, and he would be done for. The venue was entirely sealed off. It was impossible to slip away amidst the chaos, especially while carrying an injured patient, that in a moment of desperation, he recalled his second brother, gritted his teeth, and sent a message, requesting him to bring a stretcher and rescue ship, that he intentionally omitted the fact that he was not the one injured. After all, his second brother, though stern, still cared for him. Then Su Xing exhaled in relief. With his second brother around, the situation was secure. That he gestured to Meng Li, who also breathed a sigh of relief. Their seemingly casual interaction infuriated Shen Qiming, who threw her prop to the ground in frustration and shouted, "What do you think this place is? A small park? Let me warn you, if you take He away, be prepared to face consequences. And you, Su Xing, if your brother learns of your actions today, what do you think he will do to you? Think carefully." Meng Li frowned. The Su and Shun families had long-standing ties. Given Shen Qiming's temperament, she would undoubtedly report the incident. Once this matter reached the ears of their elders, it would become known to both families, potentially jeopardizing their relationship and resulting in incalculable losses. Just the thought of it terrified Su Xing were it not for the multitude of people present. He might have knelt in supplication, begging Shen Qiming to show mercy and spare his family. Meng Li was no fool either. She merely felt compelled to carry out the task assigned by the system. Meng Li, you lack power and influence. In comparison to the members of our 5 great families, you are woefully outmatched. I advise you to be wise and withdraw now. The position of spokesperson will undoubtedly be yours, and you will not need to participate in the election thereafter. This was indeed a tempting offer. Yet Meng Li's ambitions lay elsewhere. How could she be swayed by such enticements? Thank you, but I have no need for it. Shen Qiming nearly toppled backward in exasperation. Fine, if you refuse, then withdraw from school. Meng Li gritted her teeth, standing firm. In her mind, she was frantically berating the system. What kind of contradictory task are you making me execute? How can I fulfill the upcoming tasks if I withdraw from school? The system merely conveyed a single statement. Host, you need only to complete the task without regard for the consequences. Meng Li felt utterly bewildered, akin to a headless fly. The venue was densely packed with individuals, and an eerie sensation enveloped her. If expulsion was the outcome, so be it. Rather than endure your tyranny, I would prefer to withdraw. If this place does not welcome me, I shall find another that will. After uttering her resolute words, her palms became drenched with sweat. Could such audacity truly emanate from her? Su Xing was left speechless, astonished by the unprecedented courage displayed by this female. Very well, the school administrator declared, pointing at a flying camera. Everything you have said and done has been recorded, and this will serve as evidence for your expulsion. Do not dare to retaliate against the academy in the future. That moment, even the last flicker of hope was extinguished. System, I am genuinely at a dead end. Please, fulfill your purpose, she implored, for she could not fathom the utility of carrying this system. Reluctantly, Meng Li acquiesced to the suggestion of expulsion, feigning indifference to Su Xing. Regaining his composure, approached Shen Qiming, tugging at her sleeve, and whispered, "Sister, perhaps it would be best to let this go. Look at her. she is powerless and without influence. Why harbor such animosity towards her? For instance, at this very moment, Mengli instinctively completed her next sentence in her mind, that it was not a lack of self-confidence, but rather, who could foresee the future as she did? Su Xing hesitated before meekly adding, "But you must at least allow me to take her away. Although she has offended you, her transgressions do not warrant such extreme measures to at most. Once he recovers from his hospitalization, you could still have him incarcerated. His life hung by a thread, already drifting into unconsciousness." Fortunately, at this juncture, the rescue starship summoned by Su Lingyu had arrived. Chapter 58. The final consolation. Shen Qiming glanced disapprovingly at the disruptive Su Xing, yet ultimately displayed benevolence, permitting him to take the individual away. As for Mengli, she had been expelled, her improper conduct thoroughly documented, leaving her without assistance. I will send this video and the information to your second brother. Just stay at home for a month and reflect on your actions, she stated, departing with an indignant stride that left only her irate silhouette behind. Su Xing forced a rather awkward smile, saying, "Do not be misled by Shen's temper. She is actually quite amiable. Today's incident merely struck a nerve. But rest assured, she is not the type to seek malicious revenge afterward. Do not be afraid." System. The task has been completed to 95. Host. Please continue to strive for further progress. Mengli now understood that two tasks had merged into one, although she was unaware of the connection between them. Completion was a positive outcome. Next, she was to be summoned to the office for a thorough discussion, and naturally, Ho Lin Yuan, her guardian, would be notified that if previously he had come to bolster her spirits, this time she intended to bring him embarrassment. It was all the fault of this cursed system. She could only take one step at a time. Mengli sighed, which Su Xing misinterpreted as a sign of her impending collapse under pressure, prompting him to awkwardly offer comfort. "It's all right. Even if you were expelled, your level remains intact. There will be schools willing to accept you." Mengli sighed again. Shen Qiming urged from a distance, "Why are you still not leaving?" Mengli felt a surge of curiosity. "Why are you so fearful of Miss Shen?" Su Xing replied, "Of course. Our families arranged a betrothal from a young age. She is to be my future sister-in-law, essentially part of my family. Thus, she is the most qualified to oversee me." Upon hearing this, Mengli pondered that it seemed that the target assigned by the system was indeed formidable, with a fiancé East already in place. It would be inappropriate for her to intrude. Cursed system, always up to mischief. Ultimately, Mengli did not make it to the school's office. Upon learning of the situation, Ho Lin Yuan arrived on the scene at once to take her away. Regarding the signing of agreements, he suggested that the matter required careful deliberation, and the school was still wary of him. Thus agreeing to the proposal done on the starship, Mengli bit her lip. Her initial plan was to move out of the villa if Ho Lin Yuan's affection diminished due to this incident, treating the entire affair as a mere dream. Since boarding the starship, Ho Lin Yuan had not uttered a word, and she lacked the courage to check his feelings towards her. Concurrently, she unleashed her frustrations upon the system. "What is your malfunction? Is there an error in your calculations? Let me remind you, this is not a game, and there are no save points." The system remained silent. Facing it felt akin to dealing with a malfunctioning remote control, sometimes functional, sometimes not. My goodness, I am truly at my wit's end. She tossed her hair in exasperation. Within merely 2 minutes, the starship arrived before the villa. Ho Lin Yuan disembarked and turned to leave. Mengli's heart sank, thinking, "He has indeed grown to dislike me. To have changed his attitude so swiftly. Although I prepared myself mentally, it still shatters my heart. Why did he come down so early?" Mengli's heart raced. She was so consumed by guilt that she could hardly bear it. "Am I not allowed to come down myself?" Ho Lin Yuan replied coolly, "It is quite high here. I usually assist you down, without exception." He had not abandoned her. This realization, Mengli felt an overwhelming rush of joy, nearly moved to tears, and could not help but tentatively inquire, "Then where did you go just now?" "I went to fetch a cloth to wipe your face. It was dirty, and in my haste I forgot to bring one," he explained. How splendid! It seemed she had misjudged him. Mengli felt elated. While uncertain of whether the other males would alter their attitudes towards her, at least Ho Lin Yuan remained steadfast. Her grievances against the system lessened somewhat. Her silence, perceived by Ho Lin Yuan as a sign of distress, caused his heart to ache. Nevertheless, it seemed to fulfill his wish. She need not attend the academy. After all, it was a chaotic place, rife with all sorts of individuals, so avoiding it was indeed fortunate. He took her hand, and Mengli felt as though she were floating on clouds, the sensation surreal. With no obligation to attend the academy, Mengli found herself at a loss for what to do. She knew, without needing to glance, that the comments about her were negative. When the initial praises had flooded in, she had sensed that they would not endure. Ho Linyuan entered the living room, bearing a plate of cut fruit. Did Dio not look? Please enjoy the fruit. Mengli picked up a piece and placed it in her mouth, allowing the sweet and tangy juice to burst forth. Yet she found it tasteless. Though she urged herself not to dwell on the criticism, she could not detach herself from it. The Ho Linyuan drew near, transforming into a fluffy wolf. Did Tio make it easier for Mengli to embrace him? He deliberately shrank in size from a distance. He resembled a dog rather than a wolf. Did Dio you wish for a hug? Mengli felt bashful to accept his embrace, but could not resist the allure of the adorable creature. Nodding honestly, I wanted that. Ho Linyuan, like an eel, wriggled into her arms, nuzzling against her chin. Mengli, having ample experience with animals in her previous life, scratched his chin and ruffled his fur. He appeared delighted when held, wagging his tail, and when she scratched his chin, he closed his eyes in comfort. Noticing her despondency, he too felt a tinge of sadness. Mengli buried her head in the soft fur of the snow wolf, inhaling deeply. The events of the day had been overwhelming, and as she relaxed, her eyelids began to droop, ultimately succumbing to slumber. Chapter 59. Reunion upon awakening. Mengli's first thought was to check on Ho Linyuan's condition. She feared he might bear a psychological burden due to the negative news. Ultimately, it was all her fault, and she wished to shield him from any repercussions. That moment, a new message popped up, a friend request from Su Xing. Mengli hesitated briefly before accepting, and the avatar jumped to life, urgently exclaiming, "Hurry and accept me. I have something to discuss with you. It's urgent." Recalling how he had repeatedly broken the rules to his sister that day, she surmised he could not be a bad person and accepted the request. As soon as she did, Su Xing's hologram materialized in her room, meandering about before settling onto a sofa. Before he could say a word, Mengli reprimanded him. "Be mindful. I have not granted you permission to enter my room. You should refrain from going online for a while," Su Xing advised. Mengli had begun to suspect the reason behind his caution and inquired, "Why?" Su Xing bluntly responded, "Because many people are criticizing you." He enumerated the insults directed at her. "They say you meddle in affairs that do not concern you, that you flout regulations. Essentially, it is all nonsense. Just ignore it." With a sigh, Su Xing continued, "You are the first friend I have made. My brother is exceedingly strict with me. He forbids me from engaging with anyone, including females. He believes it is a form of disrespect to my future spouse." Mengli propped her head on her hand. "Then I must meet this brother of yours to see what sort of person he is." That Su Xing failed to perceive the underlying meaning in her words and casually complained, "Oh, do not be foolish. That if you meet him, it is best to keep your distance. Countless females who have shown interest in him have been driven away." Upon hearing this, Mengli realized that this target was indeed formidable. "Goodness, the system is determined to ensnare me. All right, I understand. Su family. What is it truly like?" She has begun to feel a sense of curiosity. Upon finishing her thought, she abruptly logged off with a sharp click. At that moment, Ho Linyuan entered the room. Because Mengli had grown weary of his incessant inquiries, she had granted him the freedom to come and go as he pleased, provided it did not disturb her sleep. He could do as he wished within the confines of her room. "Forgive me, have I interrupted your meeting with a friend?" Ho Linyuan inquired. Mengli waved her hand dismissively, her mind wandering elsewhere. To say she was indifferent would be a falsehood. She was uncertain how to broach the subject with Ho Linyuan regarding her experiences of online harassment. Should she confide in him about her troubles? "No, you have done nothing wrong. Uncle Hoa, do you have a moment? Could you keep me company?" Ho Linyuan was eager to oblige, that if given the chance, he would willingly spend his entire life gazing into Mengli's eyes, listening to her recount every minute detail of her day. "If many people criticize you, how should you adjust your mindset?" "No, I mean if you find that many do not stand on your side, what should you do?" Ho Linyuan replied, "If it were me, I would remain unresponsive. However, if it concerns you, I would assure you that no matter who you are, I will stand by your side and love you forever." Mengli's face flushed crimson. She nodded, burdened with thoughts. Just then, Chewing entered with a dessert. Initially cheerful, his expression faltered upon seeing Mengli and Ho Linyuan sitting closely together. Mingli, feeling a bit downcast, could not help but smile genuinely upon seeing Chu-Ying. What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be at training? Chu-Ying scoffed. What ability do I possess? Why would I want to be crammed alongside those inferior males? You must think very little of me. Mingli gazed at the translucent, wobbly osmanthus cake and remarked, the osmanthus on top looks very fresh. Was it just picked? At the mention, Chu-Ying beamed with pride. That of course. But the osmanthus trees in the academy are highly guarded by the principal, so most of them are off limits. Thanks to my stealth, I managed to discreetly gather a few handfuls. Remembering that Cheng Yemo was the principal's son, Mingli couldn't help but chuckle that if Cheng Yemo were to discover how Chu-Ying treated those poor osmanthus trees, he would surely feel a pang of sympathy. Mingli playfully warned him, let me give you a friendly reminder. Some osmanthus trees are toxic and inedible. Do you intend to poison me by sprinkling those flowers on perfectly good cake? Chu-Ying, who had been urging Mingli to eat, froze that I wasn't aware that I'll have the chef prepare another batch, that he hurriedly turned to leave with the osmanthus cake. Mingli quickly called out, no, that was just a joke. You should try it. There's more in the kitchen. Mingli picked up a fork. Chu-Ying exclaimed, more? Can you eat that much? He chuckled. One is this version, clear and jiggly. The other is sticky and pink. Quite filling, that I fear you might go hungry tonight. Although Mingli had never mentioned being hungry at night, she delighted in watching the rebellious Chu-Ying bustle about just to see her smile. After Chu-Ying left, Lin Yuan remarked, if I may interject, it is already 10 o'clock at night. Excessive sweets are not advisable. Mingli blinked. It's all right. It's the thought that counts. Lin Yuan lowered his eyelashes. Here he was, a marshal who had clawed his way out of a sea of corpses and blood, finding solace in her words one day. Was this the power of love? He felt confused. Although it was made for me, you are welcome to partake as well, that we are a family. Everything can be shared. Under Mingli's persuasion, Lin Yuan became the first to taste the osmanthus cake, that it's very sweet. Very fragrant. The flavor of a nutrient supplement pales in comparison, that this what sweet treats are like. In the past, I had to strictly monitor my body's metrics, so I never indulged in excessive sweets. Not even a spoonful would be permissible. But now, I willingly let the sweetness of desserts enter my body. Seeing him eat, Mingli also took a piece for herself, that Chu-Ying arrived to witness their joyful exchange. Feeling somewhat disgruntled, as a guardian, shouldn't he prioritize the well-being of the one he was responsible for? Why had Mr. Hu eaten first? The warmth in Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly dissipated. Mingli sensed his discontent. She could tell he did not appreciate the boisterous young man. She too found it puzzling. During their first meeting, Chu-Ying had been a sharp-tongued, cool guy. You should try some too, Mingli smiled. But Chu-Ying hesitated, feeling a mix of awkwardness and irritation. Nonetheless, he opened his mouth to accept a piece, boasting, of course, my hand-picked osmanthus has elevated the flavor. Mingli, amused by his self-satisfaction, played along. Indeed, the chef's skill is one aspect. But the star of the show is still your osmanthus. Without it, the dish would lack appeal, that in truth, the osmanthus merely served as a garnish, having little impact on the overall flavor. Complimenting Chu-Ying made him feel buoyant. And with a huff, he plopped down beside Mingli, stuffing 2 pieces into his mouth, closing his eyes in contentment. Mingli momentarily lost her focus and nodded. All right, you go ahead. Lin Yuan, with a serious expression, walked away. While Chu-Ying began to point out Lin Yuan's faults. Look at that guy. Always wearing a stern face, never cracking a smile. Who could have offended him? Mingli felt no concern and warned Chu-Ying to refrain from speaking ill of Lin Yuan. He is mature and composed. You, on the other hand, are merely immature for disliking him, that if you could achieve his level of success, I guarantee I would chase after you every day, that in reality, Chu-Ying's temperament and looks were unique. Possessing the qualities to be a model that if paired with achievements to rival Lin Yuan's, he would shine 100 times brighter. However, Lin Yuan was not Chu-Ying, and Chu-Ying was not Lin Yuan. Aside from orbiting around Mingli, he would have little significant achievement in his life. After that day, Chu Shiyun informed him that he could stay close to Mingli and become one of the worthy males. But to earn Mingli's affection in the future, he would need to strive for it himself, that if Mingli grew accustomed to excellent males and no longer wanted him, there would be nothing he could do. Contemplating this, Chu-Ying felt a surge of confidence among Mingli's suitors who matched his appearance. Even Chu Shiyun paled in comparison to his finely sculpted features. You can touch it, Mingli said, engrossed in her book. When suddenly she spotted 2 fluffy beast ears, feeling an overwhelming affection. Though a bit shy, She reached out to touch them. They were soft and warm, pulsating in her palms, and she could even feel the blood coursing through them. "Ha, that tickles." Unfortunately, Chewing underestimated the sensitivity of his beast ears, and upon her touch, he shuddered that it was a sensation that penetrated to the marrow, as if his spine had been jolted, a delightful feeling that was almost overwhelming. Mengli teased him that Chewing retorted, "You mustn't laugh at me. You're enjoying this just as much." Mengli replied, "I do adore small animals." That Chewing, flustered, shot back, "I'm not a small animal that don't you remember? Last time I lost control." He refrained from finishing, feeling it too embarrassing. Throughout his life, he had transformed into a beast only a few times, and it was only in his mother's embrace that he felt such safety. Why did he feel this way in front of Mengli? Could it be that, in his subconscious, he viewed her as a maternal figure? But as they continued, Mengli's thoughts drifted away from both the book and his ears. She found herself worried about Huolinyuan. She wondered how Uncle Hu was doing. Typically, Huolinyuan managed his work with meticulous order and would not encounter unexpected overtime. Thus, the notification could not have pertained to work. Aside from Chu Shiyuan and himself, Huolinyuan had no other friends or family, so it couldn't be a personal matter either. What could it be? Chu Ying felt disgruntled. When he was absent, Mengli's eyes were solely on Huolinyuan. And now that Huolinyuan was gone, she still seemed to focus only on him. Did you like him that much? If so, I might as well take you to find him, lest you remain distracted. Mengli set her book down and reassured him. Not at all, don't overthink it. Uncle Hua is merely my guardian, and I harbor no other feelings for him that a normal male would have understood that she was merely placating him. But Chu Ying took her words to heart. His gloomy expression vanished, and he excitedly pressed, "Is that true?" Mengli responded nonchalantly, "Yes, of course, it's true." That Chu Ying suppressed his elation, vowing to one day flaunt this in front of Huolinyuan and make it clear to him to dispel any illusions. He could sense that Huolinyuan had feelings for Mengli as well. However, having never faced a rival before, he found it hard to accept competition from anyone other than his own uncle. As night fell, they exchanged good nights, but Mengli found herself unable to sleep, her heart restless. Unable to slumber, she decided to take a stroll. She rolled out of bed and noticed a faint glow emanating from Huolinyuan's office, indicating someone was inside. With a fleeting thought, she quickly made her way to the door of the office. Standing there, she could hear clearly what the people inside were saying and doing. Had the evidence been gathered? "Of course that you doubt my abilities, Chu Shiyuan. This time it cannot be taken lightly. Any mistake could tarnish her record that its Uncle Chu." Indeed, they were not discussing work. She held her breath and pressed her ear closer. Huolinyuan seemed to have finally relaxed, murmuring in agreement. "How should we navigate the 5 prominent families? If I recall correctly, there is still a partnership with them, right?" Chu Shiyuan replied decisively. "Then we shall terminate the partnership. I have no need for such allies that in the past. I didn't concern myself with their affairs, but now that it affects Mengli, I will not hesitate to sever ties." Chapter 61. Good medicine. Mengli stood behind the door, increasingly alarmed by what she heard. She had contemplated the consequences, but never imagined that Huolinyuan and the others would dare to confront the 5 prominent families for her sake. That it was not that she doubted their strength. Rather, she felt it was unwarranted to jeopardize themselves for her. This thought made her heart ache, that if only she were stronger, she could protect her beloved. Each time this crossed her mind, she couldn't help but question the system. But that was a concern for later. It sounded like Huolinyuan and Chu Shun still had matters to discuss, and she needed to listen intently. She pressed her hands against the wall. Before long, Chu Shiyuan hung up the phone, and Huolinyuan began conversing with another individual. "You finally arrived. You nearly missed the review time." From the voice, it was an experienced middle-aged man. "Please refrain from discussing unrelated matters. I don't have time to entertain you." Doctor? Was Huolinyuan unwell? With this question simmering in her mind, Mengli swallowed hard, her heart pounding in her chest. Huolinyuan furrowed his brows. "Are the test results accurate this time? There wouldn't be any discrepancies like last time, would there?" The doctor quickly assured him, "Of course not. We are very meticulous." After a moment, he cautiously added, "To be frank, Marshal, while the last results had some deviations, they were still largely accurate. That it was at your request that we did not report the findings. However, prolonging this situation is not advisable. We still recommend that you take a timely leave of absence." Huolinyuan's gaze suddenly turned fierce at this point. Mengli's heart was already softening completely. For a long time, Lin Yuan had been suffering from a severe psychological illness that impacted his life, and even in such circumstances, he had never considered giving up on himself. They had been conversing in the office for quite some time, so long that Mengli was beginning to feel drowsy. The doctor was surprised by the results of the tests. "Oh, this is much improved compared to last time, nearing normal values." "His Marshal Hua, what miraculous remedy have you been taking recently?" Lin Yuan gazed at the results as if in a dream. Recently, he had been so busy that he hardly had time for medication or treatment. The only difference in his life was the addition of Mengli, someone he wished to cherish and protect. "Perhaps I have found my beloved female," that he stated lightly. The doctor flipped through the test results. "Well, it is a good thing that your life is showing signs of improvement, that it is highly likely due to her influence. However, even though you have returned to normal values, caution is still warranted. If your improvement is indeed because you found your beloved female, you must be wary of whether that female will leave you, Marshal Hua, as your heart is entirely bound to her." Could my mere existence have such a profound effect on Lin Yuan? Mengli's heart surged with emotion. She was afraid of being discovered. As their conversation concluded, Lin Yuan leaned back in his chair with a sigh of relief, just as she was about to stealthily depart. He called out, "Come out, you've been eavesdropping for quite some time, have you forgotten what I said?" Mengli's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, she had been found out. Should she go in or pretend it was nothing? It seemed that whichever choice she made would lead to a dead end, making her appear less than honest. Thus, she obediently pushed open the office door and murmured an apology. "I'm sorry, Uncle Hua, that I didn't mean to eavesdrop. You've been keeping everything from me, and I was anxious, so I resorted to this measure." Lin Yuan replied, "I am not blaming you. I was merely concerned that you might be frightened." As he spoke, he poured a cup of hot tea and placed it before Mengli. "Please sit. You may tell me from which part you began listening." The way he said it made it seem as if she hadn't been eavesdropping at all. Mengli sat down, her heart racing. "Uncle Hua, is your condition serious? What is it like?" Lin Yuan casually remarked, "It's nothing, merely an old injury from my youth on the battlefield. It is not physical, but rather mental." "Pithi?" She understood then. Lin Yuan continued, "Every time the night grows quiet, I recall the feeling of helplessness when my comrades fell before my eyes." Mengli held her breath, unsure how to comfort him. Although she had witnessed many deaths herself, she had quickly been rescued and sheltered within her ivory tower. While her stay in that tower was brief, upon reflection, she had felt despair before her own death. But the rapidity of her demise left little impression on her. After a moment of thought, she said, "Since this illness will not improve, then I will accompany you for a lifetime, until you feel better." For some reason, Lin Yuan felt that at this moment, Mengli appeared different from usual, her steadfast gaze under the warm orange light of the office seeming unfocused, ambiguous. He wondered if it was just the two of them. As his usual decorum faded away, replaced by a reckless abandon, Mengli felt as though he was boldly scrutinizing her. Yet, she attributed this to mere illusion. The Lin Yuan, she knew, adhered strictly to all protocols. How could he suddenly be so rude? "However, sometimes I feel that there are too many people around you, childish, annoying males swarming like flies. It's quite bothersome." His speech was slow, his voice low and soft, and Mengli could barely discern the words male and flies, with the rest fading into the shadows. "What? It's nothing." Mengli was relieved that she hadn't caught every word. Had she, he would have had to labor to explain the intent behind those remarks. But those thoughts were indeed his most genuine sentiments. By the way, Uncle Hua, if it comes to it, you can just throw me out of this villa. Would you really add to your own troubles for my sake?" Lin Yuan shook his head. "Thank you for your concern, but the 5 prominent families have long regarded me with disdain. This is merely the last straw. Nonsense. Even if the 5 families were to create a fuss, do they think they can provoke Chu Shiyuan and Lin Yuan? Just a few of them would make him want to reach through the screen and tear apart those netizens. Not to mention there are even more extreme and malicious individuals. Since he wished to conceal it, she had no need to press further. Chapter 62. Confrontation. She wisely refrained from mentioning it. Strangely, after opening up to her, he grew distant. Lin Yuan called her back. "Wait, would you like to hear a story?" Although Mengli was not a child and had no particular fondness for stories, she nodded in agreement to soothe his mood. After the story concluded, Mengli hurriedly summoned the system. System, come quickly to calm my nerves. This Uncle Hua is truly terrifying." The system, unusually empathetic today. May I ask, host, what about the target made you feel frightened? Mengli felt like crying. She could understand Huolin Yuan's pain, but she could not fathom that his sense of security relied on monitoring her. This was due to the target's character. Having grown up with divorced parents and rising from humble beginnings, he had a strong sense of pride, making him more challenging to win over than the average target. Yet his affection for you has reached 96th at host. You should feel pleased, the system stated coldly, leaving Mengli feeling even more unnerved. She hugged her head, curling up under the covers, wishing to escape it all, that I would rather he be difficult to win over than fixate solely on me. He despises every male around me. His tone suggesting he would rather eliminate them all. How frightening. At that moment, she pretended not to have heard clearly, merely to break the oppressive atmosphere. System. Encountering obstacles in your task is an unavoidable lesson for the host. Please face it bravely. Mengli could no longer contain her frustration and began to curse. Heartless system. If I ever anger him, or if any of my males displeases him, would he not just eliminate that person? The system paused for a moment. Host, I can assure you of this. He will never harm you, we will ensure your safety. Mengli felt somewhat relieved. That's more like it, system. However, we cannot guarantee that he won't take action against your other males to demonstrate to you. Mengli was once again rendered speechless. She felt foolish, thinking such revelations would elicit sympathy from the system, in reality, she had to navigate the plot as it unfolded. You have assured my physical safety, but my spirit is still wounded. How can you say that so shamelessly? Please ensure that you retire for the night, dear host. Tomorrow, there are tasks to attend to, and one must remain invigorated. It would be one thing to engage in fruitless conversation, but to endure that feigned ignorance is quite another. Upon hearing this, Mengli felt utterly exhausted. She slumped on her bed in resignation. Very well, do as you please. She sensed that even at this moment, Huolin Yuan was quietly standing by the door, listening to her every move, aware of her restless tossing and murmuring in her sleep that it was not that Mengli could not tolerate such a person. Rather, she wondered how he could be so relentless. The following morning, Huolin Yuan had prepared breakfast and awaited her at the door. With dark circles under her eyes, Mengli sat vacantly before the vanity mirror, allowing Huolin Yuan to tend to her hair. Did you not sleep well last night? He inquired gently. Mengli inwardly grumbled, attributing her unrest to his unnerving presence. Yes, a bit, she confessed, fearing he might concoct yet another reason to install surveillance devices near her. Her every action broadcast solely for his viewing pleasure. With a weary nod, she pondered the futility of refusing him. Very well. Even as she stuffed pastries in her mouth, fatigue weighed heavily on her. Rubbing her eyes, she yawned incessantly. This thought stirred a peculiar restlessness within her, rendering her food tasteless. Today, we are to go to the academy to sign the agreement, which will secure your enrollment but suspend your studies for a year. After a year, when the situation is calmed, we shall revisit the matter of your education. Huolin Yuan and Chu Shiyuan had concluded. Mengli nodded weakly, as you see fit. She could hardly fathom what hope could arise from such dire circumstances. As the weather turned cooler, Huolin Yuan draped a coat over her shoulders, advising her softly to keep it on unless she felt excessively cold. Mengli nodded vigorously, only to promptly remove the coat. Did she not realize that this garment would relay her physical data to Huolin Yuan's light brain? She bore his surveillance with less disdain than one might expect. After all, even the most adept individuals must face their share of obstacles. She was merely one such case. The system chimed in with a warning. Should the host fail to comply with the target's wishes, there was a likelihood of diminishing favor. Mengli retorted, you simply do not understand. Blind obedience breeds tedium. In time, he too will grow weary. My actions are not defiance, but rather a means to provide him with novelty. The system seemed to grasp her point, albeit with some difficulty. Even without the coat, Mengli surmised that Huolin Yuan would undoubtedly rush to her side should danger arise, just as he had in the past. Upon arriving at the academy, she was met with a throng of people, far beyond her expectations. The driver cautioned her, Miss Mengli, Marshal Hua has arranged for bodyguards for you. For safety reasons, it is advisable that you do not stray from their side. And he gritted his teeth in frustration. Having seen the rampant online discourse these past few days, the cruelty of it all was appalling, as they painted her, a kind-hearted individual, in a grotesque light. Were it not for Huolin Yuan's level-headedness, He might have summoned these individuals for a thorough reckoning. How utterly outrageous. Mengli pinched herself discreetly, feigning tears and reddened eyes that it is all right. Thank you for your support. The version of me they speak of is not the true me. Thus, it could be inferred that among the vast cyberbullying mob, a segment of the derogatory comments was likely orchestrated by paid trolls, while another portion stemmed from long-standing grievances harbored by netizens. Chapter 63, Danger Now. The moment Mengli stepped off the starship, a multitude surged toward her. Though the bodyguards activated a protective barrier to keep the crowd at bay, the relatively narrow path was still packed with people, rendering it nearly impassable. Please make way, the bodyguard bellowed, his voice booming, causing the crowd to cover their ears, yet they persisted in thrusting microphones and recording devices toward Mengli. With her gaze unwavering, Mengli, feeling the toll of a sleepless night, appeared haggard and listless. She had no desire to engage with them. However, when an unknown individual began to hurl insults, it was as if a switch had been flipped and those harboring grievances began to unleash a torrent of vitriol. Get lost! I've never seen such a shameless female. You do not belong in this academy. The bodyguard cast a worried glance at Mengli, but she remained calm, as though she had not heard the vitriol. Only after she had stepped into the corridor, free from the crowd's intrusion, did the insults begin to fade from her mind. Remember, do not let those idle remarks bother you. Many of them are merely seeking an outlet for their own frustrations. The bodyguard reassured her. Mengli smiled faintly. Did I understand? Thank you, Mr. Bodyguard. As the bodyguard watched her depart, he pondered why such a wonderful girl had made so many enemies. That in truth, this was Mengli's first encounter with such hostility. In her previous life, despite its tragic end, she had been beloved, with no one harboring animosity toward her. Just as she began to relax, a sudden roar from the bodyguard jolted her. You there? Who are you? State your name. Otherwise, we shall open fire. Before Mengli could comprehend the situation, she was suddenly tackled by a figure. The force of the impact sending her crashing against the wall, her head spinning. Do not move. If you do, I shall slit your throat. The bodyguard, witnessing this scene, felt a wave of despair wash over him. Despite their utmost caution and vigilance in protecting Mengli, the assailant had still found an opportunity to harm her. At that moment, the academy officials rushed in, disheveled and clearly having just emerged from a fierce struggle. They had just subdued a group of intruders, dangerous elements. Observing this scene, one could only ponder whether misfortune indeed came in droves, or if Mengli's luck had simply run dry. Stay calm. Mengli gasped, her breath shallow. She was not without the strength to resist. It was merely that the timing of this terrorist's appearance was too fortuitous, as if they had precisely targeted her. The blade pressed against her neck, the raspy voice slicing through the air like shattered glass. Do not approach. I do not know what I might do in this state of confusion. You all should remain calm and think carefully about what actions might satisfy me. Otherwise, I shall take her life. His words struck terror into the ears of the academy officials. Very well. We shall remain calm, they responded, their male bodyguards sweating profusely, unable to fathom such a turn of events. The academy officials straightened their attire, panting heavily as they sought to placate the terrorist. Tell us what you desire. We can provide it, but you must articulate your demands. The terrorist's face was obscured by a mask. Yet the chilling smile hidden beneath was unmistakable. Mengli listened in confusion. What sort of experimental supplies necessitated such a grand theft? Furrowing her brow, she felt tendrils creeping stealthily into the terrorist's clothing. Her heart nearly ceased to beat. Surely not, she thought. Just after her rebirth, was she to endure yet another harrowing ordeal? Instinctively, she tensed. She needed to gather evidence to uncover who sought her demise to the academy. The experimental subjects were undoubtedly of greater significance, as they represented the culmination of many efforts. Furthermore, given Mengli's status as a student with a tarnished record, they would not expend vast resources to rescue her, which included handing over experimental subjects to the terrorist. That seemed a choice had been laid before them. Mengli certainly did not consider herself less valuable than those so-called experimental subjects, yet witnessing their hesitation left a bitter taste in her mouth. Just moments ago, they had extolled her worth, elevating her to celestial heights, and now her life was relegated to secondary importance. The bodyguards had already dispatched a message for Huolinuan to come, and they were engaged in strategizing. Unbeknownst to them, some media personnel had seized the opportunity to infiltrate the scene and had quietly begun live broadcasting. What is happening here? Is this real? Surely it cannot be a performance? A performance? Those individuals all look familiar. Just look, they are genuine Academy officials that I asked their room for fabrication. The media capitalized on the moment, and soon a throng of people flooded in, causing the live stream to lag. At this juncture, the system issued a timely task. Task 1, survive. Task 2, identify the mastermind behind this incident and bring them to justice. Mengli found herself at a loss for words. She had to admit that with the system's intervention, her anxiety had diminished considerably, as it indicated that all of today's events were anticipated by the system, alleviating her worries. But what if I failed to complete Task 1? Would I not be forced to start anew? System, you truly do not regard me as human. She harbored grievances about this. The system replied, rest assured, host, you must have sensed the peculiarities from the beginning. Otherwise, with your capabilities, how could you still be ensnared in this predicament? She had forgotten that the system was fully aware of her thoughts, all her movements and intentions laid bare before them. Was she truly being abducted? Those above must either be blind or utterly foolish. If it were up to her, she would still choose the experimental subjects. Their lives were of little consequence. You there. Your words are far too cruel. Chapter 64. Threat. What nonsense is this? Let me hear it. 8,000 years ago, rumors circulated, and the Dreamly Support Association issued a clarification announcement. Why not take a look? Instead, you choose to run amok on the Star Network, and I truly contemplate reporting you to the authorities that it is as if a horde of individuals, emboldened by Miss Dreamly's kindness, recklessly frolic in the danger zone. One wonders from which gutter these rodents have emerged. They cannot abide the success of others. If they cannot attain it, they seek to obliterate it. Unbeknownst to Dreamly, her reputation inexplicably improved while she herself battled for survival. Even a small vial of an unknown potion, concealed on a villain, was plucked away by her sentient vines. She inhaled deeply, trembling to mask the unusual sensations coursing through her body, to avoid arousing the suspicion of her captor. Dreamly feigned vulnerability, pleading, I implore you, spare me. I promise I will provide you with wealth that you could never exhaust in a lifetime. Please. Her delicate, frail form successfully conveyed an illusion of helplessness to the assailant, who erupted into a triumphant guffaw. With experimental supplies in hand, do I need to worry about having an endless fortune? Miss Dreamly, you might as well save your meager assets for your own coffin. What a malevolent individual. Dreamly's gaze hardened. She was determined to unveil who would indeed arrange for her final resting place. Perhaps it need not be so elaborate. A simple grave in a cesspool would suffice. The grip of her captor tightened further. Dreamly's eyes began to glaze over. The terrorist grew increasingly arrogant. That moment, amidst the throng of people, she spotted Fide, who should have still been hospitalized, clad in understated shades of gray and black. His hood obscured much of his face, yet it could not hide his striking features or the profound green of his eyes. A gentle light emanated from him, quietly fixated on Dreamly. Noticing her gaze, Fide offered a reassuring smile, raising a finger to his lips in a gesture for silence. For reasons unknown, her heart felt considerably steadier upon seeing him. 3, 2, 1. The assailant began to count down, and in a moment of peril, Fide struck his eyes with a slingshot. Though it was a single slingshot, it released 2 stones with such swiftness that, in the blink of an eye, the assailant collapsed to the ground in agony, leading bystanders to believe another terrorist had infiltrated the Academy. If that were the case, the Academy's security system would be left a laughingstock. In a place bustling with talent, how could they fail to ensure the most basic safety of their students? Who would feel secure attending classes in the future? Infuriated and humiliated, the assailant bled from his eyes. Yet his professional training allowed him to maintain the bare minimum of attack capability, that he need not know the identity of his attacker. A sweeping spray of bullets would suffice to end the ensuing chaos. Dreamly quietly urged her robust vines to lead her away. I want you all dead. Unable to capture Dreamly, he began to shoot at those who had caused him pain, sending everyone scattering in terror. Journalist, you must ensure your safety. If you die, who will broadcast for us? It was truly unexpected to witness a gunfight unfold. The corridor was soon filled with fully armed paramilitary forces, while unarmed students and mentors fled the scene. Who would remain in place waiting for death? Dreamly was pulled along by Fide, and the two found refuge in an empty room cluttered with dilapidated furniture. Likely a storage area. The assailant was still on the loose, and the two unarmed individuals felt a surge of fear. Desperate criminals require careful handling. With nothing to protect herself, how could she dare provoke such a man? Dreamly felt a flicker of anger. Had the stones deviated even slightly, they would have met their demise if Fides had slipped, revealing an innocent smile, pure as that of an angel. Not at all did my slingshot never misses. I have never experienced a deviation since I began using it. You must trust me that moment. Dreamly had thought this boy might jeopardize her plans, but unexpectedly, he proved reliable. The cramped space of the storage room brought them close together, causing Dreamly's face to flush with warmth. Uncomfortable, she averted her gaze, unable to meet Fide's eyes. She felt as though he resembled a silly golden retriever rather than a cunning serpent. Next time, don't act so recklessly that I'm doing this for your own good. Fide hurriedly explained, I wasn't being reckless. How could I joke with your life? Do you understand? If things went awry, I would stand in front of you, shielding you from any harm. That I have planned this for quite some time, but he seemed somewhat aggrieved. Dreamly cleared her throat. All right, it seems I am at fault once more, cold-hearted as I am. Before Fide could dwell on his disappointment for long, he found himself enveloped in a warm and sweet embrace from Dreamly. Thank you, my dear friend. You did wonderfully. She recognized that an ordinary person could not access firearms, yet Fide's playful slingshot reflected the depth of his concern. System notification. Congratulations, host. Task 2 is complete. Just as the tender moment lingered, Dreamly's attention shifted abruptly upon hearing key words. She stared wide-eyed, questioning the system. What about Task 1? Am I not out of danger now? The presence of certain individuals could hinder her completion of tasks, while others, like Fide, were instrumental in aiding her. However, Dreamly's elation was short-lived. She was suddenly informed that Task 1 was not yet complete. This implied that the life-threatening assailant might still be alive, lurking within the now-sealed corridor. Indeed, they had merely taken refuge in the storage room. The assailant had not been fully subdued. Fide noticed her body stiffen suddenly. What's wrong? Is there something off about me? Dreamly found herself at a loss for words. What if that blind man found this place? No, I'm just a bit scared. Fide tightened his embrace around her. Do not fear. Even in death, I will shield you, granting you the chance to escape. The system remained silent. In truth, with their combined strength, they could have dealt with the assailant together. Why engage in this melodrama? Chapter 65. The dust settles fortunately. After a while, the sound of an explosion echoed from down the corridor, and the system promptly announced, Task 1 complete. Congratulations, host. Dreamly exhaled in relief, smoothing her slightly disheveled hair. So, is there a reward? System. After completing a certain number of tasks, the system will provide useful items and rewards for the host to choose from. Dreamly. I must select items based on my needs for life. Is there no reward that would please me? Perhaps something edible or useful? The system finally responded with a hint of personal sentiment. To be frank, host, even if you wish for the stars, those men would pluck them down for you, let alone something to eat. There is nothing they cannot obtain. Dreamly pouted. While that may be true, she still found it somewhat dull. The alarm should have been lifted. They could leave now. She released Fide, yet he gazed at her with lingering reluctance, his intentions clear. Dreamly feigned ignorance, taking his hand. Let us hurry. It's quite stifling here. Staying inside is unbearable. Fide understood that. Given his circumstances, being able to interact with her and see her smile was already a stroke of luck. But could he be even luckier? Dreamly waved her hand in front of his eyes. What are you thinking? Fide clutched a jewelry box hidden in his palm, tightly. That he had prepared a gift for a long time and wondered if Dreamly would accept it, to be honest. Dreamly had noticed the awkwardness in him and spotted the exquisitely wrapped gift box. She continued to feign ignorance until they arrived at a disheveled corridor, where Fide finally produced the box and nervously asked, This is a gift for you. May I ask if you would accept it? Dreamly gazed at the delicate box, unable to voice a rejection. Yet she hesitated. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Fide grew anxious. If they acknowledged their relationship, how could she not wish to accept the gift? No, that's not it. Even if you decline me, this is my sentiment for you. Consider my request. Please do not let my feelings go unacknowledged. I do not mean to pressure you. You may refuse me in the future, but you cannot reject my goodwill. His deep green eyes earnestly gazed at Dreamly, making her heart ache with compassion. All right. Fide was overwhelmed with joy, nearly bursting to present the gift to Dreamly immediately, his excitement causing him to stammer, "Thank you. You are the first person who hasn't rejected me that I really like you." In his heart, Fide silently confessed. Had Dreamly appeared a bit warmer, he would have confessed much earlier. He clenched his fists, secretly resolving to strive for a higher position to be worthy of her. Just as Dreamly was about to say something while holding the weighty jewelry box, Fide waved goodbye hastily. "That I still have unfinished business, Miss Dreamly. Let us meet again next time, da-da." Such is the nature of youth. "Where is your coat? Why aren't you wearing it?" Given the current weather, it's all too easy to catch a cold. Mengli, however, responded with a question that was entirely off topic, tilting her head to gaze at him. "And did you come here to see me? Do not worry. The crisis has been averted." Well, Lin Yuan, feeling helpless, knew he could not voice the matter directly to be by the way, those individuals online, and those who insulted you today, will all be held accountable. One must face the consequences of their words and actions. Upon hearing this, Mengli felt a profound sense of relief. Indeed, an overwhelming sense of it. Since her rebirth, she had awaited this moment. Bound by her persona and the system's demands, she could not express her vexation too overtly. Thus, she narrowed her eyes with a smile, thanking Uncle Hua for everything he had done for her. "I am truly glad. Yet that is not the most crucial aspect. Look." Hua Lin Yuan observed the evidence she held, astonishment evident on his face. "How did you acquire this?" It is worth noting that the suspect had detonated himself while being pursued by the criminal police, leaving no valuable clues behind. Mengli replied, Is this perhaps too trivial? Is it insufficient to serve as evidence?" As one of the investigators in this case, Hua Lin Yuan was well aware of the value of such evidence. In that moment, no one could compare to Mengli, although there had never been a true basis for comparison. That "No thank you. You are indeed a treasure in this world." He suddenly spoke with such gravity that it made Mengli feel somewhat bashful. As he continued, his tone grew serious. Mengli shrank back a little. She felt a bit intimidated by this side of Hua Lin Yuan. "Then please do not lecture me. This incident was not of my making." She felt quite wronged. While on her way to school, she had been unexpectedly seized by an assailant, and her life had suddenly been threatened. Hua Lin Yuan could not clarify why so many unforeseen events had transpired around her. He had promised to support her, yet he was always the last to arrive at the scene. So, shall we proceed to the office to sign the school withdrawal agreement? Hua Lin Yuan paused, remaining silent. "That depends on you. That if you are reluctant to part with this academy, you may stay. That if you wish to continue your studies, I can also find a better place for you." What a joke. A dignified A-grade female with a commendable character and virtues, who had left many in her wake as her grades improved. Such a person should not be denied the freedom to choose a school. Mengli certainly could not leave this academy. Many of her targets were here, and if she left, her tasks would become exceedingly difficult. "Uncle Hua, I am rather fond of the environment here, and quite familiar with my classmates. It would be fine to stay. I do not object." This was likely a part of the system's calculations. Chapter 66. Counterattack. At this point, Mengli finally dared to check the comments left for her on StarNet. Upon logging in, she was surprised to see a message from Su Xing, the young man from the Su family. Learning of her vindication, he promptly contacted her to congratulate her on finally seeing the light after enduring the darkness. Although less than 5 days had passed from the incident to the reversal of public opinion, it was precisely this swift turnaround that made Mengli feel that something significant awaited her. The matter was far from over. She typed a line of text. How to cope with what came next was yet another challenge. That moment, Su Xing chimed in with complaints. Mengli face-bombed. "Do you not follow the news?" Su Xing looked bewildered and soon began to vent to her. "What news? Do you know that because of the last incident, I've been grounded by my brother for a whole 2 months? I have to eat, drink, and take care of everything in my room. Aside from a little garden to ease my boredom, I would have gone mad cooped up at home." Mengli twitched her lips. Su Xing had exhausted his words without finishing his complaints about his brother, and moreover, he was completely cut off from the internet. Let alone the news, he wasn't even allowed normal leisure activities. "How then did you know I resolved the online harassment? Do you possess some kind of foresight?" "Of course, it was my friends who informed me. Everyone around me is aware of this matter, including my brother. Thanks to you, I can finally go online again today, which is truly a momentous occasion." Su Lingyu also found out. Even without direct contact, she was aware of the considerable bias the Su family held against her. "But you haven't been mistreated, have you?" Su Xing waved dismissively. "Of course not." What do you take my brother for? However, what you should be asking is whether I faced family discipline, which is quite normal. Moreover, given the enormity of the blunder I caused, straining the relationship between the Su and Shin families, I would have expected it that he swallowed hard. Mengli was engrossed in his narrative when she suddenly realized he had stopped speaking. What are you doing? And then, Su Xing continued, just as I mentioned earlier. Had your situation not turned around, I would have likely faced family discipline myself. Thankfully, if it meant punishing others, Mengli would feel a great sense of guilt. Nevertheless, through Su Xing's rambling, she gained a preliminary understanding of the 5 prominent families, which were rooted in tradition. Over the past few days, she had diligently studied the information regarding Su Lingyu. Gathering only superficial knowledge about his perfectionist nature, it was only when he entered her life that she truly felt the impact of such a personality, imagining if Lin Yuan had grounded himself over some matter. Even with their strong foundation, Mengli would find it unbearable. She would go mad. Rubbing her arm, which had grown chilly from the wind, she contemplated that if it were not for her mission, she would never engage with someone like Su Lingyu. No matter how exceptional he was, suddenly, the screen went black. Staring at the darkened display, Mengli found herself at a loss for how to react. Based on her observations, it seemed Su Lingyu held no fondness for her. Even without having met, he was evidently opposed to her and did not permit his brother to interact with her. This indicated that the entire Su family would likely not hold her in high regard. What should I do? Mengli found herself momentarily unable to devise a strategy. She tapped the system and said, "System, please check Su Lingyu's favorability rating towards me." She was determined to see how someone who had never interacted with her could harbor such animosity. Could there truly be such a one-sided perspective? In her anxious anticipation, the system revealed Su Lingyu's favorability rating. -20. That Mengli gasped in shock that it was indeed quite close to her suspicions. Gritting her teeth, she felt a surge of reluctance and turned to the system to propose. What if we just forget it and switch targets? I don't even particularly like him. How can I genuinely pursue him? Don't you agree? The system resolutely declined. Host, completing the mission is your duty. If you cannot even win over an ordinary male, how can you tackle more formidable tasks? Mengli felt like she was bleeding internally. After all, she was merely a slothful fish. Could she not be allowed to rest for a moment? Is there a limit to this task? I want to exceed the time, will I? The system replied. There is no deadline. However, within a month, as long as you maintain the favorability rating between 0 and 5. The system will not inquire about your progress. My heavens. Various sources indicated that Su Lingyu was a stubborn individual. Convincing a stubborn person to alter their impression of oneself would be more challenging than climbing to the heavens. Mengli repeated for the 10,000th time, "Sigh, perhaps you should just erase me." Logging into her account, countless comments, both praise and criticism, flooded before her eyes. That it was unexpected to encounter someone who disregarded order, blissfully unaware of their naivety. Perhaps this too was another extreme of femininity. She wondered how those who praised her perceived the situation. Previously, the accolades had been abundant. What on earth was the lady thinking to act so irrationally? The environment in which females grew up had made them excessively bold, granting them a courage that was often out of place, that if only such qualities could be transferred to those lacking confidence. Such clear foolishness that as time passed, similar negative comments were swiftly met with backlash, leading to their deletion or alteration. When Mengli mentioned finding those offline, it might have been a jest, but her loyal fans would not joke. Especially given the tremendous injustice Mengli had suffered. If they were to find and confront those responsible offline, it could almost be justified, delightful, Mengli secretly thought. Continuing to scroll, she saw comments about the academy hitting a stroke of luck, and others claiming that the male by her side had saved the galaxy. The chorus of envy was overwhelming. This feeling was simply magnificent. The sensation of having support was truly wonderful. Just as Mengli was leaning over the display, stifling a laugh, the door suddenly swung open. That it was Lin Yuan. Upon seeing Mengli in a flustered state, he too felt a twinge of uncertainty. Am I perhaps arriving at an inopportune moment? Mengli shook her head. No, please, come in quickly to mask her own embarrassment. She urged Lin Yuan to sit. With his keen eyesight, he immediately noticed the content on the unturned display and the corners of Mengli's eyes, which were now tinged with red from her laughter. His previously calm demeanor shifted to one of concern. He admonished Mengli not to read those comments, yet it seemed she had done so regardless. Chapter 67. New insights if you dislike them. I can arrange for those comments to be deleted, leaving only the favorable ones, he suggested. Mingli then realized where his attention lay. She hurriedly replied, no need. I trust they didn't mean it maliciously, so I would prefer if you let them off the hook. Lin Yuan scrutinized every subtle change in her expression, and only after confirming his observations did he take a seat in the position Dreamly had arranged for him. Do not heed the words of those individuals, he cautioned. This was the most he had ever spoken in one sitting, and his tone towards Dreamly bore a weightier seriousness than usual to in response. Dreamly, in high spirits, cheerfully replied, of course, I always heed Uncle Hua's words, despite the lengthening of their acquaintance. Lin Yuan's demeanor grew, increasingly domineering, as if the hidden claws beneath his facade had been laid bare. Yet Dreamly found this aspect of him rather endearing. She relished the way he unconsciously revealed his predatory nature before her, only to hastily conceal it out of fear of her disdain, all while believing her to be oblivious to his inner turmoil. As for those arrogant leaders, they were mere paper tigers, mistakenly assuming Dreamly could be easily manipulated like the previous troublemakers. With Shen Qiming backing her, this was a deliberately orchestrated endeavor. However, Dreamly remained perplexed regarding the unfolding narrative. If Miss Shun is wealthy and influential, and she looks down upon me, believing me to pose no threat, then why is she so intent on undermining me, yet has not succeeded? What could she possibly gain? This matter, aside from the system, was known to no one else for the time being. On the bright side, the incident had unveiled everyone's true colors, and surprisingly, Dreamly emerged as the least detestable among them. The tides of public opinion shifted constantly. One moment she was likable, the next her actions rendered her less so. Dreamly, it was akin to a small tree swaying back and forth in the wind. A sight unremarkable. However, she understood that perhaps this was the system's deeper intention, to instill an awareness of the hard-won nature of her position and to cherish it all the more. The system issued a notification, task, become the spokesperson for the Academy. Completion. Congratulations, host. Dreamly, her spirits lifted, propped her chin on her hand, and habitually inquired, what reward do I receive this time? The system replied, apologies, none. Well then, what a dull system, she mused shortly after Chingemo squeezed into the cramped room via a holographic interface. Upon seeing Dreamly's lack of surprise, he felt a twinge of disappointment. Surprise? I rarely have free time today. Dreamly had initially anticipated Chung Mo's participation as a judge in the election, but several days had passed without the promised surprise materializing. Are you playing with me? Why are you absent when I'm in trouble and when I'm happy? Is it deliberate? Though her words were accusatory, they carried an undertone of grievance. Instantly brightening Chung Mo's weary eyes, he toiled diligently, engaging his intellect heavily, all to expedite the progress of his current tasks. Yet upon seeing Dreamly, hearing her voice, it all felt worthwhile. Unfortunately, despite her proximity, he felt utterly incapable of even embracing her. Among the three guardians, he felt the most ineffectual to in contrast. The other two had embraced her, indulged in her whims, and it was clear Lin Yuan had been thoroughly spoiled. Even though Dreamly sat upright beside him, he struggled to contain himself. Whether it was to gently stroke her hair or to lightly touch her ear, even the simplest contact sent waves of excitement through him. Moreover, he lamented that his own hardships also seemed to irk Dreamly. Such a scenario was utterly unacceptable. Of course, not that I think of you every day. I keep your photos safe, she replied. Had he known static images could evoke such longing, he would have brought along the most advanced dynamic camera. Dreamly, undeterred, continued her playful banter. Cheng Mo relished this dynamic. It was a testament to their shared confidence and a lingering spiritual imprint left by them. A privilege that her future suitors would not enjoy. Noticing Dreamly remained silent, Cheng Mo pondered something and found himself lost in thought. Leaving her bewildered. Time is precious. Do not squander it on trivial matters. That Lin Yuan brewed tea. He casually tossed out this remark, appearing nonchalant, yet both Cheng Mo and Dreamly understood his underlying concern. Cheng Mo, feigning ignorance, concocted a scheme to irritate Lin Yuan. General Hua, nurturing familial bonds cannot be deemed a waste. A discerning individual can savor even the smallest of matters. Lin Yuan exuded an air of cold steel. Although he was admired by many, none harbored romantic feelings for him. That his knowledge, all his previous pursuers, influenced by him, had eventually settled into friendships marked by clear boundaries. Thus, he had reason to suspect Dreamly might find her interactions with him rather dull. Coincidentally, he could rectify this that a faint tension hung in the air as Dreamly quickly intervened. Actually, Senior Chung, Uncle Hua is just a bit blunt. He doesn't mean any harm, so please be understanding. Chung Yamo nearly lost a smile at her defense. Had he misheard? Dreamly was actually speaking up for him. After knowing Hua Linyuan for so many years, how could he not recognize his forthright nature? The very phrase blunt was laughably inadequate in describing Hua Linyuan. Comforted by Dreamly's words, Chung Mo's slight displeasure dissipated. However, he still preferred to maintain a certain decorum. Reflecting on it, Dreamly felt a pang of guilt. The meals she prepared lacked novelty. What could she concoct next to elevate his fondness for her? As she pondered, Chung Yamo interjected, "Just kidding. I enjoy everything you make. Even if you serve me the same dish for a lifetime, I would never refuse," Dreamly thought to herself, while his words were sweet. She could not genuinely adhere to such a routine. Ultimately, even the most obtuse observer would sense Hua Linyuan's unmistakable desire to expel them. Though his exterior betrayed no impatience, every gesture concealed a growing irritation. Chung Yamo surmised that Hua Linyuan was not as unfeeling as he appeared. He possessed emotions. After all, he then summarized the main points of their conversation. As for Dreamly's situation, it is a minor issue. It does not involve the 5 great families. It merely indicates that someone sought to exploit the chaos, only to find the waters had cleared before they could fish. Such folly, from his description. It was clear that it was not Miss Shun, allowing Dreamly to temporarily set aside her suspicions that in any case, the situation was overly complex, including the sudden attack that had been premeditated for some time. General Hua, you must prepare yourself. Do not remain oblivious while others invade your territory. Oddly enough, upon hearing this, Hua Linyuan did not respond with anger. In his gaze, there was self-reproach and regret, but no fury directed at Chung Yamo. Chung Yamo shifted his focus. "Lear, I heard you've been getting close to that young master from the Su family." Dreamly's eyes widened. "Heard? No one has mentioned my friendship with Su Xing to anyone. How did that rumor arise?" "Yes, and is there something I should be wary of?" Chung Yamo thought that if this young man were to become a rival in love, he would be easy to manage, an imbecile with an intellect akin to a dog. Hardly a formidable adversary. However, he needed to be cautious of Su Lingyu, who regarded his brother as a precious gem, acting as both father and mother, and was quite strict with Su Xing, serving as half his mentor. Should their relationship deepen, they would first need to navigate Su Lingyu. Nonetheless, this was still preferable to dealing with the young man himself. Chung Yamo exhaled in relief that it's nothing. That young fellow seems decent. Though his personality is a bit rough, hardly suitable for marriage. Dreamly quickly caught on that in this world, it was understandable that people would misconstrue normal friendships. Their bond was indeed closer than that of typical classmates. But it could not be misinterpreted any further. "Senior, my relationship with him is purely platonic. There's nothing more. You needn't worry about how I might pursue him." Even if one day she chose Su Xing, she would never take the initiative. That young man was utterly lacking in ambition, content to indulge in pleasures. She was no fool to seek a partner whose needs were so mismatched with her own. Chung Yamo, caught in his awkwardness, laughed it off. Yet, Dreamly understood his concern. They had genuinely taken on the roles of caretakers for one another. At times, they were children, and at others, they resembled clouds, fragile and susceptible to being swept away by the slightest breeze. Initially, she felt a hint of embarrassment, but soon she cast it aside, finding comfort in their dynamic. After hanging up, Hua Linyuan chopped a large piece of cake into smaller portions. "How is it that I was unaware of your interactions with the young master from the Su family?" Dreamly felt a chill run down her spine. Oh no, how could she have forgotten about this ominous figure? In the midst of recent events, she had neglected to report this to him. Was there still a way to remedy it? Actually, I'm not very familiar with that young master." Hua Linyuan's expression softened somewhat. Aside from the guardians currently present, she suspected that every unfamiliar male figure would trigger his heightened vigilance, leading him to constantly scan their surroundings. However, Dreamly could not comprehend the utility of such vigilance, as it did little to deter the presence of males, be it Fide, Chu Ying, or even Su Xing, who was merely a good friend. "After having a little something to satisfy my hunger, I will prepare dinner for you shortly." Dreamly felt that perhaps the reward for completing her task lay in this very this very moment. She truly felt warmth and happiness. Who could possibly refuse a meticulously prepared dinner by their partner? Unfortunately, just as Lin Yuan rose from his seat, a chat window popped up on the display screen carried by Meng Li. Upon closer inspection, it was from Su Xing. She had just distanced herself from their relationship. And now he was about to expose her deception. She saw it but was powerless to prevent it. While Lin Yuan looked at her with a questioning gaze that as before, he initiated a call, which connected promptly, revealing Su Xing's visage, his virtual figure casually settling into a space. Your living room is quite cozy, but these fruits are chopped into such tiny pieces. You aren't venting your frustrations on them. Are you? This was undoubtedly the result of Lin Yuan's absent-mindedness. Even though those pieces were meant for his own consumption, it clearly struck a nerve with him. Meng Li dared not speak. Lin Yuan cleverly positioned himself in such a way that while Meng Li could see him, Su Xing could not. Noticing his friend's unusual silence, Su Xing urged her to speak. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell lately? If Su Xing's brother were to witness him speaking to a female in such a manner, he would surely be taken aback, let alone the self-restrained Lin Yuan. It was the first time Meng Li had seen such evident emotion from him. She feigned displeasure. How are you addressing me? Has the Su family not taught you manners? Su Xing sensed her tone and retracted somewhat. Though not entirely, he tentatively inquired, have you been controlled too? Your manner of speaking seems odd. Meng Li was genuinely fearful he might utter something inappropriate, and turning away. She declared, I don't understand what you're saying. Just hurry and apologize to this. Su Xing grasped her meaning. Under the guidance of Su Lingyu, he had learned to read between the lines. Meng Li was indicating that speaking was inconvenient for her. He hesitated, pondering an excuse for quite some time. Well, I'm here to inform you that when school resumes, you need to bring all your study materials. Excellent. Meng Li was quite satisfied with this excuse, as it merely suggested a fellow student from a study group, nothing more. Lin Yuan's gaze deepened, lost in thought. Suddenly, Meng Li realized that she was completely free. Her choice of friends was not subject to Lin Yuan's authority. And she felt as though she were cowering before him, who truly was the master of this villa. Her demeanor grew firmer. Uncle Hua, I still wish to speak with my friend, so please excuse yourself for now. On the other side, Su Xing was also in a precarious situation. His brother had turned to him with a panicked expression, calling out for him that don't misunderstand. Ha ha ha. He shot a somewhat apologetic glance at Meng Li. And like before, he vanished in an instant. Chapter 69. The shooting mission with her smile. Lin Yuan found it difficult to pursue the matter further to the dining table. He refrained from mentioning it. While Meng Li, feeling somewhat embarrassed, took the initiative to bring it up. Su Xing means no harm. He is just a friend I happen to meet that if you're worried, you can investigate our relationship. I assure you, it's all above board. That it was challenging for her to discern his emotions beneath Lin Yuan's indifferent facade. Most of the time, she was merely guessing, unaware whether her words would alleviate his concerns. In any case, she had clarified her stance, whether he believed it was up to him. Your friendships are your prerogative. I want to interfere excessively, and objectively speaking, fostering good relations with the Su family will greatly benefit your future. I certainly wouldn't deny you even that. This would be a rather disrespectful act. Although she knew he might not mean what he said, at least his outward demeanor was acceptable. They tacitly avoided delving deeper into the nature of their relationship or the issue at hand. Some females exhibit a strong aversion to unfamiliar males, especially in familiar settings. Many prefer not to encounter foreign scents. Should Meng Li feel repelled, then she would have to receive lessons from a distance. Meng Li quickly waved her hands. Regardless of her shooting talent, she considered herself merely at a rudimentary level to know that one do. Her concern was not about that. Lin Yuan smiled gently, lightly, and subtly. Ever since Chu Shiyuan learned he had exposed their secret, he had been rather displeased that he believed that females should be cherished and protected. Allowing Meng Li to engage with such a dangerous activity was tantamount to putting her in harm's way. As for inviting a renowned marksman to their home for lessons, Chu Shiyuan was vehemently opposed. First and foremost, exposing their home address was unsafe. No matter how esteemed the individual was, even if he were the ruler of an empire, Chu Shiyuan would not place his trust in him, especially not in a male he deemed exceedingly ordinary. Based on his experiences with other males, he was convinced that they would do everything in their power to woo Meng Li. even if they did not. A favorable impression could easily form. The mere thought was unbearable, and he would not permit such a scenario to unfold in reality. Yet upon hearing it was Meng Li's idea, he fell silent, in truth. He had already suspected Meng Li would be interested from the previous description, but once her interest was piqued, he felt discontent, as it meant she would inevitably interact with more males. Who could say a more charming one wouldn't emerge in the future? Hua Linyuan was indifferent to such matters. His only concern was Meng Li's attitude. Undoubtedly, she did not disappoint him, one could say her mere existence filled him with hope. Thus, during Meng Li's somewhat tense dinner, Hua Linyuan relished a perfect meal, his spirits exceptionally high. Meanwhile, Su Xing, having been discovered by his older brother while conversing with Meng Li, was not so fortunate. You are once again in communication with Miss Meng Li. It was not a question that Su Xing's features contorted in an instant. He forced a smile. Brother, aren't you busy preparing for the trials? Why do you have time to meddle in my affairs? Su Lingyu's expression was indifferent, a hint of dark circles under his eyes, that I merely came to see if you had obediently completed your studies. Don't think of being clever. Compared to the day the incident occurred, his attitude towards Meng Li had improved significantly, a complete 180-degree turn in Su Xing's eyes, and he sighed with relief. However, you still shouldn't have too much contact with her. This is no jest. Should I catch you again, I will arrange a matchmaking meeting for you. This was a thunderclap for Su Xing. He loathed matchmaking, being scrutinized by those arrogant female relatives, feeling like a piece of meat under their judgment was his utmost aversion. Yet, this was commonplace for Su Lingyu until a fiancé was set. Su Xing had never seen his brother show even a hint of aversion towards it, that if he truly despised it, he wouldn't have let himself be manipulated like a puppet by his parents. After mentally ranting about his brother, Su Xing intended to sneakily share his grievances with Meng Li. However, unbeknownst to him, Su Lingyu snatched away the holographic display screen. Brother? Su Lingyu looked down at him from a height, his reasoning solid. I told you, do not take my words lightly. Apart from her, you may contact any of your other friends through letters. Thus, your display screen is of no use. Confiscated. As Su Xing felt as if his heart were bleeding, unable to openly express his discontent in front of him, and could only endure it with a sense of grievance. You can't do this. There are other friends besides Miss Meng Li on this screen. If they can't find me, they will be worried that Su Lingyu turned and walked away, appearing quite heartless. Su Xing clenched his fingers. On the verge of tears, his resistance to matchmaking had lessened. Perhaps getting married would allow him to escape his brother's control. Could it be that his brother's influence would still extend into his married life? In the future, Su Xing would come to realize that Su Lingyu indeed possessed such capability. The next day, the sun shone brightly, autumn crisp and invigorating. Meng Li rose a bit later, the radiant sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows, nearly blinding her. Today, Hua Linyuan had matters to attend to and left. She busied herself with arranging her long black hair into a simple princess bun, adorned only with a ribbon, as it was a day for exercise. Shortly after, she was ready and the guest arrived. Her heart raced with anticipation. She had long been curious about the legendary Mr. Chen. Following the servant's lead, she made her way to the underground training facility. Meng Li was able to monitor his arrival through the surveillance. He was below, and her nervousness reached a peak that Chu Xuan's concerns were indeed justified. She hadn't felt it at the time. But now she slowly began to realize it, even contemplating backing out. Could she not go? Yet, she thought he had come all this way, and to not appear would be quite disrespectful. Chapter 70. The course all right. Please inform Mr. Chen that I will be descending shortly. Let him wait a moment. Before reaching the underground training facility, Meng Li took a deep breath. She was exceedingly anxious. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. I have long admired your reputation. She donned an appropriate smile and greeted him. Mr. Chen turned to her, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes upon seeing her. Hello, Miss Meng Li. I have heard much about you. This is my first time meeting you in person. Meng Li replied, I truly appreciate your making the journey here. I'm sorry for being a few minutes late. Mr. Chen was taken aback, encountering such a polite female for the first time. No. Waiting is the most fundamental virtue of a male. Don't mention a few minutes. Even if I were to wait several hours, it would be my honor. Although it may be an exaggeration. He is indeed willing to wait for several hours, simply because Meng Li is the first to advocate for their male counterparts. When shall we commence? I must admit, I feel a bit anxious. I have heard that Mr. Chen has achieved remarkable results. and I worry that I might be a burden to you, Mr. Chen humbly replied. Not at all. My abilities can only be considered above average. It's just that those who are truly better than me often disdain participating in competitions. I am merely someone who perseveres against the odds, and your praise is unwarranted. Upon hearing this, Mengli gradually relaxed. Previously, she had perceived Mr. Chen as a fearsome male, especially given his position as a mentor, which she regarded with great respect. However, he now appeared refined and elegant, like a gentle spring breeze, completely overturning the image she had of him in her mind, allowing her to place her trust in him. Mr. Chen, may we begin? She inquired. Mr. Chen nodded. It was at this moment that he exuded an aura of solemnity, utterly genuine. Dressed in professional gear, she was guided step by step, advised to focus ahead and not to lose her concentration. Under his instruction, Mengli fired her first shot, hitting the bullseye. The tension in his brow eased. Previously, when Huolin Yuan claimed she possessed great talent, she thought he was joking or merely viewing her through the lens of a guardian's affection. Now, it was evident that his words were not only true, but exceeded Mr. Chen's own expectations. Very well, as long as you practice according to my methods, one day you will reach a level that rivals mine. Mengli was astounded. The sharpshooter Tang Tang held such a high opinion of herself. It could very well be flattery, yet it was still something worth boasting about to Huolin Yuan. Really? Thank you, mentor. Your words are a tremendous encouragement to me. She would forever remember this kind sharpshooter. Hearing her joyous voice, Mr. Chen finally understood why Huolin Yuan was so devoted. She shone like the autumn sun, brilliant yet gentle. Everything was just right. Had he not already had a family, he would have surely devoted everything to pursue her, elevating her to the heavens. That a wife is heaven, a wife is earth. With a click, the door lock opened. Turning around, she saw Huolin Yuan. Uncle Hua, she exclaimed joyfully, her smile blooming like a flower. Due to her struggles with social interaction, she often felt awkward and anxious around Mr. Chen. But now, with Huolin Yuan present, she only needed to focus on her training. Mr. Chen, left out in the cold, appeared somewhat desolate. His mate never indulged him, holding him in contempt. Thus, his eyes were filled with envy, unsure where to place his hands. All right, Mr. Chen is still here. Hold on a little longer, and the lesson will conclude. What surprised him even more was that the once feared General Hu displayed such a gentle and indulgent side. Yet, he soon realized that with such a dependent female by his side, was there really a need to feign strength? Mr. Chen suppressed his inner musings and remarked, "This is simply human nature, and besides, Mr. Hua has already paid a substantial bride price, so there is no need for concern." As the lesson concluded, Mengli was drenched in sweat, and just then, a refreshing autumn breeze wafted through the window. After bidding farewell to Mr. Chen, Huolin Yuan instructed her to dry off and take a shower. Excitedly, Mengli said, "Uncle Hua, do you know? Mr. Chen praised me for my exceptional talent, claiming I am smarter than most of his students, saying I will undoubtedly become accomplished in the future." Huolin Yuan responded calmly. But he did not perceive Mr. Chen's statement as an exaggeration. Indeed, while Mengli, as a novice in shooting, had started late, it did not hinder her from consistently standing out. She effortlessly garnered the admiration of others. Even in completely unfamiliar realms, she navigated them better than most, and with time, she would only grow more adept. For this, he felt a swell of pride, tinged with a hint of discomfort. What he did not disclose to Mengli was that for someone as solitary as Mr. Chen, her qualities perfectly matched his criteria for a partner, and no male could possibly resist such a fact. How long does a lesson last? Mengli pondered. I believe it's about 2 months. After each lesson, additional fees would be incurred. And Mr. Chen was quite expensive, so Mengli secretly hoped to avoid spending money. After all, that amounted to real gold and silver. Coincidentally, Huolin Yuan shared her sentiment that Chu Shiyuan was right. Allowing a strange male into one's home was an unwise choice for any male. 2 months. I suppose I'll have to endure. Can a battle-hardened imperial marshal not manage the role of mentor? That evening, Chu Shiyuan, having lost a bet, called. Mengli answered the call. He stood amidst yellow sands, with a background bathed in a dim hue. The wind howling and small stones scraping against the lens. Mengli expressed her concern. "General Chu, where are you? It seems inconvenient for you to speak with me." Chu Shiyuan, adjusting his thick hair, grinned widely, revealing a row of pristine teeth. Chapter 71. Exchange. Chu Shiyuan replied nonchalantly, "The sandstorm here is quite severe. You might struggle to hear me. Can you guess where I am? Mengli thought the answer might be too easy, so she ventured a guess. The desert? Chu Xuan nodded. Correct, it is indeed the desert. However, you likely do not know which desert it is. The next moment, Lin Yuan interjected, as if pouring cold water on him. This desert is quite remote, rarely visited by people. Due to its hot climate, it has been named the Scorching Gold Desert. That Chu Xuan's expression instantly fell, that he had wanted to show off his vast knowledge to Mengli, only to have Lin Yuan spoil his fun. Mengli had some understanding of this worldview and knew that the Scorching Gold Desert had a harsh climate, making survival without special equipment extremely difficult. General, where are you heading for a mission? Could you vaguely share what kind of task it entails? Chu Shuyuan was about to explain when Lin Yuan quickly chimed in, responsible for terrain reconnaissance, simple detection work, relatively safe. Mengli nodded. Oh, that's good. Please do take care and avoid injury. Chu Xun beamed at her words, smiling brighter than a flower. He pretended not to hear, leaning closer to the camera. What? Could you repeat that? In this technologically advanced era, how could there be no noise-canceling equipment? Lin Yuan saw through his scheme, yet he felt a twinge of sympathy for his friend and refrained from calling him out on his little trick that Chu Xun feigned choking on sand. Turning his head aside, the corners of his mouth lifting wildly, that if he hadn't pretended to hear Mengli's heartfelt confession, he might have boasted a bit before that stoic Lin Yuan that I heard that the teacher you had today praised you, saying you're quite clever. Speaking of this, Mengli puffed out her chest with pride. Yes, he even said I am the fastest progressing student. That Chu Xun teased her. Perhaps he said that out of courtesy, considering Lin Yuan. It was evident that she was very lenient with herself, to the point of indulgence, which made him unable to resist showing off that, oh, is that so? As her mood visibly dipped, a smile crept onto his lips. No, I'm sorry that I was just joking. Please don't take it to heart. Mengli huffed. I knew you were up to no good, that you're always scheming. I want to fall for it this time. She pouted, speaking with a touch of pride. Chu Shiyuan found her increasingly adorable. Yet regrettably, he was far away and could not fly over to embrace her, that if you do that again, I won't talk to you anymore. She then turned to Lin Yuan, appearing somewhat aggrieved and incredulous. Uncle Hua, did you deceive me? Lin Yuan gently ruffled her hair. No, he simply spoke without considering your feelings, which may have hurt you. That I will ensure he apologizes later. Mengli quickly waved her hand. An apology seemed too formal. She felt a bit unworthy of it. That in a few days, the results of the election would be announced. With a lead of hundreds of thousands of votes, she would undoubtedly emerge as the first. Without a doubt, on that day, Mengli would become the object of admiration among all the faculty and students. Moreover, she needed to manage her image according to the Academy's requirements, participating in a live broadcast, which would also serve to explain and clarify the recent events. Mengli had not felt this comfortable in a long time. She exclaimed joyfully, System, you've been quite good to me. That I was previously oblivious to my fortune. System, a new task will soon be released. Please complete it promptly, as unique rewards await. Mengli sprang out of bed, her eyes wide with excitement. What rewards? Can't you divulge anything in advance? System, apologies, but I cannot provide any information at this time. Mengli found it exceedingly dull that a SA partner, Su Xing, was also expected to participate in the live broadcast alongside her. Mengli, apprehensive about making mistakes, sent him a message expressing her desire to meet in person to rehearse for the live event beforehand, in order to avert any potential mishaps. That sounds good. A minute later, another message arrived from him, stating that such a significant live broadcast was not to be taken lightly by the Academy. As long as one performed their duties diligently, errors could be avoided. As so serious. This was the first time Mengli had encountered such a solemn side of Su Xing. She gazed at the screen, unable to suppress a hearty laugh. You rascal, you've undoubtedly been scolded mercilessly by your brother lately, haven't you? A string of ellipses appeared in response. Meng Li's suspicions were further solidified, and she said with a hint of schadenfreude, At least he is not my brother, or I would be utterly miserable. That is so. Tell me, how can I, as your sister, console you to soothe your wounded little heart? Meng Li was puzzled. What was this boy up to? He was like a pen that had run out of ink, appearing online one moment and offline the next, making their conversation less than smooth. After a while, he sent her a picture. Curiosity piqued. Meng Li clicked on it, discovering an image of Su Xing hunched over, engrossed in his studies. Although the angle was from above and his face was not clearly visible, the expression of anguish and struggle was palpable. indicating that he was not genuinely engaged in his studies, that it seemed he was being forced to study hard. Meng Li chuckled softly. Who else could make her laugh like Su Xing did? Dang. You poor thing. Your brother truly is a demon. Perhaps it was just her imagination, but she sensed a tone of pity in his messages. Is it really that dire? I believe this will aid in my progress. It is an essential path to becoming extraordinary. Chapter 72. The mouse meets the cat all right. Since you were busy, I want to keep you. However, as Meng Li pondered further, she felt increasingly uneasy. Why had Su Xing suddenly become so aloof? Was he dissatisfied with her? That didn't seem plausible. They had endured the most challenging moments together, so it was unlikely for him to erupt now. Unable to make sense of it, she decided to set her thoughts aside. Tomorrow was the day of their training session, and Meng Li resolved to confront Su Xing then. She would not succumb to inexplicable coldness. That moment, the system issued a notification. System alert. Su Lingyu's affection for you has dropped to -30. What did you say? -30. How could that be? I have yet to even meet him, let alone provoke him. Could it be a system error? If the system had malfunctioned and misrecorded the actual results, she would certainly have something to say about it. Little did she know, the next message from the system would truly shatter her. There has been no mistake. Since the successful repair of the system, all data is as accurate as possible. There are no ifs or exceptions. Please refrain from self-doubt. Host. Heavens, it's collapsing. If this continues and his affection keeps declining, when on earth will I achieve my goal? Previously, she had merely felt repulsed by Su Lingyu, but now, she had effectively placed him on her blacklist. Even if he was extraordinarily handsome and exceptionally outstanding, it could not mask his inexplicable, petty nature. Meng Li believed she had deduced the truth. Su Lingyu must possess an overwhelming desire for control and had sneaked a look at his brother's phone. Discovering their past conversations, which led to his furious outburst that it had to be that way. The system could perceive her thoughts, but was unable to provide any verbal reminders, only indicating that the truth was nearing. After an arduous session of poring over the materials and books entrusted to him by Su Lingyu, Su Xing finally straightened his aching back, and he pitifully pleaded with Su Lingyu, Brother, I've completed today's tasks. Could you please return my communicator? My friends have been waiting for me. He felt that Meng Li was different from his other friends. Her conversations were particularly engaging, and most importantly, she dared to share her grievances about his brother. The others, intimidated by his brother's authority, wouldn't dare utter a word. Su Lingyu gazed at him coldly, as if assessing a lifeless body. He would never know what his brother had just overheard. Su Xing sensed that his brother was in a foul mood today. Typically taciturn, he had lapsed into a complete silence. However, it was evident this time that his silence stemmed from anger. Brother, what's wrong? After a moment of tense silence, Su Lingyu finally uttered a reprimand. In the future, avoid associating with those of questionable character. Su Xing failed to discern that this was directed at Meng Li and nodded obediently in an attempt to placate his brother. All right, brother, you're always right. Just when he thought all hope was lost, Su Lingyu actually returned his communicator, saying nothing as he closed the door behind him. Su Xing clutched the phone as if it were a precious treasure, eagerly reviewing every message Meng Li had sent. Let us chat again next time. The final message read as such. They had conversed for a while before simultaneously discussing Su Lingyu's controlling tendencies. Meng Li dismissed her doubts, stating that sometimes people do act out of character, and such occasional whims could be forgiven. Just as she was about to inquire about the origin of the photo, she was hastily urged by Huo Linyuan to go to bed. Meng Li felt quite fatigued herself. After typing out her last message, she set the communicator aside and nestled into her blankets, savoring the soft warmth. The recent drop in temperature had made the weather pleasantly comfortable. After finishing the yogurt Huo Linyuan had prepared for her and brushing her teeth, she fell asleep. The concentrated rehearsal was scheduled for the afternoon, and the afternoon sunlight was just right. Much like Meng Li's buoyant mood, at the entrance of the venue, she encountered Su Xing over here. He waved at her. Why are you so late? Let us go in. Meng Li had anticipated a moment for pleasantries, but found the atmosphere to be hurried and urgent. Su Xing explained that outsiders place great importance on this live broadcast, and it was the most grandiose event since the Academy's establishment. It absolutely could not go awry, as it pertained to the institution's reputation and influenced enrollment rates. Meng Li instantly felt the weight of responsibility on her shoulders, since the Academy has entrusted me with such an important task. I will undoubtedly live up to its expectations. That as she spoke, she was guided by the staff in charge to the studio, where she would walk through the process repeatedly. Meng Li was exhausted. She finally understood why Su Xing had made such remarks. The broadcast was of utmost importance, meaning every single action had to be meticulously planned and executed flawlessly, or they would have to start over. With everyone so focused and serious, she too endeavored to control herself, ensuring she did not cause any inconvenience for others. That it was only when dusk began to settle that she barely completed the process. Yet, neither the instructors nor the staff were entirely satisfied. She inwardly scoffed. She was not a marionette. How could she achieve utter perfection? At that moment, Su Xing approached her, carrying water. You must be parched after such a long time. Come drink some. Meng Li looked at him gratefully. Even the most precious of females would not receive special treatment in this regard. To her recollection, Su Xing was typically careless. It was rare for him to remember her. Thank you. Su Xing expressed dissatisfaction with her guardians, saying, You're this exhausted, and they didn't prepare food or drink for you in advance. If it were me, I would never allow such negligence. Meng Li shook her head. That's not the case. There are many devices in the studio, and food and drinks are not permitted inside, so they could only prepare them outside. Upon hearing this, Su Xing replied, Had I known, I wouldn't have brought you water. Meng Li laughed. No, I'm genuinely touched. Thank you, thoughtful friend. Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly noticed Su Xing, who had been jovial moments ago, change his expression dramatically. That he hastily grabbed his bag and fled in a panic. Chapter 73. The first encounter, he didn't even have time to utter a word. The silver-haired individual was staring intently at her, causing Meng Li to hold her breath in an instant. This was due both to his unexpected arrival, which startled her, and to his extraordinarily striking appearance that bordered on dazzling. Meng Li even suspected he might be a celebrity. Assuming she had obstructed his path, she hurriedly stepped aside to let him pass. However, the man seemed oblivious to her presence, his gaze fixed ahead, impatience etched across his features. Meng Li's heart raced. She had misjudged him. This man was likely not a celebrity, but rather an angel. Come here, don't make me call you a second time. Upon hearing his voice, Meng Li was utterly enraptured. His tone was low and resonant, quite melodious, drawing one into a whirlpool of fantasy. That you've developed quite the audacity. Should I see you again behaving so disrespectfully, it won't merely be a reprimand. Su Xing dared not even smile. Listless and with his head bowed, he replied, Yes, I understand, second brother. Meng Li was taken aback, her body freezing as if jolted by electricity. What did he just say? Second brother. This was the very man who had been unreasonable and had already deducted 30 points from her without them even having met. Had she known, she would have feigned illness and taken a day off. Otherwise, she wouldn't have stumbled into this bizarrely awkward situation, just as she contemplated pretending it never happened and making her escape. Su Lingyu called out to her, Please wait a moment. Despite her reluctance to comply, her feet curiously halted. She mentally cursed herself. She wasn't a member of the Su family, so why was she listening to the second son of the Su family? Was she so bored that she had nothing better to do? It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Meng Li. I have long heard of your illustrious name. Seeing you today indeed affirms your extraordinary presence. The familiar words of praise echoed around. Yet Su Lingyu maintained an impassive expression, appearing to recite mere formulas. Unlike other males, he seemed devoid of any intense desire towards females, apart from his pair of obsidian eyes. His entire being was as white as the snowflakes that gently descend in winter, blanketing everything beneath them. That it was said that such traits were exclusive to the noble lineage of the Su family. He resembled a living statue, capable of speech, moving as any ordinary person would, yet exuding an unsettling aura. As Meng Li recalled these thoughts, she instinctively wrapped her arms around herself, the initial awe she felt towards his visage swiftly fading. Su Xing was compelled to force a smile, awkwardly introducing Meng Li. This is my second brother, the most outstanding son of the Su family. Please take good care of him. Seizing the opportunity, she inquired, by the way, Why is young Master Su here? The records indicated that Su Lingyu's schedule was exceedingly busy, leaving him no time for classes at the academy, rendering him merely a nominal student. That it seemed this academy livestream event was indeed of great significance, even attracting someone of Su Lingyu's repute. Just training, he remarked. Apart from exchanging greetings and that one statement, Su Lingyu remained largely silent for the next 2 hours. Mengli found herself in a quandary. Without a trace of shyness, she admitted her fondness for Su Lingyu's countenance and the overall aura he emitted. Given that his brother was a concealed tyrant, while Su Lingyu appeared gentler, he too concealed a sharp edge beneath his smile. Not someone to be trifled with. This reality frightened her. My brother is also invited to the live stream, and many will be watching that day, so I asked him to behave properly. Su Lingyu's demeanor was exceedingly frigid, prompting Su Xing to feel that this situation was untenable. Even if it meant being labeled impolite, he felt compelled to act as a mediator. He was willing. Mengli nodded in understanding. Oh, that's how it is. She bit her lip, her nails digging into her palms as she clenched her hands. The atmosphere around him was unbearably cold, and ultimately, the conversation concluded with Mengli bidding him farewell, as Su Lingyu's gaze lingered on her retreating figure. Shrouded in mystery, lost in thought. Second brother, you needn't be so reserved. I understand she's an exceptional female, and it is only natural to feel nervous that I harbor no romantic feelings for her. Please do not overinterpret my intentions. Nor do I wish to be seen as someone overly sentimental. Mengli had grown numb to the plummeting figures. Electric shocks were trivial. Such a peculiar man. Even if he offered his life, she would refuse. What a display of arrogance. Her mood soured, and her words turned sharp. In retrospect, it was indeed a miracle that Su Xing could thrive in such a family, under the guidance of such a brother, emerging as a somewhat arrogant yet mentally sound youth. She unfolded a piece of paper that Su Xing had pressed into her hand before she left. It bore a few words. I will contact you through letters. Mengli's eyes widened slightly. What was this about? Soon, she read the next line. My brother will occasionally monitor me, having taken my communicator, so it is better to write. The age-old method of letter writing, she never imagined she would resurrect it in this lifetime. A flicker of comfort washed over her. At times, he appeared serene, behaving as usual. Other times, he seemed restless, like a caged beast. There were moments when he regarded her with a strange, scrutinizing gaze, when he could no longer endure it, and inquired why. He would merely reply that it was nothing. Su Xing attributed this peculiar behavior to his brother reminiscing about their fraternal bond, attempting to bridge the gap between them in this awkward manner. Upon realizing this, Su Xing felt a profound sense of warmth, even casting a more favorable light on his brother. If the data continued to decline, she would resign herself to it. However, the most alarming part was its erratic fluctuations, sometimes rising swiftly and other times plummeting dramatically, as if it possessed a will of its own. Yet, she remained utterly clueless about the underlying reasons for these changes. The system was not entirely devoid of compassion. At last, it offered her a hint. The data was influenced by something in proximity to the host, causing its continual rise and fall that is so close at hand. Chapter 74. Registration. Mengli searched high and low, but could not locate the rumored object that was said to be within reach. Ultimately deciding to abandon her quest. Very well, I shall find it later. Guardians also had a trial period. After these incidents, Mengli deemed them quite normal, lacking any significant character flaws, treating her well and accommodating her whenever possible. Mengli suddenly slapped her forehead, berating herself for her foolishness. Why didn't you tell me about this sooner? She scolded the system. Apologies, the system replied. Aside from critical tasks, we do not remind the host of necessary actions. We are not your butlers. Mengli could only blame herself that in the registration hall. She was met with an apology. Regrettably, we cannot process your renewal application as your guardian is not present. That happened to coincide with the fact that Lin Yuan had been particularly busy these past few days. Although he remembered the renewal date, work obligations prevented him from arriving at the registration office in a timely manner. That Mengli's anxious expression led the staff to suspect she was fabricating excuses, resulting in an automatic pairing with a noble male. Seeing Lin Yuan's position on the verge of being supplanted, Mengli felt an overwhelming urge to overturn the place. Ironically, the noble male promptly declined upon receiving the results. The staff, caught in a bind, attempted to arrange a face-to-face discussion, only to be rejected once more. They found themselves in a predicament. This was the system's designated optimal match. It was not something that could be arbitrarily altered. Especially with that little female present, that Mengli's gaze was not on the male, as she anxiously repeated her explanation. I do have a guardian. I in an upscale dining establishment. The noble brushed his temple and willingly made a concession. How about this? Since I have rejected the system's match, I will compensate you with 500,000 star coins and a luxurious residence. Would that be acceptable? He, having the backing of his family and a bit of wealth, naturally felt entitled to choose a female, considering the future generation, was he not? However, he found it perplexing that a female devoid of mental strength could be paired with him by the system. It seemed the matching system was indeed malfunctioning, thoroughly so. His nonchalance and the inadvertent disdain he displayed left Mengli feeling stifled. Even though she was generally easygoing and accommodating, she could not abide by such pretentiousness. What had he just said? A noble. One who could only offer 500,000 star coins could still be called a noble. Mengli felt embarrassed to admit that the anonymous tips deposited into her account daily had already accumulated to 100 million. She had no need for that paltry sum. The noble, however, disbelieved that Mengli was so agreeable that an ordinary female, given such an opportunity, would likely demand a fortune, not settling for anything less than tens of millions. Did she not desire that which could be measured in gold? Mengli cleared her throat softly. She was unaware of the noble's thoughts. Had she known, she would have been speechless. Was it so inconceivable for a woman to exist without desires or demands in this world? Setting aside any limitations, Mengli was, in fact, a remarkably attractive female. The noble mused that merely this quality should suffice to afford her some leniency. He was no ordinary man himself. Thus, even if he had to make a significant concession, he would do his utmost to satisfy her, hoping to win a smile from the beauty, who would not wish to partake in such a delightful endeavor. Mengli felt increasingly vexed. She could not pinpoint the source of the problem. That wretched system had matched her with a male who was entirely misaligned with her essence. The most critical issue was that the data reflected her pre-transmigration status as a weak female devoid of any mental strength. Before Huolinyuan arrived, she had been stifling her frustration, waiting for the truth to surface before addressing the erroneous data. Under any circumstances, they were not meant to cross paths. She believed she had articulated her point clearly. No, it is not a matter of money. This left the noble at a loss. Not money. Then is it jewelry, a seaside villa, or perhaps a starship? Mengli propped her chin on her hand, contemplating when Huolinyuan would arrive, so she would not have to exert herself explaining. Ultimately, she rose from her seat that if we cannot clarify this, let us sever our ties. Prolonging this is unbeneficial for either of us. Upon hearing her words, the noble grew anxious. Are you upset? Is it because of my initial refusal? Had he known it would anger the female, he would have adopted a more tactful approach that I apologize. We can certainly discuss this further. He was even willing to endure some discomfort to engage in a romantic relationship with her. Surely that could not lead to any missteps, right? Upon arriving at the registration office, the staff appeared somewhat surprised to see them. In less than an hour, have you come to an agreement already? I wish to dissolve my matching relationship with this gentleman. Please proceed with the necessary formalities, Mengli stated decisively to deal it swiftly. Otherwise, if Huolinyuan sees this, it will only serve to vex him further. May I inquire about the reason? We need to document this carefully, as it will affect the male's next matching process. Mengli glanced at the visibly tense noble and finally grasped where the discord stemmed from. He neither esteemed her nor wished for her to give him a poor rating. It was all for his own sake. The male's flaws were glaringly evident. He was both arrogant and contemptuous, particularly towards females of lower rank. Was it not mortifying for them to be subjected to his disdainful remarks? Chapter 75. Entangled without cause that in order to avert any disputes, she articulated her thoughts in such a manner. The staff regarded Mengli with utmost seriousness, stating, typically, we do not grant the dissolution of relationships for the safety of the females involved. Consequently, we shall match you with an exceptional male to act as your guardian. Mengli internally scoffed, for no other guardian could compare to Huolinyuan. None would care for her as attentively. If only they would compromise, she would be entirely satisfied. After a brief wait, Mengli's light brain and communicator finally received a message from Huolinyuan. I apologize for my tardiness. Please bear with me a moment longer. That a sigh of relief escaped Mengli's lips. This way, she would not have to laboriously argue with those individuals. Please wait a moment. My guardian is on his way. Even now, they believed Mengli was fabricating excuses to save face. Casting her pitying glances, that in truth, what powerful male could a female without mental strength possibly have behind her, unless she were associated with those renowned quality males? Yet, they either proclaimed their aversion to marriage or had exceptionally high standards for their future partners. What use was mere beauty without accompanying mental prowess? I've arrived. Come out to greet me, would you? Meng Li exclaimed joyfully, stealing a glance towards the registration office's entrance. Huolin Yuan stood tall and dignified in the autumn breeze, adjusting his collar. Upon seeing Meng Li, he stepped inside, and more individuals began to recognize him. In this remote and modest registration office, some had never laid eyes on the illustrious imperial marshal in their entire lives. Instantly, the majority of gazes within the office shifted towards them, intense and fervent. Uncle Hua. Meng Li disregarded the probing and curious stares, rushing towards him. You've finally arrived. Otherwise, I would struggle to explain. Huolin Yuan, having grasped the entire situation, felt a twinge of surprise, although a new male would be assigned in his absence. Why did her rank remain at none? Had she been at a rank, this predicament would not have arisen. Curiously, the locals seemed oblivious to the news or the internet. None recognized Meng Li, leaving them utterly unresponsive. This thought irritated Meng Li. Had she declared herself in a rank on the spot, they might have laughed at her. Yet, that was merely her imagination. The reality was likely that they were secretly mocking her. The noble male, initially displaying a hint of disdain, became somewhat fidgety upon encountering Huolin Yuan. They may not recognize Meng Li, but surely they knew who Huolin Yuan was. The staff, now realizing her words bore truth, instinctively sought to apologize, yet their tongues felt as though they were glued, yielding only fragmented phrases and a few words. As they gathered, the crowd's curiosity morphed into gossip. The once staunchly monogamous Hua Marshal, known for his high standards in partner selection, had chosen such a companion. Although her appearance met the mark, they had clearly heard that she possessed no mental strength, which implied that, should Huolin Yuan lose control, she would be unable to offer any assistance. This realization led some in the crowd to regard Meng Li with a hint of malice. Such a union would be ill-suited, especially for Hua Marshal, whose life was not solely his own. Please proceed with the formalities. I shall be her lifelong guardian. The noble male, still reeling, stammered, Hua Marshal, greetings. Huolin Yuan simply nodded in acknowledgement. Good day, sir, and he offered no further engagement. Although Meng Li and Huolin Yuan did not wield their power over others, the noble male felt as though he had been slapped twice, his face flushed with embarrassment. While it was Huolin Yuan's prerogative to choose his partner and guardian, the staff could not help but remind him, this young lady lacks mental strength. Huolin Yuan responded, her lack of mental strength is not a reason for me to reject her. Her character, her personal charm, and other qualities are precisely why I chose her. The staff, realizing they had overstepped, offered a nervous chuckle and ultimately proceeded with the formalities. With the marshal present, they could not afford to dally any longer. Just as he was about to hand over the documents, Huolin Yuan interjected, by the way, she does possess mental strength. It is above a rank. All her personal information is clearly documented on the Star Network. Please rectify this error promptly, as it is of utmost importance. The staff member, faced with the antiquated system, felt utterly at a loss. The machine had seen years of service, yet he, a mere staff member, had no inkling of its malfunction. With the marshal's insistence, he could only report the issue. Until the machine was repaired, the staff remained somewhat skeptical. What if it was not the machine that was faulty, but her original identity that was the issue? Perhaps this fair-faced female was a fraud. Driven by a sense of self-preservation, he entered Meng Li's name into the Star Network, and an array of information about her erupted like confetti. Each piece more illustrious than the last, her educational endeavors alone had garnered numerous headlines, and as the representative of her academy, she had frequently spoken out against injustice, winning the admiration of many. Most notably, her visage was renowned across the Tianhe Star. Anyone who had encountered her felt fortunate beyond measure. Yet, in this small locality, not a single soul recognized her upon her arrival. Even worse, they harbored several unfriendly assumptions about her. The staff member himself nursed biases, suspecting her of being a con artist. Upon regaining his composure, he realized how gracious the marshal had been in letting him off lightly. Any less magnanimous individual would have made him rue the day. The noble male was equally stunned into silence. Hua Marshal was her partner. How could such an exceptional companion not be reciprocating any affection towards him? In the eyes of the noble male, Meng Li's reluctance to disclose the reason for their severance was merely an attempt to spare him embarrassment. Surely, there could be no other motive driving her actions. Please be cautious with your words. Hua Marshal is not yet Meng Li's partner. Their relationship is solely that of guardian. as she herself informed me. Chapter 76. Unmasked. The noble male was lost in his thoughts, feeling as if an unarmed female without mental strength had ensnared the Marshal S affections. And had he acquiesced to her advances from the outset, he too could have stood shoulder to shoulder with the Marshal. Nevertheless, the disparity between a female without mental strength and himself rendered them mismatched. Were his family to learn of this, they would undoubtedly disavow her. Moreover, he was due to attend a ball in a fortnight. The Tio put it plainly, the royal ball was a matchmaking event organized by the royal family for their 3 eligible princes, inviting both noble and exceptional commoner women to participate. Ordinarily, one would expect the royal family to place immense importance on lineage. However, due to the prince's resistance to marriage, the queen had resorted to this strategy. Not only the 3 princes but also the noble youths present had the opportunity to mingle, potentially finding romantic connections at the ball. The noble male believed that, despite being a deranked male, his good looks would enable him to attract a female at the ball. Although his family was not yet powerful enough for the royal family to invite them, he had still managed to secure an invitation through his elders, as for this female. If he missed her, so be it. It was of no great consequence that he consoled himself with these thoughts, striding away with newfound confidence. Upon learning of her inclusion on the special invitation list, Mengli felt an overwhelming weight of pressure. A ball? She had never encountered such a grand affair, and suddenly felt the need to prepare herself meticulously. Recently, Huolin Yuan had been exceedingly busy. Though she was unaware of the specifics, it was undoubtedly important. As Chu Shiyuan was also caught up in the same whirlwind that as for Chu Ying, he too was preoccupied with his studies and training, leaving little time for encounters, while he often spoke freely. His absence left Mengli feeling quite disoriented. The house had taken on an empty quality. Mengli sensed that she had changed significantly. She was now meticulous, and her mood improved as a result. However, this newfound happiness was short-lived, for she soon discovered a troubling inconsistency. Previously, she had been puzzled as to why Su Xing had kept the communicator in his possession while still writing to her. Was he simply idle? Later, connecting this with the system's ever-increasing favorability, a chilling thought struck her. It was entirely possible that the one she engaged in daily conversation with was not Su Xing, but rather his elder brother. Yet, this notion was quickly dismissed. If it were Su Lingyu, what motive would he have for such behavior? Was he merely toying with her? She could not be entirely certain of her suspicions. She could only seek to verify them herself. At that moment, Su Xing had sent herself another letter, containing the same trivialities as before. It was only then that she dully realized that the person on the other end was utterly different from the one in the communicator. System, you must have known all along, hadn't you? Enlightenment struck her like a bolt of lightning. She understood completely. She comprehended why Su Lingyu had been oddly aloof when they met that day, and finally grasped why Su Xing's fondness for her had plummeted when she spoke ill of Su Lingyu. Who would be pleased to hear someone disparage another in their presence? Meng Li's heart felt like ashes. She lay on her bed, inquiring of the system. Is there truly no way to resolve this? I didn't mean to. She believed she had shown sincerity and felt profound guilt towards Su Lingyu, but he was genuinely kind, not wishing to throttle her after hearing her words, and even listened patiently to her daily woes while occasionally enduring her complaints and speculations about him. Oh heavens, just thinking about it made Meng Li wish she could sink into the ground and suffocate herself. She weakly lamented to the system, questioning why such a significant matter had not been disclosed to her earlier. Was it done with malice? Although it sounded enticing, Meng Li remained skeptical about the method's success rate. Did I guess it true? Why do I feel it sounds so unreliable? Since it was her mistake, she should personally apologize. The situation had escalated due to Su Lingyu's concealment. And even if she was at fault for speaking ill of him, Su Lingyu bore some responsibility as well. She would not bow her head first. Furthermore, from her perspective, breaking through this barrier would benefit neither party, nor her strategy. After much contemplation, she decided to act as if she were unaware of anything and to speak well of Su Lingyu, subtly expressing her true sentiments and attitude towards him. This, she believed, would yield the best outcome. Resolute in her decision, Meng Li felt considerably calmer. She sensed that the relationship between them was gradually improving, and her mood lightened significantly. Having a plan was reassuring. If she were to wander about aimlessly as she had at first, it would have been far worse, aside from the dance, which required her to rehearse beforehand. There was also an upcoming live stream that needed her attention. Fortunately, having become familiar with the process, she no longer felt as lost as she once did. In addition, she frequently sought updates on Su Lingyu's activities and believed she was concealing her observations quite well. Under the pretense of visiting Su Xing, she would discreetly observe Su Lingyu. Devoid of her previous biases, Meng Li found him truly handsome. Those deep, dark eyes seemed capable of gazing at anyone, yet they never met hers. Despite his outward demeanor of seriousness, he would be swayed by her every opinion, a fact unbeknownst to anyone else that as one of the few privy to this secret, Meng Li often found herself secretly amused. She eagerly anticipated the day Su Lingyu would be flustered by the revelation of his feelings that today's rehearsal progressed swiftly, considering that Su Lingyu often spent long hours in the recording studio. She pondered whether it would be unreasonable to sneak a peek at him. Just a quick glance, ensuring he would never discover her presence. Chapter 77. A cat found at tea. Oh, her surprise, the recording studio was eerily quiet and devoid of any presence. For some reason, Meng Li's heart skipped a beat. Had she arrived too late? Why else would this place be so empty? She peered cautiously around, aware that lingering here without permission was forbidden. She intended to leave, but caught sight of a fluffy, incongruous figure behind the curtain, initially thinking it was a prop, only to discover it was a small cat. Tiptoeing closer, she was relieved to find her eyes were not deceiving her that moment. She had no time to ponder why a cat would be in such a place, so she cautiously extended her hand toward the bewildered little creature, testing its temperament. She was unafraid of being bitten. The little cat, wanting to flee as she approached, could only crawl a short distance due to its small size. When Meng Li gently stroked its back, the timid feline puffed up in surprise, letting out a soft whimper that melted Meng Li's heart. She softened her tone, lowering her voice as she reached out her hand, saying, "I mean no harm. Please don't be afraid. Come here. I have food for you." How could the cat trust her? Yet, upon catching a whiff of her scent, it was drawn in, the sweet aroma reminiscent of cotton candy, enticing it closer. It acted on its impulse and bit down on her outstretched finger. Its teeth were tiny and soft. Meng Li had braced herself for the pain, yet the sensation was merely a faint prick. Although it left a slight mark, she squinted her eyes and pretended to be hurt, exclaiming, "Oh dear, such a fierce little creature. How could you bite so hard? I think I'll stop playing with you, that I'll leave you here, and soon someone will come and take you away, locking you in a dark room without food or water. Let us see how tough you are then." She intentionally exaggerated her words, hoping the clever little cat would understand. Sure enough, the astute feline, recognizing the gravity of her words, quivered and plopped down on the floor in fright. Meng Li's warnings were not unfounded. Remaining in the studio could attract ill-intentioned individuals who might take the cat away, and its fate would be uncertain. The cat was entirely white with pristine fur, save for a faint gray on its paws, suggesting it had been a pampered house pet. Perhaps it belonged to a student or teacher from the studio who had irresponsibly brought it here? Meng Li shook her head in disapproval. In that brief moment, the little cat had grown attached to her, following her closely. As she sat at her desk, unfolding a sheet of paper, it nestled against her hand, peering at the paper as well. Meng Li felt delighted by its affectionate proximity and found it amusing, saying, "Are you here to watch? Can a little cat like you even understand? A little cat? What could it be like? Can you show me?" Meng Li first posted about the little cat on the Academy forum, then took out her camera to snap a photo of the tiny creature snuggled against her. Although the cat didn't comprehend her actions, it tilted its head, staring wide-eyed at the camera, showcasing its innate photogenic charm. How utterly adorable. Meng Li gazed into the camera, nearly drowning in the depths of its ocean-like azure eyes. "Look, it's quite attached to me. It seems we are destined to be together." Upon receiving the photo, Su Xing immediately expressed his admiration for the cat's cuteness and voiced jealousy over Meng Li's good fortune, casually picking up such an adorable creature on a stroll, and so gentle too. If that's the case, the owner of this cat is quite irresponsible. Instead of posting about it, you should just claim it as your own. If the owner comes looking for it, just turn the tables and tell them how pitiful it was when you found it. With your many fans, you'd surely hold the moral high ground. Indeed, Su Xing's style remained as distinct as ever, just as it had been when they first met, something Meng Li had yet to grow accustomed to. The cat lacked a collar with identification tags, leading everyone to assume it was a stray. Meng Li felt puzzled. How could a stray cat end up in a recording studio, a place generally restricted to those involved in the recordings? During strict rehearsals, it was hard for even a fly to sneak in, let alone a cat. Was no one claiming it? If no one claims it, I shall adopt it. I'll wait a few more days. If the owner sees it here, they can contact me. She harbored a selfish wish. If there was an owner, she hoped they would never see this post, and as she typed this, the little cat was grooming itself, meticulously licking its fur. Meng Li's affection for her newfound companion grew, feeling that destiny had brought them together, and she vowed to care for it, ensuring it felt the warmth of home that at the dinner table. She recounted the tale to Huolin Yuan, who frowned slightly, glancing at the little plush cat nestled in her lap. Chapter 78. A Cat to Raise. The cases of beast men disguising themselves as pets to approach unsuspecting females were far too numerous. Thus, when Meng Li spoke of her discovery with a smile, Huolin Yuan's immediate reaction was to say, "This must be a beast man in disguise." Fortunately, Meng Li was not one to argue irrationally. He merely needed to inform her of the associated dangers. On Tianhe Star, adorable animals could very well be traps set by beast men to capture their desired females, and caution was paramount. Meng Li gazed at the docile little cat, feeling that while Huolin Yuan made a valid point, why couldn't her little cat be the exception? Its innocent demeanor, following strangers, was simply that of a naive creature. Regrettably, if that were the case, to ensure your safety, we would have to send it away. Reluctantly, Meng Li stroked the cat SFU or did I that moment. The little cat, having understood the conversation, voiced its displeasure, baring its teeth and hissing in an attempt to ward off the unwelcome man. The standoff between the two was palpable. "Uncle Hua, do you have any good methods for testing?" She firmly believes that the kitten is innocent and wishes for a harmonious coexistence between the two within their home, that in contrast to the kitten's immaturity. Huolin Yuan exhibits a remarkable composure when faced with provocation. He neither displays anger nor succumbs to the anxiety that a mere kitten could usurp his partner's affections. However, should he discover that the creature is indeed a beast man, it would not suffice to simply send it away. He would ensure that the deceiver experiences the taste of betrayal. Of course, a visit to the veterinary clinic for a basic health check is all that is required. No matter how sophisticated the disguise, even the most cunning of deceivers cannot escape the scrutiny of advanced technology. The finely crafted instruments will unflinchingly assess every inch of flesh and bone, revealing the stark differences between beast men and pure beasts. After some contemplation, Meng Li realizes that Uncle Hua is acting in her best interest, and since she intended to take the kitten for a checkup anyway, she readily agrees. Meng Li cradles the kitten in her arms, empathizing with Huolin Yuan's busyness. "It's all right, Uncle Hua. After the kitten's examination, I'll come to pick you up from work, okay?" Even though Huolin Yuan never mentions it, Meng Li knows this is the right course of action. Besides, she has yet to see where Huolin Yuan works. Much like herself, it brings a sense of happiness to know that someone is waiting for her. And now, she wishes to convey that joy to Huolin Yuan. Huolin Yuan responds with a sound of acknowledgement, temporarily forgiving the kitten for claiming a portion of his affection. Although he shouldn't, he finds himself pondering why he happens to have work at this particular moment. Could it be that fate has deliberately provided him with an opportunity for growth? In the deep of night, the royal palace remains brightly lit and bustling with anxious figures, their hurried movements leaving chaotic marks upon the polished floors. The queen paces restlessly, her fan crumpled in her grasp from her mounting anxiety. The emperor gently takes the fan from her, saying, "You haven't slept all night. You should lie down and rest for a while. The Shina has been missing for 2 days without a word. How can I not be worried? What if something has happened to him?" The queen has borne 3 princes that as the eldest. Murong Shen has always been the most sensible, insightful, and matured. He never steps out of line, adhering to the principle of being a source of comfort. With reddened eyes, the queen nearly faints at the thought of her son being lost and potentially mistreated. She cannot bear to entertain such notions. The second prince approaches, saying, "Mother, please do not grieve. Brother is so responsible and strong. Even if he encounters danger, he will surely find a way to turn the situation around. Perhaps he has been enchanted by some female and has simply lost track of time." These words. The queen's face pales, her strength waning further. In comparison to her capable eldest son, this ineffectual second son becomes quite bothersome. At a time like this, you ought to refrain from making such frivolous jokes. Why can't you learn from your elder brother? The second prince's smile remains unchanged. "But mother, I've always been like this." The queen is utterly exhausted. Indeed, at this moment, the priority is to search for her eldest son. not to waste time quarreling with her troublesome second son. Despite deploying significant resources and manpower, the eldest prince remains unaccounted for, as if he has evaporated from existence. Consequently, the news of his disappearance inevitably makes headlines the following day. As it cannot be concealed, the eldest prince, known for his amiable nature, hands-on approach, excellent performance, and high reputation, has garnered a multitude of admirers, prompting many citizens to join the search for him. Unsurprisingly, their efforts yield no results. Meanwhile, Mengli awakens from her slumber to find the kitten nestled in her blankets. In the cool autumn night, the creature instinctively seeks warmth, having previously displayed its pride by perching on the table. Resolute in its refusal to share a bed with her, that moment, she felt a twinge of disappointment, believing they had grown close enough. The thought of the kitten quietly relocating while she slept brings a bittersweet smile to her face. Silly little kitten, why does every little action tug at her heartstrings? Shall we go have breakfast? She gently squeezes the kitten's front paws, lifting them slightly. The cat food had arrived the day before. Yet the kitten had not touched it. Mengli initially assumed it was simply not hungry by morning. She realizes the situation is more complex. It is not that the kitten is uninterested due to a lack of hunger, but rather, it has deemed the food unworthy. Even when she offers it to the kitten, it turns its head away, resolutely refusing to eat. Mengli, feeling pity for the expensive cat food, is at a loss for what to feed it to prevent it from going hungry. After much contemplation, she concludes that a simple dish of steamed fish from the dining table would suffice. Since it is breakfast, the seasoning is light, and a small portion should be harmless for the kitten. Thus, Mengli brings the kitten closer, cautiously offering a spoonful of fish meat to its mouth to her delight. Though the kitten's expression remains somewhat disdainful, it begins to eat. Before long, the entire plate of fish has vanished into its belly, leaving it round and satisfied. When Huolinyuan arrives before work and witnesses this scene, his brow furrows even deeper. It is not unusual for animals to prefer human food, but the fact that the kitten refuses even a morsel of cat food, let alone the irresistible cat treats, strikes him as peculiar. Chapter 79. The health check, however. He refrains from rushing to inform Mengli of this discovery, fearing that it may sow discord between them, which would be counterproductive. In the morning, Mengli arrives at the veterinary clinic with the well-fed kitten in tow. While waiting in line, all eyes are on her. In reality, very few recognize her as the celebrated female frequently featured in the news. They are merely captivated by her striking appearance. My goodness, how can that young female be here alone with her pet at the veterinary clinic? Where is her male companion? How cruel to leave her here all by herself. If it were me, I would never let her out of my sight, not for a moment, lest she have the opportunity to be shared with someone else. You're overthinking it. Any female, even just a C rank, would have countless males vying for her attention. However, if her male partner has failed in his duties, wouldn't that present us with an opportunity? Mengli overhears this remark and turns to the few males whispering in the corner, offering them a gentle smile. I'm afraid that won't be possible. My guardian isn't neglecting me. They simply have tasks to attend to, but they treat me very well. She emphasizes this sincerely, causing those who had been gossiping to shift from anxiousness to astonishment. Such a gentle, beautiful female, patiently explaining herself. This is indeed a rare find. Though the kitten in her arms seems less than amicable, its narrowed eyes and defensive demeanor suggest it is not one to be trifled with. Yet, its small size and fluffy fur diminish its intimidation factor, giving it an endearing but untamed quality. Miss, we sincerely apologize for discussing your male partner. It was disrespectful on behalf of these thoughtless young men. I offer my apologies. Their actions were unintentional. Mengli replies, it's quite all right, and I understand that your comments stem from concern for my safety, so I bear no grudge. Her words create a ripple of surprise among the crowd, elevating their initial admiration for her beauty to newfound respect. They instinctively clear a path for her to proceed first. Mengli, taken aback, responds, thank you all. Please, you go ahead. They exchange glances, each deferring. No, Mississippi, your kitten is so adorable. And you seem rather anxious. It's perfectly fine for you to see the doctor first. With a blush gracing her cheeks, Mengli bows with the kitten in her arms. Then, on behalf of my kitten, I thank you all for your kindness. She gently bows the kitten in gratitude. The atmosphere in the veterinary clinic transforms into one of warmth and camaraderie. However, just as she finishes her turn and prepares for the examination, the kitten suddenly wriggles free, nimbly leaping away and refusing to cooperate with the health check. Though the doctor is no stranger to such challenging situations, this particular kitten proves to be a first for him. The clever little creature knows to hide in places where humans cannot reach, that no matter how Mengli attempts to coax it down, it remains steadfast, gazing warily at its surroundings, occasionally baring its teeth in a posture of deep suspicion. Mengli now regrets her decision. Had she known it would resist so vehemently, she would never have entertained the notion of bringing it for a checkup. Yet, she also understands that the examination is necessary to ascertain any potential health issues, making a visit to the veterinary clinic unavoidable. The doctor appears troubled. This tiny kitten, with its delicate body, cannot be forced down without risking injury. That IT is proving to be quite troublesome. At this rate, it may never come down. How will they examine the other animals? This would only waste time. Mengli, concerned about inconveniencing others, suggests perhaps we should skip the last examination. If there are any issues, I can always bring it back another time. In truth, if they had not reached this impasse, the doctors would not have considered giving up. A thorough examination is always preferable. Well, later we will find ways to disguise ourselves. In any case, now is not the most suitable time. Mengli nodded. This is the best course of action. Now, we must coax the little cat down. Although this may sound foolish to the little cat, having just seen you laughing and chatting with the doctor. How can you suddenly change your tune? A clever little cat would never believe such things. Yet it still came down. Mengli, beaming with delight, cradled the little cat in her arms, when suddenly another thought struck her. By the way, doctor, is it possible that it could be a beast man in disguise? Could it pose a threat to us? This was the primary concern of Huolin Yuan. Her fondness for the little cat was predicated on its being an actual cat. If it were a beast man masquerading as one, she would have far less patience and tolerance, and would promptly cast it out. The doctor adjusted his glasses. The likelihood of that is quite low. Firstly, it is very small, still in the stage of a kitten and juvenile. It would be exceedingly difficult for a beast man to disguise themselves as such a diminutive creature. Secondly, we have numerous tests that can confirm it is merely an ordinary kitten. You can treat it with confidence. Mengli sighed in relief. She thought so. How could such a delightful little cat possibly be a transformed human? That would be utterly horrifying. Thank you, doctor. If that were the case, I would take it home with me. The doctor replied with a warm smile. Very well. Please be cautious on your way back. What a heartwarming scene it is to see a kitten alongside a female companion. Meow. As soon as they stepped out of the pet hospital, the little cat voiced its grievances against her. Mengli gently stroked its fur, her eyes crinkling with joy. Indeed, the little cat appeared clean and, after the examination, showed no major issues. At most, it was slightly malnourished and rather frail. That Mengli's expression softened with compassion. That IT must have been astray for far too long to be malnourished. That I end this world. Having such a little cat is akin to having a family member of one's own choosing, a source of motivation to continue living. Chapter 80. A Passage of Time. Mengli, in high spirits, placed the little cat in the cozy nest she had prepared for it and reported to Huolin Yuan about the day's events. You know, Uncle Hua, when the little cat went for its checkup, it was so frightened that it hid in the corner and wouldn't come out. Eventually, I coaxed it out. Huolin Yuan seized upon the key point, so it avoided the examination. Mengli pondered for a moment before replying. The last test was not conducted, but we have ruled out the possibility of it being a beast man. Even the doctor said it was highly unlikely, given its small size. Even with most possibilities eliminated, there remains a chance, not a certainty. Huolin Yuan had a general idea of the answer now. Very well. Mengli, concerned that he might overthink, added, do not worry about its health. I will take it for the last examination afterward. Huolin Yuan chose not to discuss the matter further and stated, dinner is ready. Mengli, filled with delight, thought, with a cat and a man, life is truly splendid. She wished time could freeze at this moment. She was quite anxious around him, almost inseparable from the little cat, and thus quickly noticed his unusual demeanor. Inquiring about what was troubling Huolin Yuan, she caught a glimpse of the cause, upon hearing the word hospital. The ailing little cat immediately began to mew, scrambling onto Mengli's arm, its starry blue eyes gazing at her, glistening with unshed tears that Mengli's heart melted in an instant. She firmly rejected Huolin Yuan's suggestion, lifting the kitten from its nest and wrapping it in a blanket within her embrace, creating a makeshift human cat nest that I have healing powers. Let me warm it up. Huolin Yuan, witnessing her determination to refuse. Ultimately relented and wrapped his arms around her from behind. His voice reached Mengli's ears. It will catch a chill, and so will you. Please allow me to hold you both for warmth. That Mengli's ears flushed with warmth. Although she understood that Huo Linyuan was only concerned about her catching a cold, was this not a touch too intimate? Or was she merely misinterpreting his intentions? Lost in her thoughts, she began to channel her energy into the little cat's crown. A swirl of bluish-green light emanating from her fingertips into the kitten's head. The little cat let out a few soft sounds, seeming to struggle with the influx of healing energy from Mengli. As it gradually settled down, a bead of sweat formed on Mengli's brow. Had its symptoms worsened? If her decision caused it harm, she would never forgive herself. Huo Linyuan, feeling their combined warmth, said, "Sometimes a fainting spell indicates that the situation is improving. Do not doubt yourself. Simply do what you can." Encouraged by his words, Mengli dispelled her hesitations and continued to channel her energy. Before long, the little cat's breathing became much more even, nestled securely in Mengli's embrace. Radiating a profound sense of safety, that IT appeared to have fallen asleep. Following the guide on how to check the little cat's fever, Mengli's furrowed brow relaxed. That all right, IT should be about right now. Unbeknownst to them, time had slipped into the deep of night. After their busy hours, it was time to rest. Noticing Mengli's fatigue, Huo Linyuan suggested, "You should rest. I will keep watch here." Mengli shook her head. Even though she felt somewhat tired and wished to rest, she still wanted to ensure the well-being of the little cat. She had found it. "No, Uncle Hua, you should go, that I must stay with it. It relies on me so much that if I leave, it will whimper and seek me out." Huo Linyuan, hearing this, had no choice but to keep her company. Eventually, Mengli could not hold on any longer and fell asleep on the sofa, yet her posture remained protective of the little cat. The little cat opened its eyes, trembling slightly as it nestled against Mengli, surrendering to sleep as well. The scent of this woman was delightful and warm, an unprecedented warmth it had not experienced in its many years of life, instilling a deep sense of security that made it unwilling to part. The yearning for her presence became overwhelming, every breath and whisper intoxicating. Yet in this moment, it felt a serene calm, far removed from anxiety and troubles. Devoid of restlessness, it was something it had never attained before. Thus, within the small cat's mind, additional memories began to surface, weighing heavily upon its current existence. The two, one human, one cat, slept side by side throughout the night. While Huo Linyuan kept vigil, occasionally checking to see if she was cold, covering her with a blanket, and preparing breakfast just before she opened her eyes. When Mengli awoke, she was momentarily disoriented about her surroundings. Stretching her stiff body, she then heard her little cat calling, pawing at her clothes and rubbing its head against them. Mengli smiled, amused by its antics, and lifted it into her arms. "How can you be so adorable? Have you recovered?" The little cat mewed softly, and Mengli then noticed that it seemed to have grown since she first found it. "Oh, you've actually grown taller. How remarkable." Mengli mused aloud. "I merely facilitated its healing." How could it possibly have grown taller? She concocted a rationale for herself. Perhaps having healed certain ailments had inadvertently led to its growth. Yet, she remained puzzled. When she first found it, it was merely a kitten. Now it was nearly an adult, standing tall enough to reach her knee. Mengli suddenly snapped to attention. She opened her eyes and posted a message seeking help, inquiring about this unusual situation and whether it was normal. The little cat, meanwhile, flicked its tail, appearing somewhat agitated. After a night together, it had grown inseparable from Mengli. Without basking in her presence, everything would lose its essence. Yet it was indeed rare, though some modern breeds of pets could achieve such rapid growth. "Miss, do not worry," came the response. Chapter 81. Interaction. At this moment, the little cat resumed its pawing at her, causing Mengli to cast aside her earlier concerns. Time spent with the little cat was always joyful. But Mengli was not idle. She still had to attend school. After all, the cat could wait, but she could not forsake her studies to remain home with it every day. Thus, even if the little cat was reluctant, Mengli had no choice but to comfort it temporarily or tell a harmless little lie to slip away to school. Although this felt quite odd, it was the least distressing method she had devised through experimentation. Another issue arose, however. The little cat harbored inexplicable animosity towards Huo Linyuan, disliking him to the extent that whenever he approached, it would hiss and bare its teeth. This troubled Mengli greatly. Finally, after the little cat left a long scratch on Huolin Yuan's arm. Meng Li's illusion shattered. She now had to teach this unruly little cat a lesson. Why can't you be a bit more sensible, dear? It's not right to scratch and claw at others, she gently coaxed. Recalling how it had previously understood human speech, it was a clever little cat. Surely it could grasp such a simple principle. Unfortunately, had it understood from the outset, it would not have acted thus. Meng Li's words were comprehensible to it, yet it simply refused to change that it was merely displeased with the man, and expecting it to relent was an absurdity, utterly impossible. Thus, Meng Li found herself growing angry. She could not comprehend why a mere kitten would behave in such a manner. Yet upon reflection, she sighed. After all, it was just a kitten, incapable of grasping the intricacies of human conventions, but it was an undeniable fact that it harbored a dislike for Huolin Yuan. She found herself troubled, pondering how to ease the discord between them. Huolin Yuan, despite being captured, exhibited no signs of anger. He remained as magnanimous as ever, gentle as the flowing water, and astutely considerate, regardless of who the other party was. As long as it was for Meng Li's sake, there was nothing that could not be forgiven. That it was inconsequential. The kitten had not acted with malice. However, the latter part of her thought felt somewhat insincere. As a fellow beast man, how could he not understand its sentiments? It was merely that his experiences were so profound that all males appeared remarkably juvenile in his presence. Thus, its provocations, aside from inciting Meng Li's displeasure, had no effect whatsoever. I will accompany you for your vaccination later tonight, she consoled Huolin Yuan with a sense of regret. Then, she anxiously inspected her wound, casting a glance at the disdainful creature that had turned its head away in arrogance. It cared not for the joys and sorrows of humans. What disappointed it was that the little female seemed to care so much for that detestable male, further aggravating its displeasure and reinforcing its belief that it had done nothing wrong. If everyone were as scheming as that male, there would be no innocence left in the world. That minor injury would heal and solidify the moment the wind blew. Who was it to put on such a fragile facade? It flicked its tail in irritation, nearly creating an afterimage. Meng Li still did not come to appease it, and now it felt a twinge of urgency. After a while, it finally took the initiative to approach Meng Li, mewing sweetly, behaving like an adorable little darling. Yet Meng Li was no longer swayed by such antics. She maintained a stern expression, turning the pages of her book with a loud, rustling sound. Appearing somewhat intimidating, in truth, Meng Li's heart softened the moment she saw its aggrieved expression. However, having read online that one should not forgive a kitten too quickly after it misbehaves, lest it repeat the offense in the future, she put on a facade clearly displaying her displeasure. Was even the act of being cute ineffective now? The cat realized the gravity of the situation, feeling a pang of bitterness. It dawned on it that it was truly not the only one in her heart. That detestable male was always near her, and it was he who had initially suggested it undergo a health check. How infuriating! Yet it could not utter a word, so this intense inner turmoil was invisible to Meng Li. She merely waited for quite some time, observing that the kitten made no further moves, which compelled her to glance at it with her peripheral vision. To her surprise, the once confident kitten had buried its face in its body. Peering at her hand as she wrote, looking somewhat despondent, that it was utterly adorable. Meng Li, treating it like a little baby, found her irritation dissipating as she stroked its soft fur. How are you so cute? Even when angry, you're still adorable. Reflecting on her own rapid change of heart, Meng Li felt somewhat bemused. Just a moment ago, she had appeared quite upset, and now she was smiling broadly. Would this confuse the kitten? Meng Li thought. What does it matter? When dealing with little creatures, the most important thing is to be forgiving, as they truly understand nothing. Thus, while feeling guilty towards Huolin Yuan, she comforted the kitten that I'm sorry. Little one, I spoke too harshly in this household. You could do anything, but you must never harm our family members, okay? You have become a part of our family, and you must respect him. After all, the daily fresh and nutritious cat food was prepared by him. And Huolin Yuan even denied her the chance to assist, claiming it would carry an odor that would be difficult to remove. Meng Li thought to herself that if the kitten overheard this, it would surely express its displeasure. Unexpectedly, upon hearing her words, the kitten meowed loudly, clearly annoyed. Meng Li could not decipher its meaning. Perhaps it was reacting to her earlier comments. After calming it down, Meng Li took it to the little garden to play, engaging in a game of hide-and-seek. Although she was often the first to be discovered, they played multiple rounds, and the kitten's earlier displeasure seemed to vanish, its fur appearing even more lustrous, sensing its joy. Mengli felt a surge of happiness herself, to celebrate. She used her spiritual energy to conjure a large fruit, as big as a child's fist. When one was insufficient, she summoned a second, perfectly sized. Cats typically shunned food other than meat, yet the enticing aroma of the fruit proved irresistible, compelling it to approach cautiously, peering with curiosity. Seeing its interest, Mengli felt a sense of accomplishment. She beckoned it enticingly, and with a firm tug, split the fruit in half. The kitten sniffed the now even more fragrant fruit, its pupils dilating. Mengli chuckled. How about it? I senti it delightful. Give it a taste. Upon hearing this, the kitten, without hesitation, took a bite, though its tiny teeth could only manage a small morsel, unable to handle a larger piece. Chapter 82. The Quest for Exploration. Mengli, feeling helpless, had no choice but to use her dexterity to break the remaining fruit into thumb-sized pieces, feeding them into the kitten's mouth. The pampered kitten, proud as it raised its tail straight up, looked irresistibly cute. Seeing it like this, Mengli could not resist scratching under its chin. The kitten had to juggle the pleasure of the scratching while ensuring it did not drop the fruit, leaving it quite busy. Noticing the white fur at its mouth stained with the juice of the fruit, Mengli couldn't help but smile. This little kitten was utterly adorable, evoking an irresistible urge to protect it. Although Mengli was unaware of its past tribulations, the word adorable inexplicably surfaced in her mind. Just then, her communicator buzzed with messages from Su Xing, providing her with a distraction that Su Xing, as usual, lamented that his communicator had been confiscated by his brother and had yet to be returned, leaving him in the dark about its whereabouts. Mengli could not quite grasp his joy. Instead, she found her own life to be rather mundane. Given the strictness of his household, Su Xing could still venture out to play, while she, despite her greater freedom, felt lost for entertainment. This thought led her to glance at the kitten, now sound asleep. Would it, too, find life dull? What's wrong? Do you need something from me? Upon reviewing the previous messages, Mengli felt even more perplexed that it was merely mundane daily sharing, nothing particularly noteworthy. Why was he so anxious? After sending a message, Mengli received a vague reply. Nothing. The moment she saw his expression, she knew it was anything but simple. Had it not been for her system, she would have fallen for his ruse every time. Indeed, something must have happened. Otherwise, the typically composed Su Lingyu would not exude such a fragile aura. After contemplating this, Mengli sought out Su Xing, asking him to update her on Su Lingyu's current situation. Promising ample rewards in return, that Su Xing looked puzzled. Why are you interested in my brother? Do you like him? Mengli had mastered the art of subtlety. She smiled, whether I like him or not. Who can say for sure? It's just that I've had some interactions with your brother lately, and we need to collaborate, so I'd like to understand his character. Please share that Su Xing was initially skeptical. Don't tell me you like him. Mengli anticipated he would make some comment about having a sister-in-law, but instead he remarked, if you like him, you're in for trouble. He has absolutely no charm with women. It wasn't that no women liked him. Rather, any female who approached him would be swiftly dismissed. The as for males, he was used to it. Mengli retorted, if you don't tell me, I'll secretly tell your brother about those misdeeds you've committed. This threat proved highly effective, instantly diminishing Su Xing's gossiping spirit as he pleaded for mercy, that you're so devious that I considered you a friend, but you treat me like dirt. Looking at Mengli, he felt that only he could discern her true nature. Ahem, aside from the fact that he hasn't returned my communicator these past few days, he has also been zoning out. Mengli replied, isn't that just common sense? Everyone daydreams, that Su Xing gestured animatedly. Not like this. You must understand, my brother has been hyper-focused since he learned to read. Every task he undertakes is with utmost concentration and seriousness. He seeks perfection. Even when frying an egg, it must be a perfect circle, or he won't eat it. Mengli was aware of Su Lingyu's severe obsessive-compulsive tendencies, but hearing about it from someone else was still rather strange. That's still not enough. It feels like I'm still missing pieces of the puzzle regarding Su Lingyu's other side. Is there more? To validate this claim, he had even meticulously recorded the time, ensuring that it was neither a minute more nor less, using the duration of his baths as a timer. Hearing this, Mengli found it amusing that a person who appeared so aloof would execute such tasks like a robot. Su Xing suddenly sighed at so. Even though Mission is betrothed to our family, she cannot endure my brother. She has always looked down upon him. Upon realizing he had spoken out of turn, he quickly added, regardless, he is still my brother. Mingli recognized that she should not have intrusively probed into another's private matters. Don't worry, I won't spill any secrets. If your brother's privacy is ever exposed, just come to me for compensation. She reassured him, I will speak well of you in front of the higher-ups. While half of it was in jest, it considerably eased Su Xing's tension. Mingli found herself in a rather amusing predicament, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Did he not realize how conspicuous his behavior was? Su Xing, with an air of nervousness, remarked, Isn't it peculiar that he places such importance on punctuality, including sleep? Yet, for the past few days, I've noticed him staying up well past his usual bedtime. Sitting in the living room, Mingli was uncertain whether his unusual conduct stemmed from her presence. Just sitting there, doing nothing, that Su Xing asserted, he must be experiencing insomnia, that I've never seen him like this before. Mingli was now convinced that he was grappling with intense emotional fluctuations, likely triggered by her, that a sudden wave of embarrassment washed over her. Was it possible that those rigid daily reports of feelings were his unique way of expressing affection? Chapter 83. Perception and unfamiliar sensations surged within her, that if that were the case, could someone like Su Lingyu also develop feelings? Or perhaps it was merely a poor first impression of her. Thank goodness for you. Without you, I would have no idea how to interact with your brother. Su Xing sensed an oddity in her demeanor. Could it be that she had genuinely developed feelings for his brother? If so, he felt a sense of relief. At least his brother was universally disliked. Observing Mingli's eyes darting around, he wondered what thoughts occupied her mind. Just then, a message from Su Lingyu arrived. Precisely on the hour. Ever since Mingli had discovered this, the image of Su Lingyu diligently typing each word amused her greatly. It wasn't that she wished to mock him. Rather, she genuinely found his contrasting demeanor endearing. As she sent her message, a triumphant smile graced Mingli's face. Noticing her smile, Su Xing couldn't help but lean closer, inquiring, Who are you chatting with? Mingli quickly brushed it off. Nothing much. She began contemplating the level of coincidence. Who was she chatting with? Naturally, it was him. Yet a lingering doubt gnawed at her. Why hadn't the typically astute Su Lingyu noticed anything amiss? Had he never considered the possibility of discovering a flaw in his facade? As Su Xing prepared to gather his belongings and leave, Mingli asked one final question. Has your brother ever been in a relationship? Mingli chuckled inwardly that if he were so neglectful, would he not also fail to cultivate a relationship with a partner in the future? Su Xing shrugged that I wouldn't know. Perhaps he has his own ideas. Mingli acknowledged this. Currently, she estimated his level of affection towards her to be around 20%, a significant increase from their initial interactions. Though still not quite enough to be considered genuine fondness among ordinary individuals. However, based on Su Xing's description, it seemed that his brother held a steadfast zero regard for everyone, devoid of any inclination towards even the most basic friendliness. Contemplating this, Mingli decided to tease him and observe his reaction. How about I come to see you tomorrow? It might not be very convenient. What's wrong? Didn't we often go out for meals together before? Surely you don't mind the trivialities? He had never contemplated the consequences of being discovered. Almost instinctively, he was on the verge of agreeing. But no, discussing this matter openly with his younger brother was out of the question. He was reluctant. This feeling was unfamiliar. It was the first time he found himself entangled in something so troublesome, so perplexing that his fingers curled in uncertainty. Mingli remarked, But I saw you today. Didn't you see me? She gazed at Su Xing, who was hastily bidding her farewell due to his time constraints, her eyes crinkling with laughter. His pupils dilated, and his heart raced, threatening to leap from his throat. After all these years, he was astonished by the intensity of his reaction to a single person, despite his outwardly calm demeanor. Mingli continued, But I distinctly saw the bag that person was carrying. That it was undoubtedly yours. Right. Next time I see you, I'll be sure to greet you, lest you remain stubborn. Did I manage to evade detection? Apologies. I promise to inform you before I head out next time that I hadn't been particularly attentive to Su Xing's whereabouts lately and had nearly forgotten that should he encounter Mingli, he would undoubtedly be exposed, and no worries that moment. A system notification indicated that his fondness for her had increased by 2%. Mingli found it amusing yet somewhat perplexing. How could he be unaware of his own feelings towards her, yet still experience an increase in affection? Nevertheless, this was fortuitous for her, as it suggested that achieving her goal might not be as daunting as she initially thought. Finally, she sent a message saying, "By the way, I'd like to ask a question about your brother." Since the last time she learned that Su Lingyu had masqueraded as Su Xing to converse with her, she had refrained from mentioning him in his presence. This time, she aimed to gauge how special she was to Su Lingyu. "What is it?" The inquiry seemed to catch Su Lingyu off guard. As if he had momentarily held his breath to AT that moment, his hands were icy. He stealthily approached Su Lingyu's study, only to find him not surrounded by books but rather gripping a communicator. His expression grave, that Su Xing keenly observed that it appeared to be his own communicator. Panic surged within him, fearing that Su Lingyu might discover the disparaging remarks he had made about him to Meng Li. In his haste, he forgot Su Lingyu's admonition against entering his study uninvited and dashed over. "Brother, what are you doing?" Su Lingyu was startled, yet his face remained impassive. However, Su Xing, well acquainted with his brother's stoic demeanor, could detect a hint of resentment lurking beneath. That it was as if he had just emerged from the depths of a dark water. Realizing the disrespect he had shown, Su Xing quickly apologized. "Brother, I didn't mean to intrude. Could you please forgive me?" He hastily added, "That communicator is mine, right? I was merely thinking that sometimes one needs a bit of privacy, wouldn't you agree?" He understood that in the eyes of his second brother, his privacy was virtually non-existent, akin to a glass door in a bathroom. Completely transparent, that you've learned to talk back. Su Xing felt a chill run down his spine. "That I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare." "Whatever you wish to do is entirely justified," Su Lingyu replied. "Don't be hasty." Chapter 84. "Will you come?" Su Xing dared not disturb his brother further, opting instead to circle around while casting furtive glances at the contents of Su Lingyu's communicator. Yet he could discern nothing from this angled this moment. Su Xing's mind raced with questions. What sort of friends could possibly be in contact with Su Lingyu through his communicator? Was he perhaps being interrogated about his usual activities? That would indeed be perilous. After a few seconds, Su Lingyu seemed to finally notice his presence, turning to toss him a new communicator. "That I've transferred all your friends and classmates here, that if you behave well, I'll allow you to keep it. If not," he double-checked, "is this for real? Brother, you're so good to me. I really like you." The joy that had initially lit up Su Xing's face quickly faded. But a lesser evil was better than none, right? Su Lingyu, upon hearing this, felt as if the sky were collapsing around him. Meng Li was the friend whose temperament and interests aligned most closely with his own. If she were to be cut off, he would find future companionship utterly dull. He was deeply invested in socializing. Why would his brother propose such a condition? After wrestling with his thoughts for a moment, Su Xing finally voiced his confusion. "Brother, why do you oppose my association with her? She is neither immoral nor of questionable character." Su Lingyu kept his gaze fixed, not lifting his head. "There are many things you are unaware of, which is why your primary task is to study. Now, please close the door on your way out." Had he discovered some hidden flaw in her character? Otherwise, why was his brother so eager to send him away? Making him feel like a nuisance? There were no explicit indications, but the mere essence of this exchange was already laden with ambiguity. He posed his most honest question. "Are you looking forward to his attendance?" Meng Li replied, "I merely think that he will look quite splendid in a formal suit, so you must persuade him to go." Peering through the crack in the door, Su Xing was astonished to see his brother suddenly toss the communicator aside. His gaze fixed ahead, lost in thought. This unfamiliar version of Su Lingyu only deepened Su Xing's conviction that something was amiss. However, he struggled to comprehend what it might be, initially intending to tease Su Lingyu. He found himself inadvertently ensnared in the situation. What should he do? Anxiety began to take root within her. If it were not feasible, perhaps it was best to let it go. She had no desire to disturb him. At that moment, Su Lingyu was equally perplexed, sharing the same questions as Meng Li. Most importantly, he pondered why his initial unfavorable impression of her had suddenly shifted, prompting such comments. He simply could not fathom it. He had no grounds for refusal, whether he had initially intended to learn more about this girl or was merely curious about the extent of her negative opinions. He was left wondering what would happen if he were to confront her later. In that moment, the usually sharp-witted Su Lingyu revealed his true self. "What? Do you have feelings for him?" Meng Li, observing the same proud young man from that day, recognized the unmistakable signs, even if she had yet to acknowledge it. Surely she would come to realize it. Initially, she had mentioned the suit in jest, but now, imagining that scenario filled her with genuine anticipation. The pointedness of this question made her anxious, causing her palms to sweat. She must absolutely ensure that he remains unaware of her discovery. Otherwise, how could this game possibly continue? After contemplating various excuses that eluded her, she reluctantly resolved to speak candidly. I simply expressed what came to mind. Moreover, she believed that the ball was not a dreary affair. She harbored a personal interest. Witnessing it would undoubtedly bring her joy. Was it merely an appreciation of beauty? Su Lingyu felt this was not entirely truthful. Yet he could not fathom why Meng Li would withhold the truth. Nevertheless, over the course of time, he would inevitably uncover a satisfactory explanation that he waited patiently. All right, I understand that I shall inform him. Concluding their conversation, Meng Li leaned against the sofa, releasing a long sigh. Engaging with him was somewhat exhausting, yet she managed to cope. However, the prospect of hastily arranging a meeting raised her concerns. Was it too soon? Would this not be disrespectful to the male? She perused the other party's information repeatedly. That moment, a little kitten awoke from its nest, mewing softly, prompting Meng Li to close the document and gather it into her arms. Why are you awake so early? She pondered, her mood slightly dampened, in addition to her academic obligations. She was burdened with preparing for the ball, which required her to learn proper etiquette, a task she found particularly daunting due to her inherent lack of grace. Although she remained uncertain if Su Lingyu would attend, if he did, his character would likely lead him to ridicule her clumsy dancing. As she stroked the kitten's fur, her mind wandered. Fight occasionally kept in touch with her. Though he was often busy, it was through him that she recalled Shuel Yin, who had made her school life miserable since the beginning of term. She had thought the matter would fade away. But she was now informed that Shuel Yin was nearly ready to be released. Knowing the Shui family's tendencies, she was aware that justice would not be served, yet this felt alarmingly premature, too soon for her to adjust. A cold sweat broke out as she realized Shuel Yin's character. Having endured great humiliation, such a person would never swallow their pride. This uncertainty drove Meng Li to the brink of madness. Shuel Yin was akin to a ticking time bomb. No, she could not afford to remain passive. Fortunately, every corner of the estate was under real-time surveillance, ensuring that her actions would be monitored. Chapter 85. Preparations for the ball as for Fide. She reminded him to prioritize his safety and suggested that he refrain from working if necessary. Fide was also reluctant to take risks, yet he felt compelled to follow his brother's lead in order to earn tuition. This presented no challenge for Meng Li. Just use my funds, she proposed. While you may be financially strained, safety is paramount. Naturally, Fide declined that it was absurd for a female to finance a male. If a male expected a female to spend on him, he would undoubtedly regard her as a mere resource, harboring ulterior motives or lacking genuine affection for her. He was not that type of male. However, Meng Li had anticipated his reaction. She urged him to speak freely. Do not burden yourself. Consider it a loan, to be repaid in the future. Such generosity does not come without a catch. Fide simply was unwilling to accept her kindness, but that was of little concern to her. She would find a way to make him acquiesce. For instance, he ultimately accepted her assistance, now that a mere few thousand star coins would suffice for the expenses of the two brothers for several months. Initially, Meng Li intended for them to remain indoors for an entire year, but upon learning that the funds would only last for half a year, she turned to transfer more money. Fide hastily stopped her, asserting that it was more than sufficient. Thus, she relented. He was immensely grateful, as this money effectively offset the cost of the jewelry he had gifted her. Meng Li. The sum was trivial, yet witnessing Fide's sincerity brought her joy. In her world, genuine individuals always held the most value, that if he remained true to himself, Fide would undoubtedly become a remarkable person. Observing her fixation on the communicator, the kitten protested, clawing at her clothing as if to tear it away. Meng Li felt both amused and slightly vexed. This little creature demanded her undivided attention. Why are you so troublesome? I am merely chatting with someone else, and you grow jealous. Until she thought of the term jealous. Meng Li had struggled to articulate the kitten's behavior. Upon reflection, it seemed accurate. Whenever she shared a moment of intimacy with Lin Yuan, the kitten would leap into action that time. Meng Li had been oblivious, mistakenly believing it simply disliked Lin Yuan. Now, it appeared the kitten's disdain stemmed from feeling that Lin Yuan was stealing its playtime. This realization oddly satisfied Meng Li, affirming that her little pet held a fondness for her. Otherwise, why would it care? She gazed into the kitten's eyes, gently removing its claws from her garment. Could it be you are a beast man in disguise? Why else would such a small kitten possess such an overwhelming sense of possessiveness? If I were to acquire a new kitten in the future, would you cast disdain upon it as well? Indeed, her suspicion proved correct. Upon hearing these words, the kitten bit her in displeasure, leaving a faint mark, albeit without pain. Meng Li contemplated for a moment, saying, "You cling to me so tightly. I too wish to keep you by my side at all times. However, many factors prevent me from doing as I please." She gazed into the kitten's pitiful blue eyes, convincing herself. All right, perhaps an exception could be made. It just so happens that pets are allowed there. The kitten's tone instantly softened as it nestled against Meng Li, nuzzling her with its head and fur, exuding an expression of dependence. Meng Li sensed that it would not easily part from her. Very well. The next day, she indeed placed the kitten into her bag, cautioning it not to wander off, lest she lose it. Fortunately, the kitten was quite perceptive and easily understood her words. That it obediently curled up within the bag, with only its head protruding. In truth, Lin Yuan intended to hire a teacher to conduct lessons at the estate, sparing her the need to mingle with ordinary students, which would yield better results. Moreover, he believed that as her guardian, it was his duty to provide her with the best. Meng Li was not particularly concerned. Coincidentally, the teacher Lin Yuan wished to invite had a full schedule and could not find the time to conduct classes. Lin Yuan then sought a secondary option, but Meng Li conceived an alternative plan. Perhaps the inability to secure a teacher was the will of the beast god. However, she did not anticipate that such a simple decision would lead her down a path meticulously orchestrated by the system. The training room she was heading to was quite distant from home, prompting her to rise early that day. The kitten, still in slumber, was roused to accompany her. It emitted a disgruntled sound, attempting to claw at her again. Meng Li grasped its little paws, her heart softening. "Are you still trying to scratch me? You shall not have that opportunity." The training room was well equipped. While not ostentatiously lavish, it was remarkably tidy. The interior was bright, with exquisite and orderly decor, a sight to behold. Meng Li felt overwhelmed by the beauty of it all. Had she not previously encountered more worldly experiences, she would have felt utterly uncultured. Almost all the females gathered here were preparing for the ball, and the service was exceptionally attentive. Meng Li's belongings were taken by a dedicated attendant to a storage room, which was as spacious as a small classroom. 2 of the 4 walls were lined with cabinets, and it even boasted a shower area complete with an oversized bathtub. Beyond the many cabinets, it resembled a standard luxurious room, revealing the designer's meticulous attention to detail. Unable to contain her curiosity, Meng Li inquired of a nearby attendant, "Why is this storage area so large?" "I do not possess that many belongings." With a smile, the attendant explained, You see, this room is not overly spacious. Some young ladies require a place to rest after practicing their dance, so they choose to utilize our facilities. Additionally, some have substantial luggage that ordinary storage boxes cannot accommodate." "You are simply too minimalist at SO." That was the case. Meng Li pondered, her mind racing with a bold idea. If that were true, could she not emulate those young ladies and indulge herself? After envisioning the scenario, she found it rather peculiar. Chapter 86. Malicious harassment in her heart. She still felt that home provided the greatest sense of security. She could not sleep outside. After inspecting the storage area, Meng Li happily released the kitten. "Will you stay here for a while? If I go practice dancing, I will not be able to attend to you. Besides, with so many people around, I fear you may wander off like last time." Clearly, the way the little kitten depended on her indicated it would not agree to such a proposal. Meng Li sighed. "Very well, I shall take you with me. However, remember my previous instructions. Do not leave the bag and ensure no one discovers you." The kitten lazily curled up within the fabric of the bag. Appearing to understand, with that assurance, Meng Li felt comfortable bringing it along. Upon arriving, she felt somewhat nervous and strained. Every female present exuded beauty, radiating an air of nobility. Although she did not consider herself lacking, she wondered if she might face disdain from others. The teacher had yet to arrive, and the ladies dispersed in small groups to chat, laughter occasionally ringing out. Meng Li found herself envious of the relaxed atmosphere. On campus, the overwhelming aura surrounding her made it so that even those who wished to approach her dared not do so. As a passive individual, she too hesitated to take the initiative in forming friendships. Nevertheless, it would be quite challenging for her to integrate with them in such a short time. Everyone appeared to be acquainted, while she was attending classes here for the first time. The thought of potentially displaying awkwardness in unfamiliar situations only heightened her anxiety, causing her to nibble nervously on her lower lip. She had planned to remain inconspicuous in a corner, awaiting the training session, but to her surprise, the group of jovial girls noticed her first. "Look, it seems to be her. Shall we go and greet her?" With exceptional hearing, Mengli caught these words, and her back stiffened suddenly. What were they planning to do? Did they intend to bully her? It was no wonder her first reaction was this. Crowds often cast a shadow over her. Surely, their intentions must be benign. Mengli forced a friendly smile, though her hands trembled slightly. "Good afternoon, ladies." "Good afternoon. Where did you attend classes before? Why haven't we seen you around? Your hair is lovely. What hair products do you use? Could you introduce them to me?" Mengli found it somewhat overwhelming to cope with their enthusiasm. Sure. They were practically eager for her acquaintance. Having a beautiful female friend was a matter of great prestige. Moreover, considering her level of renown, after exchanging contact information with them, Mengli quickly grew close to them. Amidst the myriad of topics discussed, conversations inevitably turned to the male counterparts. What do you think the ideal male should be like? When asked this question, Mengli's mind went blank. She had no particular preference for any type, that I'm not quite sure. I don't have much interest in males if it weren't for the task at hand. She would have never had the opportunity to engage with them in her lifetime. Did I tee her response? The girls erupted into a mix of serious and teasing remarks. A female like you is bound to be the most sought after. They would do anything to win your affection, and once you relent, their sense of accomplishment would be immeasurable. Mengli chuckled, replying, "That may not necessarily be the case, that I believe you sisters are far more charming and don't require male validation." They laughed heartily. "Ah, you are mistaken. Females are like flowers, and males are the fertilizer. Although some may not be presentable, we must still acknowledge their existence." Indeed, her sweet words soon led this group of young ladies to divulge their backgrounds. Some came from average families, while others were well off. Yet within the female sphere, social status was not diminished by family wealth. They were allies on the same side, without the need for competition to secure resources. Just then, a teacher entered, accompanied by a line of males. "Stand against the wall. Do not cross this line." The presence of males seemed to add a palpable tension to the air, as the girls instantly subdued their laughter. Mengli was taken aback by this sudden shift. Turning around, she caught sight of the males, who appeared exceedingly awkward and restrained. "Ladies, it is time for class." Mengli quietly inquired. "I haven't attended the previous sessions. Will this hinder my progress in the upcoming lessons?" The girls comforted her. "No worries. Today we will be learning dance steps, which is the most important part. The previous sessions were merely formalities." With that, Mengli felt reassured. There were several males assisting them, and the teacher had more than 5 on hand to correct their movements. It was at that moment that Mengli realized just how spacious the venue was. It was vast enough to accommodate so many individuals without feeling cramped. Though it was called a room, it resembled a plaza in size. The teachers and male assistants assigned to Mengli were all exceedingly gentle. She could feel their fervent gazes upon her. Yet curiously, whenever she glanced their way, they would avert their eyes. These males, fortunate enough to be selected to accompany females in dance, had much to be grateful for. Through conversations with them, Mengli learned that, on occasion, affluent young ladies would attend the classes that if they happened to encounter a handsome male, they might engage in a romantic relationship, which could lead to financial rewards. Just this alone was more than enough for them to feel content. However, some even luckier ones would capture the favor of these wealthy young ladies, being kept by their sides, or even elevated to the status of concubines, thus escaping the hardships of life. It goes without saying that those who pursued such paths were often males from less privileged backgrounds. Yet, most of them suffered from insecurity in the presence of superior females. They lacked both the desire and the courage, often becoming infatuated with accomplished males, rendering them hesitant to approach. Mengli, however, was different. Her gentle demeanor provided them with the illusion of being within reach, that a number of reasonably attractive males soon had their gazes fixed upon her. Before the male partner's hand brushed against her shoulder, She remained oblivious, it wasn't he, until his hand grazed the back of her own for the third time, outside of any designated movements. That she realized she was being harassed. "Excuse me, may I ask what you were just doing?" Chapter 87. Similarly, initially thought she might be overreacting and requested to change partners, but to her dismay, the new partner behaved even more inappropriately, boldly taking her hand and placing it on his chest. His expression more brazen than the previous one. Domineering frowned, suspecting that even if she changed partners, they would all exhibit the same disrespectful behavior. She couldn't comprehend why. These males seemed different from those outside. They appeared impervious to her words. Looking at other ladies, she and witnessed such treatment. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Mingli halted the training. The lead instructor approached her personally, inquiring about the issue. After a moment's hesitation, Mingli candidly stated, "These individuals always stand too close to me and encourage me to touch their bodies. Yet all I wish is to focus on learning dance. Could I have a partner who won't harass me?" Upon hearing this, the males appeared visibly awkward, and the lead instructor's expression darkened. "Apologize to this young lady immediately. What on earth do you think you're doing? Getting handsy? Be careful, or I'll have you all escorted to the police station for a month or two." The males turned pale at the reprimand. Mingli felt a twinge of sympathy, yet recalling the earlier incidents, discomfort settled in, though they had not dared to touch her inappropriately. Who would want to lay hands on a stranger? Especially after she had expressed her disinterest? Under the lead instructor's stern gaze, the males who had encroached upon Mingli's space all offered their apologies. Nevertheless, even after Mingli had firmly rejected them, and they had received warnings from the instructor, their gazes still lingered on her with reluctance. Mingli found this rather strange. To them, she seemed like an unattainable goal they were determined to achieve. She could understand such behavior, and perhaps she even had a vague inkling as to why they acted that way. But was she truly that striking? Just as she pondered this, the lead instructor assured her that he would bring in a new batch of males for her to choose from, urging her not to file any complaints. This was hardly a grave issue, especially since they had acknowledged their mistakes and apologized. Mingli decided not to hold it against them. "Thank you, teacher," as he departed. The girls took the opportunity to rest, moving closer with teasing expressions. "Those handsome fellows just now, who were so touchy-feely, and you, Miss Mingli, managed to remain unperturbed. Truly a role model for us." Mingli simply felt uncomfortable with others being so close and explained. "I just lack interest, that's all. Their looks aren't that remarkable. They don't evoke any fluttering feelings in me." The other girls exchanged knowing glances. "You've probably never been to a place like this before, right? Allow us to enlighten you. This is all quite normal and part of the service. If a lady takes a liking to a dance partner, it would be their honor. Not being interested isn't a bad thing either. Many ladies would not make their rejections explicit." Mingli nodded, realizing, "Is that so? I didn't know that's so. Will they face any penalties?" The other ladies laughed. "That is not something for you to worry about. That if a guest feels uncomfortable, it indicates a failure in their training, not in you." Despite their reassurances, Mingli still felt a hint of unease. The other girls quickly shifted their focus away from the brief incident, eagerly discussing the quality of the new batch of dance partners. Though Mingli felt a bit out of her depth, she didn't dwell on it for long. Soon, a wave of new male partners entered through the door, noticeably taller and leaner than the previous group, with fairer skin and a variety of striking qualities, appearing less petty than the earlier batch. Even Mingli, accustomed to handsome faces, had to admit that the lead instructor had truly spared no effort. Suddenly, her pupils dilated as she spotted a familiar face among them. "Fide." No, as they drew closer, she quickly dismissed the thought. The resemblance was uncanny. Aside from slight differences in the nose and mouth, their height, hair color, and demeanor were strikingly similar, with the new male partner exuding a more aggressive aura. For some reason, she felt an inexplicable familiarity with him. Upon seeing the newcomers, the ladies erupted into giggles and chatter. "Look at the one in the middle. He has a bit of a disheveled vibe. I really like that. I also share your sentiments. Please do not vie with me for attention." Right in the center, Mingli had intended to disregard the familiar-looking youth in that position. Yet for reasons unknown, her gaze seemed irresistibly drawn to him, unable to be averted. His appearance stood out conspicuously among the gentle youths, with nearly every young lady setting her sights upon him. Mingli was acutely aware of this fact, and for reasons she could not fathom, the more she desired to escape, the more intensely she craved him. However, while the ladies were envious of him, they deemed him too difficult to manage, and as a partner for dancing, surely not a suitable choice. Thus, after a brief discussion, they decisively relinquished him, as the youths surrounding him were selected one by one. He astonishingly became the isolated one that the head instructor remained apprehensive around her. "Miss Mingli, pray tell, which one do you fancy? If none appeal to you, we can arrange another selection." She was gazing at him, and he was gazing back at her. Mingli took a deep breath. "No need. I shall choose the one on the far right." The head instructor beamed with joy. "Very well. I shall escort the others away." He approached her. Mingli endeavored to meet his eyes, but the overwhelming aura he exuded rendered her inexplicably timid, lacking the courage to maintain her gaze. That it felt so pitiful, yet she had no recourse. "Good afternoon, Miss Min." By the time she regained her senses, he had gently taken her hand, placing a kiss upon her delicate knuckles. That it was indeed a different experience. Mingli studied that face. His lips were sharper than Fide's, exquisitely sculpted, and his gaze was infinitely more intricate. Fide appeared to be a naive, sunny student, whereas this youth, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Fide, possessed a mature and captivating demeanor. His emerald eyes reminded Mingli of a creature dwelling in the marshy rivers. The anaconda. The practice commenced swiftly. Although Mingli did not step upon the feet of this handsome youth, her lack of proficiency resulted in her often falling behind the rhythm. Her cheeks flushed as she apologized. "I am sorry for being a burden." The youth's voice was deep. "No matter. It was my fault for making you too anxious. How about we engage in conversation? It may help you to relax more quickly." Chapter 88. Preserve him for reasons unknown. Mingli felt an inescapable sensation as he held her hand. Yet, observing his demeanor, as if he feared displeasing her, Mingli pondered if it was merely her illusion. Unbeknownst to her, from the very first moment they met, the youth had been fixated upon her. The female he had failed to capture initially had now appeared before him. The gift bestowed upon him by the beast god had not slipped away after all. "Let us begin with my name. I am Ross. If not for that ball, you likely would never have encountered me." Mingli replied, "It matters not. With your fortune, we would have crossed paths regardless of the location." Ross smiled. His smile was markedly different from his usual demeanor, and most notably at that moment, it bore an uncanny resemblance to Fide's, nearly causing her to lose her focus and step on Ross's foot. "What is it? Is there something upon my face that you wish to remove?" Mingli felt a twinge of hesitation to meet his gaze. Just that morning, she had conversed with Fide, and now, in the afternoon, she found herself in a flirtation with someone so strikingly similar. What would he think if he were to discover this? Unbeknownst to her, Fide and Ross were twin brothers, if they did not resemble each other. That would indeed be peculiar. No, not at all. Did I find your likeness to a friend of mine striking? Ross did not believe she had encountered his brother, but it was the first time he had heard of someone resembling him so closely. "Oh, then tell me, who do you think is more handsome, he or I?" Mingli shook her head. "I cannot articulate it. You both not only share a striking resemblance, but also possess equally captivating qualities. If I were in your position, upon meeting that individual, I too would be taken aback." Mingli spoke earnestly. She had not anticipated that such a flawless visage would have a counterpart in this world. Ross gazed at her, and with each passing moment his desire to possess her grew stronger. Yet Mingli remained oblivious. She merely sensed that Ross was somewhat peculiar, that in a short while, the face she associated with Fide was entirely delineated in her mind. They were utterly different individuals. Surely it was a mere coincidence. However, the fact that they shared the same eye color did not bolster the likelihood of their kinship. Mingli became lost in thought. Ross, leading her, executed a grand maneuver she had not noticed, flipping their positions, causing the world to spin, momentarily disorienting her. "Could we perhaps slow down a bit?" Ross grinned. "I apologize. I failed to notice that you were unable to keep up with me. Next time, I shall be sure to inquire first." Mingli felt a hint of teasing in his demeanor. Yet, as it was confined to words alone, she did not find it overly distasteful. Time unexpectedly flew by, and her progress exceeded her expectations. At the very least, she would not embarrass herself at the ball. For this, she was grateful not only to the understanding head instructor, but also to her exceptionally attentive dance partner. Ross at last, she comprehended why those males exerted themselves to entice the young ladies. Now, she found herself captivated by Ross, and soon enough, Her heart would be firmly ensnared by his grasp that Mengli's growing affection for Ross did not go unnoticed. Prompting playful banter among her companions, "It seems that charming young man has utterly enchanted our naive Mengli. Please, spare me," she replied. Several ladies advised her that if she held an interest in him, she could simply claim him as her dance partner, allowing them to be together daily without concern for jealous suitors back home. However, Miss Mengli, you are so exceptional, even if they wish to be envious. They must weigh whether you would abandon them. Ha ha ha. Mengli felt somewhat uncomfortable in this atmosphere. Each member of her family was irreplaceable to her. She would never cast any of them aside, even if merely regarding them as pets. How could one discard an innocent life? Thus, she smiled in silence. By the way, why do they choose to dance as partners? Is their family in dire need of money? Recalling Fide, she remembered he was a boy of modest means. That so was Ross, who bore such a resemblance to Fide, also in need of financial assistance. The ladies provided a definitive answer. Indeed, any boy with a semblance of dignity would not sell himself. You must understand, if a young lady claims them, it implies she can treat them however she pleases, be it with blows or insults, and they possess no right to resist. Mengli suddenly felt a wave of pity for the boy named Ross. Females of some standing, like herself, valued the purity of males. Boys who had danced as partners often found it challenging to be chosen by a wife who would cherish and protect them. Yet, who could blame them for not valuing themselves? A pang of sorrow shot through Mengli's heart. She did not want that gentle boy, Ross, to be subjected to frivolous judgments. Were there an alternative, they would not undertake such a degrading occupation. In that moment, her heart swelled with myriad thoughts and emotions. Sensing Mengli's compassion for him, the girls ceased their teasing. We are earnest. If you truly care for him, claim him. That way, no one will bully him. And those who wish to treat him as they please will have to contend with you. Mengli hesitated, conflicted. Although Ross appeared carefree, she could sense that he was not a frivolous individual. She did not wish for the friendship they had just begun to build to be tarnished by monetary concerns. Yet, as they had stated, only by shielding him beneath her wings could he avoid harm from other females. Thus, even if Ross might come to despise her or misunderstand her intentions, she felt compelled to act. The head instructor, upon receiving this news, nearly beamed with delight. "Oh, what splendid news!" Mengli glanced at Ross, who stood silently to the side, pondering. Surely he is upset, having not spoken a word, until the contract was concluded. Ross remained displeased. Mengli could not discern his intentions, only feeling a familiarity in being led away by him, desperately attempting to break free, yet unable to do so. "Ross, what are you doing? Can we not discuss this civilly? Where are you taking me?" Ross pressed his lips into a thin line, cornering her against the wall. With no one around, Mengli's heart raced. Should he act out in fury, she might lack the speed to defend herself. "Why did you give that old fellow money?" Chapter 89. The main plot. Mengli took a moment to process, finally understanding that the old fellow he referred to as the head instructor, their overseer. Observing his demeanor, it was clear that his respect for the instructor was merely a facade. This realization, she was left at a loss for her sentiments. "Why are you so anxious? He has not committed any fraudulent acts against me. As for the payment, it was merely to see you that if you cannot comprehend my actions, that is one thing, but to criticize me feels quite unjust." Mengli recognized that he was distressed over her financial expenditure, yet in comparison to people, money took a back seat. Ross also realized he had spoken harshly and, upon regaining his composure, immediately apologized. "I am sorry. That teacher is not a good person. Though he may appear amiable, he often subjects us to cruelty, and if we dare to complain, he only punishes us more severely when he discovers it." Mengli's heart ached for him. "I can see it. The wounds on your hands cannot be concealed." Upon hearing this, Ross silently pulled down his sleeves to conceal the wounds. Being seen in a vulnerable state by the female he admired was hardly a favorable situation. "If you fancy me, you could have expressed it sooner. There's no need to spend money. I would gladly see him at a loss." Dreamily gazed at him, captivated. She had not anticipated that this seemingly unserious man harbored such a side, constantly chattering out of concern for her, so unlike those who sought her wealth. "If you feel at a loss, I can provide you with money directly, without involving him. After all, securing him would only cost 20,000 star coins. A mere drop in the ocean compared to Dreamly's savings." Ross sensed that she had misunderstood his intention. Yet, He was indeed in need of funds. Had he been among his companions, they would have been grinning from ear to ear, eager to embrace Dreamly, preventing her from taking a single step away, all while boasting to the world without a hint of modesty. Previously, Ross had been troubled by 3 months of unpaid rent. But after meeting Dreamly, he suddenly acquired enough funds to cover a year's rent, yet he felt increasingly anxious. This was not a promising beginning. Their meeting should not have unfolded in such a manner. Ross's thoughts were tangled, like threads ensnaring him in confusion. Dreamly naturally took his hand, leading them outside. She spoke to him with a smile. However, Ross found it difficult to maintain the composed demeanor he had in class. He felt embarrassed, as if he had been slapped, and found himself uttering words of reproach about his own lack of ambition that he managed a forced smile. "Thank you, but I shouldn't need it for the time being." Dreamly was not oblivious to the background of the male before her. She surmised that the various wounds he bore were not solely the result of abuse, but rather remnants of past fights. She recognized that he was not an ordinary individual. Her grip on his hand tightened. She was unaccustomed to being interrupted while focused on a task. Hence she left her communicator behind. She would always inform her more enthusiastic fans and friends in advance to prevent them from waiting in vain. Yet there was one person she had forgotten to mention. When she activated her communicator, several messages popped up, revealing themselves to her. "It was Su Lingyu. That it was a photo of my brother trying on a suit. I could only sneak a shot." She had casually concocted an excuse, and the recipient had taken it seriously. Moreover, they had actually sent a picture. Dreamly was momentarily taken aback. For some reason, she felt a bit apprehensive facing Su Lingyu. His long limbs and strict self-discipline spoke volumes about his physique, allowing even the simplest suit to exude an air of nobility. But that was not the crux. The crux was that such a serious person would employ this tone and persist with this lie to deceive her. Was he truly not feeling guilty? As she pondered, she found it all too ambiguous. Did he truly harbor only a 20% fondness for her? Her cheeks flushed. "System, did you not say that he despises lies?" Why, when it came to himself? Was he so composed and articulate? Dreamly cradled her communicator. A new idea emerged in her mind. By the way, can you display Su Lingyu's fondness for others? If I can compare, I can unravel my doubts. The system remained as cold as ever. "Apologies, that is not possible." Dreamly sprang up from the bed. Her insatiable curiosity turned her irritable. "Why, system?" "Host, regarding your previous inquiry about the benefits of completing multiple tasks. After attaining a certain level of fondness, you will unlock the comparison function, allowing you to grasp their data more clearly, facilitating your ongoing strategy tasks." Dreamly sighed. "But there are no significant tasks for me to complete at present. I feel like I have all this energy with nowhere to direct it." "System, a task has been dispatched. Please check." Dreamly, incredulous, noted that the system had sent her a task right after her complaint. Was this intentional? Yet indeed, a new task appeared in her taskbar. "Ensure your survival in the dance studio and protect all individuals related to the task." Upon seeing this task, Dreamly was perplexed. She had been to the dance studio today, and it had not been as perilous as described. Was the difficulty of the task set for tomorrow? Upon reflection, there were indeed unsettling aspects about the studio, but she, being somewhat oblivious, had not noticed anything unusual. No, could the frequent provocations from males be the source of the problem? "System, could you provide a hint?" "Just words alone leave me at a loss," today as she grumbled. The system surprisingly manifested, appearing before Dreamly as a glowing screen. Flickering, warning the host. "This task's difficulty is more perilous than before, and following this, your primary tasks will also surface. Please treat them with caution." Chapter 90. Kidnapping. Dreamly suddenly felt wide awake, compared to the prospect of danger. She loathed boredom even more. Realizing she had overlooked numerous clues, she lamented in frustration. "System, cheer up, host, that I believe in you." Dreamly was left speechless. Unlike usual, where Lin Yuan would hasten to see her, today he had not returned for quite some time. In the manor, the servants were silent, refraining from unnecessary sounds. This only intensified her sense of solitude. She replied to Su Lingyu's message, but he too, citing academic pressures, politely declined to continue their conversation. These various odd behaviors were enough to alert even a fool like Dreamly. What was all this leading up to? Though not timid, she felt an overwhelming anxiety about the impending events, Unable to suppress her curiosity about what could have stirred such commotion, to alleviate her boredom, she activated the display streaming today's news. The Empire was taking the disappearance of females very seriously, having dispatched a dedicated team to ensure the victims' families received answers. Dreamly felt she had grasped a hint. Female disappearances, as a group of significant societal concern, what sort of individuals could make them vanish without a trace beneath everyone's noses? A chill ran down her spine. The once impenetrable safety of the villa no longer felt secure. It was as if someone could leap from the shadows at any moment, dragging her into darkness, with no one to rescue her. Holding her breath, she addressed the system. Is this the beginning of the task? System, you are truly unkind. Their target is females, and if I investigate this matter, would I not be walking into a trap? Too dangerous. She was averse to death, especially now that she had begun to live the life she desired. The thought of such a life being destroyed was unbearable. The system, rarely displaying a semblance of humanity, sought to soothe her. After completing this task, your freedom in this world will significantly increase. Surely this is what you have longed for. Dreamly recalled the desperate individuals, the ruthless traffickers, and realized she was to engage with such people that I just need to mentally prepare myself that a clear line of thought began to crystallize in her mind. She stated, "You warned me to be cautious in the dance studio. Does that imply those individuals are hiding something within? I shall wait to act until tomorrow." System, your deduction is correct, Dreamly gasped. Clutching her stuffed toy, she glanced at the little cat resting nearby, vowing to keep it from hearing any unsettling sounds. The world had become a darker place. She must protect the little cat from contamination. Dreamly felt a surge of despair. She had danced there for so long, yet remained oblivious to its true nature as a den of wolves, remembering the friendly young ladies and their radiant smiles. Dreamly felt a renewed courage swell within her. She would not allow anyone to tarnish those beautiful faces. The room was devoid of light. She embraced this truth in the darkness. Very well, I shall ensure the task is completed. In truth, she yearned to dial the emergency services immediately to eradicate that den of wolves entirely, but such an action would likely raise alarm and be futile, like a punch thrown into cotton. Lacking any force, Dreamly blinked and hung Huolin Yuan's discarded coat on the hanger. With how busy you are, how could I ever hold it against you? Come quickly. I've been waiting for you to have dinner. Huolin Yuan slightly furrowed his brow. That you've been waiting for me to eat. Does that mean you have yet to have dinner? Dreamly chuckled sheepishly. Huolin Yuan, rarely adopting a lecturing tone, cautioned her not to let this happen again. If you are accustomed to having others accompany you, the servants can temporarily assist. The way he spoke, one would think she would starve if she delayed her meal. Dreamly chuckled softly, promising it wouldn't happen again. She had simply missed him lately, that if that is the case, then call my assistant and have him point the camera at me, so you can watch me eat. How does that sound? I do not wish for you to go hungry. Dreamly felt a rush of sweetness. She relished this newfound precedent for herself that in no need. When the time comes, I can simply place a picture of you on the dining table. Even though her energy was nearly depleted for the day, Huolin Yuan's heart was buoyed by these few vibrant exchanges. Previously, he could not appreciate the joy of having pets at home or the warmth of family waiting for him. He deemed such moments a mere waste of time. Yet now, he truly feels the warmth that is irreplaceable, that he has worked hard. He embraced Mingli tightly, holding her close that that moment. The little kitten woke up, saw the scene, and meowed in displeasure, wagging its fluffy tail as it approached Mingli. Are you jealous? Mingli picked it up and suddenly realized that in just 10 days, the little creature had grown to the size of an adult cat, showcasing an astonishing growth rate visible to the naked eye. Huolin Yuan's gaze towards the cat was anything but simple affection. That in the future, when I am not at home, you will have the kitten to keep you company at mealtime, so you won't feel lonely. She merely held the kitten for a moment, yet he became rather sour about it. However, making it explicit would ruin the fun. Mingli feigned ignorance to his insinuations and replied, but the kitten isn't human. When danger arises, it is I who should protect it. That so, uncle is the best. Huolin Yuan grunted in acknowledgement, seemingly agreeing with her. That moment, the kitten was not pleased that could not bear to be used as a tool for their flirtation. And with a loud meow, it wriggled free from Mingli's grasp, and no more cuddles. That Mingli's facade crumbled, and she laughed. This little rascal has quite the temper. It can get angry over such trivial matters. That the dining table. Mengli casually brought up today's news that so many females have gone missing. It frightens me. Well, uncle, why is there so much emphasis on females? Why are there so many abductions? Does no one care about them? Well, Lin Yuan pondered for a moment. Indeed, family background plays a part, but we later discovered that while it is linked, it is not the primary factor. Chapter 91. Preparations. While Lin Yuan continued, females are the most precious resource in the entire galaxy. The majority of missing persons point to one reason. They're being subjected to illegal and inhumane activities that, of course, we need not dwell on this. We will treat it with the utmost seriousness. Mengli attentively noted the crucial clues in his words and curiously inquired, but have you not yet investigated the specific reasons behind these abductions? Well, Lin Yuan shook his head. No, they are well hidden. All we know is that they treat these women as experimental subjects. Even now, we have only received reports of the missing and have yet to rescue any from the lists. This is our failure. Mengli observed the subtle melancholy that had clouded him for several days, realizing it stemmed from this issue. If Lin Yuan were aware that he had become a target, with tomorrow marking the day the criminal gang would emerge, how would he feel? Seeing how much he cared about this matter, to the extent of losing his appetite, Mengli pondered whether to discreetly reveal some information to him. Yet when she truly contemplated speaking, she found herself at a loss for words. Should she claim to possess prophetic insight? Certainly not. Lin Yuan noticed her inner turmoil and directly asked, "What's wrong? Is there something you wish to tell me?" She gazed up at him with a pitiful expression. Surely, preparing some easily recognizable clues for what uncle to identify her should suffice. This was a trivial matter, even if she didn't mention it. Lin Yuan was already considering how to make time to pick her up after class, that it would be strange if he didn't accommodate her request. All right, I will take a leave of absence then. Mengli clung to his arm and threw out one last smokescreen. I just know uncle is the best at ITS, just that I find that dance studio to be rather eerie and a bit frightening. You wouldn't think I'm timid, would you? She subtly reminded Lin Yuan, and upon hearing this, he furrowed his brow, asking her earnestly, "Are you certain? If there is an issue with the dance studio, we can avoid it and stay at home instead." Mengli quickly replied, "No, I still like the classmates there. At ITS, just that when I'm alone, I always feel like someone is watching me, which is quite uncomfortable. But uncle, please don't overthink it." Lin Yuan found her behavior a bit strange, but said nothing further and agreed. Until he lay in bed, Lin Yuan remained in a rush. After taking a phone call, he left her bedside. Mengli, however, could not close her eyes until the early hours of the morning. She stared at the ceiling, unable to fall asleep. The system, being rather considerate, sensed her fear and, after Lin Yuan left, remained by her bedside. Providing a sense of comfort, Mengli quietly turned towards it and said, "System, could you let me hold you? I am truly frightened. I can't even bear to sleep alone." The system flickered, "Apologies, host, but this system currently lacks the functionality to serve as a plush toy. However, you can exchange points earned from completing tasks for a stuffed toy from the warehouse." Mengli felt particularly vexed. Who needs a stuffed toy? This is a matter of my safety tomorrow. You insufferable system. Your words are truly infuriating. Anyone who hears them will want to give you a good thrashing. Mengli gritted her teeth and muttered. After such irritation, she found herself completely unable to sleep. Thus, she got up to investigate the commonalities among the missing persons. The most apparent commonality was self-evident, but beyond that, Mengli discovered that these individuals had all vanished in crowded places, making them easier targets that a chill ran down her spine, given her lack of attention. Would the victims still be alive after this time? It remained uncertain. She felt a sense of dread. Had she not encountered Lin Yuan and his companions, she would have soon been found by those criminal gangs and taken away for experimentation. Lying in bed for a moment, she resolved that regardless of whether this was part of her mission, she must ensure the rescue of the victimized women. However, another pressing issue arose: how to persuade those girls to escape with her when danger approached. It seemed a daunting challenge. Since they were selecting from among so many females, which one would they ultimately choose? Mengli began to contemplate. It seemed that every one of them could potentially be a target. Or perhaps they did not discriminate at all. Mengli sighed that if that were the case, the number of targets to protect would multiply, and the system's tasks arose from this very reason, since they did not discriminate. It compelled her to focus on everyone. Initially unable to sleep, thoughts of how to plan a rescue made her increasingly drowsy until she eventually dozed off, resting her head on the pillow. After a while, the door opened, and the system's light screen became concealed in the darkness that IT observed as Wu Linyuan entered, gently turning Mengli over and pulling the blanket up to cover her abdomen. When Mengli awoke, she opened her eyes to find the sky overcast. Squinting, she sat up and complained, "Why is the weather so dreadful today? It seems destined for something significant to occur." Upon arriving at the dance studio, Mengli was surprised to find even more people than the previous day, some of whom she could hardly name, as she had hardly recognized them. The other proceedings remained unchanged from yesterday, with the young ladies as enthusiastic as before. Yet Mengli remained vigilant, fearing that someone might suddenly emerge and abduct them all. She gauged their mental fortitude and discovered that while none were particularly outstanding, she herself was the most capable among them. "You are quite the renowned individual. I suspected as much. How could someone of such grace possibly attend a class like ours?" Chapter 92. Rescue. Mengli brushed her hair back, in contrast to their eagerness. She appeared rather shy. "But your presence here is indeed a rarity." Mengli inquired. "Why is that?" "Of course, it's because those wealthy young ladies prefer not to mingle with us. They are far too proud. They look down on the men here, deeming them unworthy. But Miss Mengli, you are different. You not only do not look down on us, but also enjoy spending time with us. How wonderful is that?" Mengli responded absent-mindedly. Regardless of their wealth, she could never compare to those noble ladies. Recalling the only aristocratic young lady she had encountered, Shuel Yin, a lingering shadow filled her heart. "Look, the little dancer you hired yesterday is still waiting for you over there. Why not go tease him now?" Mississippi. Mengli noticed new injuries adorning his face and reached out to touch it. "Did you get into another fight?" Ross appeared even more disheartened than before, his complexion paler, as if he hadn't slept all night. Yet, this added a certain allure that I'm fine. Someone merely said something I didn't like, which led to the altercation. But don't worry, I held my own. Mengli took out a bottle of medicinal alcohol from her bag and applied it to his wounds. "You should be more careful in the future. Fists don't discriminate." Ross offered a faint smile. "I understand. Thank you." Mengli tilted her head. "Did I ask your reason for fighting with others because of me?" Ross paused, falling silent, which she took as an affirmation. Mengli had not anticipated that her offhand remark would strike a chord. Had he truly fought because of her? In truth, Mengli had guessed correctly, albeit not entirely. Only after today's perilous events forced her to abandon her anxious fantasies did she come to realize that Ross's submissiveness towards her stemmed from a sense of guilt. Upon returning to the ladies, a cacophony erupted. The dancer named Ross was unexpectedly innocent. Since his appearance, no beautiful and gentle lady had managed to elicit a smile from him. Had it been any other dancer, they would have been overjoyed, feeling as though they had attached themselves to a wealthy patron that wasn't Miss Mengli, a wealthy patron. Among all present, who could rival Miss Mengli? Wouldn't you agree? Laughter erupted among the crowd. Yet, Mengli suddenly found it no longer amusing. That day, as evening approached, nothing particularly eventful occurred, and she began to question whether her judgments had been flawed. Ross awaited her outside the storage room. Although she initially rebuffed him due to her own guilt, he insisted on accompanying her. Mengli deemed this inconsequential, thus acquiesced. Given the day's dangers, she had not brought her kitten and only needed to retrieve her coat. While fetching her belongings, she suddenly heard a faint sound, akin to steel cables dragging across the floor. Initially, she did not raise her guard, dismissing it as mere incidental noise, but when the sound persisted for a full 2 minutes, tension coursed through her body. Mengli concealed herself beside the door, and in the next moment, a knock resounded. It was Ross's voice that Mengli's pupils dilated. Just yesterday, Ross had confided in her that the two brothers were orphaned, and their other relatives shunned them due to their poverty. Why? She contemplated the only possible explanation, her heart pounding like a drum. How could it be? Ross appeared so kind. How could he be an accomplice in her kidnapping? Moreover, based on her deductions, criminal organizations typically would not target her. She would not become their objective. Yet, no matter how much she attempted to exonerate Ross, it could not obscure the fact that he was indeed an accomplice, that in mere seconds, she had unraveled the entire situation. What a grand scheme! No wonder she had sensed something amiss. It had long since become their criminal stronghold. Mengli shut her eyes, unwilling to confront this grim reality. Ross, if that is the case, then you may leave now. There is no need for you to wait for me or to escort me to that moment. She could no longer find his face, resembling that of Fidel, endearing. Ross remained silent outside, but then, rather persistently, he said, "No, miss, even a family illness cannot deter my fervor for you. Hurry out, and I shall bestow upon you a passionate kiss." That Meng Li's expression was impassive. Indeed, there was something amiss. Such sentimental and syrupy words were not something Ross would utter. Was Ross now hinting for her to escape? Or was he entirely oblivious to her vulnerabilities? Meng Li deliberated for a moment and decided to stall him. After all, he would not suffer for it. But if she were captured, calamity would surely follow. "You will have to wait a moment. I need to change my clothes that I am drenched in sweat, sticky and uncomfortable." She deliberately adopted a tone of disdain while stealthily inching toward the window. However, upon attempting to open it, she discovered that it had long been sealed, and the glass was exceedingly sturdy, as impenetrable as a fortress. Despite her efforts, the window remained obstinately shut, so they had laid a trap from the very beginning. No wonder Huolin Yuan and the others could not find any clues. Before the cunning criminal organization, venturing from one of their smaller heads would surely not lead them to the truth. Realizing this, Meng Li felt both anxious and furious, breaking into a cold sweat. That moment, the system materialized that IT hovered in the air, offering words of encouragement. "Host, the ladies are trapped in the dance studio on the 4th floor. You must escape within 3 minutes and rescue the ladies before the main instructor arrives on the 4th floor. Your mission will be complete." Meng Li was at her wit's end. She cradled her head, despairing as she crouched down. "Is this something a person can manage? You might as well call me Superman." Though she possessed supernatural abilities, they were solely for healing. Now, with the window as solid as iron, her healing powers would be of little use. Chapter 93. The escape. Fortunately, aside from her healing abilities, she could also control the growth of plants. The individuals outside were likely growing impatient, having lost all noise. They no longer allowed Ross to coax her out and began concocting excuses to urge her along. Meng Li gazed at the thin door, her hands slick with sweat. She was terrified that IT was still unclear how many accomplices they had brought and their levels of strength. But she had to remain composed. She thought, even if the criminal organization boasted many formidable individuals, could they truly overpower her? How could she appear more natural? It was entirely normal for a female to exhibit a temper, especially in response to such blatant and uncouth urgings. Taking a deep breath, she feigned impatience. "What is all this noise? I'm in the midst of changing clothes. Your incessant prompting has caught my buttons. If you keep this up, I shall lodge a complaint against you." Outside, the voices immediately apologized. "We sincerely apologize, Miss Meng Li, that a fire has broken out in another corner of our building. Although it is not severe. To ensure the safety of our clients, we must promptly notify and evacuate everyone to prevent further casualties." That Meng Li's heart raced with panic. That a fire? Was this genuine, or merely an excuse crafted to better control the crowd? If it were the former, what a coincidence. Doubt clouded her mind, yet she chose to continue her charade as a spoiled and unreasonable lady. A fire. How is it that someone with such acute senses as mine has detected no trace of smoke? Are you concocting excuses out of fear of responsibility? Let me warn you, if you deceive me, I shall take legal action. The voices behind the door maintained a semblance of politeness, but Meng Li could already hear the sound of the lock turning. Their current identities were borrowed. Naturally, they would not fear her verbal complaints and would only follow her lead to lower her guard, ensuring she did not flee prematurely. "That we sincerely apologize. We must forcibly unlock the door. You may shield yourself with some cloth, but we must guarantee your safety. You may file a complaint afterward, and we shall have no objections." Meng Li was now sweating profusely, paralyzed with fear. It seemed the group was growing anxious. This was untenable. She fixed her gaze on a potted decorative plant resting on the table, urging its tendrils to push through the gaps to pry open the stubborn lock. She had little hope. Yet those slender branches surprisingly succeeded in loosening the tightly twisted screws. As the screws came undone, the window fell open, and the tendrils, seemingly imbued with intent, began to operate independently, opening the door without further command from her. Simultaneously, the door was unlocked but remained unmoving. The man behind it hesitated for a moment, his voice laced with anger, questioning, "Miss Meng Li, why have you barricaded the door?" He then softened his tone, perhaps realizing his previous tone had been too harsh. "This is not meant to be a reproach. We are simply concerned for your life. Mengli, looking at the wide-open window and the unobstructed view below, defiantly retorted, "If you intend to break in, must I not take measures? Are you suggesting I should allow you to see me completely undressed?" She heard the man curse under his breath, exclaiming impatiently, "Regardless, we are simply following orders that if you wish to retaliate, should you report to a superior, I will have to force my way in. Please be careful not to injure yourself." With a loud crash, the door suddenly splintered open. Through the gap, the man peered inside, but could only catch a glimpse of Mengli swinging out the window. His heart sank, and he bellowed, "Don't run." Meanwhile, Mengli, clinging to the ever-growing vines, swung down from the 6th floor, landing on the 5th and on the 5th floor. Many were fleeing in panic, and she was the sole one descending. Creating a stark contrast with the anxious crowd, one female grabbed her, urging her to flee. Mengli was not in a hurry to escape. She needed to ascertain what had transpired. What is happening? Why is everyone fleeing? You are still unaware. That lady's head and face are covered in soot. An explosion occurred in one of the rooms on the 4th floor, igniting a fire that spread rapidly. The flames have reached our floor, and everyone in the building is evacuating. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry and join me in the lift to escape. Mengli gritted her teeth. What about the others? What about Chen and I and the others? The lady shook her head, tears brimming in her eyes. They were all resting on the 4th floor. I'm afraid the situation is dire, but a sudden explosion rang in Mengli's mind. She turned and headed for the 4th floor. Resolute. No matter the risks, I must go see them. Despite her assurances, she could not sway Mengli. Indeed, she harbored a fear of death, a dread of flames, and an even greater terror of the architects of this inferno, those terrorists. Yet, burdened with a mission, her heart could not find peace if she failed to fulfill it. Pay no heed to my resolve. I shall proceed regardless, that I in a mere span of a few minutes. The 4th floor was engulfed by flames, devoured almost entirely. Even with the application of advanced firefighting technology, the fire raged on, growing fiercer, as if it were a headless beast. This sight instilled a profound sense of fear in the majority present. They soon realized that this calamity was no accident. This fire was beyond the control of ordinary individuals. Having alerted the authorities, they feared that even the police might be powerless against the true perpetrators lurking behind this tragedy. What could their intentions possibly be? According to the whispers of others, Mengli understood that all the females had been herded into the dance studio at the far end of the 4th floor. A room equipped with sturdy doors and expansive windows, undoubtedly the safest refuge from the blaze. Yet, how could that be? Even if they managed to conceal themselves there temporarily, could they withstand until rescue arrived? Mengli surmised that the purpose of setting this fire was to corral all the females into one place, ensnaring them all at once. What a cunning plan it was. However, one question lingered in her mind. What ensured the success of this scheme? How could they guarantee that the outcome would align with their ideal expectations? Chapter 94. The Wraith, the 4th floor was shrouded in thick smoke. Yet, she was no ordinary individual, and thus, she would not succumb to such trivial adversities that would deter her from her mission. The system, akin to a specter, floated beside her, offering guidance that a mere 10 meters ahead lay the dance studio. Mengli carried several strips of fabric, which she had torn from the cloth she encountered along her path. However, upon reflection, she realized that this fire was no ordinary blaze. Such rudimentary fabric defenses might prove futile. Nonetheless, better to have something than nothing at all. Gritting her teeth, she decided to take the fabric with her. Upon entering through the door, she anticipated being obstructed, with smoke surging into the room. So she examined the windows, ultimately determining a point of entry from below. Will we truly be safe hiding here? It remains unclear what lies outside. Staying put seems our safest option. Trust me. Drawing upon the strength of the vines, Mengli suddenly appeared outside the window. Initially, they had not noticed her presence until one inadvertently glanced outside. Oh my heavens, you startled me. I am so relieved to see you. Otherwise, I would have been sleepless tonight. That I asked the ladies fretted over whether to venture outside, upon seeing Mengli had come specifically to find them. They instantly rallied around her, as if clutching a lifeline. How did you arrive? If I am not mistaken, you just floated up, right? Truly impressive for an A-class female. Are you here to rescue us? Though her actions were driven by duty. Facing the eager gazes of the girls, Mengli nodded. Yes, I am here to save you. However, we cannot simply venture out. We must ascend using the vines or ropes that IT is the safest method. While this sounded thrilling, akin to an adventure, Chen and I expressed her disappointment. This primitive approach. Did you not bring a light ladder? Mengli shook her head that in her haste. She had neglected it, but it mattered little. They had vines, serving a similar purpose. They had all witnessed Mengli's safe ascent. Yet, with nearly every female in the city congregated here, the sheer number of people made it evident that remaining here, waiting for rescue, was indeed the safer course. The fire is nearing this area. I still advise everyone to leave. Mengli understood their hesitation and recognized the necessity of not pressuring them too much. Yet, the thought that they might be ensnared in a trap set by their adversaries filled her with urgency. Did they not sense the danger? At that moment, a figure emerged from the crowd, a tall individual with sun-kissed skin, appearing somewhat darker, lacking the sunlit glow. She crossed her arms, towering over Mengli by a head. Since her appearance, Mengli felt an inexplicable discomfort. This girl possessed an odd demeanor, as though something was fundamentally amiss. How can you be so certain that the path you have chosen is suitable for us? What if we were to fall? What if something were to strike us during our retreat? The odds of that are quite high. I hope you come to terms with reality soon and remain with us instead. Mengli was incensed. She retorted, but found herself momentarily at a loss for words. The tall girl continued, "Moreover, your sudden appearance raises suspicion. Who knows if you harbor ulterior motives?" Knowing she was somewhat tongue-tied, Mengli had not intended to respond. Yet such baseless accusations piqued her curiosity. Why did this tall girl harbor such animosity toward her? Pray tell, how exactly do you believe I harbor ill intentions? What have I done to warrant such suspicion? Mengli scoffed. The issue is, I have done nothing, yet you seek to apprehend me. The tall girl retorted, You haven't done anything? You wish for us to escape in a perilous manner. That is an act of harm. Speak, who sent you? She pressed on relentlessly, and Mengli could ascertain that this newcomer was no friend. Observing the increasingly fearful expressions of the girls around her, Mengli realized the tall girl must hold considerable authority. I have merely refrained from speaking before. If you do not believe me, you may choose to stay here. I am not coercing anyone, so please refrain from casting aspersions. The tall girl clearly did not trust her. Despite Mengli's attempts to back down, she continued to advance. Your visit here is futile. Not a single person will follow you. Mengli could not suppress her anxiety. She had succeeded in provoking her. However, to avoid inciting panic, she restrained her fury and began to waver. The tall girl further incited doubt among them. Who believes her? She is merely playing the victim that if anyone follows her, it would be a path to ruin. In that moment, Mengli's mind cleared. This woman was likely a wraith lying in wait. If she succeeded in leading the others away, her mission would fail, thus viewing Mengli as an enemy, obstructing her every move. Yet, somehow, she had employed some method to earn the unwavering trust of the ladies. One could argue that Mengli was not exceptionally clever, especially given the urgency of the situation. Her mind felt as though it had seized up, preventing her from conjuring any gentle solutions. Her sole desire was to ensnare everyone in the vines and whisk them away, alleviating her concerns. Indeed, saving lives was a daunting endeavor. My dear ladies, I have stated. Whether or not you choose to accompany me is entirely your decision. However, I must articulate my reasoning. Surely, you would not deny me that right. The tall girl scrutinized her for a moment before suddenly breaking into an exceedingly strange smile. Her eyes were dark, resembling two gaping pits, fixated intently upon Mengli. Very well, speak. Let us see how you will charm these ladies into following you. Mengli felt a cold sweat trickle down her spine. At this juncture, she had all but confirmed that this woman was no ordinary affluent young lady. She was something else entirely. However, Mengli could neither afford nor dare to provoke her further. She could only seek subtle means to divert her attention. Chapter 95. The slip, my dear lady. I harbor no intention of inciting your ire. Yet, you cannot dismiss the fruits of my labor. Mengli took a deep breath, striving to maintain her composure as she explained, attempting to prevent the atmosphere from deteriorating further. The tall girl scoffed that in any case, further progress on your part is impossible. Mengli gritted her teeth. To this impasse, she could devise no effective means of persuasion. Due to their manipulation, the flames had indeed not spread to their vicinity, a compelling rationale. After pondering briefly, she resolved to weave a small falsehood for the sake of the situation's development. Alas, I cannot hide the truth any longer. I have been dispatched here with the intent of ensuring your escape. While I have faith in your abilities, believing you could manage without excessive force, assistance is still required. The tall girl's expression shifted. She feared that Mengli might disrupt her plans. What are you trying to convey? Be clear. Do not speak in riddles and waste our time. Mengli sighed deeply. I have been quite clear. I am here to offer rescue. If you follow my route, you shall face no issues. The challenges of rescue here are immense. It may take until nightfall for them to discover a viable path. Waiting here could lead to an eternity of despair. Mengli deliberately employed a tone of regret, though internally her knees trembled. Should anyone uncover her deception, it would be utterly humiliating. Nevertheless, it was evident that her half-truth had deceived everyone present, including the task-laden tall girl. Mengli could see the doubt creeping into her mind, questioning whether her mission could indeed be accomplished, whether the organization's plans had been misguided. Mengli boldly provoked the tall girl with a challenging gaze. Do you dare? She knew these ladies were somewhat delicate, having been raised in privileged households, and would not endure prolonged waiting as anticipated. Her words prompted the previously resolute ladies to swiftly shift their allegiances. Gravitating toward Mengli, I refuse to wait here for death. Therefore, Mengli, please take me with you, that I fear not the dangers ahead. That Mengli's eyes narrowed in satisfaction. Here was a perceptive individual. Well, with your words, I can finally set my mind at ease. And I now have a valid reason to report that in truth, all of this is mere fabrication on her part. The tasks, the fears of reprimand, it's all a concoction. Yet I must admit, this deceit has proven to be quite effective. Once she uttered those words, it successfully dismantled the organization's meticulous plans, and now it is they who are engulfed in chaos. What utter nonsense! I have received no notification regarding anyone coming to retrieve us. You are simply lying. That I advise you to speak the truth. Otherwise, when the facade crumbles, it will be you who finds yourself in a most embarrassing predicament. She appeared to be struggling to breathe. Due to their arrogance, the organization dispatched only a few inept individuals, who were adept at masquerading, to keep an eye on them. They had never anticipated that a formidable presence like Mengli would emerge unexpectedly. She possessed an unwavering determination, and no matter how they attempted to provoke her, she remained unperturbed, which filled her with trepidation. What should she do? Time was running out. Mengli realized that by pushing them this way, they would inevitably hasten their net-tightening efforts. Therefore, she needed to relocate these females before they completed their trap. No, before this woman could verify the accuracy of the information. Time was of the essence. From where did you obtain this information? Since just now, you have been refuting everything I say. Are you not deliberately stalling for time to escape? I can produce evidence that I was sent by the police. What do you possess to prove your identity? Mengli gazed at her, determined not to miss any fleeting expression. And indeed, she observed her retreating in a state of utter anxiety. The other young women began to sense something amiss, stepping forward one after another to accuse her. During the incident, it was she who directed us to hide in this dance studio. We had originally intended to flee directly, but she stopped us, claiming it was dangerous and we must not attempt to escape. Indeed, it now appears that had we chosen to flee then, we would likely have been home by now. The more they spoke, the more inconsistencies arose, and the expression on the girl's face faltered. All right, you may heed her words. She is the only one who is right that if you were to fall and perish midway. Do not blame me for not warning you. Observing her contorted expression, Mengli conceived a bold notion. Perhaps this woman before her was even masquerading as a female. This thought, Mengli was filled with a sense of crisis. If they could disguise themselves to such an extent, how many among these individuals were truly female? Her heart sank. Realizing she had swayed the crowd, Mengli decided to stoke the flames further. Ladies, do not be fooled by my seemingly composed appearance. On my way here, I encountered countless individuals who had collapsed from inhaling black smoke. It was a sight that stirred anxiety within me. Even if the fire does not reach us here, the smoke produced by the flames is omnipresent. Her words struck the group like a heavy blow. Indeed, if the smoke were to suffocate us, and we could not escape, we would have no opportunity for regret. Under Mengli's persuasion, only a few clung to their original opinions, But they too were not far from the cave. I am still afraid. Next to the tall girl stood 2 or 3 accomplices. Seeing that reason had failed, they began to retreat, their tones dripping with sarcasm. Go ahead, everyone, just leave. Tomorrow's news will reveal how dire your situation is today. In the midst of this, Mengli had already used vines to send one girl down. And before she could react, she was screaming as she descended the stairs. Below, someone was already waiting to receive her. Upon landing, the girl immediately messaged those above, announcing her safe arrival on the ground. With her assurance, the others felt a wave of relief wash over them. Capture me first. I am not afraid. However, Mengli noticed that the remaining few wore grim expressions. As she successfully sent down 4 individuals. The tall girl made her move. Ultimately, she stood in front of Mengli, blocking her path. Mengli's heart skipped a beat, wondering if their true intentions were about to be revealed. What do you intend to do? Yet, out of courtesy and respect for her, she inquired. Chapter 96. Confrontation. Do you think that by entering here, you can escape? Mengli sensed trouble. She needed to act quickly. Earlier, she had sent a distress signal to the outside world using her personal alarm device. So she was not overly afraid of this girl. However, should the other party go berserk, she might not be able to protect these girls while successfully fighting back. The duck she had almost caught was about to fly away, leaving anyone feeling disgruntled. Mengli understood him. Can you no longer maintain your facade? Hadn't you been enjoying the act before? Mengli forcefully shook off his hand and extended the vines, snatching an onlooker who was bewildered by the situation. Another girl escaped from his grasp. Do you think you are formidable? You still wish to strike her, without considering your own limitations? The remaining girls were baffled by the scene unfolding before them. Still believing that the conflict was merely a petty quarrel between the two, why not discuss things calmly? Why resort to violence at such a critical moment? Shouldn't we be helping each other to escape this place? The previous confusion was resolved. The reason these criminals believed they could concentrate the majority of the females in one place was that they had long ago embedded undercover agents within the crowd. Once relationships were established, the naive females could easily be led like lambs to the slaughter, only realizing the betrayal when it was too late. Mengli tore off their masks and trampled them underfoot, inciting their fury to the point of laughter. Ha ha ha, little girl, you guessed quite accurately. But you are too self-important. On your own, you cannot contend with our numbers. Seeing your exceptional talent, one person may rival 100. But after all this time, failing to capture them, capturing you will suffice. As he spoke, he seized Mengli's shoulder, and within seconds, before Mengli could evade, she felt a sharp pain in her shoulder, as if a venomous serpent had pierced her skin. Hiss! She summoned all her strength and kicked the woman before her away. The woman staggered, her form gradually shifting, ultimately reaching the height of a typical man, her shoulders broadening as predicted. These ladies were, in fact, men in disguise. Mengli had not anticipated the sheer number of men masquerading as women. The circle of individuals she had kicked was entirely composed of imposters. His companions, like zombies, surrounded the only escape route. And this bizarre scene unfolded before their eyes. Even if the females were unaware of the full truth, they could vaguely sense the strangeness of the situation. I wondered why you so purposefully led us here. It turns out you aimed to ensnare us all. Tianhe was the first to react, her voice hoarse as she accused them, clutching her chest in fear of what she was contemplating. The man had fully regained his original form. He stood tall, towering like a giant within the confines of the dance studio. Yes, I deceived you. So what? If I hadn't deceived you, would you foolish dogs have obediently walked into our trap? Had it not been for some self-proclaimed clever individuals, you would have already been transported to the laboratory. Laboratory. Mengli seized upon this crucial clue, her eyes darting about. Were the recordings captured? Is the video being recorded? If this reaches Hualinyuan, it would undoubtedly aid significantly in unraveling the entire missing person case. These young ladies had never encountered terrorists before. Seeing these fierce-looking, towering men for the first time terrified them to their core. Now, they were even more grateful for Mengli's unwavering determination. No one wished to become mere fodder on an experimental table. The leading tall man forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears. We do not wish to live this life, dancing on the edge of a blade. Those who do not wield the knife only allow others to cut. The young ladies were filled with righteous indignation. So, all our missing compatriots were the result of your malevolent deeds. You heartless wretches. The beast god shall surely deliver the punishment you deserve. The man scratched his ear nonchalantly. The beast god? What a ridiculous concept. A relic of feudal superstition. And yet there are truly dim-witted individuals who believe in this lie woven by the empire, exclusively targeting the foolish, that if the beast god truly existed, then why am I standing here unharmed? The young ladies realized that nothing could effectively intimidate this group of terrorists. They were desperate, fearing nothing, that I do not consider that to be superstition to the very least. I have felt the summons of the beast god. He told me that you will all eventually descend into hell, Meng Li stated firmly. Her words completely enraged the leader, who yanked Meng Li's hair, pulling her closer with a menacing tone. What did you just say? Repeat that for me. Such a crude act silenced the girls in an instant. Some, witnessing Meng Li being treated in this manner, shed tears, yet they dared not voice their anger, knowing he held weapons capable of ending lives in an instant. Meng Li met his gaze unflinchingly. I simply do not understand why you need so many females and what you are researching that requires so many lives. The man's eyes narrowed with ferocity. That is none of your concern, as you will soon become part of the sustenance. You should feel honored by your fate. Meng Li suddenly laughed, finding the situation utterly absurd. Vines began to coil around his neck. And only then did the man realize the constricting space he found himself in. His subordinates also witnessed the scene, simultaneously pointing their weapons at her, threatening, "Don't move, if you so much as twitch. Your head will surely burst." The vines had ensnared tightly enough that while the man's limbs still retained some strength, he found it increasingly difficult to breathe, let alone utter a sound. Let him go. And spare us the need to repeat ourselves. Meng Li feigned astonishment. Did you not instruct me to remain still? Behind them, a potted plant quietly extended its tendrils, ensnaring one of the bandits. Unfortunately, the plant's power was limited. Capturing merely one individual had already reached its maximum capacity. There were more than two of them. The remaining assailants quickly shifted positions to avoid being targeted. That Meng Li's abilities evoked both fear and envy in them. Such a promising female, if subjected to experimentation, would undoubtedly yield remarkable results. Chapter 97. Taken away, Meng Li realized she had become a target. Yet, given the current circumstances, her being singled out was the only chance for the others to be released. Upon hearing this, the man began to scrutinize her, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This isn't solely up to me. You should consult our leader regarding this matter. However, that means you'll have to come with us first. Meng Li pulled her hand away. Find it, I assure you I won't flee, but you must allow me to send these individuals away that if you break your word, I will be at a significant loss. Without a moment's hesitation, the man agreed. After all, she was merely a female, and according to her, no one would be arriving here anytime soon, making their actions even more convenient. In truth, Meng Li was uncertain about whether they would dishonor their word. Yet, the remaining individuals obediently began to line up to exit, wishing to rescue Meng Li, but their own lives were evidently of greater concern. Leading them to comply silently, as they slipped out beneath the window, to that moment. Lin Yuan and Chu Xuan received the news and rushed urgently towards the building housing the dance studio, even dispatching a helicopter. Within mere minutes, they pinpointed the location. Meanwhile, Meng Li had already delivered the last individual to the ground, and with a piercing scream, they vanished between the floors, leaving Meng Li alone. She stood resolutely against the ferocious wolves and tigers before her, exuding an air of fearlessness. Now, you should be ready to come with us, Luo said eagerly, rubbing his hands together. One could hardly imagine the bountiful rewards awaiting them upon completing this task. On the surface, Meng Li remained silent. Yet internally she was filled with terror, akin to a bowstring taut to the point of snapping. And indeed, her slight trepidation could not escape the notice of these sharp-eyed terrorists. Though she was loath to comply, as it would render her too passive, reality dictated otherwise. She must prepare for the worst, truly being taken into the den of devils. Slowly, she raised her hands and discarded her watch, communicator, and various devices onto the ground, while the men dutifully kicked them far away, ensuring she could not reach them in time. Ultimately, she was left with only her modest clothing and the necklace Lin Yuan had given her. When their gazes fell upon her neck, Meng Li imperceptibly held her breath. This was the last safeguard Lin Yuan had left her, one of the most discreet surveillance devices. She hoped they would not discover its existence. The man made no indication of whether he had noticed the necklace's significance, merely gesturing with his chin. Aren't there still things left? Hurry and take it off. Mengli grasped the necklace firmly. She shook her head. No, this is a cherished memento from my beloved. I cannot remove it, that I don't care whether you can or cannot. The man advanced upon her, his gaze fierce. You are already in our grasp, and you dare negotiate terms? How pitifully Navi. Mengli clenched her jaw, tears brimming in her eyes to enhance her credibility. Indeed, what value remained in the dead? Without the ability to wield her psychic powers, they would remain oblivious to their influence. This exceptional female was likely of A-rank caliber, though he was uncertain of the specifics. He ultimately yanked the necklace from her neck, the tiny bee glimmering exquisitely in the light that to the naked eye. It appeared no different from ordinary jewelry, yet he dared not underestimate it. Raising the necklace to shake it before her, that I'll hold on to this for now, that if you behave well afterward, I might allow you to catch a glimpse again. But don't even think about snatching it back, implying that while it wouldn't accompany her, it would nonetheless remain in her vicinity. That was somewhat acceptable. With a soft thud, her tears fell to the ground. She began to plead desperately, No, I cannot be apart from it for even a moment. Please return it to me. The man grew more resolute, convinced that whatever power it held would only manifest in her proximity. He grinned wickedly. Why the pessimism? It's not like I've thrown it away. Why be so gloomy? You're making me feel guilty. That Tio keep Mengli hopeful. He would not casually discard it. All right, bind her up. Mengli watched helplessly as the tiny bee necklace vanished before her eyes. Instantly feeling despondent, like a frostbitten eggplant, wilted and defeated. The ropes that suppressed her psychic abilities ensnared her tightly, wrapping around her like a zongzi, constricting her to the point of breathlessness. She tapped at the system. Have I completed the task? After all this effort, if there are still stragglers left behind, I would truly wish for death. The system's cold electronic voice replied, Not yet, but it will be soon. Please wait. Host as long as it would be soon. Her head and face were enveloped in a mysterious substance, rendering her unable to hear the outside world, and her vision was swallowed by darkness, akin to burying her head in paint. The air filled with an unpleasant odor. Before long, dizziness overcame her. Truth be told, Mengli felt increasingly anxious, for extricating herself from the clutches of the entire criminal gang was evidently unrealistic, and no matter her extraordinary abilities. She could only rely on Chu Shiyuan and Hua Linyuan to bring support and rescue her from this dire predicament. However, given the current situation, it seemed likely she would perish from asphyxiation before they could arrive. Yet, her senses were sealed, leaving her to feel as though she was trapped in darkness, unable to touch anything. Thus, she attempted to call out to the system, System, are you still there? If I die again, can I be resurrected? Chapter 98. Pimpert the system replied simply, You will not die. Had she not traversed realms, Mengli might not have even heard her own voice that as long as I won't die. That's sufficient. Just when Mengli believed she would remain in this state, the entire starship began to shake violently. Even with her senses nearly dulled, she could perceive the tumultuous motion, pondering what might be occurring. Suddenly, she heard a sound. The sealed cloth that enveloped her head and face loosened, and in an instant, a cacophony of noise surged forth like a tidal wave, leaving Mengli momentarily stunned. What she beheld next nearly caused her to faint. The starship had been breached, a gaping hole looming before her, while the man who had been tasked with guarding her was engaged in a brutal struggle with another man aboard the vessel, exchanging blows with lethal intent. Mengli could scarcely process the scene before her. Heavens, what on earth is happening? Why am I encountering such chaos? Upon closer inspection, the man battling the assailants, holding his ground against multiple foes, was Chu Xun. Compared to the other men as disarray, he appeared remarkably composed, effortlessly navigating the confrontation. Yet dispatching these thugs was no simple task. He donned headphones, laboriously maneuvering through the starship towards Mengli. The severely damaged vessel was now unbalanced, plummeting rapidly. Mengli gasped as she realized they were at a great height. Falling unprotected would render them either as pulp or a mere smear upon the ground. What to do? She had never faced such a crisis before. Having recently crossed over, she had not thoroughly acquainted herself with this world. If a disaster were to strike the starship midair, how would ordinary civilians save themselves? Fortunately, before she could ponder further, Chu Shiyun swiftly reached her, grasping her hand. Are you looking for a life jacket? I know where to find one near the cockpit. Follow me. However, in their precarious state, maintaining composure proved exceedingly challenging. Moreover, the fallen men had not completely lost their mobility. Each remained vigilant, eager to rise and launch an attack against Mengli and Chu Xuan. At my goodness, this is terrifying. She dared not look any longer at Chu Xuan, shedding his usual banter and levity, wore a furrowed brow as he hastily unwrapped the life jacket. Fitting it onto Mengli, we must hurry. Otherwise, we'll be in trouble if they catch up. Mengli felt the bulky life jacket enveloping her. Intrigued, she asked, why? Is it that General Chu cannot defeat them at this? Chu Xuan briefly allowed a fleeting smile to grace his features. Not at all. They are quite troublesome. Engaging them would be counterproductive. This is not the time for a display of strength. We must rely on our wits. Understand? Chu Xuan playfully poked her forehead, prompting Mengli to pout. Understood. Did I end the time they conversed? The remaining bandits had hobbled their way to the cockpit. Mere steps away from them, Mengli's heart raced, her voice becoming sharp and urgent. General Chu, they are coming! At this moment, Chu Xuan disregarded the alarm and forcefully opened the starship door, cradling Mengli as they plummeted from the heights. The howling wind clawed its way through her ears and penetrated her mind, rendering Mengli momentarily speechless. It was now dusk, the sky awash in hues of orange, enveloping her in a gentle daze, making her believe that the heavens were a soft quilt ready to catch them. Yet reality loomed, reminding her that a moment's carelessness could lead to their demise. In truth, she longed to ask Chu Xuan where they currently were, but the timing was far from appropriate. In that fleeting moment, Chu Xuan pressed the blue button on her shoulder, and a massive parachute deployed, finally providing a cushioning force against their rapid descent, allowing Mengli a moment to breathe. Throughout it all, Chu Xuan held her hand firmly, reassuring her, do not fear. If you feel unwell, just tell me. Once we land, I will take you for a checkup. Mengli feigned nonchalance, but inwardly, she was tense. She had anticipated being whisked away, yet Chu Xuan's timely appearance took her by surprise. She opened her mouth to inquire, what if those bandits catch up to us? Will he kill us on the spot? Under the dazzling sunset, Chu Xuan instilled her with a sense of security. That won't happen. They lack the capability, and I did not come alone. The entire Tianhe Star, particularly the Emperor, takes this matter very seriously, far beyond ordinary concern that we will emerge unscathed. Suddenly, Mengli felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. I feel like the world is spinning. Is this normal? Chu Xuan flashed a bright smile, revealing his pearly whites, his sun-kissed skin now golden from the desert sun. It's perfectly normal. You've likely never experienced flying at this altitude before. Have you? In fact, most starships merely hover above the streets. Those capable of true flight are exceedingly rare. This vessel is military-grade. Mengli's memory began to stir. She recalled that this ship was indeed much larger than typical starships. Its layout distinctly different. Though she was reluctant to admit it, as Chu Xuan suggested, she was experiencing significant vertigo and drowsiness. Could this truly be attributed to her first experience flying? Chu Xuan wrapped her head in his embrace. Lean on me. We shall arrive shortly. They were descending at a rapid pace, but to Mengli, it felt prolonged. Wait. What is that on your arm? Mengli was startled by his urgent tone, her hazy mind following his gaze. There. She spotted a tiny red no larger than a pen tip, as if it had been applied there deliberately. Initially dismissive, she soon recognized the gravity of the situation as the dot began to ooze blood. Casting a dark red glow in the setting sun, it was a mark left by a syringe. Evidently, they had not had the opportunity to staunch her bleeding. What did they do to you on the starship? Mengli wished she had memories to share, but at that time, her senses had dulled, leaving her oblivious to her surroundings, and the pain from the needle had been so slight that she could not recall when they had interfered with her. For instance, no, once we land, we must get you checked immediately. Alas, one could not control the distance of their fall. Mengli felt as though she were encircled by many people, ultimately being lifted by Huolin Yuan, until she had lost the ability to move independently. Chapter 99. A profound change. Mengli perceived everything around her transforming into heavy blocks of color, which swirled and danced within her sight as her gaze shifted. She finally awoke in a VIP hospital room, the opulence of her surroundings causing her to momentarily question her whereabouts until she noticed the 4 needle in her hand, which brought clarity to her situation. Her entire body felt numb, rendering her immobile. Just then, The door creaked open, revealing Chu Xun. Upon seeing her awake, he hurried over, taking a seat beside her, concern etched on his face. How do you feel? Are you better? Is there any discomfort? Do you need me to call a nurse? Mengli slowly shook her head, her voice hoarse as she asked. What happened to me? You were injected with a special drug, but fortunately, it is harmless. However, you are allergic to this substance. The components of the drug are still under examination. We can only ascertain that it poses no threat to your health. Mengli nodded, though these details mattered little to her. What she was truly concerned about was whether her mission had been accomplished. To be by the way, did we manage to rescue those dozens of girls? Are they safe? Chu Xuan's presence made her feel as if a figure from her beautiful fantasies had materialized in reality, an undeniable truth that softened his heart further. He tucked her blanket in and said, Rest assured, they are all safe and sound. Congratulations, you have once again become a national heroine. No one thinks ill of you now. Mengli smiled. She was just an ordinary person. And while she appreciated the acclaim, she felt compelled to add, I didn't do much. It was all thanks to their belief in me that I was able to rescue everyone. There was more she wished to express. She had intended to accompany each person down to prevent any accidents. But the situation had proven more complex and urgent than she had anticipated, forcing her to act swiftly and without the time to check for injuries. The fact that no one had been harmed was indeed fortunate. In that moment, she remembered to check her system, discovering that the mission had been marked as complete, instantly lifting her spirits and allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Though her visits to the hospital had become more frequent in pursuit of her mission, fortunately, none of the injuries were severe and were thus bearable. When can we be discharged? Chu Xiyun touched her nose, and Mengli noticed a bandage on it. You have many wounds, both big and small. Take your time to heal, and I will take you home. Mengli protested, but I'm not injured at all. My arms and legs are perfectly fine. Though her limbs were still somewhat sluggish, she genuinely felt capable again that if Chu Xiyun were to insist on such matters, she would surely grow despondent in this place that wears Uncle Hua. I want to see Uncle Hua. She craned her neck towards the door. Mengli sensed his jealousy, which brought a secret smile to her face, though she feigned ignorance. But Uncle Hua is not just anyone. He is family to me and treats me very well. No matter what, I will never forget him. That Chu Xiyun found himself utterly captivated by her innocent gaze. He understood that Mengli would not grasp the subtleties of his feelings, yet as the one with more experience. He felt too embarrassed to voice his discontent, resorting instead to silent frustration. What was worse, neither Hua Linyuan nor Mengli seemed to care about the matter, which only made him appear petty. That he clicked his tongue, feeling somewhat deflated. All right, get some rest. Tonight, I will bring you your favorite food. That he had installed surveillance here to monitor her movements constantly, allowing him to work and attend to other matters with peace of mind. As for Hua Linyuan, he too had pressing matters but watched over Mengli in a similar manner. Unlike Chu Xiyun, he could never fully express his concern. He could only reveal fragments to others. And when it came to Mengli, he found himself unable to be completely candid. Moreover, Mengli had never inquired about his feelings. In the afternoon, Chu Xiyun and Mengli's conversation reached Hua Linyuan's ears through the surveillance. Mengli's assurances initially brought him joy, but moments later he felt a pang of disappointment. Was Mengli merely regarding him as family? Would she leave him once she grew up? He could not dare to confront this question, fearing a negative answer, as all his knowledge of her was gleaned through secretive observation. It was the first time Hua Linyuan realized he was so filled with sentimentality. Unbeknownst to Mengli, Su Xing had managed to reach her. To her surprise, his letters had continued to arrive with remarkable efficiency. Within a single day, he had sent 2 or 3 missives. Upon opening them, she found several pages filled with words of concern. Mengli spent a few minutes reading through the letters, discovering familiar sentiments. Yet they detailed his brother's recent peculiarities. He expressed confusion over the prohibition against contacting her, not even allowing the most basic communication. As Mengli perused the letters, an unprecedented sense of joy filled her heart. Her efforts had yielded some results. However, she remained hesitant to confirm whether the Su Lingyu described within was indeed the same second son of the Su family, known for his strict upbringing and self-discipline. How strange it was. He had previously declared he would not attend the ball, claiming he had a fiancée, yet just days ago, he had begun trying on formal wear. That was not even the most astonishing part. What truly shocked her was that he not only tried it on, but had also purchased it. He was a practical person, one who deemed such expenditures a waste of money. Meng Li could sense Su Xing's astonishment even through the paper. After finishing the letters, she too felt bewildered. What could have caused Su Lingyu's sudden change in attitude? Chapter 100. The Vanished Crown Prince as Night Fell. The world around Meng Li darkened, and in the quiet of the VIP hospital room, all sounds faded into silence. She focused her gaze and indeed found her most cherished little rascal. You actually came to see me after such a long journey? That's impressive, she lavishly praised, and the little cat, thoroughly enjoying the attention, lay on the bed, allowing her to stroke its FUR.in this moment. Both the cat and the person found satisfaction. It was the first time that Chu Shiyuan had seen the little cat she raised. And he teased, "It seems quite fond of you. On the way here, it wouldn't let anyone else hold it. Only in the cat carrier with your picture could we bring it here." Despite still having a needle in her hand, she picked up the cat. "Good baby, you came to see me. You must love me dearly, right?" The cat's eyes, which usually radiated disdain towards everyone else, suddenly sparkled. Its slit pupils transforming into round ones that It mewed softly, a sign of agreement to her words that Chu Shun observed the harmonious scene of the girl and her cat. Feeling an inexplicable discomfort, he noticed that Huolin Yuan was equally transfixed. Realizing that this was the jealousy typical among males. Even a male cat could evoke such feelings, as they both wished to push aside the adorable little creature and take its place. After lounging for an afternoon, her complexion had improved from its previous pallor. The cat nestled against her side, and she smiled at Huolin Yuan, saying, "Uncle Hua, didn't General Chu say you were busy? What brings you here so suddenly? I'll be discharged soon. I apologize for troubling you to make another trip." That Chu Shun, feeling a bit guilty, clasped his hands behind his back, pretending to stroll while activating the screen connected to the news channel. Meng Li nodded. Huolin Yuan always seemed to know exactly what she desired, almost as if he were a mind reader. The news broadcast caught Meng Li's attention. The Crown Prince had been missing for nearly half a month, and people worldwide were searching for him, that if he remained unfound, they would be left with no options but to hope for the blessing of the beast god. Although Meng Li was not particularly interested in royal affairs, she was startled by the news report. Cradling the lazy little cat, she noted its increasingly distinct appearance, unlike that of other kittens, and remarked, "If I hadn't checked and confirmed you weren't a beast man, I would have thought you were the Crown Prince." This statement jolted the two men present, who then truly focused their attention on the little cat beside Meng Li. While the news description did not lead Meng Li to suspect that the cat was the Crown Prince, it was sufficient to pique the interest of the two males, who entertained a bold speculation. Could this mysterious little cat by Meng Li's side be the long-lost Crown Prince? Though it seemed improbable, they believed that regardless of what the Crown Prince had encountered, he would surely utilize his exceptional abilities and luck to turn the tides of fortune. May the beast god bless him. With a sudden snap, the screen was turned off. Huolin Yuan and Chu Shiyuan instinctively moved closer to Meng Li, simultaneously speaking, "Could we see the little cat you're holding?" Meng Li was perplexed. Just moments ago, they had been watching the news. "Why the sudden interest in the cat?" She replied, "I suppose you can, but it seems to prefer me over anyone else, so let me hold it to avoid any harm coming to you." This was not entirely unreasonable. The little cat, seemingly unaware of its identity verification, instinctively resisted, almost slipping from Meng Li's grasp. As they scrutinized the cat's physical features, the two men grew increasingly alarmed. Was this not a tad too coincidental? Chu Shiyuan could not restrain himself and muttered a remark that caused Meng Li's expression to stiffen. What was it that she was unaware of? Despite the implausibility of the answer, they both had to concede that the long-sought Crown Prince was indeed by Meng Li's side, having established an intimate connection with her. Each of these revelations was a source of immense frustration for them. "What is the matter?" Sensing the cat's unease, Meng Li held it tightly. Its paws clung firmly to her shoulder, refusing to budge. Huolin Yuan remained the most composed. "That it's nothing, just something from the news that reminded us of a few matters, leading us to seek clues through an ordinary little cat." Upon hearing this, Meng Li couldn't help but laugh. The Crown Prince was a noble white tiger by blood. While tigers and cats shared many similarities, they were ultimately distinct. Furthermore, this little cat was so clingy. How could it possibly be compared to the independent Crown Prince? To her, this little creature aspiring to be the Crown Prince was an overreach. Regardless, she could not equate the soft, cuddly bundle in her arms with the aloof, composed, blue-eyed youth from the news. It seemed the only path left was to discreetly separate the little cat from her when she was not paying attention. Watching as Mengli carefully placed the cat into a nearby bed. The two men leaned against the end of the corridor, their anxiety evident. Their connection was inseparable. How could they intervene? Well, Lin Yuan, however, held a perspective entirely different from Chu Shuyun's. Chu Shuyun, feeling anxious, exclaimed, "Are you joking? If we wait for that day, who knows how many years will pass? What about the Emperor and Empress? They cannot afford to wait." Well, Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened in the darkness as he extinguished his cigarette. "What do you propose we do instead? Do you have a better solution?" Chapter 101. Interrogation. Can you forcibly separate them? Your plan seemed rather unfeasible. Chu Shuyuan reassured himself. At least there is still room for control. I will quietly report this news to the Emperor. As for the Empress, we must keep her in the dark, but if she discovers her son is in the hands of a female, it will lead to numerous complications. While their union was not necessarily a bad thing, it required time to buffer. The Empress, being overly protective of her son, would likely lash out at Mengli if she were overwhelmed with information all at once. They both understood Mengli's temperament. She cherished her peace and quiet. Initially, after this incident, her residence and school had been swarmed by media and reporters, not to mention the chaos that would ensue upon her announcement as the Crown Prince's fiancée. It was unimaginable that Mu Shun was not only the Crown Prince, but also the eldest son. Every action he took would set a precedent, and his consort would bear an even greater burden. At this point, they had little time to concern themselves with their standing in Mengli's heart. Reflecting on this, Mengli's companionship became crucial, as it was clear Mu Shun only felt at ease and comfortable in her presence. Even maintaining his beast form for an extended period, a medical marvel in the history of beast men, Chu Shuyuan rubbed his temples that he suddenly recalled something. Didn't you mention that Mengli took the Crown Prince to a pet hospital before? Why wasn't his identity discovered then? Speaking of this, it indeed seemed like a stroke of luck. Well, Lin Yuan recounted the situation in detail. Generally, ordinary beast men reveal their true forms after routine examinations. However, the Crown Prince, with royal blood, possesses unique qualities that need not be elaborated upon. Normal checks cannot penetrate their disguise. That it was precisely the final critical examination that wasn't conducted, which prevented his identity from being exposed. The little cat's fear of examinations in hospitals now appears to be merely Mu Shun's subconscious evasion. At this point, Chu Shuyuan had come to terms with the situation. A coincidence could indeed be dismissed as such. But multiple coincidences could only be interpreted as the beast god orchestrating their encounter, that we should avoid informing Lear about this. It might frighten her and disrupt a relationship with the Crown Prince. Well, Lin Yuan, however, held an entirely contrary opinion that no, we must tell her, but not just yet. Given Mengli's affection for the little cat, knowing its identity sooner rather than later is preferable. Chu Shuyuan lit a cigarette. As if exhaling his internal worries along with the smoke, which danced in the dim light of the safety exit, to prevent the royal family from seeking them out and causing Mengli trouble. Chu Shuyuan indeed reported the Crown Prince's whereabouts to the Emperor, assuring him of his safety. However, the Emperor remained oblivious to the additional circumstances, and whenever he inquired, Chu Shuyuan feigned ignorance. Thus, the fact that Mu Shun had transformed into a kitten and nestled beside Mengli remained a secret known only to a select few. Of course, the royal family was not so easily deceived. They had dispatched agents to investigate discreetly after Chu Shuyuan, but the results were predictably fruitless. One morning, before the first rays of sunlight entered, Mengli awoke early, feeling much better and full of energy to play with the little cat. Seeing it lazily curled up by the bed, she smiled brightly. They say pets resemble their owners. I don't think that's true. For instance, I've already gotten up, but you're still asleep. Life proceeded as usual in the days that followed. Occasionally, Chu Shuyuan would collect some fresh fur from the cat's nest to present to the Emperor as a form of reassurance. However, the Empress eventually learned of this matter and relentlessly pressed Chu Shuyuan for information, even suspecting that he had kidnapped the prince to leverage them. This was, of course, absurd that if that were the case. Chu Shuyuan would have had to stage a coup within 3 days of Mu Shun's disappearance. Moreover, he had no reason to do so. The Empress was merely grasping at straws in her desperation. Ultimately, Chu Shuyuan found himself in a position where he had no choice but to send the Empress a glimpse of Mu Shun's current state, an unremarkable, domesticated kitten, as proof of his continued existence. Upon seeing the small cat, the Empress nearly shed tears. She could not ignore the contentment and leisure the little cat displayed on camera. Such expression she had never witnessed from him in the royal courts. Since his transformation, he had never manifested his beast form again, remaining in such a frail and diminutive state, which hardly befits the grandeur of the royal lineage. Yet, no matter how many excuses they conjured, the reality of the crown prince's relaxation was undeniable, laid bare before them, in truth. Mu Shun had succumbed to a moment of instability during his differentiation phase, leading to his sudden loss of control and subsequent wandering. However, to the royal family, it appeared that he had left home in a fit of anger, and now that he had been located, it was indeed a stroke of fortune. Yet she held one final condition. At that moment, she fixed her gaze upon Chu Xun, allowing no room for falsehood. Tell me where he is now, and I shall go see him with my own eyes. Just a glimpse will suffice. Chu Xun thought to himself that this was out of the question. If she were to discover his whereabouts, Mengli would inevitably be subjected to the scrutiny of the royal court. She had scarcely enjoyed a moment of peace. The light in the queen's eyes dimmed instantly. Clinging to her last shred of hope, she questioned, "Am I not even permitted to see him without his knowledge?" Chu Xun replied, "I regret to inform you, but this is a pact between him and me. Should it be broken, he will be even more displeased, and at that point, even I would be at a loss as to where he might go." It was only after Chu Xun distanced himself from the palace that he dared to breathe freely. Yet, he had refrained from visiting Meng Li recently, for the queen, though appearing to have calmed her mind, had long since surrounded him with surveillance, that as soon as he engaged with Mu Shun, the queen would swiftly encircle him with her people, coercing him through threats and temptations to divulge Mu Shun's location. Chapter 102. The outburst from the outset. While Lin Yuan had cautiously distanced himself from Chu Xun to avoid any repercussions that the queen might trace back to him. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, ensuring that Meng Li remained oblivious to the matter. This was perhaps the most meticulous task he had ever undertaken. Soon, the day of the scheduled live broadcast arrived, and Meng Li felt a wave of anxiety. The more nervous she became, the less she wished for anyone else to appear before her. Yet, it seemed that regardless of her aversions, she had no choice but to go along with it, as it was an integral part of the system's task. She had previously lamented to the system, questioning why, having completed her mission to secure the spokesperson role, she was still required to follow through with the subsequent procedures, which neither interested her nor were her forte. Fortunately, the system displayed a modicum of compassion, promising that upon completion of this task, even if she failed to conquer the mission involving Su Lingyu, she would not be subjected to punitive measures. After rehearsing for numerous days, it all culminated in just a few hours today. Meng Li, impeccably adorned, sat before the array of live streaming equipment, her hands nervously clutching her skirt. Beside her was her partner, Su Xing. This was undeniable evidence of her anxiety. Under normal circumstances, Meng Li would have gleefully mocked him. Yet now she found herself part of the performance, and managing to refrain from tears was already a victory. It wasn't that she was timid. She would rather relive that day's event 100 times than be the center of everyone's gaze. Although the atmosphere was peaceful and secure, she perceived it as a siege of the onlookers upon those on stage. Once this is over, let us dine at the most renowned restaurant to treat ourselves, Su Xing whispered, attempting to alleviate the seemingly frozen atmosphere. Su Xing widened his eyes slightly. You cook? Very well, that I shall brave any challenges, be they mountains of knives or seas of fire. Yet, during the entire live broadcast, the most unexpected occurrence for Meng Li was the appearance of Cheng Yemo, who had been on a mission, unexpectedly gracing the scene as a representative of outstanding students, offering blessings to the newcomers. Before his turn to bestow blessings arrived, he cast an interactive glance toward Meng L. It was then that she grasped the meaning behind his earlier mention of a surprise. Had he not appeared today, she might have nearly forgotten their agreement. Su Xing remarked in awe. Indeed, such an exceptional female has attracted a multitude of remarkable males around her. Even Cheng, the illustrious senior, has succumbed to her charm. I feel a swell of pride for having such a good friend. Meanwhile, in another corner stood another distinguished student representative, Su Lingyu. Typically aloof, Su Lingyu seized the opportunity when no one was watching to steal a quick glance at Meng Li. That fleeting look akin to a stolen moment of urgency, that he was certainly aware of Meng Li's familiarity with Cheng Yemo. Yet at this moment, he remained unaware of the inexplicable irritation he felt towards Cheng Yemo. As the mentors commenced their introductions, The host delivered the opening remarks, and Meng Li recited her memorized script, her coordination with Su Xing proving exceptionally harmonious. The atmosphere of the live broadcast exuded a sense of camaraderie, a promising omen of the success Meng Li envisioned. However, for reasons unbeknownst to her, every subsequent question posed by the host was oddly pointed. Meng Li transitioned from responding with decorum to increasingly sensing that something was amiss. Did you save someone this time merely for the sake of attention? Did you deliberately find yourself in the hospital repeatedly to elicit sympathy? The gentle smile that had lingered on Cheng Yimo's lips began to fade. Meng Li possessed confidence in herself, but had yet to reach the level of arrogance where she believed she could deftly navigate such inquiries. They seemed specifically crafted to target individuals. Clearing her throat, she addressed the audience. I share a strong bond with those classmates, so when an incident occurred, I acted as I thought I should. My only intention was to help them escape danger. They were proactive in their own rescue. Thus, it was not merely I who saved them, but we all faced the crisis together. Though this event transpired amidst calamity, witnessing everyone's collective effort left a profound impression on me, and I found it deeply moving. The first question was deftly navigated, and Meng Li believed she had done nothing amiss, yet the surrounding silence suggested otherwise. Glancing at Cheng Mo's unwaveringly encouraging gaze, she closed her eyes and resolved to disregard everything. If she made a mistake, so be it. If she embarrassed herself, she would bear the burden alone. Therefore, the attention we garnered was collective. I believe those capable of self-rescue during peril are commendable. We are commendable for my repeated hospital visits. That is purely due to my lack of physical resilience that I am grateful for everyone's concern but had no intention of using it to garner attention. Chapter 103. Collision. Meng Li's mind raced, attempting to decipher who might be deliberately undermining her. Yet it was evident that more than one person was behind this. Upon reflection, she seemed to have an inkling of who was orchestrating her tribulations. Though Su Lingyu's fiancé, he had also secured a ranking and should have had an opportunity to appear in the broadcast. She had seemingly vanished thereafter. Initially, Meng Li had assumed her graciousness meant she would overlook the day's events. But it appeared she had prepared a surprise for Meng Li instead. Was she angry? Not in the least. Rather, she perceived it as an opportunity to prove herself. Her previous statements had not been mere theatrics. She genuinely believed them, thus attracting the attention of many, who, despite the ongoing broadcast, cast frequent sidelong glances her way. Su Lingyu was among them. Unbeknownst to Meng Li, she was preoccupied with the thought that she was finally free of troubles and could rest. Ultimately, the broadcast concluded successfully amid suspense, and Meng Li felt a sense of relief in that at least nothing had gone awry. However, even as it ended, the cameras remained active, and Meng Li was required to take her bow before hundreds of thousands, exchanging words of encouragement with her fellow classmates to acknowledge the efforts put into the live stream. Some would seize this opportunity to forge new friendships, and collectively, relationships would inevitably deepen. Meanwhile, the cunning Cheng Yimo, under the guise of befriending new juniors, pulled her into his embrace, tenderly brushing back her dark locks. That I have missed you, Junior. After a month apart, Cheng Yimo seemed somewhat different from her memories, appearing more mature, akin to a pristine lily exuding a fragrant aroma. Meng Li, of course, missed him too. Where's the absence? We see each other every day. Cheng Yimo greedily inhaled the faint scent that lingered in the air, a fragrance uniquely hers. Even when he could see her clearly, the inability to touch her gnawed at him. The thought that Lin Yuan could saunter before her daily only added to his vexation. Yet to maintain an aloof and dignified image before Meng Li, he would never voice such sentiments that I am perplexed as to why the host would pose that question. What I truly wish to know is whether I said something inappropriate. Meng Li looked at him anxiously, and Cheng Yimo ruffled her hair gently, smiling as he reassured her. How could that be? Though you were a bit nervous at first, it was endearing. You did wonderfully. Have faith in yourself. With Cheng Mo affirming that she had made no errors, Meng Li felt a wave of relief wash over her. Senior, have you finished your work? It sounds more liberating than I imagined. Meng Li leaned her head against his chest, her tone unconsciously tinged with dependence. I shall miss you dearly, so cherish every moment we spend together. Were it not for the presence of so many. Cheng Mo would have been tempted to lift her delicate face and kiss her. That I will. Out of the corner of her eye, Meng Li noticed Su Xing approaching, his mouth moving as if he had something to convey. Hastily, she released Cheng Yimo, fearing he would spread rumors about her, and she was reluctant to tarnish the senior's pristine image with scandalous gossip. However, this action inadvertently led Cheng to misconstrue her intentions. At first glance, he immediately noticed the somewhat foolish-looking youth and instinctively radiated a sense of male hostility. Oblivious to the fact that he had become a thorn in Cheng's side, the dazed Su Xing naturally draped an arm around Meng Li's shoulder. Engaging in their usual banter and sharing his woes as a friend, Meng Li possessed a certain charm that compelled Su Xing to confide in her about the minutiae of his life. Regardless of how many days had passed, it was as if every word he uttered was met with her earnest attention, leading him to cultivate the habit of seeking her out first. Entangling her like an octopus. You see, I was sitting right next to you, practically itching to snatch the microphone and answer for you. Cheng felt rather sidelined at that moment. Nevertheless, it seemed Meng Li was not particularly perturbed by the boy's physical proximity. Moreover, as they conversed, their heads leaned in close, causing Cheng's expression to falter. Such bold interactions evoked envy within him. Yet as an elder, he felt compelled to maintain his composure, lest his dignity crumble. However, on what grounds could he intervene? He lacked even a reasonable justification to halt their exchange. As Su Xing continued speaking, he suddenly sensed a drop in the surrounding atmosphere, yet his navet prevented him from grasping the seriousness of the situation. Let's go, just as we agreed before. We are heading to... Cheng adjusted his glasses and donned a courteous smile. I sincerely apologize, but we have a prior engagement for dinner, and today is my day to cook. Meng Li has promised me that he wore an expression that clearly indicated no outsider was welcome at their gathering. Casting a hostile glance at Su Xing, that it was evident that Su Xing's spirits dipped. Yet even in the face of a respected senior, he displayed no signs of retreat, exuding a forcefulness reminiscent of his earlier rivalry with He. But senior, didn't you just propose that? We had made plans days ago. Shouldn't we take turns? Cheng found himself momentarily speechless. He had relied on his prior acquaintance with Meng Li, believing he understood her temperament better than anyone. Only for this brash young man to emerge unexpectedly. Did no one teach him the virtue of restraint expected of boys? I am Meng Li's family and guardian. To protect her, I have the right to decide whom she should associate with. Su Xing instantly comprehended. Having navigated the complexities of social dynamics under Su Lingyu's mentorship, he was not entirely naive. Clearly, this guardian was displeased. Sensing the escalating tension, Meng Li hurriedly interjected, "Enough, regardless of who it is. I will honor my commitments. There is no favoritism here." She appeared somewhat bewildered. Did males harbor hostility towards each other, even outside of competitive contexts? Cheng Mo's expression softened slightly, that Su Xing, however, was filled with disdain. This was precisely the type of man he detested, presenting a facade of indifference while harboring jealousy over the slightest closeness between future partners and the opposite sex. He vowed never to become such a person. Chapter 104. The first confession. Just as one wave settled, another arose. Meng Li had barely wiped the sweat from her brow when she spotted Su Xing's older brother standing not far away. Watching her intently, Su Lingyu approached. Meng Li's gaze darted away. She wanted to pull Cheng along, but Su Lingyu had already initiated conversation with him. "Senior Cheng, it's an honor to finally meet you. I am Su Lingyu, the second son of the Su family." At that moment, Cheng recognized that the audacious youth who had challenged him was indeed the third son of the Su family. While his brother had been observing their exchange from the sidelines, Cheng had previously gathered information about this exceptional junior. They shared similar temperaments and were evenly matched in various aspects. Even their field of study. While there was nothing inherently remarkable about this, the situation had become intriguing. Meng Li remained oblivious to these dynamics, lost in her own world. "Brother." Su Xing immediately clung to Su Lingyu's thigh, hoping to enlist his brother's support against their adversary. "I am also pleased to meet you, Junior." Cheng displayed little interest in this Su Lingyu, especially upon learning he was also from the Su family. To Cheng the Su family was merely renowned, nothing more. While Meng Li and Cheng wished to leave, Su Lingyu had yet to finish speaking. From the earlier conversation, it seems my younger brother may have offended Senior Cheng. Cheng maintained a polite smile, feeling reluctant to entangle himself with these two siblings. Offend would be a strong term. "Very well. Meng Li, we should be on our way." Realizing he could not retain Meng Li, Su Lingyu took advantage of her momentary distraction and spoke in a moderate tone, audible to all. I will be attending the ball. Everyone was left puzzled by this declaration, except for Meng Li, whose heart raced and her face flushed with embarrassment. Even from behind, her crimson ears betrayed her. Chung Mo's gaze turned as frigid as ice. How dare this Su's second son flirt in his presence? He was far from the pure and innocent facade he presented. Indeed, it seemed that all males in this world harbored ulterior motives. Chung Mo had never felt such rage before. A surge of indignation ignited within him, knowing that speaking would only unleash hurtful words. So he remained silent, that in truth, he had no right to be angry. Meng Li was free to befriend whomever she wished. To impose restrictions would be petty of him. Yet he could not accept that someone of equal standing could swiftly win Meng Li's favor. Why couldn't she see him, despite always being by her side? Tears slipped from his eyes, and he was taken aback by his own vulnerability. Shedding tears over such trivial matters, Meng Li, noticing his quickened pace, realized he was upset and hurried to follow him, panting slightly. Senior Chung, what's wrong? Chung Mo felt he could not speak. Uttering a word would expose his feelings. So he turned away and gestured dismissively, indicating it was nothing. However, Meng Li misinterpreted his gesture and turned to clarify, and no matter how she spun around, Chung Mo refused to face her. Are you angry? Meng Li had guessed part of it. Yet couldn't he fathom why Chung Mo was reluctant for her to associate with the two brothers. They were not bad individuals, after all. Chung Mo repeatedly pondered their relationship. What did they mean to each other? And why had Su Lingyu mentioned the ball? Such words suggested an ambiguous connection. The thought of this made Meng Li feel an unprecedented sense of shame. She was unsure if Su Lingyu recognized her. Torn between Chung Mo and Su Lingyu, Meng Li's thoughts became chaotic, leaving her uncertain about where to focus her attention. Seizing the moment when Chung Mo was lost in thought, she noticed his face was wet with tears. His long, dark eyelashes glistening, accentuating their distinctness, he appeared even purer. Meng Li scolded herself for thinking such things at this moment. She needed to comfort him. Senior Chung, I'm sorry, I was wrong. That it was as if Chung Mo had been speaking to her. Yet she had overlooked his words. Clearly, after Su Lingyu's comment, Chung Mo had not uttered another word. How could she have missed it? Wait, she seemed to have identified the root of the problem. Previously, she thought he regarded her as a sister. But now it appeared she had been too oblivious to recognize his true feelings, which was utterly frustrating. Although Chung Mo shed tears, he seemed not to harbor any anger towards her. Instead, he grasped her hand. In his eyes, Meng Li, adorned with a delicate scarf, resembled a chattering little bird, obliviously uttering words he did not wish to hear, that he merely wanted to return to the composed and poised Chung, the doctor he had always been, without revealing any hint of vulnerability in her presence. Does Senior like me? Otherwise, why would he be upset with Su Gongzi? He merely mentioned he would attend the ball, which was a simple matter. Where had Chung Mo's thoughts wandered? Chung Mo extended his hand to pinch her cheek, his mood slightly improving. You always play the fool. You know very well what the ball signifies. By asking him, you ensured this could not merely be a simple matter, that I'm just sad. You have so many males around you, yet our relationship remains so ordinary. Meng Li found his somewhat melancholic words amusing. This side of Chung Mo was neither mature nor composed. He resembled a teenager. She gazed earnestly at him. Had Su Lingyu not interrupted, how much longer would Chung Mo have concealed his true self? And how much heartache would he have endured? Meng Li had no idea. All she knew was that none of it mattered now. But I like you. Chung Mo thought he must have misheard. What did you just say? Meng Li smiled. You don't need to know anything else. Just knowing that I like you is enough. Chapter 105. The Confession. Chung Mo tilted his head slightly. He could hardly believe that such a word would ever be directed at him. Meng Li nodded. Yes, it's the first time I have liked someone. The result was a misunderstanding by the very person involved. Upon hearing this, all of Chung Mo's grievances evaporated instantly, transforming him from the humble and gentle senior into a straightforward male who fixated on her, that he found himself unable to control his emotions. While Meng Li remained blissfully unaware of the shift in dynamics, that a tear still lingered on his cheek. Yet he pressed on. Then how will you prove that you like me? I hope this isn't just a delaying tactic to soothe my feelings. Meng Li felt a sense of urgency, yet she found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Thus, she stated, if I were not fond of you, Senior, Your proximity would evoke nothing but resistance from me. How could I possibly be as patient as I am now, coaxing you? Tianhe blinked, his long eyelashes fluttering like the delicate wings of a fan, giving no hint of the mischievous idea brewing within him. Then grant me a kiss, or else I shall remain unsettled. Mengli, though perplexed by the notion that a kiss could alleviate her discomfort, complied obediently, pecking him on the cheek with a touch of shyness. Strangely, this innocent kiss, devoid of romantic undertones, made her feel as though the temperature around her was rising, the air thickening to the point of almost being tangible. So, does this mean you forgive me now? Senior Chung, to her astonishment, he was the quickest among the crowd to establish a connection. Yet Mengli thought little of it. Tianhe was a sincere and steadfast individual, and given her emotional turbulence, it seemed only right to offer him a promise. Besides, for her, it was hardly a daunting task. Tianhe was in high spirits, his face betraying an uncontainable joy. However, despite his elation, he reverted to his usual demeanor. As if nothing had transpired, her tender age, Mengli likely had yet to grasp the true essence of affection, or perhaps she simply did not fully comprehend its significance. Nevertheless, none of this could deter Tianhe from being irresistibly drawn to her. Regardless of her maturity, he was willing to embrace her. After all, her mere presence in his life was a stroke of fortune. He had no cause for dissent regarding Mengli, oblivious to his thoughts. Mengli felt her own spirits lift at the sight of his happiness. Yet, the hour was late, and the chill of the evening was becoming unbearable. Tianhe, having prepared a light jacket, promptly draped it over her shoulders when he noticed her shivering. "When did you buy this?" she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with surprise. Tianhe smiled mysteriously. "Of course, it was acquired when you were none the wiser. I simply thought it suited you perfectly that I never imagined you would actually wear something I purchased. Do you like it?" His words only endeared him further to Mengli, who clutched the edges of the garment with care. The attire appeared far too exquisite for her to risk getting dusty. It would surely be safeguarded in her wardrobe, enveloped in a protective cover. Yet, she was puzzled as to how Tianhe had so astutely discerned her preferences, especially since she was not one to indulge in shopping. Lost in her thoughts, she dismissed the notion of questioning the veracity of his statement. "Wait, Senior, I may need to retrieve something." Tianhe regarded her with concern. "What did you forget, if it's not vital? Perhaps you should wait until tomorrow." Mengli shook her head. "It's quite important to me that if I forget it, I want to be able to sleep tonight. Shall I accompany you?" He offered that no, I can manage on my own. It's likely left backstage. Tianhe contemplated this and replied, "I will wait for you here, but do not get lost." Upon entering the auditorium where the daytime broadcast had taken place, Mengli found it utterly deserted. The vast space felt as though it might harbor something lurking within. The unknown was indeed terrifying, and Mengli's timidity surfaced as she beheld the darkened hall, fear being an inevitable companion. Yet, despite her trepidation, she steeled herself to search for the lost toy of a small cat, resolving to act swiftly. Although the place appeared nearly empty, a few small lights remained illuminated, likely left on by the remaining staff completing their duties. This realization eased her anxiety considerably. After 10 minutes of searching, Mengli had scoured nearly every visible corner, including her usual haunts, which led her to question whether she had misremembered the location, just as she was startled by a sudden noise. She shifted her perspective. The lights still being operational implied that there were indeed people present. Regardless of their identity, she thought it prudent to inquire. Perhaps someone had fortuitously found the toy, unbeknownst to her. A figure lurked beyond her line of sight, watching her intently, their expression inscrutable. Accompanied by several others, this individual waited until Mengli had ventured far enough away that her silhouette was no longer visible before issuing a command. At this moment, Mengli still remembered her grievances against the system. "You once claimed I was here to enjoy a life of luxury, so why am I now relentlessly hunted every single day? Now, it has come to the point where I have no chance to catch my breath. How will you take responsibility for this, system?" Mengli nearly burst into a tirade, but due to her inherent refinement, she decided against quarreling with the system. She possessed strength and was no longer in a state of panic as before. She could hold her own against the individuals sent after her. However, they were numerous and adept at adjusting their tactics. And as time passed, Mengli gradually found herself fatigued, with her opponents gaining the upper hand. With the system's explanation, Mengli felt a considerable weight lift from her heart. Initially, she was irked by her own sluggishness, particularly when she struggled to send a message to Huolin Yuan. Chapter 107. A struggle for survival. She should have realized that it was a deliberate trap, designed for her to walk into. Eventually, she was forced to press her back against the wall to guard against a sneak attack, but with too many opponents, exhaustion began to set in. She pondered whether surrendering to their torment might bring about a swift conclusion to her plight. Meanwhile, Cheng Yemo, waiting anxiously, felt his heart grow colder as Mengli delayed her return. That, of course, Mengli could not have abandoned him, leaving only the grim possibility that something had befallen her at the same time. Huolin Yuan had arrived near the academy, yet Mengli did not rush out to embrace him as she had in the past. Frowning, he prepared to send her a message through his communicator, only to discover that it would not go through. Mengli would not receive it. Realizing this, he disregarded all else, registered at security, and immediately entered the campus, eventually encountering Cheng Yemo along the way. Although their relationship had always been somewhat delicate, their goals aligned now, leaving no room for addressing their prior hostilities. "Have you seen Mengli?" Cheng Yemo held Mengli's bag, indicating they had indeed met. Huolin Yuan calmly inquired, "Did she mention where she went to retrieve her forgotten items?" Cheng Yemo shook his head. Though she did not explicitly state it, "She spent the entire day with me in the studio, that if anything was left behind, it would only be there. I'll go look." Huolin Yuan felt some dissatisfaction at Cheng Mo's failure to keep track of Mengli. He had not intended for him to accompany the search, but having another person would be better than none. Cheng Mo's expression was grave, and the atmosphere between them was tense, that he was, after all, not like Chushu, a longtime friend of Huolin Yuan, and was not inclined to lighten the mood, so they walked stiffly until they stood before the studio. Huolin Yuan strode forward, only to find the door firmly locked, yet a faint light emanated from within, suggesting that it was likely not a mere accident, but a deliberate act of confinement. "Fortunately, we reported it in advance. We can't say we have no evidence," Cheng Yemo remarked. Huolin Yuan furrowed his brow. "We need to find a way to force this door open. We cannot afford to wait for the police indefinitely." While the urgency of the situation was paramount, they were Mengli's guardians, and given the implications for her reputation, a cautious approach was warranted. Huolin Yuan prepared to break down the door. Cheng Yemo simultaneously notified the relevant personnel, stating that someone was trapped inside and they needed to break into the studio to rescue them, assuring that all repair costs for the damaged door would be covered by them. Upon hearing that the most exceptional student was trapped inside the studio late at night, the academy leaders promptly prioritized the situation and dispatched a team to the studio. Huolin Yuan, of course, was not one to be trifled with, yet the studio door was exceedingly sturdy, and he found himself unable to breach it immediately. The school representative hurriedly interjected, "Marshal, we have a key. Please use it to unlock the door. If you break it down, you might injure yourself." Huolin Yuan had never before displayed such visible anger and agitation. He silently snatched the key and began to unlock it. With a decisive click, the lock opened. But if it were truly that easy to unlock, Shin Qiming would not have left without concern. She was not one to underestimate her opponents. Inside, Mengli yanked down the arm of a chair and struck one of her assailants several times on the head. Leaving him dazed, she replicated her actions, threatening a few others who attempted to advance towards her. Recognizing Mengli's formidable prowess, the group hesitated, resulting in a standoff. Mengli wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, maintaining her composure. "Who sent you? If you reveal your employer, I might let you go." Initially, she only wished to escape, but the ruthlessness of her pursuers, who aimed to cripple her, was overwhelming. "I'm sorry, but this is our mission. If we fail, we will die. Our lives are in the hands of the organization." Through several exchanges, Mengli deduced that those who hired them were likely of substantial wealth, or at the very least, harbored a deep-seated hatred for her, willing to pay a hefty sum to see her incapacitated or even dead. "Tell me, did your master hire you to take my life or to ruin me?" Goodness, what a foolish question. Of course, it was. As the night grew increasingly chilly, Huolin Yuan harbored his own selfish thoughts. Observing Mengli cradled in Cheng Mo's arms stirred discomfort within him, yet it was fleeting, for he had a far more pressing task at hand: to summon an ambulance to transport her to the hospital. She felt cool tears cascade upon her face, accompanied by the sound of Cheng Mo's choked sobs. "Don't say foolish things," he implored. Cheng Mo, in truth, regretted not being by her side during each of her hospital visits. Now, when he finally could be with her, it was under such dire circumstances. Mengli, who had always been comforted by others, found herself in the unfamiliar role of providing solace. She fumbled to locate Chung Mo's face, as if doing so could alleviate the pain radiating from her thigh. Those individuals had indeed been ruthless. "Senior, please don't cry. When you cry, it makes me feel incredibly distressed." Chung Mo grasped her hand tightly, assuring her, "Once you recover, I shall not weep. I will show you just how radiant a smile can be." Meng Li's speech gradually slowed, for the medical staff were examining the extent of her ocular injuries. One of them remarked dramatically, "Oh dear, this medication appears mild, but had we delayed even a moment longer in bringing you here, you would have lost your sight entirely." Chung Mo's heart clenched at this revelation, and soon, Meng Li heard him bombard the medical personnel with a barrage of technical jargon, his words dwindling as the conversation progressed. Eventually, he ceased uttering those pitiable phrases, and this silence filled Meng Li with an ominous foreboding. What was wrong with her? Was it truly that severe? She could not comprehend the terminology they used and dared not inquire of Chung Mo, fearful of exacerbating the situation. How strange it was. She, the sufferer, felt little amiss, while Chung Mo appeared as if he might faint from anxiety. "How much longer until we reach the hospital?" The medical staff, understanding his unspoken question, sighed heavily. "Even upon arrival, we cannot guarantee assistance that we lack the specialized medication required here. It must be procured from elsewhere, a process that necessitates considerable authority and is fraught with bureaucratic complexities." Hearing this, her heart sank that no, she could not accept such a fate. She refused to confront a world shrouded in darkness, nor did she wish to stumble through her once familiar surroundings in confusion. Meng Li was terrified but dared not reveal her fear, knowing it would only deepen the anguish felt by Huolin Yuan and Chung Mo, who would forever be haunted by guilt for failing to protect her. "Can we begin the approval process now?" she inquired. The medical personnel replied, "It's rather complicated. We must first ascertain whether the medication is genuinely necessary, lest we squander resources." With no other recourse, Chung Mo began to call upon acquaintances, leveraging his connections. Desperate to secure the required medication, the longer they waited, the more intense the burning sensation in Meng Li's eyes became. She held her breath, growing increasingly drowsy, yet the medical staff cautioned her, "Under no circumstances should you close your eyes now. If the eyelid touches the eyeball, it will hinder recovery." Meng Li could only struggle to keep her eyes wide open, longing to weep, yet no tears would flow. She pondered the significance of her undertaking this mission. Upon arriving at the hospital, they would first attend to her fractured leg, conducting a preliminary treatment, after which surgery to implant a steel plate and stabilize the shattered bones would commence. Meng Li felt wearied by it all. She despised hospitals. Meanwhile, Huolin Yuan was tirelessly working to facilitate the medication's procurement, yet it remained mired in the approval process. And at that moment, Meng Li heard Chung Mo curse in frustration. She lay quietly upon the bed, and in her despair, she felt an unusual calm, in stark contrast to the frenetic activity surrounding her. All that remained was to wait, yet waiting was an agonizing ordeal. Have they apprehended those criminals? Chung Mo's voice was low, laced with tension. Chapter 109. Borrowing medication. Upon hearing this, Chung Mo's face turned pale with fury, his lips devoid of color, yet he remained powerless. What else could he do? As everyone floundered in their anxiety, a small cat emerged from the cat carrier that Huolin Yuan had been carrying. That IT had learned to unfasten the latch on its OW and O1 noticed its escape. Faced with the unfolding scene, the little creature felt out of place, disliking the atmosphere and the grim scenario before it. However, its primary concern was locating the person it adored, following the familiar scent and the direction of the gathered crowd's attention. It successfully found its owner, lying motionless on the bed as if gravely injured. Animals can sense when something is amiss with a human, and it was clear that she was not merely asleep, but rather had sustained severe injuries. In light of the collective anxiety, Meng Li managed a slight smile, attempting to comfort those around her. "Please don't worry. Sometimes the process simply takes time. Anxiety only harms our health. Let us sit down and wait." In truth, she too felt distress, but witnessing their concern for her eased her own heartache, and she found a peculiar enjoyment in their attentiveness. Since the outcome was already determined, it would be best to cultivate a sense of calm and minimize the damage. Yet, after uttering those words, even without seeing them, she could sense the anger emanating from the gazes of the two men, though it was not directed at her. I truly do not know how to address you. She mused with a wry smile that in times like these, she found herself more relaxed. Without the presence of others, she might have succumbed to despair. But with people concerned for her, she felt a measure of relief. She chuckled softly, realizing why the system had previously refrained from discussing the task process. This was the reason. Huolin Yuan, unlike Tianhe Mo, who harbored unvoiced grievances, settled beside Mengli, striving to calm his own anxious breaths. His warm hand enveloping hers, the "Do not fret. You will surely pull through. Surviving so many near-death encounters indicates that the beast god is watching over you, that he had never believed in such supernatural notions. In his eyes, anyone in this era who took the beast god seriously was a fool. Yet at that moment, he genuinely wished for the existence of the beast god to save this innocent girl who had done nothing wrong. As night fell, Mengli began to feel the chill and cough softly. Huolin Yuan promptly ordered someone to close the window a bit tighter and added an extra blanket, wrapping her up as though she were a dumpling. Huolin Yuan hummed in acknowledgement. After making a series of calls, Chung Mo's expression remained tense. "What's the status? When will the medication arrive?" Tianhe Mo shook his head, having uttered countless denials that night. It was entirely contrary to his usual demeanor, yet he felt powerless to change it. The situation remained bleak. Not only was there uncertainty regarding whether they could procure the medication, even if they could expedite its arrival. It would be futile. There was simply no stock available, and custom preparation would take too long. Upon hearing this, Huolin Yuan felt as though he were sinking into an abyss of darkness. Was it truly so difficult for someone with his capabilities to save a life? Moreover, Mengli had suffered a broken leg, rendering this incident far graver than any previous minor scuffles. They needed to approach the matter with utmost rationality. Mengli reflected on the narrative the system had chosen for her. Why must she sacrifice so much? After all, this was not her original body. If sacrifices were necessary, so be it. If only her vision remained intact, she would have seen how Chung Mo's youthful countenance wore an expression of exhaustion and melancholy. The entire Star Network was abuzz with concern for this matter. Logically, Mengli should have received prompt assistance. Yet, ironically, despite her fervent desire to regain her sight, and the multitude of people wishing to prevent her from facing such a setback at the dawn of her life, they remained powerless. Huolin Yuan's eyes had turned a vivid crimson. Due to his personal composure, he had managed to suppress his rage and refrain from taking it out on others, yet now that Mengli was on the brink of blindness, he no longer cared to distinguish between the innocent and the culpable. He had overlooked the situation, as had everyone else. It seemed no one could intervene. Huolin Yuan's other assistant was incessantly refreshing posts, managing Mengli's account. Suddenly, Tianhe Mo conceived an unlikely solution. The royal family, as such rare medications were typically within their purview. If they could obtain it within 24 hours, it would not be insurmountable. However, to say not a big deal was in itself a significant matter. Huolin Yuan believed this was yet another hope that could not be relied upon. "Little cat, how did you follow me here? With so many people in the hospital, aren't you afraid of getting lost?" He had only just noticed that the little cat had escaped from the carrier and had come to Mengli's side, seeking affection. His kindness towards it stemmed from Mengli's fondness, leading him to grow fond of it as well. Forget it. If Mengli doesn't seem to mind, I suppose I'll find an excuse for my own dislike of her, he thought. Chapter 110. Farewell. She lovingly caressed the little cat's fur, feeling a genuine sense of tranquility wash over her, prompting Huolin Yuan to suppress his own emotions, that if you wish for it to stay, I shall prepare a cozy spot for the cat in the ward tonight. Should that be permissible? Mengli beamed sweetly. Uncle Hua, I'm already thrilled that you remember to bring this little cat along. Thank you for your unwavering care for IT. IT can indeed be quite bothersome at times. The kitten let out a dissatisfied meow. Yet considering its already injured state, it ultimately refrained from using its claws, continuing to fixate its gaze on Mengli as if attempting to pierce through her very being. There was that a new approach had indeed been discovered by Tianhe Mo, although it was not particularly novel, as it merely echoed the suggestion he had just made, to request a potion from the royal family. Those of royal blood possess unique physiques, hence a specialized medical team had been organized, perpetually equipped with various potions to address an array of emergencies. This was precisely why the queen had been so anxious upon learning of the first prince's disappearance. Without the royal family's protection, the first prince was exceedingly vulnerable to the backlash of his own bloodline. Fortunately, the royal family had remedies tailored to counteract such symptoms, yet they lacked the justification or bargaining chips to make their request. Even the empire's marshal could not boldly approach the royal family to demand the coveted antidote. If it was merely a matter of pride, then he would accept it. For reasons unknown, Mengli harbored an unsettling premonition about the proposal to seek the potion, instinctively wishing to dissuade Hua Linyuan from pursuing it. However, she found no compelling reason to voice her concerns. The feeling was not strong enough. She intended to embrace the kitten for comfort, but in the next moment, it darted away. The slender adult white cat dashed past Cheng Yemo, using Hua Linyuan as a makeshift cushion, swiftly escaping the hospital through an open window, its speed so remarkable that none could react in time. Terrified, Mengli frantically searched her surroundings, initially believing the kitten was merely playing a prank on her while she was distracted, exclaiming, "Don't scare me like that. Where have you gone? You haven't really run away, have you?" Cheng Yemo was perplexed by the sudden antics of the feline, but to soothe Mengli, he could only say, "Marshal Hua has gone after it. The kitten just ran off." Mengli, unable to see, lost the gentle composure she typically maintained, relying solely on the accounts of others to piece together the situation. Was it perhaps embarrassed by her injured leg, deeming her unworthy, while she believed the kitten lacked such cruelty? Humans are invariably drawn to beauty, especially when it comes to animals. The notion of losing her sight in the future only compounded her distress. These thoughts consumed her. Her eyes grew warm with unshed tears, intensifying her sorrow. To stabilize her emotions, Cheng Mo ransacked his mind for amusing stories to elicit a smile from her. Although the effect was less than ideal, at least she no longer appeared on the verge of collapse. For the time being, she was not alone. The kitten continued its flight, weaving through the night like a white sprite, but soon evaded the crowd and found itself in a secluded area, under the cover of darkness. Its lithe and adorable form gradually expanded until it transformed into a tall adult, who was none other than Mu Shun, having regained a portion of his memories. Yet he appeared unchanged on the surface. Hua Linyuan had intended to pursue, but upon witnessing the kitten leap from before him, he suddenly felt disinclined to follow. Or rather, he understood the true intentions of the crown prince to Tio this day. Mengli remained unaware of the kitten's extraordinary identity, tossing and turning in restless sleep. While some rejoiced, others were troubled. The Shin family felt a sense of relief, believing they no longer needed to regard Mengli with such importance. Whereas the two sons of the Su family did not share the same sentiment as the Shuns that Su Xing, in particular, had little need for elaboration, despite his brother's prohibition against associating with Miss Mengli. He had encountered them together the previous day without any admonition, even exchanging pleasantries, suggesting a softened stance towards Ming. Su Xing felt a wave of relief, thinking he could now openly enjoy outings with Mengli. His friends, aware of his newfound affection, eagerly began to inquire, leading to a startling discovery: how remarkably similar she was to the missing crown prince from legend. They dared not delay, promptly sending images to Cheng Mo. Initially skeptical of such a coincidence, Cheng Mo was left in a cold sweat upon viewing the images and videos released by the royal family. The kitten, which Mengli had grown so attached to, was actually the current crown prince. As the ruler of Tianhe Star, he could traverse wherever he wished. Commoners could never confine him. Contemplating this, the furrow between Cheng Mo's brows deepened. Upon Mengli's awakening, how would he explain this revelation to her? Yet, awakening from a dream did not guarantee that its haunting content would cease to linger. She could hardly believe that she had wept over such absurdity, especially when she had not shed a single tear during the excruciating pain of her broken leg. Cheng Mo had kept vigil over her throughout the night. Chapter 111. Surgery. When Mengli groggily awoke from her slumber, Cheng Mo's expression had considerably relaxed, and he inquired gently, "Would you like some water? Are you hungry?" Mengli shook her head, sleepily asking, "How long have I been asleep? Why haven't you called me to wake up?" Although she declined the offer of water, Cheng Mo still helped her sip some. "No rush. The issue of the antidote has been resolved. Once my friend arrives, we can administer the appropriate medication based on your condition." Mengli responded with an "oh," then noticed something peculiar. "Senior, didn't you say a few hours ago that adjusting the medication was quite troublesome? Why has an antidote suddenly appeared?" He found himself at a loss for words. Mengli had harbored many secret affections. At least this time, the system had acted appropriately, as she would have despaired otherwise. How could one's misfortune reach such an extent? Regarding the fracture, to spare her the ordeal, the hospital had decided to employ a non-invasive surgical method, aiming to minimize both the harm and duration of hospitalization, especially since many of her fans were eagerly awaiting her return. Although this technique was exceedingly advanced and the surgical fees exorbitant, it was imperative to enlist the right specialist capable of performing such a procedure. Given Mengli's current status, if they could not even manage this, her supposed popularity and vast following would amount to nothing more than empty accolades. Don't concern yourself with how the medication came to be. The important thing is that our predicament has been resolved, that if you feel distressed or oppressed, please express it. Bottling it up is detrimental to your health. Mengli nodded. I understand. While she did not grasp Chengmo's tendency to sidestep the weightier issues, she sensed that every event unfolding behind the scenes was of grave significance. After the surgery, once she recovered and was discharged, she would delve into the inquiries regarding the events of that night. Moreover, Mengli felt that something was amiss. Upon regaining consciousness, she realized the kitten was still absent from her side. The thought sent her heart racing, perhaps a lingering trauma from that dream. After a night of reflection, Cheng Yemo had formulated an explanation for the situation. He carefully stated, Actually, a young lady came to us a few days ago, claiming that the lost kitten was hers. Initially, we thought she was deceiving us, until she produced a photograph of the kitten from its birth, which convinced us that she was indeed the rightful owner. Mengli's expression dimmed gradually. She could scarcely believe her ears. Really? Is that truly my kitten? She had envisioned sharing her life with the kitten, only to be harshly awakened by the reality that shattered her hopes. She remained unwilling to accept it it ran away last night. Cheng Yemo fabricated an excuse. Its owner was waiting outside for it, which is why it dashed out. To say that Mengli was not saddened would be a lie. This was, after all, the kitten she had painstakingly nurtured. How could everything change so abruptly one day? Don't be disheartened that if you love kittens, we can always adopt or acquire another. Such consolation proved ineffective. Her heart ached profoundly, as if she had a nail embedded within, causing not only pain but also a suffocating weight. No matter how reluctant she felt, it was still someone else's kitten. What right did she have to grieve so deeply? Mengli turned away, unwilling to confront the truth. Senior, I wish to be alone for a while. Cheng Yemo understood her sorrow, but had not anticipated its depth. It appeared that she was destined to be haunted by this matter. Even the suggestion of acquiring a new pet offered no solace. Unable to bear witnessing her distress, he remarked, Let us take comfort in the fact that the kitten is still alive in this world. You can visit it any time. That lady is quite amiable and has expressed her gratitude for you adopting the kitten. Mengli found no relief in these flattering words. The praises of the kitten's owner only served to widen the chasm between her and the feline. Could you show me a video of it now? Noticing a slight improvement in her mood, Cheng Yemo promptly retrieved the prepared video, carefully introducing it to her. This is a clip from when it was a kitten, and this shows it upon arriving at its new home. In an effort to alleviate her symptoms, after receiving medication, she could see some indistinct shadows, currently experiencing a state akin to severe myopia. Her vision remained unclear. Mengli felt a sense of satisfaction, yet her discontent lingered. It was evident that the kitten appeared far more at ease in its original home, as evidenced by its joyous demeanor, and the opulent decorations suggested that its previous owner enjoyed a prosperous lifestyle, even surpassing the grandeur of Mengli's estate. This video had been procured by Chu Xun. However, the fabrication felt somewhat clumsy. Should Mengli come into contact with others within the royal family, this secret would inevitably unravel. Cheng Yemo was perpetually troubled by these potential, yet unmanifested scenarios, thus unable to find joy in the moment. Mengli felt a pang of bitterness in her heart, accompanied by a sense of melancholy as she realized how well the little cat had fared after leaving her. Had it suffered while in her care? Although she was reluctant to accept this truth, she decided that seeing it thrive brought her joy. She wasn't particularly fixated on her identity as the owner. Yet, deep down, it mattered to her. Just then, the attending physician knocked on the door, and Mengli's unfocused gaze drifted in that direction, faintly perceiving a tall male figure, nearly the height of the doorframe. She mused inwardly that this was not quite the physician she had envisioned. The doctor approached, first confirming her identity, then briefly explaining the surgery schedule and precautions before examining the injury on her leg. Applying a bit of pressure to the affected area, Mengli let out a muffled groan, and the physician's voice resonated. Do not fear. I will not exacerbate the symptoms. Please relax, following his instructions. Mengli loosened her muscles, reflecting on the deep timbre of his voice, akin to that of a cello, which sparked other thoughts in her mind. The man remarked, compared to your leg, your eyes are not a significant concern. Your guardian has already made thorough arrangements. After taking the medication, your vision will be restored. Mengli asked, what is wrong with my leg? The physician replied, the situation is rather grim. It has swollen entirely, which is not conducive to surgery. Ideally, we should delay the operation for a couple of days, but that would also hinder your recovery. After careful consideration, we have decided to proceed with the surgery despite the risks. Chapter 112. The peculiarities. Mengli was still somewhat anxious. What if the surgery failed? She feared an unfortunate outcome, worried that she might falter at a critical moment and perish on the operating table. The seemingly serious doctor chuckled softly at her concerns. No need to worry, do you not trust me? Mengli was uncertain how to respond. She found the physician somewhat unprofessional, even though he was trying to put her at ease, which left her feeling insecure and reminiscent of Chung Mo. If only her vision were clearer at that moment, she could see the confusion on Chung Mo's face. His friend had informed him that someone he knew would be coming, yet this attending physician was unfamiliar to him, though he seemed vaguely recognizable. However, the man's undeniable aura compelled Chung Mo to dismiss his suspicions, reminding himself not to act in a way that would displease Mengli, suppressing his doubts. Chung Mo, though reluctant to leave Mengli, had to return to work as a responsible guardian. Just as he hesitated to speak, the physician seemed to sense his inner thoughts, smiling as he said, rest assured, I will take good care of her. You are merely being overly cautious, which can sometimes be counterproductive. Once she had composed herself, Mengli began to call upon the system to voice her concerns. Why had such a strange male suddenly appeared? Was he yet another target of her affections? However, he appeared to be of the same type as Chung Mo, and the system would not arrange for her to pursue someone so similar. Leaving her perplexed, Mengli felt somewhat exasperated. She had been protecting herself, yet those who wished her harm seemed to infiltrate her life without restraint. Moreover, according to the system, even being hospitalized would not deter them, which left her at a loss for how to guard against such threats. Ultimately, she decided to do nothing, trusting that the system would safeguard her life in the following days, aside from recovering post-surgery. Mengli remained busy with her studies and investigating the true culprit behind the incidents. She considered starting with the people who had left that day, but the sheer number of visitors rendered her efforts futile. The perpetrator had meticulously disabled the surrounding surveillance, leaving her with no leads. It seemed she was quite well dash-like. An idea suddenly struck her. She recalled the manuscript that had been switched that day and the various small obstacles she had encountered. Realizing that she had been rather novice and not to notice the anomalies, perhaps others had grown displeased with her demeanor and decided to eliminate her. Mengli sighed. Was it too much to ask for a little optimism? With this thought, all her problems seemed manageable. Yet, she remained discontent. She had initially believed that this incident would have little impact on Shen Qiming, approaching insignificance, yet she still found herself seeking retribution, without proper defenses. She might have been left with lasting consequences. Had it not been for Lin Yuan's provision of the special medication, she would have faced a dark future, while a blind person could still cling to life. For someone with hopes for the future, it would be a devastating blow. Reflecting on this, Mengli felt a surge of fear. Fortunately, Lin Yuan had made extensive preparations to counteract any threats, if anyone attempted to abduct her. His arrangements would ensure immediate response without delay. The past few days had been relatively calm, allowing Mengli to lower her guard. One ordinary morning, the attending physician entered, wearing the same cheerful smile she had first encountered. Good morning. Did you rest well? Mengli had grown accustomed to his daily visits, currently engrossed in a book as she looked up and greeted. Good morning, Doctor. Dr. Lin smiled brightly, asking, have you taken your medication on time today? Mengli nodded. I am not one to disregard medical advice. Dr. Lin replied, that is good to hear. However, Mengli had a question, but after taking this new medication, I feel unusually drowsy. I asked that normal. Dr. Lin clapped his hands. Of course, it is no problem at all. Do you have any other questions? As he spoke, he gently tucked a strand of hair that had fallen near Mengli's face behind her ear. Mengli was startled, fearing he intended something inappropriate. I do not appreciate this. Please be more mindful next time. Dr. Lin, seemingly devoid of shame, offered a light apology. "I'm sorry. I meant no offense." Mengli regarded him with a look of hostility. Since Dr. Lin's arrival, she had felt that he was out of place, displaying strange behavior. Yet, outwardly, he appeared entirely normal. Where was the discrepancy? Her recent misfortunes had sharpened her awareness, making her cautious to avoid being deceived. "Do you have other matters to attend to? If not, please leave. I wish to rest." That Dr. Lin's expression remained impeccable. "You wish to rest already? By now?" Mengli's tone had taken on a sardonic edge. She found this male insufferable. Despite his assistance, indeed, resting more was essential for her recovery. Chapter 113. The flawless disguise. She intended to discuss her concerns with Lin Yuan during his visit, yet she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Perhaps she was being overly sensitive. She could not shake the feeling that a hospital of this magnitude would not allow outsiders to infiltrate easily, especially considering he possessed the necessary skills. Even a criminal organization might not have such expertise, she pondered. She gradually began to accept a troubling possibility. Mengli clenched her teeth, feigning innocence as she asked, "Uncle Hua, do males still engage in interactions and banter with females without their consent?" Lin Yuan looked up. "Of course not." "Who is the audacious male daring to treat you so?" Mengli feigned a shy demeanor, shaking her head, leading Lin Yuan to believe she was merely being considerate of another's dignity. However, she was typically not one to hold back her words, which hinted at the gravity of what had transpired. It was shocking to realize such a vile male existed in the world. Lin Yuan stood up, saying, "Tell me, and I will report it to the authorities. We will have that person apprehended. Do not fear. He cannot remain arrogant for long." With a pitiful expression, Mengli clarified, "It's not that he harassed me, but rather that he behaved very strangely. I suspect he was sent to monitor me." As she spoke, she leaned closer to Lin Yuan's ear, ensuring no one in the room could overhear. Wary of potential surveillance, that if this man were indeed a doctor, monitoring her would be effortless, as he had a legitimate reason to observe her condition, coupled with the guise of his profession, for the technical aspect. If he could master the art of disguise, then acquiring the necessary skills would be relatively simple. A chill ran down her spine. Mengli felt reassured, the terror in her eyes fading away. She was pleased with his arrangements. "Thank you, Uncle Hua." Lin Yuan gently ruffled her hair, his expression turning serious. "There's no need for thanks. I am merely fulfilling my responsibilities." The tranquility of the previous days had lulled him into complacency. But now he realized the gravity of the situation. "You are being watched." Lin Yuan reached this conclusion. Mengli responded, "Yes, I have always felt this way, but I thought it was merely a figment of my imagination." Now it seems that was not the case. She pondered thoughtfully, considering that perhaps the system had urged her to proceed, not because that individual was a target of her affections, but rather due to her lack of fondness for him. The situation has become increasingly intricate, evolving from the mere presence of an unknown assailant lurking by her side to the shocking realization that she remains entirely oblivious to the motivations of these individuals, while being utterly transparent before them. Indeed, should they wish, they could inflict unimaginable consequences upon her. At this moment, she finds herself unable to disentangle the relationship between Dr. Lin and the recent events. What connection could possibly exist between them? The headache. Perhaps sensing Mengli's vigilance, the dubious Dr. Lin has indeed refrained from returning to AS for his identity. Inquiries have been made, yet no valuable information has emerged thus far, leaving Mengli increasingly restless within her hospital room. Today, she is due for another dressing change, a task that was previously undertaken by Dr. Lin under the guise of patient care. However, it was only upon receiving a reminder that she abruptly realized that a typical attending physician, especially one of such renown, would be far too occupied to personally attend to such trivial matters. It seems far more plausible that he was there to monitor her instead. The pressure has become nearly overwhelming for Mengli. If that imposter, Dr. Lin, possesses sufficient audacity, he might still attempt to glean information from her while testing her reactions, as long as his true identity remains undisclosed. Mengli gazes towards the door, contemplating the most appropriate response should he choose to appear. However, to her disappointment and relief, he does not come. Instead, an intern enters, and as he prepares to dispense her medication, Mengli finds herself unable to relax in an effort to dissipate the shadow cast by Dr. Lin. She observes the intern's profile, but he speaks little, his face obscured by his dark hair. At this moment, Apart from her and the intern, the room is devoid of any other presence. Alas, it appears she has been infiltrated by a stranger. She is uncertain whether to hold her breath and pretend nothing has occurred or to sound the alarm immediately. After a moment's contemplation, she opts to avoid alarming the intruding intern that he gathers his belongings to leave. Mengli purposely knocks a glass from the bedside table. The glass shatters upon hitting the floor, mingling with the water in a gruesome display. Seizing the opportunity, she exclaims, "Oh dear, I have been so careless. Doctor, I am somewhat unsteady on my feet. Could you assist me in cleaning up this mess?" Generally, she would not trouble an intern, but this particular intern likely has ample free time and should not mind aiding her in clearing the shards of glass. Mengli squints her eyes in such a brief span. She is aware that numerous individuals have already taken up positions around her, waiting to capture this audacious imposter. She urges him, "Please sweep up the shards first. I find them quite frightening." The intern glances at her, yet ultimately sets down his tools and retrieves a cleaning implement to collect the broken glass that he bends down to tidy up. Mengli catches a glimpse of the disheveled hair peeking from beneath his white cap, where a strand of red catches her eye, causing her pupils to constrict in disbelief. Yet the evidence before her is undeniable. She is left with no choice but to acknowledge that the individual masquerading as an intern is none other than Ross, the boy with a tragic past, now aiding others and causing her harm. In that moment, Mengli is at a loss for how to react. Watching him crouch to gather the shards, her mind drifts. Outside on the balcony, 2 or 3 individuals are poised to spring into action at her command. Yet Mengli hesitates, leaving them perplexed. Chapter 114. Without regard for feelings, despite his change of identity, Ross's nature remains unchanged. He is still taciturn, and even with pressing matters at hand, he finds it difficult to decline Mengli's requests. Even when aware that she is testing him, he complies out of a sense of resignation that he believes he has successfully disguised himself. Yet this particular aspect is the only one where he reveals his true self before Mengli. As for Mengli, she has lost the desire to scrutinize Ross's appearance, having already concluded her findings. "There is no need for repeated examination, that I have tidied up. If you intend to step outside, please do not go barefoot." The floor is hazardous with glass shards. Mengli absent-mindedly acknowledges him, her gaze fixed intently upon him, as if attempting to pierce through his facade. Setting aside these distractions, it is time to proceed with the task at hand. Ross produces the blood draw equipment, stating, "Now I shall take a vial of your blood for testing." Mengli, perplexed, inquires, "Did we not already draw blood this morning? Why must we do so again?" Indeed, her suspicions were correct. This young man is here to surveil her. Though she has cautioned herself against trusting him again, she feels a pang of pain in her heart. Had her previous expenditures been in vain? Had she known it would come to this, she would never have trusted this boy. It truly feels like a cruel twist of fate that a sense of bitterness wells up within her, yet she refuses to let such emotions cloud her judgment. Ross, seemingly unfazed, calmly explains, "This is for a different examination. Miss Mengli, please cooperate." The once timid Miss Mengli's demeanor shifts dramatically as she firmly declines the blood draw under the pretext of fatigue, asking him to leave. Ross is taken aback by her abrupt change in attitude, but in pursuit of his objective, he softens his tone, attempting to placate Mengli to, "There's something that dissatisfies you. Please tell me, and I will make the necessary adjustments." Mengli's face reflects her impatience, while the individuals on the balcony are poised for action, that I merely question the authenticity of this procedure, that if you wish to persuade me, then elucidate the specifics of the examination. Ross realizes that Mengli has deduced his true identity, yet he remains unaware that she is also privy to his real information, that he steps back, producing a small knife, seemingly from nowhere, unabashedly revealing his true intentions. "I am terribly sorry, I must take it myself." Mengli gasps in horror. Is this person truly intent on killing her? As his words echo, numerous individuals hidden in the corners of the room emerge to protect Mengli. "Drop your weapon, or we shall be forced to take lethal action." One among them aims a gun at Ross. Yet Ross regards them with disdain, a faint smile gracing his lips that "I apologize, everyone. I merely came to take some blood. I did not anticipate such a strong reaction, that I will be sure to conduct a thorough investigation next time to ascertain how to incapacitate you all without notice." Such brazen provocation leaves the assembled individuals gnashing their teeth in anger. Mengli remains silent, finally unable to restrain herself, seizing a shard of glass from the table's edge and hurling it at him. Ross, caught off guard, is struck squarely. The mask on his face shatters, splitting in two along the fracture, and falls to the ground with a resounding thud, resembling a grotesque visage. That Ross's instinctive reaction is to turn away, shielding his face from Meng Li's gaze. However, she has already recognized him. "Do not hide. I have long since identified you. How foolish of me not to have seen through you sooner. But is it only you?" Meng Li cannot help but question all the medical personnel she has encountered in recent days. If pursued, they would certainly be implicated. With a sudden fierce glare, she interrogates him. "Tell me, where are your accomplices?" Ross's response is ambiguous. Whether truth or deception, there are no accomplices. "It is only me." Meng Li crosses her arms defiantly. "I do not believe you." I end the tense atmosphere. Ross boldly approaches her. "It is the truth that we have seized every opportunity for blood draws. Today is merely an attempt to collect another vial before we are discovered. Do you realize how valuable your blood is?" Meng Li is nearly driven to fury. All her vigilant defenses over the past few days have been rendered futile, even with her mental preparations. She feels her anger boiling over. Lin Yuan has been monitoring the surveillance within the room, and upon the appearance of the suspect, he promptly issues commands to apprehend him. Do not heed his nonsense. Seize him immediately. The individuals converge upon Ross, encircling him. For him, this place has become untenable. That he casts a lingering glance at Meng Li, then forcefully pushes past the guard at the door, fleeing in disarray. Meng Li watches him, her lips parting as if to speak. She yearns to ask him what he intended to convey, yet the opportunity is lost. Nightfall descends. Lin Yuan arrives, weary from his exertions. After confirming Meng Li's safety, he takes a seat beside her and sips some water. "I am relieved to find you well." Hours have passed, yet Meng Li remains in a state of shock. Who else can she trust? Where is truly safe? Lin Yuan, without preamble, inquires urgently, "Do you know that person?" Meng Li stiffens. It is a topic she wishes to avoid, feeling deceived and utterly humiliated. Yet this matter is of utmost importance, and her testimony is vital. "That I know him, but I have only exchanged a few words." There is no further interaction. Lin Yuan, unusually stern, raps the table. "I require the truth. There must be no discrepancies. You have already provided significant assistance. Please forgive us, but we need more actionable intelligence than no embellishments or distortions." His certainty stems from having already acquired relevant evidence. "This is dire." Meng Li closed and opened her eyes. She spoke once more. "All right, in truth, I initially took him under my wing, allowing him to become my dance partner. But it was merely out of pity for his unfortunate background. I assure you, Uncle Hua, there were no ulterior motives." Lin Yuan, ever serious, carried documents and a voice recorder with him. Chapter 115. Unable to enter. It seemed he was somewhat inclined to vent his frustration at Meng Li, yet this fire could not be ignited, and thus he could only sigh and say, "In the future, when faced with such situations, do not show weakness. When you soften your heart, those who exploit you will turn their weapons against you." Meng Li nodded in understanding. However, Lin Yuan was aware that her actions stemmed solely from her compassion for the other party, and that male who had taken advantage of her sympathy was indeed a vile and unforgivable character. He pondered, "I seem to have an inkling of who the instigator behind all this is. Uncle Hua, although I lack sufficient evidence, will you trust me?" Lin Yuan gazed at her, and it felt as though they were sharing a mutual understanding. It seemed to be the work of a prominent family. They were known for their extreme measures. Your appearance had completely diminished the allure of several renowned noble ladies, which had left them in a state of urgency. Meng Li murmured in acknowledgement, somewhat surprised by Lin Yuan's directness. While she herself had been hesitant, relying on others to voice such sentiments on her behalf, that if I have offended them, will you not think me too presumptuous? Lin Yuan poured her a glass of water and spoke slowly. "There is fundamentally no difference between nobility and commoners. Besides, you are not a commoner. The label of arrogance suits them far better. As for you, you have done nothing wrong. They had many secrets hidden away, all of which, he searched for a less harsh term, were unbecoming of a prominent family, yet people had thought too highly of them. The previous conflicts had somewhat diluted his relationship with them." Meng Li cautiously inquired, "Does this affect you in any way?" Lin Yuan smiled reassuringly. "It does not. Their misdeeds cannot remain concealed forever. Eventually, the truth will come to light. Focus on living your own life." Meng Li seemed to sense a peculiar undercurrent. Compared to usual, Huolin Yuan appeared to be relieved, as if he had lowered his guard about something. She believed the distance between them had lessened since their initial encounters, thus gathering her courage. She asked, "Have you done something?" Huolin Yuan replied, "A few things to stir the pot." Mengli was left in a state of partial understanding. Lacking sufficient information, she struggled to grasp the full implication of Huolin Yuan's words. Yet the thought that those arrogant noble families would soon face their comeuppance caused her to smile involuntarily. "You brought this upon yourselves. One day, I shall find a chance to trip you up." The results of her surgery were promising, and although she had sustained a fracture, it was not severe. During the past week, she attended classes via holographic projection, with the entire school community taking great care of her. Furthermore, since this incident had occurred within the school grounds, it was only natural that her needs were catered to, lest she be drowned in disdain. This arrangement, however, left some dissatisfied, perceiving Mengli as part of the privileged class. She listened without rebuttal, acknowledging that, to some extent, she indeed was. Yet, few had done as much as she had. Following this incident, her fanbase had grown even more loyal. Even when outsiders made snide comments, her fans would rush to defend her, launching a barrage of retorts before reporting the offenders. Over time, her life gradually returned to stability. Once her legs had fully healed, Huolin Yuan arranged for a reliable tutor to provide lessons at her home, preparing her adequately for the upcoming ball in half a month's time. She seemed to have forgotten about the little cat that once brought her joy. Meanwhile, within the palace, the queen felt both joy and concern. The joy stemmed from witnessing a positive change. Her son had finally begun to exhibit a sense of humanity. The concern arose from the suspicion that beneath this newfound warmth lay deeper secrets, secrets that outsiders could not discern, but which she, as a mother, could certainly perceive. While the queen fretted, others regarded this as a positive development, especially the emperor. Whenever he spoke of his eldest son, his expression was always filled with affection. The unpleasant memories of the past seemed to have faded from his mind, and he saw no reason to dwell on them. The queen could only console herself with the thought that the upcoming ball might lead to her son finding a suitable female companion, potentially opening more of his heart to this end. She had been presenting him with photographs of various young ladies, hoping to spark his interest in this rare side of himself. Initially, Mu Xin had been willing to indulge her. But over time, he grew weary, for in his eyes, whether male or female, they were merely upright walking flesh, with little distinction. The queen felt utterly disheartened. None of the photographs seemed appealing. Did she truly believe that the ball would fulfill the purpose of selecting a consort? Mu Xin could never forget the comforting aura that surrounded her, the remedy for his countless sleepless nights. With her as a comparison, ordinary individuals failed to capture his attention. He had indeed changed. Someone now resided within his heart, rendering him softer than before. Yet simultaneously, he had closed off a portion of himself, for that space was reserved for that individual. As for everyone else, they were merely an afterthought. This secret was one he could never reveal to anyone, even to the queen, who had once been the closest to him. Observing his disinterest in the women presented to him, the queen presumed it was their talents and appearances that failed to impress him. Thus she resorted to her ultimate weapon, Mengli's photograph. Chapter 116. Wounded. This was the most pleasing and favored young lady she had seen in recent days, and she was confident that even if the crown prince did not take a liking to her, he would at least harbor a basic level of goodwill towards her. Building upon that foundation, it would not be difficult for him to invite her to dance, subsequently developing feelings for her. The queen understood that this child could not be forced, and thus, she sought to entice him gently. Moreover, the girl named Mengli exhibited no flaws in her character. She excelled in every regard and had garnered significant popularity. Although she did not closely follow the youth social circles, she was aware that they did not favor individuals of low caliber. She had conducted thorough research, confirming there were no issues before daring to present her to her son. Yet, Mu Xin merely glanced at the photograph before dismissively pushing his mother's hand away. "Mother, I am tired today." And no matter how reluctant the queen was, she had no choice but to withdraw the photograph. "Very well, but you must promise your mother that you will attend the ball. Otherwise, I shall hold you accountable." Mu Xin replied, "Of course, mother, that I shall comply. But you must also promise me not to show me any more photographs of them. My heart belongs to someone else." Upon hearing this, the queen was initially taken aback, but her eyes soon sparkled with excitement as she pressed on. "You have someone you like. Who is she?" Which family does she belong to? May I see her? Finally, she had uncovered the reason behind Mu Shun's change in demeanor. It was indeed due to someone he had feelings for. As he spoke of the girl, his gaze was unlike any other. Yet he regretfully added, I do not yet know what she looks like, mother. Please do not rush me. I will find her. The queen could not conceal her joy, her smile widening as she appeared to be rejuvenated by several years. Very well, very well. I shall not rush you. After a prolonged absence, Chu Xun brought news. Upon seeing him, Mengli eagerly embraced him, exclaiming, General Chu, you have lost so much weight. Chu Xun responded, Are you well? Mengli released him, bouncing in place to demonstrate that her legs were perfectly fine. You see, I am doing splendidly. Chu Xun replied, Good, that I believe you are indeed well. He had been observing her recent practice sessions, igniting a yearning within him to dance with her right then and there. However, with the ball approaching, he decided it would be best to wait. General Chu, what were you about to say? Chu Xiyuan lowered his voice and said, We have identified the criminal gang responsible for the abduction of young girls, and we have rescued several of them, but the remaining individuals are all unaccounted for. That Mengli's eyes widened in disbelief. What are their identities? Chu Xiyuan replied, They are a group of interstellar pirates, ruthless and capable of committing any atrocity, including this recent abduction. That if they were merely pirates, it would not justify the risks they took to kidnap someone. The only explanation is that there are enormous profits involved, compelling them to act recklessly, even at the cost of their own lives. That is the most terrifying aspect. Mengli should be grateful that she had been unaware of such news at the time. Otherwise, even with 100-fold courage, she would not have dared to confront those madmen. Mengli contemplated seriously, stating, I can see that they targeted me for the research value of my body. If they were to kill me, they would gain nothing. Furthermore, I trust that you will arrive in time. She smiled sweetly, leaving Chu Xun at a loss for words, filled only with concern. Her trust in them was what allowed her to speak so boldly. This shall not happen again. Mengli agreed. Yet her thoughts drifted further away. So, does this mean that Ross is also a member of the Interstellar Pirates? If his background is genuine, then his current plight is indeed a matter of circumstance. She silently scolded herself for making excuses for someone who had wronged her so gravely. Somewhere deep within the interstellar realm, on an unnamed planet, a colossal starship was docked. That a young man slumped against the wall, his visage marred by bruises and contusions, rendering it difficult to discern his features. It was none other than Ross, who had completed his task. Before long, his brother Fade arrived upon hearing the news. Witnessing the battered face that bore a striking resemblance to his own, his heart ached with anguish. How did you get here? He exclaimed. This brutal beating would not inflict significant harm on someone of Ross's reasonably resilient constitution. Yet the pain was excruciating, rendering him incapable of uttering a word of lament. Faced with his brother, he felt a sense of helplessness, unwilling to draw him into this turmoil. He had come secretly to check on him. Of course I came after hearing you angered the captain of your ship. Who else would dare take such a risk? Ross's wounds continued to bleed, and he buried his head into the bedding. Do not come here again. This place is perilous and not suitable for you. Fade was defiant. Whenever his brother faced adversity, he always bore it alone in silence. What of his dignity as the younger sibling? You think I'll heed your warning and stay away? You know as well as I do that twins share a connection. The moment you got into trouble, I sensed it. Otherwise, you could perish here, and no one would be the wiser. Ross remained silent, lost in thoughts of Mengli's gaze at that moment. One filled with disappointment and disbelief that pierced his heart deeply. He had once believed there was no shame in being an interstellar pirate. Everyone was merely trying to make a living, obeying the whims of the mastermind without question. But with Mengli's presence in his life, he became acutely aware of her existence, fostering feelings of inadequacy within him. A person so radiant, he could spend a lifetime's earnings and still be unable to afford a single diamond from her gown. As this realization dawned on him, he began to succumb to despair. Even if he were to be beaten to death this time, it would not be considered a regret, for he had seen her one last time. Brother. Even Fade, typically oblivious, sensed something amiss with Ross. He approached the other side of the bed, only to find Ross with his eyes tightly shut and his lips turned downward, not from the pain of his wounds, but rather from a dismal mood.